So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 886 to Chapter 946. In the city, there were always some people who unconsciously liked to violate the traffic rules. They often secretly rejoiced that running a red light was not caught by the camera. They also often felt complacent that they were not caught by the traffic police for breaking the rules, going the wrong way, etc. This section was not a main road, so there was no traffic police on duty. However, the traffic at this intersection was relatively crowded. The driver of the Passat occupied the right turn lane in order to be the first to pass after the signal light turned green. DD. Balsamli pressed the horn a few times, but the Passat turned a deaf ear. It didn't even move. It was no wonder that there was no traffic police in this section. He stopped here, and no one could do anything to him. But if he drove forward and gave up the intersection, it was equivalent to running the red light. Therefore, the driver of the Passat would not do such a stupid thing. Balsamli looked at the timer on the signal light. There were more than 300 seconds left. There was no overpass in this section, so the traffic flow was very slow, and the signal light was long. It couldn't be helped. Balsamli had to drive the car as close to the side of the road as possible. He planned to pass through the gap between the Passat and the roadside. Although the driving was extremely slow, Balsamli still drove the car slowly. As he was relieved, he heard a slash sound. Balsamli quickly looked back. It turned out that the tail of the car was still scraping the head of the Passat. Originally, if they had been going straight, the two cars would not have scraped each other. But the key problem was that Balsamli wanted to turn right. There were still cars driving on the right straight road. Balsamli couldn't make the turn too big. The Jinbei was long. If so, it would be in the middle of the road. So, inevitably, when they were turning, the tail of the Jinbei car scraped the front of the Passat. After the accident, Balsamli had to stop the car. He said to Yang Ming apologetically, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I thought I was in a hurry. I didn't expect that the more anxious I was, the more problems there would be." "It's fine." What else could Yang Ming say now? After all, Balsamli was also doing it out of kindness, so he smiled slightly. "Let's deal with the accident first." At this time, the driver of the Passat had already come down. He was squatting at the intersection of the two cars to check the problem. "Then I will go down and take a look." Balsamli nodded with some embarrassment. "Eh? Wait, that Passat driver seems to be my junior high school classmate." Zhang Ben looked at the driver of the Passat and said, "Wait for me. If it's really him, then it'll be easy to talk about." With that said, Zhang Ben and Balsamli got off the car together. "Do you know how to drive? How could King let this pass? How could you pass?" Seeing the person getting off the Jinbei car, the driver of the Passat went up and accused him angrily. Because he saw that the other party's car wasn't very good, his arrogance immediately rose. If the other party drove a Mercedes-Benz, he probably wouldn't have such an attitude. "Yuan Gongyi? Is that you?" Zhang Ben walked over and shouted to the driver of the Passat. The driver of the Passat heard someone call his name, so he raised his head. At first, he was a little confused, but then he said, "Oh, you are Zhang Ben. Ha, it's really you." Zhang Ben was a little happy and said, "You didn't go to the last class reunion. I thought you weren't in Songjiang." "I was too busy." Yuan Gongyi flicked his hair and looked like a busy person. "Hee, this is great. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Since everyone knows each other, I think we should just forget about it." Zhang Ben himself could drive, so he naturally knew the traffic rules. Moreover, you are also a violation. If you really wait for the traffic police to deal with it, you will also be fined. "Zhang Ben, what you said is wrong. We are friends, but this is a matter. You didn't drive this car, right? If you drove it, then forget it. But now the driver isn't you, so you don't have to worry about this." Yuan Gongyi's face suddenly sank, and then he waved his hand to Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben was suddenly hung there. He was in a dilemma and was very embarrassed. He thought that since everyone was junior high school classmate, this matter would be settled, but he didn't expect Yuan Gongyi to not give him any face. "Yuan Gongyi, what do you mean by this? Do you think that you don't have any responsibility for parking the car here?" Zhang Ben was also a little annoyed. Of course, my car can be parked here. Yuan Gongyi pointed to a pass in the lower left corner of his window and said, look at it yourself. This is a privilege car. Zhang Ben glanced at the pass in Yuan Gongyi's window and saw that it said, news interview, parking at any time. Zhang Bing frowned. He didn't know which organization issued this privilege certificate. Nowadays, there were too many of these kinds of certificates. Many non-special vehicles would have such a pass placed under the car window. Then, they would become special vehicles and enjoy some traffic privileges. Regardless of the authenticity of his certificate, even if it was true, it might not be for him to use at this time. It was estimated that this was a media interview certificate used to facilitate the reporters to park at the scene, but it was infinitely expanded by Yuan Gongyi. If it weren't for Yang Ming watching in the car, Bao Sanli really wanted to kick this idiot under the wheel. If he wanted to get this kind of car certificate, he could probably get a row of them. Say it. How much is the compensation? Bao Sanli didn't want to waste time with such a person. He wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Hey, this is still a straightforward person, but since you are Zhang Bin's friend, I won't cheat you. 3,000 yuan, just a token. Yuan Gongyi said. 3,000 yuan? Bao Sanli was almost amused. Your car isn't worth this amount even if the paint is scraped off from the Mercedes-Benz. It only costs a few hundred yuan to repair the paint in the repair shop. You are really asking for a lot. Zhang Bin's face also changed. Yuan Gongyi, it's enough. Don't joke around. I'll give you 500 yuan. Bao Sanli looked at the size of the scratch and estimated in his heart. 500 yuan was more than enough. Are you sending away a beggar? Yuan Gongyi rolled his glasses and said to Bao Sanli, let me tell you. I am already giving face to Zhang Ben by asking for 3,000 yuan. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Do you believe it? No matter how good Bao Sanli's temper was, he couldn't stand it at the moment, not to mention that he had a bad temper. At this moment, he could endure and negotiate with this guy. One was because this guy was Zhang Bin's junior high school classmate, and the other was because Yang Ming had an emergency. He didn't want to waste time here. But some things, you can't go too far, right? Giving you 500 yuan is already giving you a way out. What if I don't believe it? Bao Sanli sneered and asked, you don't want to give me 500 yuan. Fine, then I won't give you a penny today. Let's see what you can do to me. This is what you said. You wait for me. As Yuan Gongyi said this, he took out the phone and dialed a number. He said a few words to the other side and then hung up the phone. If you have the ability, then wait for 10 minutes. After that, Yuan Gongyi jumped into the car. In order to prevent the Jinbei van from escaping, he directly crossed the car in front of the Jinbei van and completely blocked the driver's door of the Jinbei van. In this way, it would take a lot of effort for Bao Sanli to drive. After doing all this, Yuan Gongyi sat leisurely in the car, turned on the radio, and listened to music. Brother Zhang, let's get in the car. Bao Sanli glanced at Yuan Gongyi coldly and then said to Zhang Bin. Brother Yang, just now. When they got in the car, Bao Sanli opened his mouth to explain the reason to Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. You don't have to say it. I saw it clearly in the car. Just do what you need to do. Sometimes this kind of person doesn't know how to restrain himself if you don't teach him a lesson. Yang Ming actually wanted to take this opportunity to show his strength in Songjiang in front of Zhang Ben. These things couldn't always be hidden from Zhang Ben. Since he decided to tell him, he had to give him a heads up in advance. Bao Sanli immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming. That was, Yang Ming was also very unhappy with Yuan Gongyi and wanted to teach him a lesson. Bao Sanli nodded, took out the phone, and made a call. Bro, Yuan Gongyi seems to be calling for help. Zhang Bin didn't know Bao Sanli's identity, so he was a little worried. It's okay. He is calling for help. Can't we call for help? Yang Ming said with a smile, just wait for a good show, but don't say that I don't give face to your junior high school classmate. It was fine if he didn't mention this. When it was mentioned, Zhang Ben was furious. Give face to him? D***mn, what is this? He is still like this with his old classmate. It really pisses me off. Probably because Yuan Gongyi made the call first, it didn't take long for 4 or 5 little gangsters to come. When Yuan Gongyi saw them coming, he quickly got out of the car and greeted one of the guys who seemed to be the leader. "Brother Toad, my car was scratched by someone here. That person was being unreasonable with me. Can you take a look?" "Oh? Which car is it?" The person who was called Brother Toad looked up and pointed to the Jinbei van next to him. "Is it this Jinbei van?" "Yes, this is the car." Yuan Gongyi nodded. Brother Toad waved his hand and walked to the Jinbei van with a few other little gangsters. Then, he reached out and knocked on the window of the car vigorously. "The people inside, come out quickly. Hurry up." Bao Sanli looked at Yang Ming. When he saw Yang Ming nodding to him, Bao Sanli frowned and opened the door. "Where are you guys from?" Bao Sanli wasn't sure if these little gangsters knew him, but most of the gangsters in Songjiang were managed by his own men, so Bao Sanli directly asked where they were from. Bao Sanli didn't know them, but it was impossible for them not to know Bao Sanli. When Brother Toad saw the car door open, he wanted to go up and catch them, but he saw his boss's boss poke his head out from inside. He was frightened and stood under the car, not knowing what to do. "Brother Toad, what are you doing?" An underling next to him wanted to go with Brother Toad to catch the person, but he saw Brother Toad standing at the door, so he wondered, "Go up and catch the person." Catch my ass." Brother Toad reacted at this time. He turned his head and stared at his underling. "Hurry up and call Brother Bao." Then he quickly turned around and said to Bao Sanli respectfully, "Brother Bao, I am following Brother Niu. He is from Didi Bar." Bao Sanli naturally didn't know who Brother Niu was. These little things were now taken care of by the people in the security company. He just nodded casually and then asked Brother Toad, "Did that guy just ask you to come?" Yes. Brother Toad didn't dare to hide. "Yuan Gongyi asked me to come, but if I knew that Brother Bao was here, I definitely wouldn't come." "Okay, don't say those useless things. Let me ask you, what does Yuan Gongyi do?" Bao Sanli first wanted to inquire about Yuan Gongyi's background. Although he basically didn't need to be afraid of anyone in Songjiang, it wouldn't be good if he beat up someone with a high status. Yuan Gongyi is responsible for advertising in Songjiang metropolis daily. Brother Toad said, "He has more money in hand. He often takes customers to Didi Bar, so we are more familiar with him. He always comes to us to settle any trouble he encounters. Because we usually take a lot of tips from him, we can't not help when there is a problem." "Is he really a reporter?" Bao Sanli frowned. When he saw the news interview pass on his car, he thought it was a bluff. "He is not a reporter, but a person hired by the advertising department of the newspaper." Brother Toad replied truthfully. "Oh, so that means the car pass on his car is real?" Bao Sanli nodded and asked. "What do you mean real?" "Only the documents on the few interview vans in the newspaper office are real. This one is based on the interview vans. It was made with money from the typing club on the streets." Brother Toad laughed and said, "Brother Bao, do you want one too?" "Why would I want that?" Bao Sanli waved his hand. "Do you think I look like a reporter?" "That's not it. Brother Leopard, I thought you wanted to get one." Brother Toad scratched his head. After listening to Brother Toad's words, Bao Sanli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yuan Gongyi is quite a character. He is still so confident in using a fake certificate. He is also a badass. On the other side, Yuan Gongyi was sitting in the Passat, waiting to see the people on the Golden Cup car kneel down and beg for mercy. After he graduated from junior high school, although he was not admitted to high school, he had been in the society for a few years. He could be considered to have made a name for himself. Now, he was running advertisements for Songjiang City newspaper. He could get tens of thousands of commission a month. He was considered to be an awesome person. He had just bought a car last year. Then, he found the driver of the newspaper office and secretly borrowed the newspaper office's interview car permit. Then, he went to the typing club next door to make a fake one and put it on his car. Needless to say, after breaking the rules a few times, Yuan Gongyi found that this car permit was really useful. The traffic police on the road really gave him face. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't stop him. Once, he was stopped at a non-left turn intersection. Yuan Gongyi used the excuse that he was from the newspaper office and was in a hurry to go to the news site for an interview. The traffic police didn't say anything after hearing it and let him go directly. Then, Yuan Gongyi began to feel a little smug. He really thought that he was a big shot. Especially at the beginning of this year, he made a few friends in the society. For example, this brother Toad was in the underworld. He could settle a lot of things for him. Yuan Gongyi even thought that there was nothing that he couldn't do in Songjiang. He was simply omnipotent. Therefore, under the extreme expansion of his self-confidence, he didn't put Bao Sanli, the driver of the Golden Cup van, in his eyes. He was even more disdainful toward his junior high school classmate, Zhang Ben. "Didn't you just get admitted to university? What can you do?" "I didn't get admitted to university, but I am still very bad *SS. At that time, when Zhang Ben comes to beg me, I can make some sarcastic remarks about him, and then give him face. Just 10,000 yuan. Let him take out 10,000 yuan, and this matter will be over." However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see the scene he expected. Yuan Gongyi couldn't help but be anxious. He got out of the car personally. When he just closed the door, he saw 3 Golden Cup vans suddenly stop on the side of the road and surround his car. As Yuan Gongyi was wondering, the doors of the Golden Cup vans opened one after another. More than a dozen neatly dressed men in black jumped out from the vans. Of course, these people were obviously not of the same level as the brother Toad that he found. If these people were the regular army, then the ones he found were simply the counterfeit army. Seeing that the people were coming, Bao Sanli pushed aside the brother Toad and jumped out of the car. When the men in black saw Bao Sanli, they immediately stood neatly, and then bowed together, "Brother Bao." Bao Sanli pointed to Yuan Gongyi, who was standing next to the Passat, and then said faintly, "It's him. Don't kill him." "Yes." The men in black said in unison. "What about us?" Brother Toad had a sad face and stood next to Bao Sanli. He didn't know how Bao Sanli would punish him. Bao Sanli was naturally not so stingy. He didn't have much to do with these people. He looked at his van that was in the middle and then said to Brother Toad, "You come and help me move my things. I want to change the van." When Brother Toad heard it, he was immediately happy. Listening to this, he probably didn't want to blame him. He quickly called his men and changed the luggage of Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and others to another Golden Cup van. Before Yuan Gongyi could understand what was going on, he was stuffed into a van. When he shouted the name of Brother Toad, he found out that Brother Toad was carefully helping the Golden Cup van driver carry the bag. At this time, Yuan Gongyi suddenly woke up. He had provoked someone he shouldn't provoke, and he couldn't afford to provoke. After changing the van, Bao Sanli sat back in the driver's seat and then started the van. He didn't care about Brother Toad, who was waving his hand flatteringly. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. In the van, Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were shocked and speechless, but in comparison, the most shocked one was Zhang Ben. Because he was with Yang Ming every day before, he didn't find out that Yang Ming had such power. However, Wang Mei was better because she wasn't very familiar with Yang Ming. In her opinion, Yang Ming himself was a very bad *SS character. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming's driver was actually so powerful. Originally, when she saw him driving a very ordinary van, she thought that he was just an ordinary driver, but she didn't expect that the driver was actually an underworld boss. What kind of identity would Yang Ming have? When she heard Bao Sanli say that she could look for him if she had anything in Songjiang, she thought it was a bit exaggerated. What could a driver do? But now it seemed that all of this was possible. Going back to Songjiang with Zhang Ben made Wang Mei feel that it was very wise. "Bro, are you really an underworld boss?" After driving for a long time, Zhang Ben came back to his senses and asked in surprise. "I'm not." "He is." Yang Ming smiled and pointed to Bao Sanli. "Ah? Ugh." Zhang Ben was stunned. That Bao Sanli called Yang Ming Brother Yang, then what is Yang Ming? "Brother Yang, don't insult me." Bao Sanli suddenly said, "You are the boss." Baozi is right about this. He is the boss of Songjiang. As for me, I am just the boss behind the scenes. Yang Ming smiled. What? Bro, is it true? You are his boss? Zhang Ben was so surprised that he couldn't describe it. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, it's nothing. There are some other things. I will tell you slowly. Well, my uncle's house is just in front. I have to hurry over. I will let Baozi send you to the hotel. Which hotel? Just text me directly. Okay, bro. Zhang Ben hadn't recovered from his excitement. He didn't expect that the underworld boss of Songjiang City actually became his driver, and his good buddy was the behind-the-scenes boss of Songjiang's underworld boss. Right, Baozi, come back after you go. Send my car by the way. Yang Ming felt that it was too inconvenient to do things without a car when he returned to Songjiang. When he came to his uncle's house, Yang Ming called Yang Li and told her that he had arrived. Yang Li ran out of the villa happily. When she saw Yang Ming, she said, "Brother, you are here. If you didn't come, my dad would be worried to death." Hee, it's okay. Am I not here now? Yang Ming smiled. The estrangement between the two siblings had also become harmonious with the passage of time. Although Yang Ming still disagreed with Yang Li's previous snobbishness, now Yang Li had changed after all. She was more kind to people. This made Yang Ming feel that family affection should be like this. It was the truest not to mix in any power. Yang Ming followed Yang Li into the villa. As he was about to change his shoes, Yang Li stopped him. No need. Just wear the shoes. The servant will wipe it later. Anyway, we have to wipe it all over at night. Forget it. I came from the outside. My feet are all covered with snow. If it turns into water, it will be muddy. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't want to cause trouble for others. Yang Li quickly gave Yang Ming a pair of slippers and smiled. You are so polite when you come to my house. I'm not being polite. I just feel that changing shoes is not a complicated thing. It's just a little effort. Yang Ming said as he took out a gift from his pocket. Right, this is the gift I brought back for you from Macau a few days ago. What is it? Yang Li asked with some surprise. She suddenly felt that she was indeed a little too proud, so much so that she messed up the original family affection. Now, Yang Li suddenly felt very warm. Regardless of what the gift was, at least this feeling of being remembered and cared for by her family made her feel very comfortable. Perfume, I think this smell is very good. Anna Su's wishing spirit. Yang Ming said, maybe we also sell it here, but it's a token of my sincerity. This was the perfume that Huang Lele liked to use. Yang Ming fell in love with this smell and bought more than 10 bottles at once. He planned to give 1 bottle to each of his female friends. Just now, on the way to his uncle's house, he took out a bottle as a gift for Yang Li. Thank you. Yang Li happily took over Yang Ming's gift. Although Anna Su also had a counter in Songjiang's Xinheng department store, this represented Yang Ming's sincerity. Going upstairs and coming to his uncle's study, Yang Li knocked on the door outside. Dad. Lili, I said that I won't eat dinner. You and your mother eat. I'm thinking about something. Uncle Yang Dashan's voice came from the study. Uncle, it's me. Yang Ming pushed open the door of the study. Oh? Yang Dashan heard Yang Ming's voice and was obviously stunned. He looked up with some surprise. Big Ming, you're back. AI, it's great. I was waiting for you to come back and discuss these things with you. Yang Dashan stood up and quickly walked over to Yang Ming. He said excitedly, Brother Yang Ming, you're a genius. After several things, Yang Dashan's trust in Yang Ming was even higher than Yang Dahai. In his opinion, Yang Ming would definitely come up with a good way for this kind of tricky thing. Even his daughter, Yang Li, thought so too. In fact, this matter wasn't easy to say, but it wasn't too difficult to say. The key was to see what Yang Dashan wanted to do. If he broke the contract with the engineering company, it was nothing. At most, he would return the deposit and pay some liquidated damages. All the losses were only tens of thousands of yuan. But Yang Dashan was unwilling. After all, this was the first deal of the engineering machinery department that he was responsible for. He took full responsibility for the manufacturing and sales of the engineering machinery from his younger brother, Yang Dehai. He wanted to make some achievements and achieve a big career. But now, there was already a problem with the first business. How could they continue to do business? Of course, not every city had such a situation. Phoenix City was purely an accident, but even if it was an accident, Yang Dashan was unwilling. When doing business, everyone was looking for good luck on the first order. Even if it wasn't profitable, they had to make the business a success. Therefore, this was the real reason why Yang Dashan didn't want to give up. It was also the reason why he couldn't eat or drink these days. Lily, go and make some tea. I have something to discuss with Big Ming. Yang Dashan quickly instructed his daughter. All right. Yang Li smiled faintly. It had been a few days. She had never seen her father so excited. It seemed that her younger brother was capable. She quickly agreed and went downstairs to make tea. Big Ming, what happened these days? Lily also told you, right? Yang Dashan didn't need to be polite to his nephew, so he spoke directly. I almost understood it. Isn't it just the local engineering machinery company in Phoenix City that doesn't allow us to sell machinery to them? Yang Ming nodded and expressed that he understood the situation. Yeah, according to your dad, we won't lose anything even if we give up this business. Yang Dashan said, but, I don't want to give up. This is the first business. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. So, I want to start with a good start. If the first step isn't smooth, then the next step won't be smooth. Yang Ming agreed after listening. I think so too. It's just a local machinery company in Phoenix City. It can't do much, but we have to consider how to deal with it. Yeah, I was thinking at the time. Should I let Brother Bao take some people to take care of it? But then I thought that it wasn't appropriate to do so. After all, it's their territory. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. If they have connections on the surface, our people won't be detained there. Yang Dashan analyzed carefully. Yang Ming thought so after listening to it. It seemed that his uncle had considered the problem very thoroughly. After the failure of the entertainment city last time, he began to be cautious in doing things. He was not as impulsive as before. This was a good thing. Uncle, you are right. If we take people with great fanfare, it won't solve the problem in the end. It's treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Even if we can escort them once, we can't escort them every time, right? Yang Ming nodded. Yeah, I think so too. If we want to do this business, we have to do it in the long run. Yang Dashan said, we always escort them so carefully. If we are not careful, we will still fall into the other party's trap. Right, how is the strength of the company that ordered the machinery from us? Since this is the case, do they still dare to buy our machinery? Yang Ming suddenly thought of such an important thing. Of course, that company is an engineering company under the Phoenix City's investment promotion agency. No matter how powerful the machinery company is, they won't dare to go against them. They can only vent their anger on us. Yang Dashan said. Then, can't the investment promotion agency intervene in this matter? Yang Ming asked after listening. The key problem is that the engineering company also has a deep background. Because of this small matter, no one is willing to fall out with anyone. Yang Dashan smiled bitterly. After listening, Yang Ming sighed helplessly. He finally understood. The bosses of the two companies were powerful, but they didn't listen to each other. Yang Dashan became the victim between them. For this matter, I think I should go to Phoenix City personally. Yang Ming said, I have to settle this. Leave the boss of the machinery company to me. You go? Yang Dashan was stunned. How can I let you go for such a dangerous matter? It's the least dangerous for me to go. Yang Ming smiled and said, don't forget who saved you and Sister Yangli. Letting you go is the real danger. Alright, if we want to solve this matter once and for all, I have to go. This? Yang Dashan still wanted to persuade Yang Ming. But seeing how confident Yang Ming was, he also knew his nephew's ability. He hesitated and gave up. Alright, then you must be careful. Don't force it. Of course, I know what to do. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, What is the name of the machinery company in Phoenix City? Do you have any information? I will study it first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Yes, I will print it out for you later. I have been worried about this matter for a few days. I even thought if we should let our provincial leaders go and talk to their provincial leaders. Xianxia sighed. That's not necessary. Making such a big scene will make things more complicated. Yang Ming waved his hand. Leave everything to me. As they were talking, Yang Li came in with tea. Yang Dashan told Yang Li, Li, you go and print out the information of the Songkuan Machinery Company in Phoenix City. Bring it back for Big Ming to look at. Okay. Putting the tea on the table, Yang Li went to the computer to print out the information. Yang Ming and Yang Dashan casually talked for a while about some problems in the construction machinery department of Mingyang Heavy Industry. Yang Ming didn't know much about these. It was all Yang Dashan talking, and Yang Ming just listened. Right, Big Ming, did your dad tell you? Our Mingyang Heavy Industry's current factory buildings may not be enough. We want to choose a place to build a new factory. Do you think it is better for us to set up a real estate company or find a developer to build it? Anyway, we can produce those machines. With our current relationship, the approval of qualifications is not a problem. Set up a real estate company? Yang Ming was stunned. When the Wang family's Century Xiongfeng Group was merged, there was also real estate development. Later, they let Ho Zhenhan do it. I don't know how it is now. Is it broken up and sold, or is it kept? Uncle, wait a minute. Let me ask. My friend seems to have real estate in his hands, said Yang Ming. It's in the hands of Brother Bao. My original company, right? That company has now been merged into the Century Xiongfeng Group, said Yang Dashan. Oh? Yang Ming remembered that his uncle originally had a real estate company, but since it was merged into the Century Xiongfeng Group, it meant that the real estate company was still there. There was no need to set up a new one. These companies were actually Yang Ming's. If another one was set up, it would be a bit of duplication. Yang Ming called Yang Ming and confirmed that he still had the real estate business. He had already started to develop real estate. Yang Ming hung up the phone in surprise. Uncle, my friend has the development qualifications. We can look for him when the time comes, said Yang Ming. Oh, is it reliable? Will it earn a lot of money from us, said Yang Dashan. Naturally, it won't. Yang Ming smiled. In fact, it's the investor of Mingyang Company, President Ho Zhenhan. You know him too. Yang Ming initially told Yang Dashan that Mingyang Heavy Industry was funded by Ho Zhenhan. It's him. That's great. We are all a family. Yang Dashan said with joy after listening. I just told him the specifics. You can talk about it in detail. Yang Ming said, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. After all, I just came back from Macau. I haven't gone home yet. Yes. A few days ago, your dad said that he hadn't seen you for a few days. You should go back and see. Yang Dashan said quickly. With the materials of Songkuan Machinery Company, Yang Ming walked out of his uncle's house. Bao Sanli had already driven Yang Ming's BMW X5 over. He was waiting near the villa. When he saw Yang Ming coming out, he quickly greeted him. Brother Yang, this is the car key. Bao Sanli handed the key to Yang Ming. Thank you. Yang Ming patted Bao Sanli's shoulder and took the car key. You're welcome. Bao Sanli was praised by Yang Ming, so he was very happy. Right, how is Yuan Gongyi? Yang Ming suddenly remembered Zhang Bin's junior high school classmate whom he had met before. After he was beaten up, he became obedient. Bao Sanli immediately said with a smile, when he heard that the person he blackmailed was me, he almost peed his pants. But what he didn't know was that my boss was still sitting in the car at that time. Put him back, asked Yang Ming after listening. I put him back, but I called the chief editor of Songjiang Metropolis Daily and told him about this kid's evil deeds. He will probably be fired when he goes back, said Bao Sanli. Not to mention Bao Sanli's current social status, just the advertising fee of Mingyang Entertainment in Songjiang Metropolis Daily was a large amount. It was just that a small character like Yuan Gongyi wasn't responsible for it. Therefore, Bao Sanli's words would naturally weigh the weight of the newspaper's chief editor. As for Yuan Gongyi, such an insignificant small character was commonly known as a temporary worker. It didn't matter if he was sacrificed. Yang Ming nodded approvingly after listening. Bao Sanli now began to grow a brain. He was no longer as stupid as before, who only knew how to use his fists to teach people a lesson. It was also good to use some relationships and strategies appropriately. Brother Yang, did you come to President Yang because of the Phoenix City incident? Bao Sanli was indeed a lot smarter than before. He knew how to use his brain to figure out some things. And why? You know about it too? Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it from Bao Sanli. Yes, President Yang told me before. I wanted to bring people to beat him, but then I was afraid of causing trouble for you, so I discussed it with President Yang. Let's wait for you to come back, said Bao Sanli. You did the right thing. You don't have to worry about this. I will go personally when it's time to deliver the goods, said Yang Ming. Ah? Brother Yang, can you go by yourself? It's so dangerous. Do you want me to go with you? Bao Sanli said with some worry. Okay, I still have to protect you if you go. Yang Ming glared at Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. That's right. I was confused because I was concerned. By the way, you're the boss of a big company now. Don't drive a van around in the future. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed to snatch this BMW X5 from Bao Sanli. Now that he saw Bao Sanli driving a van all day long like a full-time driver, he felt even more ashamed. Bao Sanli was the underworld boss in name and the boss of a big entertainment company. He couldn't drive a van. At first, I felt that this car would carry more people, but after I got used to it, I didn't want to change it. Bao Sanli smiled and said, well, Brother Yang, you saw it just now. I asked the company to buy this kind of car. We bought more than 10 of them. Well, you can buy a Mercedes-Benz or an Audi A8. Anyway, there are some grades. Your identity is there. You can't be too shabby. Yang Ming said. Haha, since Brother Yang approved it, then. I will buy it tomorrow. Bao Sanli nodded and smiled. Or I will buy an Audi. The Mercedes-Benz is a bit too eye-catching. Alright, order a few more cars together. Give one to my dad, one to my uncle, one to Ho Zhenhan, and another Audi sports car for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said. Chen Mingyan had long been able to drive. It was definitely not a problem for her to get a driver's license. She could probably drive after buying a car. Because he bought a house outside the university, Yang Ming had a lot of things to do himself. It became imperative to buy a car for Chen Mingyan. What type of sports car should I order? R8? Bao Sanli nodded and remembered Yang Ming's instructions. Then, he asked. R8. Yang Ming hesitated. To be honest, Sun Jia's R8 was really beautiful, but it was too flashy. Sun Jia was a graduate student. She opened a company outside the university. It was nothing to drive such a flashy car, but Chen Mingyan was different. She was just a freshman student, and her father was in a more sensitive position. Even if this car was bought by Yang Ming for her, there would probably be some people who would go to other bad places in the association. A 5. The price is not very expensive. It is also very good. Yang Ming thought about it. He remembered that when he was choosing a car with Zhang Ben, he saw this car on the website of Car Home. It belonged to the Audi A series sports car. It was cost-effective and looked good. Okay. Bao Sanli nodded after listening. Buy a red one? Red is fine. It looks better for a girl to drive it. Just buy a low displacement one. I remember that the lowest displacement is 2.0. I don't want her to drive too fast. Just something is fine. Yang Ming nodded and said. Okay, I got it. Bao Sanli noted down the requirements made by Yang Ming. He planned to contact and order the car tomorrow. Of course, other people might have to wait for a few months to order a car. Bao Sanli might only need a few weeks. It couldn't be helped. No one would deliberately offend a person like Bao Sanli. His matters would be done as beautifully as possible. On the way home, the phone call to Chen Mingyan's home was made. "Mingyan, I am back in Songjiang." On the other side of the phone, there was a short silence for a while. Then, Chen Mingyan's voice came with some resentment. "You didn't bring back a sister this time?" Yang Ming was shocked. "Huang Lele." It is really like what Chen Mingyan said. "Every time I go out, I seem to have a romantic encounter. If this continues, then I won't go out in the future. Why don't you talk?" "Hee hee." Chen Mingyan changed her tone and smiled. "Don't be afraid. I am just scaring you." This time I agreed. "You don't have to blame yourself too much." Yang Ming was stunned and immediately thought that Chen Mingyan was probably talking about Suya. As for Huang Lele, forget it. I will find another opportunity to talk about it next time. "Mingyan, thank you." Yang Ming could only say this at the moment. Although this thank you seemed a bit hypocritical and pale, Chen Mingyan's understanding made Yang Ming feel warm. "You don't have to be so polite with me." "Right, did you bring her back?" Chen Mingyan naturally asked about Suya. "No, she still has her own things. She probably won't come a few times a year." Yang Ming sighed. "She doesn't want to add too much trouble between us." "I said that I don't care about this." Chen Mingyan also knew that Suya was telling the truth. How could a superstar be the same as an ordinary person? "Are you free now? Come out and eat together?" Yang Ming suddenly had an impulse to miss Chen Mingyan. "Now? My mother is already cooking dinner." "How about tomorrow?" Chen Mingyan said with some embarrassment. "That's fine. Let's do it tomorrow." Yang Ming didn't insist. "Right, you tell Uncle Chen to get your driver's license when you are free. I asked my friend to book a car for you." "Ah? For me? Buy a car?" Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly buy a car for her. "An Audi A5. If you are free in a while, you can check it online. I asked him to order a red one. If you don't like it, you can change to another model." "It doesn't matter." Yang Ming said. "I drive. It's not very good, right?" Chen Mingyan said so, but she couldn't help but be surprised. "There's nothing bad about it. Now there are many students who drive to school. You're not the only one." Yang Ming said. Then, Lin Jiyun also has one, right? Girls always had a mentality of comparison. Although Chen Mingyan accepted Lin Jiyun generously, deep in her heart, she still hoped that Yang Ming could be a little more partial to her side. "No, she doesn't know how to drive yet, so I bought it for you. If you are free, teach her how to drive." Yang Ming probably guessed Chen Mingyan's mentality, so he said with a smile. Okay. Right, let's not talk about it first. My parents are asking me to eat. Let's call again in the evening." Chen Mingyan's mother's voice came from the phone. Chen Mingyan quickly said a few words and hung up the phone. After calling Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun again. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiyun was still in the company at this time. "Why haven't you gone home yet? What time is it now?" Yang Ming said with some blame, "Even if it's for work, you can't tire yourself out." I will sort out the company's accounts and then I will go back." Lin Jiyun said hesitantly. "Have you eaten?" asked Yang Ming. "Not yet. After I finish, I will go home to eat. My mother will leave food for me every day." Lin Jiyun said. "Every day? Don't tell me you've been working overtime in the company every day?" Yang Ming was shocked. How can there be so many things to deal with? After Lin Jiyun said the word she didn't say anything. Yang Ming could even imagine her appearance. She bit her lip and looked very wronged. "Well, you wait for me. I will go to the company now." Yang Ming said. "You, don't come. I will leave soon." Lin Jiyun was shocked and said quickly. "What's wrong?" Yang Ming asked, puzzled. Nothing. In short, don't come." Lin Jiyun heard that Yang Ming was coming and became very panicked. "Oh, okay. Yang Ming said so, but he had doubts in his heart. What happened to Lin Jiyun? Why is she so panicked when I said that I will go to the company to see her? Could it be that she did something shameful? Or is it something wrong to me? As he thought of this, Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. However, it seems that it is unlikely. With Lin Jiyun's character, it is impossible for her to do anything wrong to me. In terms of feelings, it can be seen from the beginning that Lin Jiyun is a very stubborn but loyal person. In other aspects, this company is mine. Lin Jiyun is even more unlikely to do anything bad to the company. Then, at this moment, what is Lin Jiyun doing to hide from me? Since there were doubts, Yang Ming was naturally anxious to rush to the company to investigate. However, when he passed by Mr. Li's California Beef Noodle King downstairs, he remembered that Lin Jiyun hadn't eaten yet, so he went in and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodle and a few side dishes. He carried them into the company. The company's security guards knew Yang Ming. When they saw Yang Ming, they quickly wanted to greet him, but they were stopped by Yang Ming. He whispered, "Is Vice President Lin in the company?" She is." The security guard also whispered. Although he didn't know why Yang Ming whispered, since Yang Ming whispered, he also whispered. "These days, does she go back very late every day?" asked Yang Ming. "Yes, she leaves at 9 o'clock every day." The security guard nodded and replied. "Is she alone?" After Yang Ming asked this question, he felt that it was unnecessary. He didn't have to doubt Lin Jiyun's character at all. Besides, even if she were to date other men, she wouldn't choose to do it in the company. Moreover, Lin Jiyun wasn't that kind of person. However, with the previous incident with Sun Jia and Xiaoqing, Yang Ming had some evil thoughts. Could it be that Beauty Lin also has this hobby and has a lesbian relationship with a female employee? The best partner is Chen Mingyan. That would be great. Of course, this was obviously impossible. Yang Ming was just casually fantasizing. It seems that Lin Jiyun is probably doing something that she doesn't want me to know, but it's very important to her. Vice President Zhao leaves first every day, and the other employees also leave around the same time. The security guard replied truthfully. "Okay, then you continue to be on duty. Thank you for your hard work. The company's security will be handed over to you." Yang Ming patted the security guard's shoulder and said with a smile. The security guard nodded excitedly. Sometimes just a word of concern made them feel that their job was very meaningful and not neglected by others. Yang Ming tiptoed upstairs and walked to the door of Lin Jiyun's vice president's office. Because it was originally a one-person room, the manager's office and the conference room were all partitioned later, so the partitions were not made of walls but of glass. It was also convenient for the general manager to supervise the employees at any time. Therefore, Yang Ming could directly see the situation in the room from the outside. In fact, even if it wasn't glass, with Yang Ming's ability, it wasn't a big deal to see through it. He saw that Lin Jiyun was sitting at the desk with her head down. There was a thick pile of books in front of her. She was recording something at the moment. Is this small jewelry company? He even had to work overtime to finish it after work? But it was a bit unlikely. First, Zhao Sisi wouldn't do this. Second, even if there was work, it would be assigned to the employees. There was no need for Lin Jiyun to work so hard. Yang Ming carefully opened the glass door. He carried the beef noodles and tiptoed to Lin Jiyun. Not making a sound was an easy thing for Yang Ming, a professional assassin. However, it was also possible that Lin Jiyun was too engrossed. Although Yang Ming tried not to make any sound, because he blocked the light of the fluorescent lights when he walked, it caused the light and shadow in the room to change. If Lin Jiyun was careful, she would notice it, but Lin Jiyun didn't feel it at all. "Jiyun." Yang Ming leaned down and whispered in Lin Jiyun's ear. "Ah." Lin Jiyun was shocked. The pen in her hand that was writing suddenly fell on the table. "Yang Ming? How come you are here?" After Lin Jiyun finished speaking, she remembered what she had just written on the table. So, she hurriedly closed the notebook and wanted to tidy up the things on the table. "What did you write?" In fact, when Yang Ming stood behind Lin Jiyun, he had already seen the contents of the notebook. "No, nothing." Lin Jiyun blushed and said in a panic. Hee, in fact, even if you didn't say it, I have already seen it. Yang Ming smiled and took the notebook that Lin Jiyun wanted to hide. Lin Jiyun was a little discouraged and shy. She lowered her head and didn't stop Yang Ming's action. She just sat on the chair stupidly. Yang Ming gently opened the notebook and started to read from the first page. It was all about the company's operations, but the records were very detailed. It was like a diary. Every day, Lin Jiyun recorded in detail what others said. Of course, Lin Jiyun recorded what others had to say about the company's construction and important suggestions. Jiyun, what do you mean by recording these? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. He didn't know why Lin Jiyun recorded these things every day. Lin Jiyun pursed her lips and didn't speak. She lowered her head as if she had made a mistake. Yang Ming didn't know what happened to Lin Jiyun. He quickly put aside the beef noodles he bought, then reached out and hugged Lin Jiyun from behind. Jiyun, what's wrong with you? Am I stupid? Lin Jiyun lowered her head weakly and said softly. Stupid? What do you mean? Who said you were stupid? How can you be stupid? Yang Ming asked with some surprise, did someone say something about you? Tell me. I will beat him up so that the next time you see him, you will definitely not recognize him. Hee. After Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words, she finally couldn't help but laugh. Her mood was a lot better. She shook her head and said, no one said it. I feel it myself. I seem to be quite stupid. Why do you say that? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know why Lin Jiyun suddenly had such an idea. Anyway, there was no way to hide it from Yang Ming. Moreover, Lin Jiyun knew that these things couldn't be hidden from Yang Ming. So, she made a great decision and said her thoughts, Yang Ming, I found that I am really stupid. I don't know anything about the company's management. Looking at the employees below who are familiar with the business and making suggestions for the company's management, I feel that I am useless. I am still the deputy manager, but I don't know anything. I can't do anything well. I can't even compare to Zhao Cixi. At least, Zhao Cixi is responsible for the company's publicity, but I can't help at all. Although everyone respectfully calls me Vice President Lin, I feel that I am like an idle person. So every day after work, I record down what everyone says and some business contact skills. I'm afraid that I'll forget it after a long time, so I insist on recording it every day after work. Then, I summarize it. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's explanation. He was suddenly dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. When I put Lin Jiyun in the position of vice president, I didn't think so much at all. I just thought that as my woman, she should have her own career, but I didn't expect to give Lin Jiyun so much pressure. Now that I think about it, it seems that I am too impatient. Lin Jiyun is only a 19-year-old freshman. How can she bear such a heavy burden? Then, do you also self-study these business management books after work? Yang Ming pointed to the thick business management textbooks written by Philip Kotler on the table. Lin Jiyun nodded gently. Ai. Yang Ming couldn't help but be annoyed and amused. Jiyun, in fact, as a company's manager, it's fine as long as you are in charge of the overall situation. You don't have to know everything. Just like the owner of a restaurant, he may not know how to cook. This is the same principle. That's not the same. He doesn't know how to cook, but he definitely understands the process of cooking, the materials needed, and the cost. I know that I can't understand the manufacturing of jewelry, but I must understand the company's operations. This is the same principle. Lin Jiyun refuted after listening. After Yang Ming heard it, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Jiyun to be able to say these principles. It showed that she had indeed improved. Otherwise, it was impossible to say these reasonable words. Well, you are right, but you can't exhaust your body because you have to study hard, right? If so, I will feel distressed. Yang Ming pinched Lin Jiyun's face and smiled. Look at you. You have lost weight. You guys. Don't you all like thin girls? Lin Jiyun said the words that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time, and she felt a lot better. The most important thing was that Yang Ming not only didn't laugh at her, but he also comforted her with a few words. This made Lin Jiyun's mood better, and she also followed Yang Ming to tease a few words. Yang Ming was stunned and said, "Did you learn this from others in the company?" N. Today, when little Tao from the company was talking about business with the customer, she said it while joking. "I just remembered it when I was taking notes." Lin Jiyun nodded embarrassedly. "Ha, you didn't learn well." Yang Ming reached out and poked Lin Jiyun's head. "I like girls who are more plump. That way, it will feel more comfortable to touch." As he said this, Yang Ming reached out to Lin Jiyun's chest. "Stop it. This is the office. He is the vice president. It's not good to let others see it." Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly pushed away Yang Ming's hand. "Isn't it night?" "There is no one." Yang Ming smiled and suddenly patted his head. He exclaimed, "Right, I was just talking. I bought beef noodles. If I don't eat it, it will be soft. It won't be tough." Yang Ming quickly opened the noodles in the disposable lunchbox, then he arranged the side dishes and handed the chopsticks to Lin Jiyun. "Wow, it smells good. I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." Lin Jiyun was helpless. She had to stand up and take the chopsticks that Yang Ming handed over. She sat on the side of the coffee table. "You're affecting my study. In a while, I won't be able to remember what they said." "Okay, Rome wasn't built in a day. Tall buildings start from the ground. More haste, less speed." Yang Ming said with a smile, "Everything needs to be done step by step. How can there be someone like you, working so hard every day?" "But, I'm a college student studying economics. I don't think I know anything. In the future, your company will definitely become bigger and bigger. I don't want to be a waste who doesn't know anything." Lin Jiyun said until here, and her expression became a little lost. "Who said that?" Yang Ming felt that Lin Jiyun's current mentality seemed to be a bit of a dead end. He had to enlighten her. "How can my woman be a waste? It's wrong for you to think this way. Jiyun, you know, although you're a college student studying economics, what year are you in now?" "You're only a freshman, and it's just the first semester of the freshman year. Now, what we're learning hasn't involved professional courses, so it can be said that you're still a person who doesn't have any management foundation. How can you be compared with those who have been in society for many years? In time, you will definitely be better than them. And, look at me. What do you think I know? I don't know anything about the company, but I can start a company. The boss doesn't necessarily know everything. It's enough as long as he knows how to use people. Jiyun, no one will look down on you because in the eyes of those employees, you're their boss no matter what. This is an unchangeable thing. But I don't do anything every day." Lin Jiyun seemed to feel that Yang Ming seemed to make some sense, but there was something wrong. "Yeah. Of course, the boss doesn't do anything. If the boss can do everything, then what do the employees do? Which employee doesn't want their boss to be omnipotent? In that case, wouldn't he lose his job?" Yang Ming said with a righteous look. "Ah?" Lin Jiyun was stunned for a long time. "Seems like? Was that really the case?" In fact, the situation that Yang Ming said did exist, but it wasn't as exaggerated as he said. A shrewd boss still played a great role in the development direction of the company. However, Lin Jiyun didn't know that Yang Ming was a big liar when he was in school. He fooled Zhaoying and Chen Mengyan all day long. At this time, it was easier for him to say these reasonable words. "Well, let's eat first. It's good that you're studying, but don't delay your meals and rest. Also, it's winter now, and it gets dark early. I'm worried if you go back alone." Yang Ming said. "Then I will go back earlier next time." Lin Jiyun nodded. With Yang Ming's understanding and support, Lin Jiyun felt that she was full of motivation. She wasn't as negative as before. "If it's late, call me. Even if I can't come because of something, I will send someone to pick you up." Yang Ming said, "Bai Hai and Gaxinyao are also fine. They have nothing to do at night, and they are familiar with you." "Okay, I got it." Lin Jiyun nodded and ate the beef noodles with Yang Ming. "This beef noodles is not bad. It's better than the one near our school. Yang Ming ate 2 mouthfuls and praised. Yeah, now there are several California beef noodles in the United States. I don't know which one is authentic, but the taste of this one is really good. Lin Jiyun also nodded and said, in the company, we often order lunch at their house. After dinner, under the persuasion of Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun tidied up the books on the desk and agreed to go home after work. However, she still brought her notebook with her. She planned to go back and read it. After the two left the company together, the security guard locked the door of the company. Vice President Lin leaves so late every day. Is it just to wait for Brother Yang? A security guard guessed evilly. Don't talk too much. If you don't want to die, then speak less. The security captain came over from behind and glared at the security guard who spoke. Some things shouldn't be said. Don't you remember what Brother Bao told you? The security guard was shocked and quickly stopped talking. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming got in the car together. Yang Ming was about to start the car, but Lin Jiyun suddenly shouted, "Wait for me." And? Yang Ming was stunned. He was about to ask Lin Jiyun what happened, but he saw that Lin Jiyun had already run out of the car and ran to the California beef noodles next to him. Yang Ming secretly wondered. Not long after, he saw Lin Jiyun run out again with a 5 yuan bill in her hand. She got in the car happily. Just now, you won the lottery for the beef noodles. I went to redeem the prize. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile after hearing it. Lin Jiyun is like this. Regardless of whether she has money or not, she will be meticulous in her life. However, this is also an advantage. Then the reward is for buying candy tomorrow. Yang Ming said. Okay. Lin Jiyun didn't refuse. She happily kept the money. In the cold winter night, there were few cars passing by on the road. Yang Ming drove Lin Jiyun to the last shanty town in Songjiang City. When they passed by a bar, Yang Ming suddenly slowed down and pointed out the window with some fascination. Jiyun, do you still remember this place? Lin Jiyun looked up and suddenly blushed. Here, how could she not remember? This was a place that was still fresh in her memory. Here, Lin Jiyun once foolishly sold her first time to Yang Ming, but she didn't expect this guy to leave after paying the money. Thinking of this, Lin Jiyun suddenly felt a little happy. The two of them seemed to be really fated. Moreover, although Yang Ming forced himself on her in an accident, in any case, it was better than spending money to get her when they first met, right? If that was the case, maybe there wouldn't be so many things happening after the two of them. You say, if I didn't meet you that day, what would I be like now? Thinking about it, Lin Jiyun was a little scared. There is no if. Yang Ming shook his head. If you met, then you met. But, that kind of situation does exist? Lin Jiyun still had some lingering fear. You say, if a person is walking on the road, is it possible for him to be hit by a car? Is it possible for him to fall into the ditch? Yang Ming felt that Lin Jiyun's mood wasn't very stable today, so he smiled and made an analogy. Would he say that if I walked slowly on the street, I would be hit by a car and die? If the environmental workers didn't cover the ditch fence, would I fall into the ditch and die? Hee hee. After listening to Yang Ming's analogy, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but laugh. You know how to twist words, but there is some truth to it. In the blink of an eye, the car stopped near Shanty Town. The car couldn't pass through here, so they could only get off here. Accompanying Lin Jiyun to get off the car, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun walked side by side in the direction of Lin Jiyun's home. Jiyun, go back and discuss with your parents. By a building near the company. Not only is it far from the school, but it is also far from the company. Besides, living in a bungalow isn't as convenient as living in a building. Yang Ming looked at the dilapidated houses in this area and said. I heard that there will be a relocation in spring. My parents are still worried about this matter these days. Lin Jiyun said until here and sighed faintly. Yang Ming. I know you have money, but I don't want to trouble you, so you. Yang Ming wanted to say that there was nothing to worry about. If the money wasn't enough, he would pay for it. However, Lin Jiyun's next words blocked his mouth. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jiyun, what do you mean by this? Do you want me to watch you be homeless? How is it so serious? When the time comes, we can just rent a house. Anyway, after the house is built here, there should be compensation. Then, we can just move back. Lin Jiyun shook her head and smiled. How can we be homeless? Why is that necessary? You are my girlfriend and my wife. My money is yours, not to mention that I don't lack money at all. Yang Ming was suddenly anxious. I earn money, isn't it to support my wife and children? If I don't give you money to spend, what is the use of money? What wife and children? We are still students. Lin Jiyun was suddenly embarrassed. The reason why she said that before was that she didn't want to owe Yang Ming too much. She knew Yang Ming very well. She knew that Yang Ming didn't care about the money to buy a house. Even if she didn't say it, Yang Ming would definitely buy a house. However, she felt that her identity wasn't Yang Ming's girlfriend. Even if she took Yang Ming's things, she wasn't as competent as Chen Mingyan, so she wanted to seal Yang Ming's mouth in advance. Now that she heard Yang Ming mention the topic of his wife and children, her heart was surprised and shy. Since Yang Ming could say this, it meant that at least in Yang Ming's heart, he cared about her very much. At least, the two of them had a future together. Now you are my classmate. In the future, you will be my wife. Yang Ming said disapprovingly, let's go. Since you don't want to say it, then I will talk to Uncle Lin and Auntie Shen. After that, he took Lin Jiyun's hand without any explanation and walked in the direction of her home. Lin Jiyun couldn't be helped. She had to follow Yang Ming to walk home. Lin Chongqing also knew that his daughter would come back late. He had nothing to do, so he walked around the door to see if his daughter had come back. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming and his daughter not far away walking over here. Hand in hand. He quickly waved and shouted, Yang Ming, Jiyun. Dad. Lin Jiyun was held by Yang Ming, and she was a little embarrassed. However, Yang Ming called Uncle Lin generously. Come in. Lin Chongqing hadn't seen Yang Ming for a few days. He enthusiastically pulled him into the house, and the previous sadness was also diluted. Yang Ming wasn't polite. Coming to Lin Jiyun's house was almost no different from entering his own home. Little Yang, you and Jiyun haven't eaten yet, right? Lin Chongqing closed the door and asked, should I get something for you two to eat? Don't bother, Uncle Lin. Jiyun and I had beef noodles in the company. We just ate. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. I just sent her back. I came to sit for a while and then I will leave. Oh, it's good that you ate. Lin Chongqing nodded and then said to Shen Yueping, you go and wash some fruits for little Yang. Uncle Lin, you really don't have to bother. Yang Ming said quickly. You don't have to be polite to Uncle Lin. Just treat it as your own home. Lin Chongqing smiled. Yeah, that's right. Uncle Lin, you don't have to be polite to me. I said that I don't want to eat, so I don't want to eat. I'm not being polite. Yang Ming followed Lin Chongqing's words. This child. Lin Chongqing shook his head and smiled. Okay, Yueping, then you don't have to bother. Since little Yang doesn't want to eat, then forget it. Uncle Lin, I heard from Jiyun that this place is going to be relocated. After Yang Ming sat down, he began to talk about business. Yeah, it will be at the beginning of spring at the latest. This place will be completely relocated. Lin Chongqing nodded. This place is shabby, but it's a piece of land with good feng shui. It's next to the high-end villa area in the development zone. If this place is built into a high-end residential building, the price will definitely not be cheap. That's also true. Since Uncle Lin thinks so, then you should choose the house instead of the money for relocation compensation, right? Yang Ming nodded. Originally, he also planned to persuade Lin Chongqing not to give up the long-term benefits for the immediate benefits. It didn't matter if they didn't have a place to live for the time being. Yang Ming could buy them a house. Want a house? After listening, Lin Chongqing immediately smiled bitterly. What house? The developer's conditions are very harsh. He just said that he would give money. He didn't mention a word about giving a house. Yang Ming didn't quite understand the rules of real estate, but he also felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. He frowned and asked, how much compensation per square meter? This is the notice. Little Yang, help me take a look. My house doesn't seem to be worth much. Lin Chongqing handed a notice of relocation to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took a look at it and saw that it was written with some standard phrases like responding to the call. There was a specific compensation plan at the bottom. According to the actual situation, the compensation would be 1,500 to 3,000 yuan per square meter. The actual situation was probably dependent on whether or not you had a relationship with the developer. If you had a relationship, you could get 3,000 yuan. If you didn't, you would get 1,500 yuan. However, whether it was 1,500 or 3,000, Yang Ming felt that it was too little. One had to know that if this place was built into a high-end residential building, it would cost at least 10,000 to 15,000 yuan per square meter. Relatively speaking, this compensation was almost negligible. And the most important thing was that people couldn't choose. They couldn't choose not to take the money. This is indeed a bit less. According to the above estimation, Uncle Lin, you can get a compensation of about 100,000 yuan at most. Yang Ming said, it is estimated that it can only be estimated according to the minimum standard of 1,500 yuan. Yeah, I just talked about this with your Auntie Shin. This compensation is a bit too little. 100,000 yuan is not enough to buy a small house in Songjiang. When Lin Chongqing said this, his face was suddenly full of sadness. As for buying a house, Uncle Lin, you don't have to worry about it. Yang Ming immediately smiled after listening. On the way here, I have already discussed with Ji-yun. Ji-yun has also made a lot of money for the company. I said that I would give her a bonus, but she said that the company is hers, so there is no need to divide it so clearly. But I think the reward should be clear, so we finally discussed to use the money to buy a house for you two elders. Ah, I really didn't expect that, Ji-yun. This girl is quite amazing. I originally thought that she would cause trouble for you. I didn't expect her to make money. Lin Chongqing suddenly said after listening. No wonder Yun Er came back so late recently. Xin Yueping also smiled happily. Lin Ji-yun looked at Yang Ming in surprise, but she never asked the doubts in her heart. She knew that Yang Ming would help her no matter what, and Yang Ming said this to make her parents feel better. They felt that it wasn't because of Yang Ming's kindness, but because of their daughter's hard work. After thinking about this, Lin Ji-yun was very grateful to Yang Ming's attentiveness. Not only did he save face for her, but he also saved face for her parents. That money, keep it for you to spend. We will just rent a house. Xin Yueping suddenly said that she wanted to spend her daughter's money, so she was somewhat uncomfortable. Auntie Shen, Ji-yun and I are not short of money. What's more, this is the first money that Ji-yun earned. She wants to be filial to you. Don't you want to give her this opportunity? Yang Ming began to lobby. Well, then I will listen to your arrangement. Xin Yueping's face also showed a very understanding smile. In the future, she could proudly say to her neighbors that her Yun heir could already make money to buy a house for them. Oh, yes, I just came back from Macau today and bought something for everyone. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that the gift for Lin Ji-yun was still in the car, so he quickly ran out, returned to the car, and took out the gift he brought back from Macau. Naturally, the gift for Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping were some local specialties of Macau, and the gift for Lin Ji-yun was a set of cosmetics and a bottle of perfume. I don't use cosmetics very much. Lin Ji-yun took it and said with some embarrassment. You don't usually need it, but you are the vice president of the company. If you participate in any important occasions, you can still apply some. Yang Ming knew that Lin Ji-yun usually had no makeup. Even if she applied cosmetics, she only applied some sunscreen and nothing else. After Lin Ji-yun listened, she nodded. Yang Ming was right. Her identity was different from the past. In the company, she was a senior leader, not a freshman student. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Ming told Lin Ji-yun to rest early and left the Lin family. As for whether the compensation after the relocation of this piece of land was unreasonable, Yang Ming didn't care now. He would ask Bao Sanli to find out which real estate company was the owner. He would give a call and compensate Lin Ji-yun's family with 1,000,000 yuan. As for other people's affairs, Yang Ming didn't want to care about it. Driving away from Lin Ji-yun's home, Yang Ming received a call from Zhang Bin. Bro, Wang Mei and I are in earthly paradise. Are you still coming over? Asked Zhang Ben. I have a home. Why would I go to a hotel? Yang Ming said after listening, do you think I'm like you? Bringing a woman back and not daring to go home? Hee hee. Zhang Ben laughed twice. My dad sighed, I still need bro to help me. Find a way yourself. Yang Ming smiled and said, hurry up and settle Wang Mei down. If Zhao Cece really found out, you don't have to hide it. Just be honest. I don't think she will make things difficult for you. I got it, bro, don't worry. Then I will stay. Zhang Ben said, right, that brother Bao didn't ask me to pay for the room. If he doesn't want to pay, then don't pay. Yang Ming said indifferently. Wasn't this Wang Jitao's home before? Zhang Ben remembered it clearly. Could it be that brother Bao's property now? It should be like this. Yang Ming said perfunctorily and hung up the phone. Now that he had to tell Zhang Ben that this was his property, it was inevitable that he would have to explain for a long time. It wasn't very clear on the phone. Driving the car to the family area of the Songjiang bus factory, Yang Ming was surprised to find that he hadn't come back for a few days. The front of the community had been changed. It was changed to Mingyang Community. The public facilities such as the flower beds were also renovated. It must be his dad's masterpiece. Yang Ming wanted to drive the car into the community, but he found that he didn't know when a security guard came out of the sentry box set up. He directly stopped Yang Ming's car. Vehicles that don't belong to this community are not allowed to enter. I'm a resident of this community. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. What is this? I went on a long trip, and when I came back, my home changed. Which family are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? The security guard looked at Yang Ming and continued to ask. I live in the first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building. Yang Ming sweated a little. This security guard is really responsible. The first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building? The security guard took out a registration form and checked it. When he checked the first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building, he was stunned. He then turned his head and said to Yang Ming with a sullen face, I say, can't you just make it up? The first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building is our President Yang's home. I know everyone in his family. Why haven't I seen you before? The security guard subconsciously put Yang Ming in the category of people who didn't have a place to park and wanted to find a safe place to park. My surname is also Yang. Yang Ming said with a dumbfounded expression. Your surname is also Yang? Your surname isn't President Yang, right? The security guard looked at Yang Ming and said impatiently, okay, you should leave quickly. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I mean, my surname is Yang, and my father is the President Yang, you said. What? The security guard was stunned, and then he remembered. He heard that President Yang had a son, but he went out and wasn't here for a few days. He didn't expect this person in front of him to be his son. You are President Yang's son? It's true. The reason why Yang Ming was so happy was because this security guard was also doing his job seriously. Yang Ming wouldn't be angry because he refused to let him in. Not only would he not be angry, but he would also feel that he was doing his job well. Then, are you going to call President Yang? I have to confirm. The security guard spoke politely, but he still couldn't change his principle. After getting a positive reply from Yang Ming, the security guard was very embarrassed and apologized to Yang Ming. He opened the courtyard door of the community. Yang Ming didn't mind. Instead, he praised him for his diligence. This made the security guard a little touched. Look at the young master of President Yang's family. He is so polite. Big Ming. You are finally back. When Yang Ming returned home, Mother Yang couldn't wait to take the luggage from Yang Ming's hands. Mom, there are local specialties I bought for you and Dad. You can open it later. Yang Ming smiled. Hee hee, it doesn't matter if you look or not. We are the happiest when you are back. Mother Yang smiled. Right, Big Ming, have you eaten? I have eaten. I just went to the company to pick up Lin Jiyun and ate beef noodles with her. Yang Ming said. It's good that you have eaten. Yang Dahai nodded after listening. Big Ming, although it is important to run the company well, you shouldn't neglect your studies. When the next semester starts, you still have to study hard. Dad, you can rest assured about this. No matter what, I have to get my graduation certificate first. Yang Ming said quickly. And, as long as you know it, I won't say more. Yang Dahai said, right, your birthday is coming soon. How do you want to celebrate it? How do I celebrate it? Don't we just celebrate it casually every year? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't know why his dad suddenly mentioned this. Ai. Yang Dahai sighed helplessly. This year is different from previous years. Your dad is now sitting in the position of the chairman. I don't know who dug up your file. As a result, the middle-level leaders who have a good relationship with me in the company proposed to celebrate your birthday. They? Celebrate my birthday? Yang Ming was stunned after listening, and then he understood the meaning of those people. Dad, I am afraid that celebrating my birthday is fake. They want to take the opportunity to get close to you and build a good relationship with you, right? Something like that, but it's up to you. Yang Dahai nodded. In the past, we didn't have much money at home. Your birthday was dealt with in a hurry. But this year is different. Your mother and I are thinking about giving you a better birthday. After Yang Ming heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I think we should just forget about this. And even if it's my birthday, it'll be with Chen Mingyan and the others. It's impossible for me to spend it with your subordinates. Oh? Yang Dahai was stunned. Then he remembered that his son was not young anymore. He already had a girlfriend. Naturally, he would be together with his girlfriend. It seemed that he had worried too much, so he said, that's good. I'll reject them tomorrow. In the evening, Yang Ming received a call from Chen Mingyan. Did you miss me? Chen Mingyan's coquettish voice made Yang Ming's heart flutter. Of course, I missed you. Yang Ming picked up the phone and lay on the bed. He tried to find a more comfortable position. Then, the first person you saw when you came back wasn't me. Chen Mingyan said coquettishly. Ah? You, no? Yang Ming had some doubts. How did Chen Mingyan know? Hey, your sister Lin sent me a text message. Chen Mingyan said with a smile, in the future, you can't hide anything from me. Yang Ming didn't know what to say after listening. Lin Jiyun, I don't know what she is thinking. For this kind of thing, she doesn't need to report it to Chen Mingyan, does she know? Ugh. I called you first. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. I'm just joking with you. I'm not really angry. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately smiled. However, you bought a set of cosmetics and a bottle of perfume for Sister Lin. You won't buy less for me, right? It's the same. In this regard, Yang Ming was still more rational. He couldn't treat Chen Mingyan better than others just because she was his first girlfriend. At least, it couldn't be so obvious. Otherwise, Yang Ming would suffer in the future. TSK, I knew it would be like this. How could Chen Mingyan not understand Yang Ming? I will find you tomorrow. Go to bed early. Yang Ming was a little tired. He was on the plane for a day, and he didn't stay idle at night. And, you are tired too. Then go to bed early. Chen Mingyan also knew that Yang Ming must rest when he came back. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming didn't even bother to take a shower. He turned off the lights and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by his uncle's phone call. Big Ming, are you awake? On the other side of the phone, his uncle's voice was a little anxious. I'm awake, but I was awakened by you. During this time, the relationship between Yang Ming and his uncle was a lot more harmonious, so he spoke more casually. I'm sorry. I forgot that you just came back yesterday. You need to rest. Yang Dashan smiled embarrassedly. Come on, uncle. How can you forget? Yang Ming didn't believe it. Even if you have a bad memory, you can't forget yesterday's matter today, right? The weather is good today. Yang Dashan was said by Yang Ming, and his face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, it was now on the phone, and his expression couldn't be seen. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ming was so happy that he almost fell from the bed. He didn't expect his uncle to suddenly come up with such a funny sentence. Okay, uncle. If you have something to say, just say it. You called me so early. Don't tell me you want to tell me the weather forecast? Of course not. Yang Dashan also changed the topic, and his tone became serious. Just now, the Phoenix City Investment Promotion Construction Company called. They have a project recently, and they urgently need these engineering instruments. They want us to send the goods as soon as possible. Very urgent? Then, are we ready for their goods here? When Yang Ming heard that it was business, he put away his smile and asked carefully. It has been prepared long ago. Because of Sankuan machinery, we have been delaying the delivery time here. Yang Dashan said, but today, listening to the tone of the Investment Promotion Construction Company, if they don't send it as soon as possible, they will cancel the deal. In this case, then you prepare the things. I will go to Phoenix City to solve this matter. Yang Ming thought about it and said. Anyway, this matter had to be solved sooner or later. It was the same whether it was earlier or later. That's great. I will ask someone to prepare the things in a while. Yang Dashan heard Yang Ming's affirmative reply and breathed a sigh of relief. However, if you go alone, you must be careful. Don't worry. There won't be a problem. Yang Ming was still very confident in his skills. Even if the other party had a master, wouldn't he run away if he couldn't win? After getting up and washing his face, Yang Ming remembered that he had an appointment with Chen Mingyan today, so he called her embarrassedly and explained. Chen Mingyan was very reasonable. After knowing that he had something important to do, she just told him to be careful. She was not unhappy because he missed the appointment. After eating a few buns downstairs, Yang Ming drove to the office of his uncle in Mingyang Heavy Industry. Big Ming, you are here. When Yang Dashan saw Yang Ming coming, he immediately greeted him happily. Everything is ready. When can you leave? Anytime. Yang Ming said indifferently, but it depends on how many things there are. The first batch of goods is not a lot. There is only a heavy-duty excavator and a pile driver. A truck can load them. Yang Dashan said, but you have to drive the truck. That's not a problem. Yang Ming didn't care what kind of car he drove. His driver's license had already been upgraded to B-license. He told his uncle not to tell his father about this matter so that he wouldn't worry. Yang Ming drove a large Dongfeng truck to Phoenix City. Although Phoenix City belonged to another province, it wasn't very far from Songjiang. It would only take about 3 hours to reach there. This was also the reason why Yang Dashan could quickly develop his business there. Sankuan Machinery Company probably had an insider in the Phoenix Investment Promotion Building. The news of Yang Ming's delivery today should have reached their ears. After Yang Ming just drove the car into the downtown area of Phoenix City, he was targeted. A modern business car blocked in front of Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming sneered. He really wanted to step on the accelerator and send him flying. However, Yang Ming also knew that this was the downtown area. If Yang Ming really did this here, he would probably bear considerable responsibility. The door of the modern business car opened, and 2 macho men in black jumped out. They didn't look like good people at first glance. However, Yang Ming had seen too many of this kind of people. Even if his underlings didn't have 10,000, at least 8,000 were dressed like this. Quang quang quang. A macho man with a beard vigorously knocked on Yang Ming's door. Get off, get off. What's the matter? 2 big brothers? Yang Ming didn't immediately open the door. Instead, he first opened the window a little and then asked politely. Of course, if Yang Ming wanted to deal with these 2 guys, it wouldn't take a few seconds, but Yang Ming was very clear that these 2 people were just small fries. It was useless to deal with them. So if he wanted to solve the problem from the root, he still had to find their boss. Where are you from? What are you doing here? The macho man with a beard asked and gave a look to the macho man with a buzz cut next to him. The macho man with a buzz cut immediately ran to the back of Yang Ming's car and jumped on the truck quickly. Then, he pulled open the canvas covering the machinery and looked at the machinery inside. After confirming that it was an excavator and a pile driver, he quickly got off the truck and came to the side of the macho man with a beard. He nodded calmly. Of course, his action was completely seen by Yang Ming, but Yang Ming pretended not to notice. "Big brother, I'm here to deliver goods. What business do you have with us? Delivery guy? Didn't your boss tell you that it is not safe to deliver goods to Phoenix City?" The bearded macho man glanced at Yang Ming and said sarcastically. "Not safe? What do you mean?" Yang Ming began to play dumb. "Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." The other side had confirmed that Yang Ming was the person who delivered goods to Xiaosheng Construction on behalf of the Mingyang Company. They didn't want to talk nonsense with him. "You hurry up. Get off the car and leave. Leave the car behind." "Leave? Leave the car behind?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised. "What do you mean? Where are you from? Do I have to deliver the goods to the place? Where are we from?" The bearded macho man sneered. "We are from Sankuan Machinery." "Mother asterisk Kerr, what is your Mingyang heavy industry? Why are you here to promote? Go back and tell your boss. If he dares to come again, we will kill him together." "Big brother, I don't know what Sankuan Machinery is. I am just a delivery guy. I just want to deliver the goods to the place. Don't make it difficult for me." Yang Ming continued to tease the two men. "If you continue to dawdle, I will detain you so that you can't leave," the buzzcut macho man said impatiently. "No, I can't leave the goods behind. You talk to your boss. Let him find our boss if he has any problems. Don't make it difficult for me." Yang Ming tried to lead the conversation in the direction he expected. "Our boss?" The buzzcut macho man sneered after listening. "Why don't you go and talk to him?" "Okay, then take me to see your boss." "I will talk to him." Yang Ming nodded and said. "What should we do? This kid seems to be a bit difficult to deal with." The buzzcut macho man pulled the bearded macho man and turned around. The two men whispered. "If he wants to see the boss, then take him. Anyway, he is alone. What are you afraid of?" The bearded macho man said indifferently, "Just as well. We will take him as a hostage here. Let's see if Mingyang Heavy Industry dares to steal our business again." "Okay." The buzzcut macho man nodded. "Then take him back." "Hey!" The bearded man turned his head and shouted at Yang Ming, "You drive the car and follow us. But don't play any tricks. Otherwise, you will die in a foreign land." "Oh, okay, okay." Yang Ming nodded repeatedly. "Forget it, let me follow you." The crew cut guy was worried about Yang Ming, so he jumped onto the passenger seat of Yang Ming's car. Hence, the bearded man drove in the front while Yang Ming followed behind. The two cars drove into Phoenix City's Sankuan Machinery Company, Limited. The security guard on duty at the entrance glanced at the crew cut man sitting in Yang Ming's car and waved his hand to let them pass. "Alright, just park the car here," the crew cut man pointed at an empty space in the factory and said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming followed the instructions and parked the car. He followed the crew cut man out of the car. Before he could stand still, his arms were held by the crew cut man and the bearded man, one on the left and one on the right. What do you mean by this?" Yang Ming pretended to be panicked and asked. In fact, Yang Ming noticed the intentions of the two people before they started. It could be said that if Yang Ming wanted to guard against it, these two people would have become dead dogs. However, Yang Ming was afraid of alerting the enemy and scaring away the boss of Sankuan Machinery. Some things were not easy to handle. Yang Ming now wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible. It doesn't mean anything. Here, naturally, we have the final say. You should be honest with me. Don't play any tricks. Although the bearded macho man felt that Yang Ming was not dangerous, they still had to be careful for the safety of the boss. After all, Mingyang Heavy Industry and Sankuan Machinery had enmity. Who knew if this kid had bad intentions? This was also because the boss of Sankuan Machinery, Yan Shoubao, had offended too many people. He had developed vigilance. Yang Ming did not resist. He was obediently escorted by the two people into the factory's office building and then went to the elevator. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor. The bearded macho man and the crew-cut man escorted Yang Ming out of the elevator, but they felt that Yang Ming did not resist, so they relaxed their vigilance. When they came to the door of the innermost office, the bearded macho man and the crew-cut man stopped and knocked on the door. Yang Ming found that many bosses liked to set up their offices in the innermost position of the floor. "Come in." There was a very rough voice inside. The bearded macho man opened the door of the room and pushed Yang Ming in. Then, he closed the door. "Boss, the person is here." The crew-cut man respectfully reported to a middle-aged thin man sitting behind the desk in the office. The middle-aged thin man was very thin. He had a pair of cross-eyed eyes and an aquiline nose. He looked particularly sinister. Yang Ming looked at the boss of Sankuin Machinery with the corner of his eyes. At the moment, the boss was also looking at Yang Ming. "Are you sent by Mingyang Heavy Industry?" Yan Shoubao raised his head and stared at Yang Ming. "Are you the person in charge of Sankuin Machinery?" Yang Ming changed his previous submissive attitude and asked faintly. "Hee, I am." Yan Shoubao's eyes were cold. He looked up and down at Yang Ming. "I have already guessed that Mingyang Heavy Industry would not send a useless driver to deliver goods. Moreover, it is a person who delivers goods alone." Since Yang Ming saw the person in charge of Sankuin Machinery at the moment, there was no need to hide his identity. "You guessed right. I am here to look for you today. But unfortunately, I don't care what you initially expected, but I saw through your plan." Yan Shoubao shrugged with some pride. "Do you think that you can change anything by yourself? This is my territory. I can let you die at any time." "Really?" Yang Ming said disapprovingly, "Since I can come, of course, I won't die." "Humph, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me, Yan Shoubao." Yan Shoubao said disdainfully, "When the two of them called me just now, I felt that something was wrong. A little driver still has the courage to see me? However, I still let them bring you here. I want to see what tricks you want to play. Let's talk about it. What is your purpose for coming to me?" "What purpose do I have?" Yang Ming laughed. "My purpose is very simple. In the future, Mingyang will set up a distribution point in Phoenix City. You can stay wherever you like." Yan Shoubao was stunned, and then he laughed. "Did both of you hear it? Was there something wrong with this kid? Don't you think so?" "Ha ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter." "Okay, enough fun. Beat him up and then throw him out." After Yan Shoubao finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He seemed to enjoy the scream of Yang Ming that was about to come out. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear anything. Yan Shoubao was stunned. He opened his eyes again and said impatiently, "What's the matter with the two of you? Hurry up." "N?" The scene in front of him made Yan Shoubao very puzzled. He saw that the bearded man and the flat-top man were still standing on both sides of Yang Ming, but the difference was that both of them lowered their heads. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said?" Yan Shoubao was a little anxious. "Hee, sorry. The two of them shouldn't be able to hear what you said." When Yang Ming let go of his hand, the bearded man and the flat-top man on both sides fell to the ground with a plop. You, how is it possible?" Yan Shoubao was somewhat incredulous. The bearded man and the flat-top man were two of his best men. Usually, it was not a problem for the two of them to fight against four people. How did they fall to the ground inexplicably today? However, Yan Shoubao was still smart, and he was cautious. He was usually afraid that someone would harm him, so he had bodyguards around him 24 hours a day. His office now had an inner and outer room. There was another room inside with two personal security guards who were responsible for his safety. Before Yan Shoubao could speak, the door of the inner room was pushed open. Two people wearing white suits and white gloves walked out from inside. However, after the two people came out, they did not launch an attack on Yang Ming. Instead, they stood on both sides of Yan Shoubao to protect Yan Shoubao's safety. Yang Ming suddenly understood that these two people were professional bodyguards. They were specifically responsible for Yan Shoubao's safety. In any case, as long as there was no order from Yan Shoubao, their primary task was to protect Yan Shoubao. The others were secondary. "Kill him." Yan Shoubao originally just wanted to cripple Yang Ming and give a warning to the untactful Ming Yang heavy industry. But now, Yang Ming actually easily killed the bearded man and the flat-top man silently. This made Yan Shoubao suddenly angry. For so many years, no one had ever dared to make a move on his men in front of him. One had to look at the owner before beating the dog. Yan Shoubao suddenly felt that he had lost his face. Therefore, Yan Shoubao ordered the 2 bodyguards to kill Yang Ming directly. Anyway, the lives in his hands were not 1 or 2. As long as it was done beautifully, no one would doubt him. However, even if he was suspected, so what? With his background in Phoenix City, there was basically no one who dared to touch him. Therefore, Yan Shoubao was so unscrupulous when he did things. Knowing that Ming Yang heavy industry was a company personally supported by the neighboring province, he dared not to give face. After the 2 bodyguards received the order, not all of them were dispatched. Only the bodyguard with a black mole standing on the left of Yan Shoubao moved. The other one still stood motionless beside Yan Shoubao, staring at Yang Ming vigilantly. Yang Ming saw the movements of the 2 people and understood that these 2 people were many times stronger than the previous bearded man and the flat-top man. These 2 people were definitely trained strictly. They cooperated well. Even if they came to fight with him, they did not forget to leave one person there to continue to protect Yan Shoubao's safety. The black mold bodyguard didn't immediately attack Yang Ming. Instead, he moved half a meter forward in small steps and stopped 2 meters away from Yang Ming. This was a safe distance for fighting. Generally, people who often fought knew this, including Yang Ming. Standing 2 meters away, no matter if the opponent punched or kicked, he couldn't hit the target. He could react quickly. Therefore, before he figured out Yang Ming's true strength, he wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, he would end up like the 2 guys lying on the ground. He wouldn't even know how he died. Come on. Let me see how you knock down the 2 wastes on the ground. The black mold bodyguard wasn't stupid. He wanted to provoke Yang Ming to make the first move, and then explore Yang Ming's depth. Once I make a move, you will also become a waste. How could Yang Ming not guess the black mold bodyguard's thoughts? However, Yang Ming didn't care at all because Yang Ming was 100% sure that he could kill him in one move. The black mold bodyguard was stunned at first, but then he immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. He said that the bearded man and the flat-top man were wastes. Now, these 2 people were lying on the ground. Yang Ming's meaning was that once Yang Ming made a move, he would also be lying on the ground. The black mold bodyguard was a little angry, but as an excellent bodyguard, he knew that he absolutely couldn't be angry at this moment. It was taboo to be angry when fighting with others. The black mold bodyguard suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, but his face was expressionless. Since you took the initiative to give up the opportunity to make a move, then I won't be polite. Whatever. Yang Ming threw out 2 words, and it almost made the black mold bodyguard's lungs explode. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an indifferent person. He was simply looking down on his existence. This was even more unbearable than being arrogant. However, even though he was angry, the black mold bodyguard still did not lose his mind. The black mold bodyguard carefully kicked forward. Of course, he was only baiting Yang Ming, so the kick was completely a feint. He was 2 meters away from Yang Ming. No matter how long his leg was, it was impossible for him to kick Yang Ming. Are you warming up? Yang Ming didn't even try to dodge. He stood in place and looked at the black mold bodyguard with a faint smile. The black mold bodyguard knew that his intentions had been seen through by Yang Ming, and he was immediately embarrassed. He blushed and coughed twice. It was not good for him to deny it, so he could only say, "What? You don't want to make a move, and you don't want me to warm up? Sure. Why can't I? You can do whatever you want." Yang Ming made a go-ahead gesture, and then stood aside with his arms crossed. He looked like it had nothing to do with him, which made the black mold bodyguard angry, but there was nothing he could do. It seemed that it was impossible to lure Yang Ming to make a move first. He could only find an opportunity to make a move himself. Yang Ming didn't have to wait for this guy to make a move first and kill him. The shock to Yan Shoubao was not strong. The longer it was delayed, the greater the pressure on Yan Shoubao's heart. Only then could this guy be completely afraid of him. The next time Mingyang Heavy Industry came here to deliver goods, he would warmly welcome them with a red flag. The black mold bodyguard took advantage of Yang Ming's absent-mindedness and suddenly made a move. He wanted to catch Yang Ming off guard. Moreover, it seemed that he did catch Yang Ming off guard. Yang Ming still stood there and did not move, as if he did not react. The black mold bodyguard was overjoyed. Who asked you to be pretentious? You deserve to be unlucky. I will take your life directly when you are not prepared. The black mold bodyguard's fist slammed into Yang Ming's face. He used all of his strength at once. Even if he hit a sandbag, the sandbag would explode. Therefore, the black mold bodyguard seemed to have seen the scene of Yang Ming's head exploding and his brain splattering everywhere. There was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how many souls had died under his iron fist. Since the black mold bodyguard was hired by Yan Shoubao, he had eliminated many opponents for him. Now, Yan Shoubao could stand at the top of Phoenix City because of his ferocity and cruelty. The two bodyguards under him could kill without blinking an eye. And? The next moment, the black mold bodyguard felt that something was wrong. The distance between himself and Yang Ming was not so long. Logically, his fist should have hit Yang Ming's head. Thinking of this, the black mold bodyguard was shocked. When he regained his senses, he suddenly found that although Yang Ming did not move his position, his head had already tilted to the side. His punch had completely missed. It had gone through the gap that he had opened up and hit nothing but air. The black mold bodyguard quickly wanted to withdraw his hand because his body was tilted at the moment. His center of gravity was not very stable. His whole body was full of weaknesses. If Yang Ming took this opportunity to make a move, then he would be useless. However, could Yang Ming not make a move? Yang Ming looked at the black mold bodyguard with a smile. Well, I am going to make a move. Please pay attention. The black mold bodyguard's nose almost fumed. He thought, how can I pay attention to my current posture? Isn't a reminder equal to nonsense? However, before he had time to complain, Yang Ming had already made a move. Yang Ming kicked out fiercely and hit the black mold bodyguard's crotch. Ayo! The black mold bodyguard's voice was like a music box. He raised several degrees in an instant. His eyes bulged out, and his mouth opened into an O shape. His hands desperately covered his crotch. He knelt on the ground and couldn't help but tremble. Yang Ming certainly knew the strength of his kick. This black mold bodyguard estimated that he could basically enter the palace. Oh, I have heard a lot about you. It turns out that this brother is from the Cover Your Crotch faction. I am sorry to offend you. Yang Ming acted as if nothing had happened and said to the black mold bodyguard who was in pain on the ground. How could the black mold bodyguard still have the strength to speak? At this moment, he was squeezed by Yang Ming. He immediately became anxious. He was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yan Shoubao's face twitched violently. He didn't expect Yang Ming's move to be so vicious. Seeing the black mold bodyguard's miserable appearance on the ground, Yan Shoubao couldn't help but sweat. How painful is this? Is it your turn? Yang Ming pointed to another fair-skinned bodyguard and said, Little Gigolo, what sect are you from? The fair-skinned bodyguard who was called a Little Gigolo was speechless. He was just a mixed race. How did he become a Little Gigolo? However, after being squeezed by Yang Ming, the Little Gigolo did not speak immediately, but quietly waited for Yan Shoubao's order. The black mold bodyguard was kicked in the crotch by Yang Ming. Now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was the only one left to protect Yan Shoubao, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, who would protect Yan Shoubao's safety? Yan Shoubao was also a little scared. The black mold bodyguard was known as the Iron Fist. This guy was invited from the underground boxing ring in the south at a high price. Yan Shoubao didn't know how many wronged souls had been born under his fist. Now, he was kicked by Yang Ming, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Although the move was a bit despicable, it was undeniable that Yang Ming was still very strong. Otherwise, he would have died under the black mold bodyguard's old fist. People who go against me don't have a good end. After all, Yan Shoubao was a person who had been through a lot. At this moment, he could still keep calm. The previous matter is forgiven. We are even. This time, you can send your goods. I won't interfere, but there will be no next time. Really? Is that all? Yang Ming looked at Yan Shoubao and asked. Yes, I promise. Yan Shoubao nodded. He wasn't sure whether the gigolo could kill Yang Ming, so he chose to retreat. After all, Yang Ming's kick and the distorted expression on the black mold bodyguard's face made Yan Shoubao very scared. He didn't want Yang Ming to kick him like that. But what if I don't agree? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Yan Shoubao. Yan Shoubao thought that Yang Ming agreed, but he didn't expect this guy to be unsatisfied. He was suddenly angry and said, "Don't push me too far. I tell you, Yan Shoubao, am not afraid of anyone. Today, I let you go, not because I am afraid of you, but because I respect you as a good fighter. I think you are also a fighter that Ming Yang spent a lot of money to hire, right? This matter has nothing to do with you. You have completed your task. Just go back and get the money. What do other things have to do with you?" Wrong. The task I received was for Ming Yang Heavy Industry to be unimpeded in Phoenix City in the future. Not this time. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Humph. Yan Shoubao snorted coldly, but his hand quietly touched his lower body. In his opinion, Yang Ming's skill was good, but no matter how fast he was, could he be faster than a bullet? He thought that the black mold bodyguard could easily kill Yang Ming, so Yan Shoubao did not intend to use a gun. Now, since he was not sure to use force to solve it, he would use a gun. What are you touching? How could Yan Shoubao's action be hidden from Yang Ming? Yang Ming glanced through Yan Shoubao's desk and saw the movement of his hand below. Are you touching your penis? Do you also want to try my end of posterity kick? Or do you want to join the Cover Your Crotch gang? Do you want me to help you? Yan Shoubao's movement suddenly stagnated, but then he was relieved. Even if Yang Ming noticed the intention, so what? No matter how bad *SS he was, he couldn't beat a pistol, so the movement of his hand did not stop and continued to touch the pistol. Don't move. Look up and see what this is. Yang Ming raised his hand in an instant, but there was a small lipstick-shaped pistol in his hand. This was obtained from Wang Xiaoyan in Macau. At that time, the bullets were used up, but after returning, Yang Ming added a few more. In the assassin suit that Fang Tian gave him, there were many different types of bullets. What is this? Yan Shoubao was stunned. He had never seen the thing in Yang Ming's hand. Gun. Do you want to try? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Gun? Yan Shoubao was stunned, but he didn't think that the thing in Yang Ming's hand would be a gun. Do you want to try it? Yang Ming nodded. Are you stupid? Yan Shoubao thought that Yang Ming was just an alarmist. Having said that, no matter how bad *SS Yan Shoubao was in Phoenix City, he had a poor knowledge of guns. The domestic gun control was quite strict. Yan Shoubao also spent a lot of effort to buy a .54 Black Star pistol from a southerner. In his opinion, pistols should be very big. What was Yang Ming's lipstick-like thing? How could it be a pistol? Therefore, since Yan Shoubao thought that Yang Ming was lying, he was no longer afraid. His hand continued to touch his gun. Pong, a soft sound. The gigolo next to Yan Shoubao covered his left thigh and squatted down with sweat. Because this lipstick pistol had a good silencer function, the gunshot was not loud. If one didn't listen carefully, it would not be noticed. Yan Shoubao was nervously pulling out his gun, so obviously, he didn't hear it. Seeing the gigolo next to him suddenly squatting on the ground, he was somewhat inexplicable. What happened to you? The gigolo was suddenly very depressed. I was shot. Can't you see it? You are an invincible super idiot in the universe. If you didn't always doubt the authenticity of other people's guns, would they use me as an experiment? At this time, Yan Shoubao also saw the bloody hole in the gigolo's leg, and he was shocked. In other words, the gun in Yang Ming's hand was real. Is that really a gun? Yan Shoubao was shocked. Do you want to try it? Yang Ming nodded and said in a plain tone. Forget it. I won't try. After Yan Shoubao knew that Yang Ming's gun was real, he was scared and didn't dare to pull out his gun again. When he saw Yang Ming shoot without hesitation, he understood that Yang Ming must be a master who killed people without blinking an eye. If this kind of person provoked him, it would be death. There was no other result. Pung, there was another soft gunshot. If one didn't listen carefully, one would think that something fell to the ground. Ah! Yan Shoubao screamed and almost rolled his eyes. He covered his left shoulder with his hand. Blood flowed out from his fingers, and suddenly half of his suit was dyed red. Yan Shoubao was angry and scared. I already said that I won't try it. Why is this guy still shooting? What is he doing? Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain in his shoulder, Yan Shoubao asked, why are you still shooting me? Yang said, Yan's rights, eyes, I said, eyes. You. Est. Let me see if I can kill you and satisfy your little wish before you die. Yan Shoubao cursed in his heart. What do you mean by my preferred way of dying? I haven't died yet. How do I know how to die? Don't even think about the kick that ends one's bloodline. Being kicked is not a joke. Yan Shoubao shuddered when he thought of the black mold bodyguard's appearance. It seems that being killed by a bullet is the most refreshing way to die. But, who wants to die? No matter how refreshing the death is, it is still death in the end. Isn't it crazy to seek death? Hurry up. Have you thought about it? After I kill you, I have to go to the investment promotion construction company to deliver the goods. If the time is delayed, they will ask me for liquidated damages. Can you compensate me? Yang Ming glared at Yan Shoubao and said angrily. Yan Shoubao almost cried after listening to Yang Ming's words. He thought, how much is the liquidated damages? Compared to my life, it's nothing. However, he didn't dare to say this. He could only think about it in his heart. However, when he thought that he was going to die soon, all the defenses in his heart collapsed. Tears and snot came out together. Brother, I don't want to die. Can you not kill me? Don't kill you? Yang Ming glared. I have already taken Ming Yang's money and said that I will help them settle the matter. Haven't you heard of the saying that you take people's money to solve their problems? I have promised them that Ming Yang heavy industry will definitely be unhindered in Phoenix City in the future. Brother, there will definitely be no hindrance in the future. There must be no hindrance. Don't kill me. I will definitely not find trouble with Ming Yang heavy industry. Yan Shoubao listened to Yang Ming's reason for killing him. He was speechless suddenly. My life is really worthless. But what can I do? The strength of the other party is obviously stronger than my own side. Even the pistol is several times more advanced than my own. At first glance, I can see that it is a professional. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he suddenly understood. The other party is the kind of professional who works for money. How can my bodyguards be the opponents of a professional? D*MN, do you think I will believe you just because you said so? Yang Ming glared at him and said, our organization needs credibility. If you go back on your words after I leave, our organization's reputation will be ruined. Yan Shoubao was shocked. What kind of organization is this guy in front of me? He did have the idea of sending Yang Ming away before making a plan, but now he was a little shaken after listening to it. This kind of organization, the most important thing is reputation. If this mission fails, then maybe no one will look for them next time. Could it be that this fellow was determined to kill him? I can give you money. How much money do they give you? I will give you double as long as you don't kill me. Yan Shoubao said quickly. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that he had said something stupid. Other people's organizations must have credibility. If there was such a situation of eating from both sides, who would dare to look for them in the future? Sure enough, Yang Ming frowned after listening and said, do you have a problem? Our organization has regulations. Since the mission is accepted, you have to be responsible for it to the end. It is useless for you to bribe me. Can't I not die? Yan Shoubao completely collapsed. Brother, if you don't kill me, you can do anything else. If you don't die, how can I guarantee that you will not find trouble with Mingyang heavy industry in the future? Yang Ming sneered after hearing that. When we carry out a mission, we emphasize on getting it done in one go. I hate missions that require rework the most. If you regret it, then I have to come here again. Will you reimburse me for the fare? Yan Shoubao had been weakened by Yang Ming's attack, so he didn't care. My life isn't even worth the cost of a car. I am most annoyed with after-sales service missions. Hurry up. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't choose the way to die, I will give you a random one. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, but the probability of ending one's lineage is relatively high. I just learned this trick. I found that it is quite easy to use. Don't end one's lineage. Brother, I really don't want to die. Don't kill me. I also promise that you won't have after-sales service in the future. I will cancel the company tomorrow, no, in a while. Is that not enough? I will change my line of business. I will open a restaurant and a bath. In short, I will never do the current business again. Yan Shoubao was really afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so desperate. Really? Yang Ming seemed to hesitate after listening to Yan Shoubao's words. Yan Shoubao was suddenly overjoyed. When he saw Yang Ming's appearance, he knew that there seemed to be a chance to turn things around. He quickly said, I swear, I will cancel the company in a while, and then give you a fare. If I want to trouble the Ming Yang company again, brother, you can use the fare I gave you to end me at any time. Oh, it seems to make sense. Yang Ming nodded after listening, and then said, okay, then that's it. I just saved a bullet. My bullet is specially made. It costs dozens of yuan. Yan Shoubao was a little crazy. Dozens of yuan. That's my life. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest impropriety. He said to Yang Ming, brother, I have the key to the safe here. There are 500,000 yuan in cash. I will give it to you as a fare. I can't lift my hand. You can get it yourself. The password is 32, 11, 25. Yang Ming took the key to the safe. To be honest, he didn't want to kill Yan Shoubao directly. After all, Yan Shoubao was a well-known figure in Phoenix City. If he killed him, it would not be so easy to settle. After all, after an investigation, it would be found that there was a conflict between Mingyang Heavy Industry and Yan Shoubao Sankuan Machinery. However, it didn't matter to Yan Shoubao's underlings. Even if Yang Ming didn't deal with it, Yan Shoubao would definitely dispose of their bodies. It was estimated that this black mold bodyguard and the gigolo were people who had murder cases on their hands. Yan Shoubao didn't want anyone to check their identities. In fact, 500,000 yuan was really a small number for Yang Ming. It was even somewhat insignificant. However, the reason why Yang Ming still took the key to the safe was actually to test Yan Shoubao. Therefore, Yang Ming took the key and squatted in front of the safe, exposing his entire back to Yan Shoubao. However, Yang Ming closed his glasses at the moment and used his special ability to monitor the movements of Yan Shoubao behind him. Yang Ming deliberately pretended to be unfamiliar with opening the safe. He inserted the key several times, but he didn't insert it into the safe. What made Yang Ming feel relieved was that Yan Shoubao didn't make any movements at the moment. He still sat there in fear and trepidation, watching Yang Ming open the safe. However, Yan Shoubao didn't move, but the gigolo bodyguard who had been squatting on the ground next to Yan Shoubao moved. He slowly touched the gun under Yan Shoubao's table with his hand. As he touched it, he stared at Yang Ming's movements with vigilance. Fortunately, the gigolo breathed a sigh of relief. When he held the gun in his hand, Yang Ming's key had not yet been inserted into the safe. The gigolo suddenly felt that the opportunity had come. The gigolo took a deep breath, then he suddenly raised the pistol and aimed at Yang Ming. Yan Shoubao also saw the gigolo's action at the moment. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had an impulse to stop the gigolo. He just felt that Yang Ming couldn't be killed by this gigolo. The next thing was really what Yan Shoubao expected. Moreover, Yan Shoubao was very fortunate that his choice was correct. He didn't act rashly when Yang Ming turned around. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The gigolo just wanted to raise the pistol, and a key hit him in the middle of his eyebrows. It completely entered his brain, leaving only the handle of the key outside. The gigolo's body twitched twice, then he slowly fell to the ground. He was no longer alive. I hate people who sneak attack from behind. Yang Ming turned around and said coldly. Just now, Yang Ming didn't insert the key into the safe because he wanted to use the key as a murder weapon. The bullets in the lipstick pistol could only be loaded with 2 bullets at a time. It had been used up. Yang Ming had no other weapons, so Yang Ming decided to use the key of the safe as a dart. Brother, it's not my intention. It's his own intention. Yan Shoubao hated the gigolo at the moment. You are so unlucky. You are not as powerful as him, but you still want to sneak attack him. You are just a fool. F***ck your mother. If you want to commit suicide, don't drag me down with you. It was no wonder that Yan Shoubao would scold the gigolo's mother because he was really angry at the moment. I just prayed for the forgiveness of this great god, Yang Ming, and you went to provoke this great god again? I know. Yang Ming said faintly. However, Yang Ming's faint words made Yan Shoubao suddenly feel like a spring breeze. It was like returning to the human world from hell. He had a lot of cold sweat. Brother, you are still wise. Brother, you can rest assured. I will throw this super invincible idiot who sneak attacked you into sulfuric acid and let him die without a complete corpse. Don't talk about those useless things. The key is stained with blood. I don't want to take it. Forget it. I don't want the toll. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, however, I hope you don't let me pay for the after-sales service. Otherwise, humph. Yang Ming sneered twice and didn't continue, but the meaning was self-evident. It was definitely more serious than this time. Brother, you can rest assured. Yan Shoubao was already disheartened, especially when Yang Ming had his back. He could sense that someone wanted to sneak attack him. Yan Shoubao was secretly shocked. What kind of organization does this person belong to? How can he be so agile? Yang Ming concentrated and stared at Yan Shoubao. He didn't speak. Yan Shoubao was stared at by Yang Ming. He was suddenly nervous and scared. He didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do. Brother, what I said before is true. D*MN, if I knew that Mingyang Heavy Industry had found such a bad *SS person, I wouldn't have bothered them. What's the difference between this and playing with fire? Let's quickly cancel the company in a while and change to another line of work. Otherwise, if we are all in heavy machinery, even if we don't bother the Mingyang company, it is inevitable that there will be conflicts of interest. If Mingyang uses this as an excuse to let this guy come back for after-sale service, then it will not be a normal F***ck. Seeing Yan Shoubao's inner thoughts, Yang Ming nodded slowly and completely believed in Yan Shoubao. He would not trouble Mingyang Heavy Industry again in the future. Previously, Yang Ming had found the trick to using this special ability. That was, when the target was extremely nervous, as long as he concentrated, he could see the target's thoughts. After this experiment, Yang Ming mastered the technique of using this special ability more skillfully. It was just that the limitations of this special ability were too great. It couldn't be used at any time. Yang Ming had also thought about it. Why can I only see through other people's thoughts when they are nervous? However, even after thinking about it for a long time, Yang Ming did not find the exact reason. However, it should probably be because when a person was nervous, his thoughts and willpower were relatively weak. At this time, he could take advantage of the weakness and see his true thoughts through his will. However, this was also Yang Ming's guess. There was no way to confirm it now. I believe you for the time being. Yang Ming nodded. Will you deal with the body? Don't worry, brother. I will take care of it. When Yan Shoubao heard Yang Ming say this, he knew that his life was saved. He was really stupid at the beginning. He actually wanted to go against the brother in front of him. Wasn't that asking for death? You won't call the police, right? Yang Ming guessed that this guy would not call the police, but he still asked. If he had the intention to call the police, then Yang Ming would continue to threaten him. Brother, they are all people who have committed murder in the south. If I go to the police, won't I be asking for trouble? What if I am involved again? Yan Shoubao explained with a wry smile. He did not hide it from Yang Ming. Now, he said whatever he wanted to say. Let's go. I hope we won't see each other again in the future. Otherwise, it will be the last time we see each other. After Yang Ming finished, he turned and walked to the door of Yan Shoubao's office. Yan Shoubao's heart trembled. He watched Yang Ming's back as he left his office. Then, he suddenly slumped in the boss chair. After a long while, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Erzi, come to my office. Deal with something with me. Don't ask anything. Hurry up and come over. The Erzi in Yan Shoubao's mouth was his younger brother. Now, he could only tell these things to the people closest to him. Soon, Erzi came to Yan Shoubao's office. When he saw the dead bodies all over the floor and his elder brother who was covered in blood, he was shocked. He shouted angrily, "Which bastard is so bold? He dares to come to Sankuan and behave atrociously?" Yan Shoubao was shocked. He was afraid that Yang Ming could hear Erzi's words. He quickly said, "Erzi, you can't talk nonsense. What the hell happened? Elder brother, what are you doing?" Erzi was stunned after listening to Yan Shoubao's words. This was not like the usual elder brother. Now that things had become like this, he was not angry at all. Instead, there was some fear in his words. Yan Shoubao told what happened to Erzi in detail. After Erzi listened, he was silent. Looking carefully at the tragic deaths of several bodyguards on the ground, Erzi also knew that his elder brother had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. The two brothers packed the corpses in a woven bag, and then transported them to the basement warehouse where sulfuric acid was stored with a dedicated cargo ladder. They were directly thrown into the pool of concentrated sulfuric acid. Then, a burst of smoke came out. It was estimated that in a few days, nothing would be left. Only Yan Shoubao had the key to this warehouse. He was not afraid that others would come in and find it. Back in the office with Erzi, Yan Shoubao began to discuss with Erzi about canceling the company. This was an urgent matter. Yan Shoubao did not want the next person to die to be him. As for what to do after canceling the company, Yan Shoubao had not thought about it yet. However, even if he did nothing, the money he had earned over the years was enough for him to squander for several lifetimes. Yang Ming was like nothing at the moment. He drove the Dongfeng truck and swaggered out of the Sankuan machinery factory, heading to the investment promotion construction company. After successfully delivering the goods and getting the full payment for the goods, the engineers of the investment promotion construction company were very satisfied with the construction machinery produced by Mingyang Heavy Industry. They agreed to a long-term cooperation in the future. However, they seemed to know about Sankuan Machinery's Yan Shoubao. How could Yan Shoubao not take any measures? The people of Sankuan Machinery didn't trouble you? The people of the investment promotion construction company in Phoenix City asked Yang Ming in surprise. Trouble? No, but I heard that Sankuan Machinery is going to change its industry. Yang Ming said with a smile. Change of industry? These people certainly wouldn't believe Yang Ming's words. Sankuan Machinery had also been producing construction machinery for many years. Although the quality was not as good as Mingyang Heavy Industry, there was also a market. It was impossible to change its industry, right? So they thought that Yang Ming was just joking and didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, the next day, a shocking piece of news was published in the newspaper. Sankuan Machinery Company announced bankruptcy. This left everyone dumbfounded. Of course, these were all in the future. After Yang Ming successfully handed over the goods and got the payment, he returned to Songjiang. Although he hadn't rested, Yang Ming didn't have any meaning to stay in Phoenix City. It was better to go back as soon as possible. Besides, Yang Ming's physical strength was extraordinary, so he didn't feel very tired. It was slow to go, but it was fast to return. This seemed to be an illusion that most people had. Yang Ming was no exception. It was the same journey, but Yang Ming felt that it was much faster to return to Songjiang. Just out of the highway and through the toll booth, Yang Ming saw a row of police cars parked not far away. The lights flashed, signaling the passing vehicles to stop. Yang Ming didn't care. He didn't overload, and he didn't violate the rules. It shouldn't have anything to do with him, but what he didn't expect was that he was also stopped. The car number is 9100. Stop by the side. Yang Ming's license plate number came from the loudspeaker. Yang Ming was helpless. He had to stop the car by the side, and then get out of the car with his driver's license. However, this policeman didn't seem to have the intention of asking Yang Ming for his driver's license. Instead, he led Yang Ming to an Iveco police car not far away and said, "You go in." Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable, but he still got in the car according to the police's instructions. The reason why Yang Ming was very obedient was that Yang Ming carefully observed the police's uniform and the license plate of the standard police car. After confirming that it was real, he got in the car. After getting on the police car, Yang Ming found that this Iveco police car was already filled with many people, but they were basically not police officers. They looked like Yang Ming, like drivers. When Yang Ming stopped the car before, he found that many cars entering the city from here were stopped, and most of them were trucks and cars with foreign license plates. He thought it was a joint operation to catch a car, but it didn't seem to be the case. In the Iveco, 2 policewomen were talking to these drivers. Yang Ming looked carefully. Oh, there was actually an acquaintance. Xianxia also saw Yang Ming and was slightly stunned. She hadn't seen Yang Ming for some days. She didn't expect to meet him again under such circumstances. That time in the Wang family's fortress, she almost raped Yang Ming. Although it was also under the influence of the drug, Xianxia was still a little embarrassed every time she saw Yang Ming. Originally? If this kind of thing happened, it would be the boy who pushed the girl down. How could the girl push the boy back? Little did she know that Yang Ming also met someone who was more aggressive than her. Seeing Xianxia, Yang Ming also thought of Huang Lele. After comparison, he found that the personalities of the 2 people were really similar. If they were together, they should be able to play well. With this idea, Yang Ming was shocked. What am I thinking? Do I think it's not lively enough? I already have so many girls around me, and I actually have thoughts about Xianxia. Moreover, if something really happened between me and Xianxia, then it would be difficult to explain to Chen Fei. Chen Fei would probably be furious if he knew. After I flirted with his daughter, I flirted with his colleague? Isn't this a joke? Yang Ming quickly put away the thoughts that he shouldn't have and nodded to Xianxia with a smile. However, he couldn't help but think of Xianxia's flirtatious and crazy behavior that day. Yang Ming sighed. There was always a gap between thoughts and actions. If possible, Yang Ming certainly wanted to take advantage of the situation and directly push Xianxia down, but the consequences were very serious. So, between desire and reason, Yang Ming still chose reason. In these few days, the snow in Songjiang is relatively heavy. The cars in the city have already been notified through the broadcast, but you drivers from other places or truck drivers who come back from long distances probably don't know. So in order to reduce the accident casualty rate, we deliberately set up a temporary publicity point here to publicize and popularize your safety knowledge. Xianxia was now speaking to everyone, so she didn't greet Yang Ming. The drivers present sat there, quietly listening to Xianxia speak. They didn't know what Xianxia meant by saying this, but they still listened carefully. Xiao Liao, you go and distribute the map to everyone. Xianxia said to another policewoman beside her. The policewoman named Xiao Liao picked up a stack of printed maps and began to distribute them to every driver present. Yang Ming was no exception. He got a copy. This is a map of the areas with high incidence of accidents. I hope that after everyone gets the map, take a careful look. Try not to drive to these sections, especially at night. Xianxia pointed to the marks on the map and gestured to everyone. Okay. After these drivers got the map, they nodded again and again. Since the police had reminded them, who would want to go to these places to die? They all agreed. Alright, everyone can go back. Drive carefully on the road. Xianxia nodded and said to everyone. Ah? We can go just like that? When the drivers got out of the car, they were somewhat inexplicable and started to talk about it. I thought I violated the rules, said another driver. Is this map free? I thought there was going to be a disguised charge, said a driver from another place. It's still the traffic police of Songjiang City who are responsible. They are still here to remind us in the middle of the night. It's really touching, another driver from another place said emotionally. After knowing that they didn't do anything wrong and that the map was free, everyone was grateful to Xiaxue. After saying some words of thanks, they left Iveco. However, after they left, Yang Ming didn't get off the car. First, he was a little curious. Xiaxue wasn't a traffic police. Others didn't know this, but Yang Ming was very clear that Xiaxue, as the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team of the police station, couldn't personally come to the highway intersection to do something that ordinary traffic police would do. If the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team of a city had nothing to do and ran to the street to be a traffic police, then the security of the city had at least reached the level of not closing the door at night. Song Jiang was obviously not like that. So this made Yang Ming wonder what Xiaxue was doing. Second, he hadn't seen Xiaxue for so long. Yang Ming knew that even if he wanted to leave, Xiaxue would stop him. Sure enough, when most of the drivers were preparing to get off, Xiaxue coughed twice to Yang Ming and said, "You stay first." These drivers thought that Yang Ming had violated the rules, and now she wanted to punish him. While they sympathized with Yang Ming, their footsteps quickened at the same time. They thought that this policewoman was beautiful, but if she asked them to stay, then they would be done for. Yang Ming didn't have these thoughts. He didn't violate the rules, and he also knew that Xiaxue wasn't a traffic police, so it was impossible for her to punish him. After the drivers got off, Xiaxue took a long sigh of relief and licked her lips. She was very sexy. Under this dim reading light, she looked very attractive, especially with the uniform on her body. It was simply a uniform temptation. Yang Ming's heart was itching. If he hadn't experienced that ambiguous scene before, maybe Yang Ming wouldn't be so impulsive. But now, every sexy action of Xiaxue would make Yang Ming feel impulsive. Xiaxue didn't notice Yang Ming's abnormality. She used her hand to tidy up the hair on her forehead and said, just in time. "I was still worried about what to eat in a while, and you came to me." Xiaxue wasn't soft-hearted about slaughtering Yang Ming. Although there was a little ambiguity between the two of them, this didn't affect Yang Ming's promise to fulfill his lifetime meal ticket promise. But then again, when Xiaxue said this sentence, she didn't mean anything else. It was also after the incident with Yang Ming that Xiaxue became a little sensitive. She carefully recalled the tone and words she used with Yang Ming. It really seemed that they were no different from lovers. However, since he had almost done something as crazy as reverse reasoning, what he had done before was nothing. "I was caught, okay?" Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. Why does Xiaxue seem to be reincarnated by a hungry ghost? It was reasonable to say that Xiaxue was now single. With her current position, her salary was completely enough for her to use. She couldn't even spend it all. Moreover, her usual bonus was probably not small. Why does she like to be greedy for my meal? Caught? I'm teaching you about traffic knowledge. Xiaxue said without a care, but it seems that this map should be useless to you. Xiaxue was still brooding about the last time she lost to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't look at the map carefully. In his opinion, these areas weren't T-junctions or other dangerous sections. How could there be a high accident rate? If there was, then there could only be one possibility, which was Yang Ming's suddenly association to the previous haunted case. Yes, that case happened to be Xiaxue's responsibility. Could it be that these sections were haunted locations? When Yang Ming thought of this, he suddenly felt that it was very possible. Otherwise, traffic publicity should be done by the traffic police. No matter how tight the manpower was, it was impossible for Xiaxue to do it personally. "Captain Xia, you guys chat. I will go and walk around first." Xiao Liao saw that Yang Ming and Xiaxue were very close, and Xiaxue even asked Yang Ming to treat her to a meal, so Xiao Liao naturally regarded Yang Ming as Xiaxue's boyfriend. Xiao Liao naturally wouldn't be the annoying third wheel, so she found an excuse to get out of the car. Xiaxue said, "Ah," and wanted to explain something. Then, she felt that there was no need to explain. She was now a leader. Did she still need to explain to her subordinates? So, she nodded and said, "You pack up. It's time for our shift change. Captain Li will bring people to replace us in a while." Okay. Xiao Liao looked at her watch and thought that she could finally get off work. Recently, she was really busy. She worked overtime day and night, but there was no clue at all. So far, she hadn't figured out what was going on with the ghost. Originally, the haunted incident was simply nonsense in the eyes of most people. Even if Xianxia was in charge of this case, the criminal investigation team didn't pay much attention to it. However, recently, with the increasing number of traffic accidents, there were also some survivors who said that they had seen ghosts. Only then did the team pay attention to this matter. Because this was no longer a prank, this had risen to the level of a serious criminal case. While Chen Fei let Xianxia continue to follow up, he also let Deputy Captain Li put down his work and work with Xianxia to investigate the haunted case. With the expansion of the matter, panic had already arisen among the citizens. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. Some said that the corpse came out from the hospital morgue. Some said that the zombie king was dug out from the construction site. Some said that it ran away when the zombie herders came from Xiangbei. Even more, they actually said that aliens had invaded the Earth. Although the officials repeatedly refuted the rumors, the direction of public opinion was invincible. Many taxi drivers didn't dare to drive at night, which brought great inconvenience to the normal travel of Songjiang citizens. The city also attached great importance to this and ordered Chen Fei to solve the case as soon as possible. They must bring the criminal suspect behind the haunted case to justice. However, under the pressure of not having the slightest clue, in order to reduce the accident rate, Xianxia had to print some maps based on the previous haunted locations. She lied that it was a traffic accident area caused by slippery roads. These maps were distributed to the drivers who came to Songjiang so that they would try not to go to those places. "Wait for me," Xianxia said to Yang Ming, "I'm going to get off work soon." Yang Ming nodded his head. What could he do? Since he had already said the big words, he couldn't refuse, right? Sure enough, it didn't take long for Yang Ming to see Deputy Captain Li, who he had met in the hospital before, bring a few criminal police officers to take over the shift. "Little Xia, you've worked hard." After Deputy Captain Li got in the car, he nodded to Xianxia. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" Although Xianxia was already the deputy captain, because Xianxia was relatively young, Deputy Captain Li, who was on the same level as Xianxia, called Xianxia Little Xia. It sounded more intimate. "Brother Li, my friend is here. Let's eat together in a while." Xianxia pointed to Yang Ming and smiled. "Hee, then let's go quickly. It's not early." We all finished eating and came over. Deputy Captain Li glanced at Yang Ming and wondered. Last time, he saw Yang Ming in the hospital. Yang Ming came with Captain Chen's family. He seemed to be the boyfriend of Captain Chen's daughter. How did he get together with Xianxia? However, he felt strange, but he didn't think much about it. Maybe they had something to talk about. Years of criminal investigation work had made him develop the idea that it was useless to doubt without evidence. When he got off the Iveco with Xianxia, a cold wind came. Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. The winter night in Songjiang was very cold. It was a world of ice and snow. This northern city was probably one of the coldest cities in the country. "Where's your car?" Xianxia looked around. Except for a few police cars, the other official vehicles were also from the police team. She didn't see Yang Ming's car. "It's not here. It's parked over there." Yang Ming pointed to the Dongfeng truck that was parked not far away. "Ah?" Xianxia was stunned. She looked at the huge truck incredulously and looked at Yang Ming. "Are you serious? That car is yours?" "It's mine. What do you think? Cool enough, right?" Yang Ming smiled. "Don't tell me you've gone mad from watching Jean Gang the Shapeshifter?" He got an Optimus Prime to drive. Xianxia was a little speechless. She didn't know where Yang Ming got such a car. "I helped a friend to make a long-distance trip and deliver some goods." Yang Ming no longer teased Xianxia and told her the truth. "I see." Xianxia nodded in realization. "But you're really good at making trouble. You even helped people deliver goods. Is there no other way?" "I can't get away from it." Yang Ming naturally wouldn't tell Xianxia the details of the company's dispute, so he just talked about it in general terms. "I haven't sat in this car yet, so I'll give it a try." Xianxia volunteered to sit in the driver's seat. I say, can you drive this car with your driver's license? Yang Ming was a little worried. Che, I'm the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Who dares to stop me? Xiaxue said proudly, however, you underestimate me too much. We are criminal police officers. We must know how to drive any car. In a critical moment, sometimes one more skill is a better chance of survival. Yang Ming thought, it's not just you. Aren't we the same as assassins? Of course, Yang Ming didn't dare to say this to Xiaxue. His relationship with this chick wasn't very solid. What if she turned hostile and arrested him? Xiaxue started the car, and the big truck slowly moved forward. It seemed that Xiaxue's skills were really good. This car is quite easy to drive. The steering wheel is powered. Xiaxue said. Xiaxue, you're not a traffic police officer. You shouldn't be responsible for the matter just now, right? Now that only he and Xiaxue were left, Yang Ming didn't have to hide anything. Xiaxue listened to Yang Ming's words, but she hesitated. She couldn't reveal anything about the case to Yang Ming, but why did she feel that there was a sense of friendship between her and Yang Ming? What's more, Yang Ming also helped her solve a big smuggling case. Hee, you don't have to hide it from me. On the day of Uncle Chen's accident, I was also there. I can guess these things. Yang Ming saw Xiaxue's hesitation, so he said with a smile. Forget it. Since you know, then I don't need to hide it from you. Xiaxue remembered that Yang Ming also had some understanding of the case before. When she dealt with another car accident, Yang Ming was also present, so even if she wanted to hide it from Yang Ming, she couldn't hide it. It's that case. Why? Has it become so serious now? Yang Ming saw that Xiaxue had begun to print leaflets, which showed that the crime rate had reached a very high number. And there have been 3 more cases in the past few days. Xiaxue nodded and asked strangely, you don't know? Haven't you heard the rumors in Songjiang's people? I went out for a few days, so I don't know what happened during this time. Yang Ming shook his head. These 3 car accidents were caused by the driver seeing ghosts? So you went out. When Xiaxue heard Yang Ming say this, she thought that Yang Ming had been delivering goods to others for a few days, so she didn't ask much. Instead, she continued, not all of them. There was a car accident, and there were 2 survivors. They were tourists who came to Songjiang to travel. According to them, that night, they got lost on a small road. They couldn't turn left or right. Suddenly, they found a fork in the main road in front of them, so the driver drove along this fork, but he didn't expect the car to hit something all of a sudden. The passengers in the car all fainted. When we arrived, we found that there was no fork at all, but a stone wall. Their car had been deformed. Fortunately, they were tourists from other places. They weren't familiar with the road, so they didn't dare to drive too fast. Otherwise, the people in the car would probably be finished. But when we arrived, the driver had disappeared. Ghost going around the wall? Yang Ming was stunned and blurted out. But after saying it, he felt that it was unscientific, so he said, could it be that the people in the car had hallucinations? Hallucinations. As Xiaxue said this, she couldn't help but frown. But we immediately tested the 2 survivors for alcohol. There was no reaction. That is to say, the 2 people were in the same state at the time. Moreover, even if one person had hallucinations, it was impossible for everyone in the car to have hallucinations. Including the driver, the 3 of them clearly saw that there was a road in front. Right, you said that the driver disappeared? Did he abandon the car and run away? When it came to the driver, Yang Ming immediately asked, baffled. Run away? Xiaxue couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he ran away, it would be fine. Judging from our on-site investigation and the degree of distortion in the driver's seat, the driver was definitely dead. The other 2 passengers were lucky enough to escape because they were sitting in the back row. But the driver's seat was already bleeding like a river, and broken internal organ fragments were found on the wiper controller. That is to say, the wiper controller was inserted into the driver's body. You tell me, in this case, can the driver still be alive? Even if he is alive, can he abandon the car and run away? Ah? Yang Ming was obviously shocked after listening to Xiaxue's words. He immediately said, "Then you mean, someone took the body away?" "It should be like this." Xianxia nodded. After many meetings and discussions, we decided to merge this case with the previous haunted case. Although we don't know what means the suspect used to confuse the eyes of the passengers in the car, there are similarities in the modus operandi. Moreover, the reason why the case was quickly merged was because the driver's body was lost. This is the same as the other traffic case. When we arrived at the accident scene, the driver in the car also disappeared strangely. Inferring from the degree of deformation of the car body at that time, the driver was also dead. This person also stole the body? Yang Ming felt that things were getting more and more complicated. What was the use of stealing the body? It should be like this. Xianxia sighed. At first, we suspected that this was a crime committed by a human organ smuggling organization, but then it was quickly ruled out because the people who died in the car accident, although the body was fresh, the organ damage was the most serious. This kind of organ can't be of any value. Moreover, the reason why this speculation was denied was that the other two passengers in the car were just unconscious and did not suffer any major injuries. If this tissue map was a human organ, they could kill the two passengers and take their organs, but they didn't. They only wanted the body. Yang Ming nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to have grasped some clues, but because of Xiaoxue's words, it made Yang Ming feel ethereal again. Originally, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Xianxia, the perverted madman who liked to pretend to be a ghost to scare people. If it was simply pretending to be a ghost to scare people, Xianxia might do it, but after scaring people to death and then stealing the body, it seemed that Xianxia couldn't do it. Xianxia's current job seemed to be a hotel waiter. He had no use for the body, not to mention that the process of transporting the body was easy to be discovered. Listening to what you said, that is to say, the body was not lost every time, asked Yang Ming. That's right. But even so, we can still combine the cases. Because in the cases where the bodies were not missing, we rushed to the scene when someone reported the case very soon after the accident. In the other cases where the bodies were missing, we rushed to the scene when someone reported the case long after the accident. Xianxia said, so we determined that the body was not lost before because the suspect did not have time to commit the crime. In other words, the person who committed the crime did not immediately move the body after the crime. After Yang Ming listened, he suddenly asked, could it be that it was not done by one person? The person who stole the body and the person who pretended to be a ghost are two groups of people? We thought about it at the time, but the possibility is very small. Xiaoxue shook her head and said, if it was two groups of people, the timing couldn't be so accurate. Someone just died here, and they went to steal the body. So we think it should be the same criminal suspect or criminal gang. Yang Ming was good at killing people, but he was a layman in solving cases, especially in reasoning and analysis. He was far worse than Xiaoxue, who was a professional. Xiaoxue's analysis was obviously the result of a group of professionals, so Yang Ming didn't interrupt. This kind of thing should be left to the police. Yang Ming felt that he couldn't help for the time being. Xiaoxue parked the car outside her community because Yang Ming's car was a bit too big. If he drove into the community door might be scratched. Isn't this your home? After Xiaoxue stopped the car, Yang Ming found out that this was the entrance of Xiaoxue's community. Could it be that Xiaoxue, this girl, was in love and used eating as an excuse to trick me into coming to her house? Yang Ming had some feelings for Xiaoxue. At this moment, he couldn't help but think about eroticism. If Xiaoxue really invited me, then I won't back out this time. Yang Ming was just thinking about it, but he heard Xiaoxue say, you wait for me here. I will go up and change my clothes. Change clothes? Isn't this pretty? It's valiant. Yang Ming's thoughts returned to reality. To be honest, he still preferred Xiaoxue in uniform. There was a different kind of taste, and it was indescribable temptation. Do you want me to make a mistake? Wearing a uniform to the entertainment venue? Xiaoxue glared at Yang Ming and got out of the car. Yang Ming just reacted. Now, civil servants were not allowed to wear uniforms to enter the entertainment venue when they were not performing official duties. The sound of high heels dang 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 brought back Yang Ming's thoughts. When he looked closely, Yang Ming's jaw almost dropped. Xiaxue was wearing a tight black leather jacket and a pair of high-heeled leather boots. Her hair had changed from a ponytail to a more popular Taoist hairstyle. She had the image of a modern girl. When Yang Ming wondered if this person was Xiaxue's twin sister, she had already knocked on the car door. "It's your turn to drive." "I changed my shoes. I'm not used to it." After hearing the voice, Yang Ming confirmed that the person in front of him was Xiaxue. He switched to the driver's seat and gave the passenger seat to Xiaxue. "Why do I feel that you are like a girl who hitched a ride with a truck driver on the road?" Yang Ming looked at the sexy Xiaxue and said incredulously. "Haha, how is it? Do I look good?" Xiaxue saw Yang Ming's lecherous eyes and was a little proud. This outfit was chosen for her by her close friend when she went to the police academy a few days ago. When she saw Xiaxue usually dressed properly, she was a little angry and lectured Xiaxue, "What's wrong with the police? The police are also people. After work, no one will say anything if you dress up fashionably. Look at me. A few days ago, I disguised as a passerby to handle a case. There was even a magazine reporter who asked me to shoot the cover." Xiaxue was also a girl. Everyone loved beauty. When she heard the words of her close friend, she was a little moved. So, under the temptation of her close friend, she gritted her teeth and spent 10,000 yuan to buy this outfit. Don't say that Xiaxue was stingy. In fact, Xiaxue had fallen out with her family now. She didn't ask for money from her family. Naturally, she had to be more careful. Of course, it was one thing to be happy to wear the clothes. The most important thing was to have someone to appreciate it. So, when she saw Yang Ming's eyes were fixed, Xiaxue was very happy. "Ugh." Yang Ming smiled slyly. "Do you know? When I saw you, I wanted to ask you something." "What?" Xiaxue was immersed in the joy of narcissism. Naturally, she didn't notice Yang Ming's slyness. Not to mention, it was dark in the car. Xiaxue didn't have Yang Ming's special ability. Even if she wanted to see, she couldn't see. "Miss, how much is the overnight package?" Yang Ming asked seriously. "N?" Xiaxue was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. "You get out of here." "Ha ha ha ha." Yang Ming suddenly laughed. He hadn't bickered with Xiaxue for a long time. This feeling was really interesting. Xiaxue bit her lip. From the initial anger to the disappointment and even some depression, she lowered her head and became silent. Yang Ming also noticed that Xiaxue was not in a good mood. He suddenly realized that his joke seemed to have gone a bit overboard, so he quickly apologized. "Xiaxue, are you angry?" Xiaxue didn't speak. She still lowered her head silently. "I was joking," Yang Ming said humbly. "It couldn't be helped." "Who asked his joke to be overboard?" "Yang Ming, you said, this dress, is it really like that?" After a long while, Xiaxue looked up and her tone was full of disappointment. "How could it be? I already said that I was joking." Yang Ming also knew that he had gone overboard. It seemed that this should be the first time Xiaxue wore such fashionable clothes. He just had to attack her self-confidence. This was the most hateful thing. "AI, you don't have to persuade me. It seems that I'm still not suitable to wear these." Xiaxue really lost her confidence. She had been looking in the mirror at home for a long time. She wanted to give Yang Ming a stunning feeling. "Xiaxue, are you serious? It's not like we haven't joked before. Do you believe what I said so easily? Then, I also said that we will have a child called Yang Guangming in the future. Do you want to have one too?" It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming saw that Xiaxue didn't listen, so he could only use his trump card. "What? Go to hell." When Xiaxue heard Yang Ming's words, she suddenly became angry. "Who wants to have a child with you?" "But..." "Haha, Yang Ming, you piss me off. Why didn't others say so? Only you said that I look like that." Seeing that Xiaxue was no longer depressed, Yang Ming was relieved. Xiaxue had such a character. She was depressed quickly and forgot quickly. In a blink of an eye, she was laughing again. "To be honest, Xiaxue, your dress is really sexy and beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you." Yang Ming had just learned his lesson and didn't dare to talk nonsense. However, I still think that you look the most beautiful in a uniform. Really? Xiaxue was obviously very happy after listening to Yang Ming's words. Which girl doesn't like to be praised by others? However, Xiaxue's heart was somewhat resentful of Yang Ming's words, so she said sarcastically, I say, Yang Ming, are you psychopathic? Do you have any special hobbies? For example, uniform temptation or something like that? Xiaxue had recently looked up a lot of relevant literature and materials for this strange haunting case. They were all about the motives and psychological analysis of some psychopathic people. It was inevitable that it involved the psychological activities of other criminals with special hobbies. She also read more about criminals who liked uniform temptation. Ugh. Yang Ming was embarrassed. He didn't expect Xiaxue to say such explosive words. However, Yang Ming had always been thick-skinned, so he wasn't embarrassed. Many men like it, right? Otherwise, who would the uniform temptation films made by Little Japan be sold to? You just don't learn well. Wait for me to tell Chen Mingyan. Let's see if you can still seduce her. Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming. Hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. He thought, it's quite cool to have the opportunity to play the student uniform temptation with Chen Mingyan. However, he said, where are we going now? Let's go forward. I'm not very hungry. Let's find a bar to drink some wine and eat something. Xiaxue had been troubled by the case recently, so she didn't have the mood to eat. Yang Ming nodded and started the car. As a result, a huge truck was parked in the downtown area, in front of a bar that looked pretty good. Although the night in Songjiang wasn't as prosperous as the provincial capital, Donghai, the bar industry was still very popular. Some young white-collar workers, company bosses, and many college students used this place as a place for leisure and entertainment. Of course, there were also some one-night stand enthusiasts who used this place as a base camp for hunting. In the past, Zhang Bin often appeared in bars with a group of werewolves. Many times, when mentioning bars, the first words that came to people's minds were dirty, prostitutes, and other words. However, there were still some larger bars that were more formal. Yang Ming was now going to such a bar. From the outside, the bar looked very stylish. It was a Russian-style bar with a pointed roof and protruding wall carvings. It made people feel like they were in a foreign land. The bar waiter was stunned as he watched the two young men and women who got off the giant truck enter the bar. After a long time, he clicked his tongue and said, F***ck, are truck drivers so popular now? TSK, look at his girlfriend. She is so beautiful. When I learn how to drive one day, I will also be a truck driver. Of course, Yang Ming didn't pay attention to the waiter's eyes and entered the bar with the sexy Xiaxue. The Russian country-style decoration made the bar look more stylish. In many details, it could be seen that the owner of this bar was a very careful person. Although the overall design looked good, it gave Yang Ming the feeling that the design of this bar was too careful. Many details were so detailed that it was somewhat artificial. This meant that the owner of the bar should be a person who was more vain and prideful. Of course, these were all Yang Ming's guesses. It was a problem from the perspective of assassin psychology, and it wasn't completely 100% accurate. Welcome. Do you two prefer lively or quiet? The waiter came over with a smile and stood in front of Yang Ming and Xiaxue. Be quiet. Yang Ming didn't like the feeling of noise. Presumably, Xiaxue wouldn't like it either. Okay. The waiter nodded. If the guests liked to be quiet, he would naturally arrange for the guests to be in a position far away from the stage and the bar. Don't be quiet. It's better to come to the bar. Xiaxue was out of character today. She walked to a position closer to the stage. The waiter looked up at Yang Ming helplessly. He didn't know what to do. Then, sit here. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand to the waiter. It seemed that Xiaxue's recent pressure was really great. Otherwise, she wouldn't use this way to vent the pressure in her heart. On the dance floor, the deafening heavy metal music and the flickering spotlights were playing. Under the lights, a group of young men and women were jumping crazily. They shouted some inexplicable sounds. It was almost wild, but it was the best way to vent the pressure in the body. Most of these people were white-collar workers who had a lot of pressure during the day. At night, they used this way to vent. The air was full of noise and obscenity. It was a drunken stupor. It was grotesque and dazzling. In this endless noise, Yang Ming slowly sat opposite Xianxia. He hadn't had this feeling for many years. Yang Ming remembered his junior high school, the time when he was drunk. Yang Ming, can you imagine? The people on the dance floor, most of them are well-dressed, very gentle and polite people during the day. At night, they are as wild as beasts. Xianxia looked at the crowd on the dance floor and said to Yang Ming. Hee, you don't want to say that you want to be one of them, right? Yang Ming laughed after listening. A little bit, but I have never tried it. I am a little timid. Xianxia didn't hide it. Using this way to vent the pressure of work was also told to her by her close friend. She was in the anti-drug brigade in the neighboring city, Jiduan City. Her work pressure was not less than her own. She often went to places like the disco bar to vent the pressure of work. In her words, she could also work while she was having fun. She could catch some small fries who sold shaking head rice. Maybe she could dig up valuable clues from someone. At that time, Xianxia still didn't take it seriously. However, these days, as the case was at a loss, Xianxia's mood became very depressed. Xianxia also knew that she would be sick if she continued like this, but she had to let herself be full of pressure. After all, this was the first case that she had taken over after being promoted to deputy captain of the criminal investigation unit. Although the rest of the team didn't say anything, Xianxia was afraid that others would think that she wasn't capable enough to take on this heavy burden. If it was a normal day, even if Xianxia wanted to go to the bar, she wouldn't have the courage. In her opinion, it was very awkward for a girl to go to the bar by herself. Today, she caught Yang Ming, so she pulled Yang Ming to the bar. However, even though she had come, Xianxia still couldn't bring herself to let her go to the dance floor and twist her body crazily like the others and finally let out a primal scream. When Yang Ming saw Xianxia's appearance at this time, he knew that it was definitely her first time coming to this kind of bar. Of course, the pure style of the Blue Fish bar didn't count. Yang Ming knew that Xianxia wanted to go down and vent like those people, but because it was her first time, she wasn't used to it. So, he waved to the waiter. As the saying goes, alcohol can make one bold. After a few drinks, he believed that Xianxia would definitely be bold enough to go down. Xianxia, this girl, could do such a bad *SS thing when she drank too much. What was the point of twisting her but on the dance floor? Let's have a drink first. Yang Ming said to Xianxia. All right. Xianxia nodded. Yang Ming's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. Sir, what can I do for you? The waiter came over with a smile. Is there anything to drink? Asked Yang Ming. Sir, do you want a beverage or alcohol? Asked the waiter. Bar, preferably beer. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia. He thought, I should drink beer with her. If I drink some strong alcohol, this chick will do a reverse push in the bar. Then, it won't be good. If I want to push, I should at least go to her house. That way, it would be safe. If XX in the bar was caught by the anti-pornography brigade, Xianxia would really be famous tomorrow. Corona, Heineken, Carlsberg, and Xingli. Which one do you want, sir? The waiter introduced. Do you have Songjiang beer? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, there are cans of pure beer. The waiter said. Don't you have that kind of big glass bottle? Yang Ming felt that the local beer in the glass bottle was the best to drink. Ugh. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have that kind of. The waiter sweated a bit. This is a bar, not a food stall. How can they sell that kind of beer? Forget it. Give me Corona. Yang Ming told the waiter. In fact, the authentic Corona beer was still good. After all, it was famous in the world. It was just that some bars in China were more black-hearted. They used fake Corona to deceive customers. These fake Corona beers were filled by some small wineries. The taste wasn't really good. It was comparable to horse urine. Therefore, Yang Ming wasn't willing to ask for foreign wine when he went to the bar. After all, there were more fake ones. However, no one would fake the local beer in the large glass bottle. 2 yuan per bottle. Who would fake it? It wasn't troublesome enough. How many bottles do you want, sir? The waiter nodded to show that he had noted it down. First. Yang Ming looked up at Xiaxue. He didn't know how much Xiaxue could drink. Give me 10 bottles. Xiaxue said. Okay. The waiter thought, this chick is really fierce. She ordered 10 bottles in one go. It didn't take long for the waiter to serve the beer. A row of small beer bottles filled the table between the two. Come, cheers. Xiaxue used the bottle opener to open the nearest bottle in front of her and raised it. Yang Ming smiled. He also opened a bottle and raised it. He clinked it with Xiaxue's bottle and then drank it. Xiaxue also drank it. Probably only the anesthesia of alcohol could make her forget the troubles in front of her for a while. Yang Ming was a veteran at drinking. Xiaxue wasn't weak either. Although she couldn't drink as much as Yang Ming, she was also a heroine. After 5 bottles of beer, her face was just a little red. At this moment, a dance song in the bar just ended. The DJ stood on the stage and shouted, "Is everyone high?" The men and women on the dance floor immediately shouted, "High." Do you want to be more high? The DJ continued to ask with his hoarse voice. Yes. The dance floor was in unison again. Good. The DJ nodded with satisfaction and continued to shout, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the night dance bar. I am the DJ, Egu. I will bring you endless music. Put down the beer and drinks in your hands, come to the dance floor, and move with me. Are you ready, music?" It had to be said that this DJ's tone was very provocative. At this time, many young men and women who came to sit in the bar stood up one after another and rushed to the dance floor. Vigorous and explosive dance music sounded, and the men and women on the dance floor danced to the lead DJ again. Yang Ming, let's go down too. Xiaxue wanted to go down and try it. Now that she was a little drunk and was stirred up by the DJ, she began to get restless. Now that many men and women had rushed to the dance floor, Xiaxue felt that it was more natural to go with them. Under the influence of alcohol, Xiaxue followed the rhythm of the music and instinctively began to twist her body. Many people on the dance floor were like Xiaxue. They didn't know how to dance. They just danced wildly, so no one would laugh at Xiaxue. Moreover, Xiaxue was a beauty. Many advantages of a beauty would be infinitely expanded, but many shortcomings would be automatically ignored and even considered cute. The familiar rhythm, the familiar atmosphere. At this moment, Yang Ming felt very far away from himself. Moving his body very awkwardly, Yang Ming found that he could ignore the rhythm of the dance song and do movements that were not commensurate with the dance song. This was an improvement. Most people would unconsciously follow the rhythm of the dance song under the rhythm of the dance song. Few people could go against the rhythm. Even if they subconsciously went against the rhythm of the dance song, they would inevitably follow the rhythm unconsciously. Yang Ming, as an assassin, must have a tenacious will and not be affected by any external factors. Now, even if this dance song was heard by Yang Ming could directly pretend that he didn't hear it. At first, Xiaxue was still not used to it, but after a few dances, she felt that it was no big deal, so she let go and danced boldly. After Yang Ming found the rhythm of the dance song, he also began to move his limbs slightly, but it was not dancing. It was more like a warm-up exercise before a fight. Yang Ming enjoyed Xiaxue's dance with interest, but he also looked at Xiaxue's surroundings vigilantly. The bar was full of people. Xiaxue was beautiful, and she was so sexy today. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but want to touch Xiaxue's thighs that were tightly wrapped by her leather pants, let alone those lechers. Sure enough, a guy who looked very gentle but his eyes were full of lust took advantage of Xiaxue's unpreparedness and wanted to come over and take advantage of her. He looked for an opportunity back and forth for a long time. Finally, when Xiaxue raised her hands, his perverted hand reached for Xiaxue's chest. Yang Ming wanted to remind Xiaxue, but when he saw Xiaxue's eyes, Yang Ming knew that Xiaxue had already noticed this guy's intention. It seems that Xiaxue's vigilance is quite high. She is worthy of being a criminal police officer. How can she be easily taken advantage of by these little hooligans? Pa, a loud sound, a slap on the face of the gentleman who wanted to take advantage of her. He was suddenly dazed. The perverted hand that he wanted to reach out couldn't help but retract and cover his face. You dare to F***king hit me? The gentleman was slapped by Xianxia, and he suddenly became furious. Although the sound of the slap was very loud and the roar of the gentleman was also very loud, under the music on the dance floor, it could only become a drop in the ocean. Hitting you is already considered light. What did you want to do just now? Don't you know it in your heart? Xianxia glared at the gentleman and said without fear. F***ck, this chick is quite hot. But this brother likes this kind of chick. This kind of chick is hot enough in bed. The lecherous expression on the gentleman's face was obvious. Get lost. Do you have the guts to say it again? Do you believe that this old lady will let you stay in the police station? Xianxia was immediately angry when she heard the vulgar words of the gentleman. Police station? Haha, don't scare me with this. Let me tell you, this old man's brother is the boss of this bar. He has a human life on his back. The gentleman laughed wildly and threatened. Human life? Xianxia was stunned. Her slight drunkenness also woke up a lot. Her professional sensitivity made her immediately realize that things might not be simple. How is it? Are you scared? Seeing Xianxia's expression, the gentleman thought that Xianxia was scared and was very proud. Under pride, it was inevitable that he would forget himself. So, his perverted hand began to move again and touched Xianxia's crotch. Originally, Xianxia was already in a bad mood today, but this guy still challenged Xianxia's limits again and again. Sure enough, at the moment when the gentleman was about to touch between Xianxia's legs, Xianxia suddenly kicked out and hit the gentleman's crotch. The gentleman immediately screamed, covered his crotch with both hands and bent down like a shrimp. Generally, policewomen were more disgusted with hooligans. Xianxia was also the same. This guy actually dared to repeatedly act like a hooligan to a policewoman. He simply didn't want to live. Yang Ming looked at the gentleman who had become a soft-footed shrimp and sighed. You dare to flirt with Xianxia, this female tyrannosaurus? You see, not only did you fail to flirt, but you became a second-class cripple instead. However, when did Xianxia learn this unique secret of his that could end one's lineage? It's just that she didn't use it well enough. If it was him, this gentleman would be directly kicked to death like the black mold bodyguard. However, Yang Ming was very fortunate. There was always a big gap between people. He had taken advantage of Xianxia many times, but when did he receive this kind of treatment? Suddenly, Yang Ming frowned. It seemed that this gentleman's every move had been seen by others, including the scene where Xianxia kicked him to the ground. Because at this moment, a group of men in black suits holding rubber pipes had already surrounded Yang Ming and Xianxia. The gentleman on the ground also saw this group of people, and suddenly he didn't care about the pain. He shouted as if he had taken stimulants, "Ahoo, catch this chick for me. Mother f***ker, if I don't play her to death today, my surname isn't Jia." At this time, the dance music in the bar also stopped abruptly with the appearance of this group of people. On the DJ's stage, a man wearing a black leather jacket, who looked fierce but somewhat similar to the gentleman, took the microphone. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm the owner of this bar. We have some internal matters to deal with. Tonight, all expenses are waived. Please leave the bar from the back door. Thank you for your cooperation. After that, the lights in the bar were turned on, and the entire bar became bright as day. Ah? What's going on? Many of the men and women on the dance floor didn't have enough fun. The dance music stopped, and the lights were on, which made them very unhappy. However, after seeing a group of fierce men in black holding rubber pipes on the dance floor, although they were unhappy, they didn't dare to have any objections. Not to mention that the bill was waived. They didn't lose anything, so they all left the bar from the back door under the guidance of the bar security. At this time, the main door of the bar had already been closed. Yang Ming looked at the black-shirted macho men around, and then blocked in front of Xianxia. Although Xianxia was a policewoman, and she had kung fu, she was still a girl after all. Yang Ming felt that he had an obligation to protect her. Xiaxue could deal with one or two punks, but this group of people, Xiaxue was probably not their opponent. Originally, if Yang Ming didn't protect Xiaxue, no one would notice that he was also with Xiaxue. But now, those black-shirted men also regarded Yang Ming as the target of attack. Why don't you run? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming with some complaints. Go out and call the police. I can handle it here for a while. Aren't you a policewoman? Why do I need to call the police? Yang Ming smiled. He naturally understood that Xiaxue didn't want him to be hurt because of her. I'm just one person. Xiaxue was so angry that she rolled her eyes. Don't worry. It's just a few people. It was more dangerous in the Wang family. Both of us can pass it. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. When Xiaxue heard Yang Ming's words, she felt a lot more at ease. She recalled the past with Yang Ming. The two really had a feeling of sharing weal and woe. At this time, the gentleman who was kicked to the ground by Xiaxue just now stood up with the help of two security guards. He glared at Xiaxue fiercely. Chick, if I don't make you suffer tonight, I won't be called Jia Siwen. What? Fake gentleman? Yang Ming listened to the gentleman's name and suddenly laughed out loud. This guy's name really matches him. He really is a fake gentleman. Xiaxue was even more exaggerated. After listening to Jia Siwen's self-introduction, she was stunned for a moment and then suddenly laughed. Laugh, laugh, laugh your mother. Jia Siwen usually hated it when others used his name as a joke. He immediately scolded. Okay, your name is quite funny, but funny can't cover up the mistakes you have made. Yang Ming sneered and looked at Jia Siwen. His voice was a little cold. Let's do this. You leave one hand, which is the right hand that you used to act like a hooligan. Then, don't open this bar. Sell it tomorrow. I can treat it as if nothing happened. Let's just forget about it. Jia Siwen listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but laugh. Oh? Okay, then let's do as you say. Yang Ming frowned. Obviously, Jia Siwen obviously took what he said as a joke. Yang Ming was a little impatient. Forget it. You don't look like a person who can be so easily convinced. If you have any ability, just use it. I don't have time to argue with you. Ha 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 ha, kid, is there water in your head? Jia Siwen endured the pain in his lower body, but he still couldn't help but laugh. Because no matter how he looked at it, Yang Ming's words were like the words of an ignorant fool. In this situation, he still wanted to cripple one of his hands and close the bar. You can try and know whose head is in the water, but I can guarantee that if you do it, you will pay more than just a hand. Yang Ming said coldly. You kid, whether you can see tomorrow's sun is another matter. Wait until you can see tomorrow's sun, then you can talk to me about this. Jia Siwen sneered disdainfully. Kill that kid. Leave the woman. The man who claimed to be the boss on the DJ stage finally spoke. The group of black-shirted men immediately waved the rubber tube and forced Yang Ming and Xiaxue. Stop. Yang Ming pointed to the black-shirted macho man in front and shouted, one more step and you will bear the consequences. The macho man was stunned, and then he sneered indifferently and rushed up. He waved the rubber tube and was about to hit Yang Ming. This kind of reckless fighting style made Yang Ming shake his head. This kind of person, if it weren't for Xiaxue, I wouldn't even bother to fight with him. He snatched the rubber tube from the macho man's hand like lightning, and then suddenly inserted the rubber tube into the macho man's mouth that was roaring. With a strong force, it was inserted into the macho man's throat. Ugh, ugh. The macho man's eyes immediately widened, and his face was full of painful expression. He was so disgusted that he retched. Yang Ming didn't want to appreciate this guy's appearance. He flew up and kicked the macho man's stomach, and the macho man flew out. When Yang Ming kicked, he calculated the direction. So, the macho man's body slammed into Jia Siwen. It was too late to dodge. Jia Siwen and the two security guards beside him were hit and fell to the ground together. I told you. One step forward and you will bear the consequences. Yang Ming shook his head. Some people just don't listen to other people's good advice. When they suffer, they will know regret. Originally, Yang Ming could have killed the macho man directly. As long as the place where the rubber tube was inserted was not the macho man's mouth, but his eyes, he would probably be dead now. However, in front of Xianxia, Yang Ming still tried to restrain himself and not kill people easily. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. The other black-shirt macho men were stunned. They didn't expect Yang Ming to solve one so quickly. It seemed that this guy was not just a braggart. He did have some kung fu. You all go together. Don't give him a chance to get close alone. On the DJ stage, the boss, Jia Jingjing, also saw that Yang Ming's kung fu was not weak. He was afraid that if it was a one-on-one, there were not many people here who were his opponents, so he ordered a group fight. There was strength in numbers. Originally, these black-shirt macho men were still a little afraid of Yang Ming's skill. At this moment, since everyone was going together, it was nothing. Wouldn't a sea of people play him to death? Jia Siwen wiped his face and found that his nose was bleeding. He was shocked and angry. However, when he saw the group of black-shirt men surrounding Yang Ming, his heart was very refreshed. He smiled and said, "No matter how bad *SS you are, can your 2 fists fight against 4 hands? Do you think you are Zhou Baodong? Zhou Baodong is also fighting against 4 hands." Yang Ming smiled faintly and said, "These wastes, I don't even need to use 2 fists. I can solve them with 1 hand." Hearing Yang Ming's arrogant and sarcastic words, the black-shirt men present were a little angry. Isn't this guy too arrogant? Let's go together. Kill this arrogant kid and avenge Brother Nan. It was unknown who among the black-shirt men said this, but it immediately resonated with everyone. So, these black-shirt men all leaned toward Yang Ming. Revenge, right? Yang Ming smiled and said, "You have to think about it. Your revenge is not worth it. In fact, the culprit who injured the guy just now was not me, but your boss. If he didn't ask this guy to come and trouble me, would he be like this now?" And? Some of the black-shirt men were obviously stunned. It seemed that Yang Ming's words seemed to make sense. Don't listen to this guy. Kill him. Jia Siwen shouted impatiently. Yes, kill him. The black-shirt men also reacted and continued to approach Yang Ming. AI, sometimes, you know that you are going to die, but you still want to come. Why bother? Yang Ming shook his head. You are like a stupid bird. What is its name? You want to fill up the sea, but it is a waste of energy. Yang Ming kept his words. This time, he really only used 1 hand. However, he didn't say that he couldn't use his legs before. So, 1 hand and 1 leg flashed among the figures. Every time Yang Ming made a move, it was accompanied by a scream, indicating that a person fell. So, after the last scream, more than a dozen black-shirt men were all lying on the ground. They could only groan. Moreover, Xianxia was stirring up trouble. When she saw someone who was not pleasing to the eye, she added a kick. These black-shirt macho men finally understood at this moment that the disparity in strength was useless no matter how many people there were. They were indeed like that stupid bird, doing a very meaningless thing. Seeing that Yang Ming actually easily beat his men to the ground, Jia Jingjing's face suddenly sank. It seemed that Yang Ming was a master. He really underestimated the strength of this guy. At this time, a waiter whispered a few words in Jia Jingjing's ear. A cruel smile immediately appeared on Jia Jingjing's face. Just now, he had asked the waiter to inquire about Yang Ming's background, such as what car Yang Ming drove, what the license plate was, and so on. From this information, one could indirectly reflect a person's identity and status. But now, when the waiter told Jia Jingjing that Yang Ming was just driving a Dongfeng truck, Jia Jingjing laughed. A truck driver actually dared to come here and show off. Wasn't it just that his kung fu was better? But that's nothing. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than a gun? Brat, I admit that you are very powerful. However, look at what this is. Jia Jingjing's right hand was already gripping onto a shiny pistol. The black muzzle of the pistol was pointed at Yang Ming. Raise your hands. I can spare your life. Ha 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 ha. Jia Siwen saw that his elder brother had taken out a gun, and he suddenly laughed wildly. How is it? Let's see if you're still so awesome. If you continue to be cocky, I will kill you with one shot. Put down the gun, or you will regret it. Yang Ming looked up and looked at Jia Xingjing disdainfully. Really? Jia Xingjing sneered. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I will cripple your legs first. After the words were spoken, the gunshot sounded. Bang, which was particularly loud and clear in the empty bar. Accompanied by the gunshot, a person fell. However, this person was not Yang Ming, but Jia Xingjing. Jia Xingjing's fat body fell directly from the DJ stage. Although it was only more than 2 meters away from the dance floor, his head was down. Jia Xingjing's head directly hit the ground, and he suddenly fainted. There was a bloody hole in his thigh that was bleeding. Xiaxue held a pistol in her hand and paid attention to the situation in the bar vigilantly. Xiaxue was a criminal police officer, and she recently had a serious case. The pistol was basically in her hand 24 hours a day. However, before this, there were too many thugs in the bar. Xiaxue was afraid that after she showed her identity and took out the pistol, not only would it not have a deterrent effect, but it would be even worse if these people took the gun away. After all, Xiaxue heard Jia Siwen say before that his brother still had a murder case on him. This kind of desperado would definitely not be afraid of the police. However, after Yang Ming defeated all the black-shirt men, Xiaxue was relieved. Her hand touched the handle of the gun at her waist. She was waiting for a good opportunity to control the situation with 2 identities. But what she didn't expect was that Jia Xingjing actually had a gun. Moreover, he wanted to use the gun to shoot Yang Ming. In a hurry, Xiaxue could only pull out the gun and shoot. Xiaxue wasn't Yang Ming. She couldn't guarantee that Yang Ming could be safe and sound under Jia Xingjing's gun. She was a policewoman. When someone threatened Yang Ming's life, Xiaxue could only take the first step and hurt Jia Xingjing. She didn't expect this guy to be overweight, so he directly fainted. Xiaxue quickly stepped forward to take the pistol in Jia Xingjing's hand and searched Jia Xingjing's body. After confirming that there were no other weapons, she returned to Yang Ming's side. Yang Ming originally wanted to use Jia Siwen as a meat shield at the moment when Jia Xingjing shot. This was also the reason why Yang Ming warned him that he would regret it after shooting. However, it seemed that he didn't even need to move. Xiaxue had already done it for him. Moreover, if this Jia Xingjing didn't faint, he should be very regretful, right? Isn't competing with a criminal police officer looking for death? However, as a girl, Xiaxue could shoot so decisively, and her marksmanship was so accurate. This made Yang Ming admire her very much. Why do you also have a gun? Jia Siwen was immediately dumbfounded. He looked at the gun in Xiaxue's hand with some shock and fear and asked stutteringly. You can have guns, but we can't. Xiaxue had a very bad impression of this Jia Siwen. At this moment, she wanted to deliberately anger him, so she glared at him, pointed the pistol at him, and said in a demonstration. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Jia Siwen immediately became angry. The group of professionally trained thugs weren't Yang Ming's opponent. How could the 2 security guards and a few waiters around him be Yang Ming's opponent? He thought that his big brother had a secret weapon, a pistol in his hand. He could turn the situation around, but he didn't expect that the other party also had a gun. Then, what was the point of playing around here? Seeing his big brother's miserable appearance, Jia Siwen trembled. He was timid. When he saw Yang Ming smirking at him and Xiaxue pointing the gun at him, he was even more scared at this moment. Big brother, I was wrong. Can I cripple my right hand? I will listen to you. It's too late. Yang Ming said faintly, now what I said doesn't count. You have to ask the beautiful girl next to me how to deal with you. Didn't you ask me why I have a gun? Xiaxue took out a small book from her arms and measured it in front of Jia Siwen. I am a policewoman. Raise your hands. Now I suspect that you and your brother are an illegal violent gang. You have private guns and are on the run for murder. Ah? Jia Siwen was stunned. Now, he had the heart to cry. What kind of eyes do I have? I actually acted like a hooligan with a policewoman? I even threatened that my big brother is a murderer. What is the difference between this and surrendering? However, it seemed that there was no difference, but the difference in nature was big. Those security guards and waiters were not loyal to Xianxia. They were all paid. At this moment, when they saw that Xiaxue was a policewoman, they all raised their hands. The two security guards who were supporting Jia Siwen also let go and raised their hands. Poor Jia Siwen. His lower body was unstable. Without the people supporting him on both sides, he immediately fell to the ground. Yang Ming looked at the miserable situation in the room. He couldn't help but sigh. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? However, at this moment, the most excited person was Xiaxue. Originally, there was no clue for the haunted case. It made Xiaxue feel very depressed. She didn't expect to come to the bar to relax. It seemed that she had inadvertently solved a big case. This Jia Xingjing was guilty of private gun possession and illegal organization of people to fight. These crimes were needless to say. The most important thing was that he might be a murderer on the run. If this was the case, then it was impossible to deny Xiaxue's credit. As a result, although the haunted case had not been solved, Xiaxue had also solved another big case. So, she wasn't considered to be doing nothing. Thinking of this, Xiaxue's mood immediately improved. She somewhat believed the words of her sister. If she went to the bar more, she could really solve the case. At this point, Yang Ming naturally didn't intend to care about it. Anyway, Xiaxue was here. The follow-up matters should be handed over to the police. Xiaxue was afraid that Jia Siwen would have any strange movements. She handcuffed him, but she found that Jia Siwen had already peed in his pants. He couldn't make any struggle at all. After doing all this, Xiaxue took out her mobile phone and began to call the people in the team. She asked them to immediately bring people to the night dance bar. A major case had happened here. With Vice Captain Xia's personal call and instruction, who dared to neglect? The members of the criminal investigation team on duty in the bureau immediately rushed to the night dance bar with the siren. As for Yang Ming, while Xiaxue was on the phone, he quietly called Bao Sanli. These two guys shouldn't have anything to do with Bao Sanli. Otherwise, things would be really difficult to handle. However, it shouldn't be. Bao Sanli still had a way to restrain his underlings. It was absolutely impossible for him to be so arrogant. Moreover, the people in Bao Sanli's security company were only responsible for guarding the place. It was absolutely impossible to provide guns, especially when the guns were personally taken out by the owner of the night dance bar. Then, it should have nothing to do with Bao Sanli. But to be on the safe side, Yang Ming still made a call. Baozi, do you know the night dance bar? Yang Ming asked concisely. I know. What's wrong? Brother Yang, did their people provoke you? Should I bring people over now to flatten them? Bao Sanli immediately asked after listening. No need. I just want to know. Do you have any contact with the people in the night dance bar? Yang Ming lowered his voice and asked. I can't say that I have a connection with them. I barely know them. I can only say that I have met them before. It was originally Yu Shangda's territory. After I took over, I also did some investigation. This night dance bar was said to be opened by a boss of the underworld after he retired. However, he never participated in the matters of Song Zhang's underworld. He was only active in his own territory. I was hindered by the fact that everyone was originally in the underworld, so I didn't find trouble with them. However, they were also very low-key and didn't dare to easily cause trouble. That's fine. Yang Ming said faintly, he didn't dare to provoke you, but he has provoked me now. Ah? Bao Sanli was stunned and immediately scolded, Mother *Ker, I thought he was quite honest. I didn't expect him to even dare to touch Brother Yang. Do you need me? I said no need. The Jia brothers will probably be sent to prison tomorrow, but the location of his bar is good. You find a way to occupy it. I don't need to teach you these things, right? Yang Ming said. Don't worry, Brother Yang. This is a small matter. Bao Sanli smiled. Now Bao Sanli was walking between the black and white. Although he was very powerful, he didn't easily do some illegal things. He wouldn't leave any evidence for others. Of course, this was also under the influence of Ho Zhenhan. Bao Sanli became so cautious. However, in this way, Bao Sanli was very popular in Songjiang's government and other aspects. It didn't take long for the police to arrive at the night dance bar. The door of the bar was opened. More than a dozen police officers rushed in instantly, holding pistols and waiting. Captain Xia. The one who spoke was Yi Chang, a captain of the criminal investigation team. The 5th Squadron has surrounded the entire bar. Xia Shui pointed to Jia Siwen, who was already scared to the point of shitting and urinating on the ground, and Jia Xingjing, who had fainted with blood all over his face. First, control these 2 people. The rest should be sent to the hospital. I suspect that some of them are on the run for murder. After Yi Chang received the instructions, he quickly followed Xia Shui's instructions and began to clean up the scene. Those who should be arrested were arrested, and those who should be sent to the hospital were sent to the hospital. Soon, the night dance bar quickly restored its tranquility. Except for Yang Ming, the rest of the people were the police. Even the waiters in the bar were invited back to assist in the investigation. However, because of Xia Shui, Yang Ming's statement was made on the spot. I'll leave the interrogation to you. I won't be going back, Xia Shui said to Yi Chang. Don't worry, Captain Xia. Yi Chang also knew that Xia Shui was now in charge of the haunted case. She might have just finished the night shift, and her body was tired. What's more, Captain Xia was also a normal girl. She had to date her boyfriend after work. Yi Chang belonged to the criminal investigation team. He usually did not work in the municipal bureau building, but in the duty room next to it. Therefore, Yang Ming went to the municipal bureau several times to look for Chen Fei, but Yi Chang did not see him. At this moment, he subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was Xia Shui's girlfriend. When he heard that Yang Ming alone defeated a group of black-shirt bodyguards, he was very impressed. He thought, Captain Xia is powerful, and her boyfriend is not a coward. He is actually so strong. He is even fiercer than the SWAT team. I don't know what he does for a living. If there is a chance, it would be good to learn from him. However, even if Xia Shui was not present, the first-class credit for this case belonged to Xia Shui. Chen Fei was not a person who liked to take credit, and at his age, he really did not need to take credit. In terms of qualifications, he should be able to succeed in a few years, so Chen Fei gave the credit to the young people. After all, they still had a long way to go. Out of the bar, Xia Shui got into the passenger seat of the Dongfeng truck under Yi Chang's surprised gaze. It can't be, right? Captain Xia's boyfriend is a truck driver? Why doesn't it feel like it? If a truck driver can have this skill, then there will be no road robbers in the future. However, after thinking about it, Captain Xia was investigating the haunted case these few days. Maybe she deliberately asked her boyfriend to drive such a big truck for both of them to investigate openly and secretly. The bottle of Corona was small, and 5 bottles were really nothing for Yang Ming. During the fight, all the alcohol had been sobered up, so now there was no problem for him to drive. However, Xia Shui was a little worried. Can you do it? Why don't we take a taxi back? Forget it. Do you think that I won't get a ticket tomorrow if I park my car on the roadside overnight? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If it is, I will help you remove it. Xia Shui was very indifferent. Forget it. I'm fine. Yang Ming smiled and said, I didn't expect this trip to the bar to help you solve a big case. Yeah. Xia Shui was a little excited when she thought of this. Yang Ming, I found that you seem to be my lucky star. Last time, when I was with you, I inexplicably solved a big smuggling case. Although Xia Shui had also sobered up, her immunity to alcohol was obviously not as good as Yang Ming's. She was still slightly drunk, and she was particularly excited when she spoke. Hee, Yang Ming, if I were to be with you often, then wouldn't the position of the bureau chief be just around the corner? Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head after listening. Why do I feel like I'm not a lucky star, but a disaster? You're making me sound like Detective Conan? Wherever I go, there will be a case? Or, Yang Ming, you can just come and accompany me more in the future. Maybe this haunted case can be solved easily. Xia Shui was originally embarrassed to say this, but after drinking, she became bold. She wasn't so embarrassed when she said this. I'm fine with it, but when you have a boyfriend in the future, wouldn't he be jealous? Yang Ming teased Xiaxue. He didn't know why, but when Yang Ming thought of Xiaxue getting married in the future, he felt a little sad. After all, something would have happened between the two of them. This was like something that should have belonged to him suddenly being taken advantage of by others. There was a feeling of loss. Che, I'm not looking for a boyfriend. Xiaxue didn't understand the hidden meaning in Yang Ming's words. Instead, she waved her hand in a daze. Why do I need a boyfriend? I can also support myself. Besides, I have a long-term meal ticket like you. If worst comes to worst, I will go and eat your food after I lose my job. But, haha, the police shouldn't lose their jobs, right? There will always be bad guys. When Yang Ming heard Xiaxue's words, he didn't know whether to be happy or to smile bitterly. What kind of person does Xiaxue think I am? A sucker? Or a dumb rich guy? But obviously, Xiaxue shouldn't be such a person. She always asked him to treat her to a meal. Most of the time, it was more of a joke. Although he didn't know what Xiaxue's family did, all signs indicated that it shouldn't be simple. Moreover, Xiaxue didn't seem to be short of money. Her salary and bonus were not small. How could she not be able to afford a meal? Yang Ming? Why am I hungry again? Xiaxue frowned and touched her lower abdomen. We seem to have just eaten, right? We just drank. When did we eat? Yang Ming listened to Xiaxue's words and turned his head, but he saw that Xiaxue's face was slightly red, and her eyes were a little blurred. It can't be, right? There is still aftershock? I thought that Xiaxue was about to sober up. I didn't expect her to be confused again. Yang Ming guessed it right. Xiaxue was indeed confused again. Xiaxue's alcohol tolerance was still good, but because of the pressure of work, she wanted to get drunk to relax. Therefore, the 5 bottles of Corona that weren't very strong made her a little drunk. Previously, because of the tense situation, Xiaxue's conditioned reflex drove the drunkenness in her body to the side. But now, because of relaxation and excitement, the alcohol came back. Oh? Yes, I didn't eat just now. Xiaxue nodded and said, then, where are we going to eat? What do you want to eat? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Xiaxue was really cute at this time. He couldn't help but think of Huang Lele. He thought that the two of them could become good sisters. I want to eat fried cakes. At this moment, Xiaxue was already a little tired. She was on the verge of being half asleep. When she said the 3 words fried cakes, Xiaxue pursed her lips as if she was swallowing her saliva. Fried cakes? Yang Ming was stunned. Where are we going to get fried cakes in the middle of the night? Just as he wanted to ask Xiaxue to change it, he turned his head and saw that Xiaxue had fallen asleep. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her seductive little mouth was opening and closing. She seemed to be eating fried cakes in her dream. It was very cute. Yang Ming shook his head and parked the car on the side of the road. He locked the door and turned up the heater in the car. Yang Ming was also a little tired. Not eating for a day was nothing for Yang Ming. When he was training in Europe, he didn't eat or sleep for a few days, but he survived. Yang Ming put down the car seat for Xiaxue so that she could sleep more comfortably. After doing this, Yang Ming also put down his seat and prepared to rest in the car. He didn't know how long he slept, but there was a fierce knocking sound outside the window. Yang Ming woke up from the moment the window was knocked on. He sat up and looked out of the window vigilantly, but he saw a traffic policeman and a police car with flashing lights beside him. Yang Ming pressed down the window glass and asked, "What's the matter? Parking is not allowed here. Please show your license." The traffic policeman said politely. Yang Ming remembered that when he saw Xiaxue fall asleep, he casually parked the car on the side of the road. He didn't expect to attract the patrol traffic police on duty at night. At this time, Xiaxue was also woken up. She sat up in a daze and saw the traffic police outside the car. She immediately understood what was going on, so she took out her ID and handed it to the traffic police outside. "I'm from the criminal police team. I was handling a case at night. I was a little sleepy, so I rested here for a while." The traffic police looked at the title on Xiaxue's ID. After learning that she was the deputy captain of the criminal police team, he was stunned. He immediately remembered that the continuous haunted traffic cases in the past few days were handled by Captain Xia of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Team. Their traffic police team was naturally clear about the recent cases. It could be said that they were the first to arrive at the scene. In the past few days of meetings, the leaders of the team had also emphasized that if they encountered a suspicious traffic accident, they must immediately inform Captain Xia of the Criminal Police Team and cooperate with Captain Xia's work. Come to think of it, Captain Xia should be looking for clues to the haunted case at this moment. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be in awe. He felt a little embarrassed. She was working so hard, but he disturbed her rest. He quickly saluted, Captain Xia, I'm really sorry to disturb your rest, but this road is a commuter road. After 6 o'clock, the traffic flow will be relatively large, so. Xiaxia was also a little embarrassed. After all, she used the excuse of handling the case to make the traffic police respect her so much. She quickly said, we will drive the car away. Okay, thank you for cooperating with our work. The traffic police returned the ID to Xiaxia and said quickly. In his heart, he admired Xiaxia even more. Look at her. She is handling a case. She should enjoy privileges, but she is also so fair and law-abiding. Yang Ming saw that and blushed a little. He thought, these two, are really. So he quickly started the car and slowly turned to the side road. How did I fall asleep? Xiaxia rubbed her eyes, but she was a little unwilling in her heart. Just now, I was having a beautiful dream. I dreamed that my grandmother fried a large pot of fried cake for me. I couldn't finish it no matter how I ate. It was so delicious, but I was woken up like this. You were saying that you were going to eat fried cake, and then you fell asleep. Yang Ming smiled as he drove. Ah? Xiaxia was stunned. She thought, did I say that I was going to eat fried cake? Yeah, then you probably ate it in your dream. Yang Ming continued, then you fell asleep. I didn't. Xiaxua's face suddenly turned red. She was very embarrassed. However, with Yang Ming's words, his stomach started to growl again. Eating in a dream didn't count. Hee, but it is estimated that the stalls that sell breakfast have not opened yet. Let's just drive around. Yang Ming said, we can't just park, but it should be fine to drive. Xiaxia wasn't sleepy at this moment. She was a lot more awake, so she nodded and said, okay, then let's walk around. Maybe we can find clues to the haunted case. You really want to make a contribution so much that you're going crazy. How can you find clues just because you want to? Yang Ming turned off the heater in the car. It was a little too hot, so hot that it was uncomfortable. Yang Ming aimlessly drove the car back and forth between the big and small intersections of Songjiang. At 4 o'clock in the morning, it was the time when the traffic on the street was the least. Occasionally, a few large trucks like the one that Yang Ming drove passed by, but they were all in a hurry. And? Yang Ming was suddenly stunned. He rubbed his eyes inconceivably. Could it be that my eyes were blurred just now? Yang Ming raised his head and looked ahead with some doubts. It was still a straight road. However, at that moment, the situation that Yang Ming saw wasn't like this. What Yang Ming saw was that there was no road in the distance, but a wall. There was a road on the right side of the wall. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Yang Ming frowned. Logically, his will should be much stronger than the average person, and his eyesight should be much better than others. How could there be a possibility of blurred vision? As he was thinking about it, he heard Xiaxua scream, Yang Ming. What are you doing? Stop the car. What's wrong? Yang Ming recovered and asked with a puzzled look. What do you mean what's wrong? Turn to the right. Can't you see that? There is a wall in front? Xiaxua screamed in horror. Her hand couldn't help but grab Yang Ming's steering wheel. She wanted to steer to the right. Yang Ming listened to Xiaxua's words and was somewhat inexplicable. What wall in front? Turn to the right? What nonsense is Xiaxua talking about? Suddenly, Yang Ming was shocked. He thought of the situation that he saw in an instant. In that case, what I saw just now wasn't an illusion. Or it could be said that it was an illusion, but Xiaxua also had the same illusion. Yang Ming ignored Xiaxua. He held the steering wheel tightly and didn't let her move at all. Yang Ming was very sure about this road because when he got rid of Little Dorsk, he took this road. Therefore, Yang Ming was convinced that there was indeed a road in front, not a wall. The wall on the right was the wall. Ah! Xiaxue screamed and watched as Yang Ming drove the car into the wall. Although Xiaxue was a policewoman, she was still a girl in the end. Although she was braver than ordinary people, at this moment, what was the use of being braver? This wasn't a sci-fi movie, but a real car hitting a wall. Xiaxue closed her eyes in despair. I'm still very young. There are many things that I haven't done, many things that I haven't eaten, many places that I haven't been to, and many things that I haven't enjoyed. Am I going to die like this? I haven't been in a relationship and haven't had sex. I don't know what it feels like. If I had known earlier, I would have done it with Yang Ming last time. And? Xiaxue was stunned. Why am I not dead yet? According to the speed just now, at most 1 second, the car would be destroyed and I would be dead. However, it has been a few seconds. Why am I not dead yet? Could it be that Yang Ming stepped on the brakes or turned right at the last moment? Xiaxue opened her eyes in doubt and looked back, but she saw a scene that surprised her. The body of the car passed through the wall that she saw. However, it remained intact and continued to move forward. However, the wall behind it was still there. What is going on? Xiaxue widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief, gasping for breath. Yang Ming was also very puzzled. After Xiaxue said that she saw the wall, Yang Ming began to wonder. Could it be that I also encountered a haunted case? Yang Ming slowly parked the car on the side of the road and carefully recalled the moment when he saw the wall appear and disappear. Was there anything strange? At that time, I did see the road in front of me. It was a wall, but after seeing the wall, there seemed to be something in my body. Under the urging of this kind of thing, my mind suddenly became clear, and the wall in front of me no longer existed. Could it be that my physique is still abnormal? Or am I thinking too much, and my nerves are a little too sensitive? Is all this the credit of the special ability? Yang Ming wasn't very clear. If it was the credit of the special ability, then it made sense because the special ability could pass through any object and see the things in front. However, I seemed to feel it at that time. There seemed to be something in my body. When he heard Xiaxue's question, Yang Ming took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He asked, "Did you really see it just now? It wasn't a road in front of us, but a wall?" "Yeah. Not just now, but now." As Xiaxue said this, she turned her head. Just as she wanted to say something, she was stunned. After a while, she said, "Eh? Where is the wall behind us?" Yang Ming shook his head and said word by word, "There is no wall behind us. Just now, and now." Then what I saw just now was it because I was in a daze? Xiaxue was very puzzled. How did the wall disappear? Yang Ming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer Xiaxue's words, but he couldn't say that Xiaxue was in a daze. What happened just now was very complicated. It was likely to be an important clue to the haunted case. Yang Ming didn't want to leave the clues that were hard to get unsolved. However, how could Yang Ming tell Xiaxue? If Yang Ming said that he didn't see it, then Xiaxue would definitely think that she was hallucinating, and she wouldn't think too much about it. But what if he said that he saw it? Xiaxue would definitely ask, "Since you saw it, why did you crash the car into the wall?" Yang Ming, of course, couldn't explain the special ability to Xiaxue. He couldn't say that he returned to normal in an instant. Then, he could only express his meaning in another way. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Ming said, "You weren't in a daze. I also saw the wall just now." "Ah. You said that you saw it too?" Xiaxue was obviously stunned, and then she said, "If you saw it, why did you crash the car into it?" Sure enough, Xiaxue still asked this question. However, Yang Ming had already thought of an excuse. "I am very familiar with this road. I have driven this road more than once or twice, so I am very clear about what is on this road and what isn't. For example, this road leads to Shanty Town. There is only one main road in Songjiang that leads to Shanty Town. So, is it possible to block it with a wall? What's more, I passed by here yesterday. How could a wall be built in a day? I thought I was in a daze at the time, so I just drove over without thinking. Really? That's fine. After Xiaxue heard it, she patted her chest with lingering fear. If you remembered it wrong, then aren't we dead now? No, it's not right. I reminded you before that you were going to crash into the wall. How could you be so sure? Didn't you hesitate? Yang Ming thought that it wasn't good. Xiaxue was indeed a criminal investigator. She didn't let go of any loopholes. Yes, Xiaxue also reminded me at the time. How can I explain this? However, before Yang Ming could explain, Xiaxue said, "You are really stubborn. You still insist on your own opinion. But it is precisely because of this that we both escaped a disaster." Yang Ming laughed twice. He thought to himself, I have indeed escaped a calamity. However, the disaster that the two people were talking about was naturally not the same thing. However, at this moment, Yang Ming didn't have the intention to explain anything to Xiaxue. The situation just now was too weird. If one person had hallucinations, it would be fine, but now the problem was that two people had hallucinations at the same time. What kind of power can make two people hallucinate at the same time? Of course, mirages and the like could be excluded. Although Songjiang was a coastal city, it was impossible to have a mirage in the middle of the night in the urban area. Besides, there was no precedent. Yang Ming also dabbled in the knowledge of making people hallucinate in the information that Feng Tian gave him. Some drugs could be used to make people hallucinate, but Yang Ming and Xiaxue were sitting in the car. It was impossible for someone to use drugs through the car. There was only one remaining situation, and that was witchcraft. Witchcraft was actually a general term for some unknown and strange spells. After subdivision, voodoo, black magic, and so on could also be counted as one of them. Yang Ming wasn't sure if black magic really existed, but he had personally experienced voodoo. Wait, could it be that Xiaxue and I were put under a voodoo just now? In the past, when he played with Lan Ling on the bed, there was once when Lan Ling used an illusion-like voodoo technique on him, making him unable to catch her in bed. After that, Lan Ling also said that this was a very simple illusion technique. Many people in her clan could use it. It didn't require much effort to cause people to hallucinate. However, why wasn't I confused by the illusion just now? At that time, Yang Ming remembered that he was played by Lan Ling on the bed. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important matter. After he was inflicted with the voodoo from Lan Ling's mother, Lan Ling seemed to have unintentionally mentioned that this voodoo had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that other than Lan Ling herself and her grandmother, no one else could inflict voodoo on Yang Ming. However, at that time, Yang Ming didn't pay much attention to it, so he couldn't remember exactly what Lan Ling said. Because it was rare for a person to be afflicted with a goo once in their lifetime, who could be afflicted with it twice in a row? Now that he thought about it, could it be that he and Xiaxue were really poisoned by a goo? He was immune to it because of the voodoo, but Xiaxue didn't have this opportunity, so she was confused by the illusion. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly used his special ability to detect if anyone was hiding nearby. But unfortunately, on this street, there was no one else except for his big truck. It was unnecessary to investigate further. Both sides of the street were residential areas, so there would definitely be people. Moreover, there would be more than one person. Yang Ming couldn't carefully check everyone. Yang Ming didn't understand how far this illusion could affect, so now he couldn't check again. Yang Ming really regretted that he didn't learn from Lan Ling carefully when he was with her. So, both of us just had an illusion? Xiaxue was still immersed in the horror just now. She didn't notice that Yang Ming's expression had changed a few times. Yes, don't you think that the scene just now is familiar? Yang Ming was calmer than Xiaxue. Although the association thought of more complicated possibilities, it was better than having no clue. You mean, the haunted case? Xiaxue also faintly felt that things seemed to be a bit unusual. After being reminded by Yang Ming, she immediately thought of the haunted case. Indeed, according to one of the survivors of the car accident, they turned because there was no road in front of them. As a result, they crashed into the wall. If it weren't for the fact that the speed of the car wasn't very fast, these people would have all died. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that we have just encountered a haunted case. Ah! Xiaxue screamed. She pushed the door open and jumped out. She ran to the place where she saw the wall behind her. Xiaxue! Yang Ming called, but it was obviously useless. He also understood Xiaxue's mood at the moment. It was not easy to have a clue. How could she let it go easily? However, Yang Ming had already used his special ability to investigate. There were no suspicious characters at all. However, because he was afraid that something would happen to Xiaxue, Yang Ming still got out of the car and quickly followed Xiaxue. At this moment, Xiaxue carefully squatted at the approximate position where she saw the wall before, holding a small black pistol in her hand. She looked vigilant and observed the movements around her. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Yang Ming used his special ability to explore the surroundings again, but the result was still nothing. How did this happen? Is it using a 3D movie? Xiaxue observed for a long time and didn't find anything suspicious. She originally thought that the criminal used a high-tech 3D movie to achieve the illusion, but Xiaxue didn't find any suspicious electronic equipment nearby. 3D movie? Yang Ming was stunned, and then shook his head. This is impossible. If the illusion didn't disappear, it might be a 3D movie, but his illusion was only for a moment, which meant that what he saw was an illusion and not an illusion. It shouldn't be a 3D movie. A 3D movie can't be so realistic. Yang Ming said, if it is a 3D movie, it is impossible to not see the flaws when the car lights flashed. Yang Ming could only analyze the problem from a scientific point of view. It was impossible to say too much to Xiaxue because no matter how good the relationship between the two was, Yang Ming didn't trust Xiaxue 100%. Unless one day, Xiaxue really became his woman, then Yang Ming was likely to tell her his secrets. Xiaxue listened to Yang Ming's words and calmed down. Indeed, she was too eager for quick success and didn't think too much about it. She thought that the problem was relatively simple. You're right. It shouldn't be a 3D movie, but how did the criminal suspect achieve it? Xiaxue frowned. Previously, I had some doubts about the words of the survivors of the car accident, but now, after experiencing it personally, I know that things are really so weird. I just looked around for you. There is no one nearby. Yang Ming said, it's almost dawn. Let's go. Xiaxue had to nod helplessly. She also knew that if there was a criminal suspect, he would have run away long ago. It was impossible for him to wait here for her to catch him. Originally, this matter had little to do with Yang Ming. Whether it was a haunted or a car accident, it was the police's responsibility. Yang Ming didn't want to care, and he wouldn't care. But now, it had aroused Yang Ming's interest. If his guess was correct, and the matter was really related to voodoo, could it be done by the hostile forces of Lanhai? This gave Yang Ming the idea to find out. Of course, if these forces were really involved, then it should be difficult for the police to solve the case. He could only rely on his own efforts. At most, he would give the credit to Xiaxue in the end. Xiaxue also knew that it was futile to continue the investigation, so she got in the car with Yang Ming. At the place where Yang Ming and Xiaxue were just now, there was a trembling figure in a residential building next to it. After seeing Yang Ming leave, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the bed. Xianxia touched his chest and secretly regretted. How could I be so unlucky? I met my nemesis again. Every time I pretended to be a ghost in front of him, not only did it not work, but if I was caught by him, it would be very miserable. Xianxia didn't understand why his voodoo had no effect on Yang Ming. Not only did it have no effect, but he even dared to come back to investigate after seeing through it. If it were someone else, they would have been scared away. But this Yang Ming was bold and didn't seem to be afraid of this at all. When Yang Ming came back to investigate, Xianxia was scared. He was afraid that Yang Ming would find him, so he had been curled up in the corner and didn't dare to move. He just looked out of the window with his peripheral vision. Xianxia was relieved until Yang Ming left. Recently, the police investigation was very serious. Xianxia didn't dare to go out and could only hide at home. The street below Xianxia's house led to Shanty Town. There were not many rich people in Shanty Town, and there were even fewer who had cars, so few people would drive by at night. Today, he finally found a good opportunity. A big truck passed by the section below his house. He thought that it would destroy his car and kill him. He didn't expect to attract Yangming, this jinx. Xianxia was very worried. Elder Yu urged him to hurry up and get more bodies. He was about to succeed in whatever skill he was practicing. Xianxia was also very afraid of Elder Yu. That person, or it could be said that he was simply not a person. He had inexplicable power. Xianxia held his head in pain and squatted on the ground. These few scares were completely without the previous thrill. It was like a routine task. The more he was urged, the more upset he was. Xianxia didn't know what to do. He even missed the life of a high school student. Although he was a follower of Wang Jitao every day, he also had something to do. Unlike now, he lived in fear every day. Yes, Xianxia was actually scaring others and making them feel fearful. But as the matter expanded, the police attached great importance to it. Xianxia was afraid. Xianxia was afraid that the police would find him. He didn't dare to go out and scare people again, but Elder Yu forced him to go out again. Especially when he saw Yangming, Xianxia was even more afraid. If Yangming found out that he scared him again, he would probably be beaten to death. There were some things that Yangming didn't know if he should tell Xiaxue. If he guessed correctly, the haunted case should be done by Lan Hai's enemy. However, this matter was indeed a bit too outrageous. Voodoo, in the eyes of ordinary people, was a mysterious and almost inconceivable thing. Even most people regarded it as a legend. They didn't think that voodoo existed in today's society. Especially for people like Xiaxue who believed in science, it was impossible for her to believe in witchcraft. Therefore, Yangming hesitated again and decided to forget it. If possible, he would contact Lan Ling's grandmother to see if he could catch this person. In the end, he would give all the credit to Xiaxue. Fried cakes, big fruits, these kinds of breakfast that were popular in the 1990s were now rare. Instead, there were beautiful and hygienic breakfast shops, porridge shops, and bun shops. However, Yangming saw a similar breakfast stall in Shanty Town, so he drove the car to Shanty Town. At this time, the sky was already bright. At the street entrance of Shanty Town, many small vendors had already started to prepare for business. "Why are we eating breakfast here?" Xiaxue was a little surprised. "There are fried cakes here." Yangming smiled and said, "Come on, let's go down." Xiaxue suddenly realized why Yangming deliberately came to such an inconspicuous stall to eat breakfast. It turned out that he was still thinking about her wanting to eat fried cakes. "Thank you." Xiaxue was a little moved. Since her grandmother passed away, she hadn't eaten fried cakes. Moreover, fried cakes were really rare in the big city. They were almost extinct. "What are you thanking me for?" Yangming parked the car and got off with Xiaxue. "You said that I am your long-term meal ticket. Naturally, I have to satisfy your dietary requirements." Haha. Xiaxue suddenly smiled happily after listening. "Then, if I say that I want to eat the moon in the sky, will you satisfy me? If you can bite it, I will take it off for you." Yangming nodded and replied. "Tomorrow, I'll go and insert a Jin Gang stone tooth." Xiaxue said seriously. "Okay, let me know when you're done." "I'll buy a Xianxia," Yangming said. "Yangming, are you doing this on purpose? Are you arguing with me?" Xiaxue glared at Yangming angrily. "Why does he always have words to refute whatever I say? You were the one who started it, okay? Besides, I've already become a meal ticket. Shouldn't you at least consider the emotions of a meal ticket? You can't be mistreated after paying for it, right?" Yangming laughed. Xiaxue couldn't help but smile after listening. The two sat in front of a stall selling fried dough sticks and fried cakes. Yangming asked, "Boss, is it open now? The oil will be hot soon. What do you two want to eat? I'll fry it for you first." The boss walked over with a smile. He didn't expect that he would have business as soon as he set up his stall. It seemed like a good sign. 1 kilogram of fried cakes, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, Yangming said to the boss. "Okay." When the boss heard that the two of them asked for a lot, he immediately went to serve them happily. Will you be able to eat that much? Xiaxue watched the boss throw the fried cakes on the chopping board into the oil. She couldn't help but worry, isn't the fried cakes too much for you to eat? I'll just eat the fried dough sticks, said Yang Ming. Ah? Do you think I'm a pig? How can I eat 1 kilogram? Xiaxue widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming, dumbfounded. Yang Ming asked for so much out of kindness, but even if she liked to eat fried cakes, she couldn't ask for so much. If you can't eat it, you can take it away. Anyway, this thing can be eaten when it's cold. Yang Ming said, this place is going to be relocated soon. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it in the future. Relocation. Xiaxue nodded. She knew that Yang Ming was being kind, so she didn't say anything. Soon, the things they asked for were served. Yang Ming and Xiaxue drank the steaming hot tofu pudding that had just come out of the pot, but it had a different taste. This feeling is very good. It's much better than going to the porridge shop, said Xiaxue. If you like it, then come often in the future. Otherwise, there won't be a chance. Yang Ming was also a little emotional. The modernization of the metropolis naturally had the benefits of modernization, but these traditional old businesses were going to disappear. Not long after, the sky was already bright, and the people at the breakfast stall began to increase. Most of them were nearby residents, but Yang Ming observed carefully and found that there were actually many taxi drivers. It seemed that the breakfast here was really popular. Generally, taxi drivers ran on the road all day long. They knew very well where the breakfast was good. If they could come here, it meant that this place was really good. Didn't I tell you not to sell it? Why are you still here? You made such a mess. F***ck. A white old-fashioned Nissan van stopped near these breakfast stalls, and a few macho men wearing sunglasses came down from the van. Guys, it's not easy for us to do business here. We can only sell for a few days. The fried cake owner, who was still smiling, just now saw these people, and the smile on his face suddenly turned into a bitter smile. F***ck, if you continue to F***king dawdle, I will smash it for you. One of the men wearing sunglasses pushed the fried cake owner and scolded, hurry up and make space for me. Is this a place that you can occupy? It's only 6 o'clock. We closed at 8 o'clock. The fried cake owner said with difficulty. Take your F***king slap. The man wearing sunglasses was impatient. He slapped the fried cake owner and pushed him aside. If you don't want to take it, I will take it for you. What is this person doing? Yang Ming frowned and asked Xiaxue, is he an urban management officer? I don't know. He isn't wearing a uniform. Xiaxue also shook her head. She didn't know what this group of people was doing. Listening to the conversation between Yang Ming and Xiaxue, a diner next to them whispered, what urban management officer? The urban management officers in this area are very kind. Sometimes they help these vendors to maintain order. These people are from the demolition company. Every day, they set up a shed at the entrance of the alley, and then handle the demolition registration. They are dissatisfied that these breakfast stalls are blocking their position, but I think they are used to being overbearing. They are looking for trouble. Most of the residents in this area were very dissatisfied with these demolition company people, but dissatisfaction was dissatisfaction. They could only curse in private. They didn't dare to confront them directly. Why don't you call the police? Yang Ming glanced at Xiaxue and asked the man. Call the police? What's the use of calling the police? When the police come, they will pretend to be white-collar workers in the company. They can't do anything in front of the police. When the police leave, whoever calls the police will be unlucky. The man shook his head and said helplessly, who wants to get involved in this? Now, the demolition is being evaluated. If you offend them, they will estimate the lowest price for your house. Then, you are the one who will suffer. After Yang Ming heard it, he glanced at Xiaxue with a smile. He meant, it seems that the work of the police is not done well. Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming. She thought, it's not that I don't want to manage this kind of thing, but it is too difficult to manage. If the police force is put on these things every day, is there a need to do anything else? Besides, violent demolition isn't something that the police can manage as a law enforcement department. These demolition companies appear to be complying, but they are contrary. It is a very troublesome problem. As they were talking, the macho man with sunglasses came over and came to Xiaxue's table. He said impatiently, "Hurry up. Stop eating. Let's go. Let's go. We haven't finished eating yet. What right do you have to drive us away?" Xiaxue was already angry with this macho man. Because of him, she was scolded by Yang Ming with his eyes for no reason. At this time, naturally, she wasn't in a good mood. "Oh? This little girl is quite arrogant, right? But, it's useless to be arrogant. Don't make this master unhappy. You won't have a good time." As the macho man in sunglasses finished speaking, he grabbed the foot of Yang Ming's table. With a force, he overturned the table. The tofu pudding and fried cakes on the table fell to the ground. Xiaxue was distressed. "My favorite fried cakes. I haven't eaten enough yet, and it fell to the ground just like that?" A burst of anger surged in her heart. "If I don't give this arrogant guy a look today, then I'm not Xiaxue. Do you know that what you are doing now is illegal?" Xiaxue's face was gloomy as she glared at the macho man in sunglasses. "Illegal? Haha, I am the law here. This area belongs to me. I can do whatever I want." The macho man in sunglasses listened to Xiaxue's words and smiled disdainfully. "What? You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, I will tear you down too. Why don't you try tearing me down?" How could Xiaxue be afraid of a hooligan like him? "Little girl, you forced me to make a move." As he said this, the man in sunglasses reached out to grab Xiaxue's chest. This guy saw Xiaxue's beauty, so naturally, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to take advantage of her. Before the man in sunglasses could make a move, he let out a scream. He covered his face and squatted on the ground. However, his face was still bubbling, and the skin on his face had fallen off. Yang Ming held the oil pot and looked coldly at the macho man in sunglasses who was squatting on the ground. "I hate it when people act like hooligans to the women around me. Brother Ma, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" The other macho men saw the macho man in sunglasses covering his face and squatting on the ground. They quickly ran over and saw that the skin on the macho man's face had been burned off by the hot oil. "Destroy this kid." One of the macho men shouted, "Avenge Brother Ma. Quickly send me to the hospital." Brother Ma was about to cry after listening. He endured the pain on his face and roared. His voice changed. "It's good that you are avenging me, but the most important thing now is to send me to the hospital quickly. Kid, you are finished. You can wait for your death at home." Before helping Brother Ma into the van, the few macho men didn't forget to threaten him. "Okay, don't waste time. Your little brother Ma will be disfigured in a while." Yang Ming smiled indifferently. The van left, and the people present were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce. He actually poured a pot of hot oil on Brother Ma's head. "Yang Ming, you are deliberately hurting him." Xiaxue frowned and whispered to Yang Ming. Although she was very happy that Yang Ming protected her, she didn't agree with Yang Ming's approach. "Hey, don't worry. I won't trouble you. I promise that they won't dare to call the police." Yang Ming smiled. "That's the best. Otherwise, I won't open the back door for you." Xiaxue glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was very indifferent. People like Brother Ma wouldn't call the police. Even if he wanted to call the police, his boss wouldn't let him. If the violent demolition was obstructed and oil was poured, it would bring a lot of pressure to the demolition work. Maybe the relevant departments would supervise the entire demolition process. The unlucky ones would be themselves. Therefore, this loss could only be swallowed in the stomach. If they wanted to retaliate, they could only do it privately. Yang Ming wasn't worried that they would retaliate against Xiaxue. Even if they found Xiaxue, so what? They wouldn't dare to go to the police station to cause trouble. That was assaulting the police. The boss of the demolition company wouldn't do it even if he was a tiger. "I'm sorry, boss. I poured your oil. How much is it? I will compensate you." Yang Ming turned and said to the fried cake boss. "What are you compensating for?" Young man, what you just did is very satisfying. The fried cake boss quickly waved his hand. I just don't dare. If I weren't afraid of their revenge, I would have done it long ago. That's not very good. Yang Ming saw the sincerity of the owner of the fried cakes. Obviously, these people had been bullied by the people of the demolition company. What's wrong with that? By the way, young man, you like to eat fried cakes. I'll make some more for you. The one just now fell on the ground. The fried cake owner handed a bag of fried cakes to Yang Ming. By the way, you should leave quickly. If they come back later, you will be in trouble. Yang Ming had no choice but to accept the fried cake. However, Yang Ming wasn't afraid of the possible revenge. It was just that with Xianxia around, Yang Ming couldn't beat these people to death according to his own ideas. That way, Xianxia would definitely interfere. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to use this as an excuse to turn this demolition company upside down. At the very least, he wanted them to estimate the price of Lin Jiyun's house by 100 times. But now it seemed that he could only do it next time. He got in the car with Xianxia and slowly left Shanty Town. Yang Ming sent Xianxia to the entrance of the police station, and then handed the fried cake in his hand to Xianxia. Take it. It's the fried cake boss's intention. Humph, don't be proud. You're the only one who can be a hero. Xianxia took the fried cake and said in a harsh tone, Yang Ming, don't always cause trouble. Some things can't be solved by violence. Can't you think about the people around you when you do things? If you go to prison because of intentional injury, how sad would Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun be? Aren't you sad? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoxue's angry look and teased. Why would I be sad? It's just that the meal ticket is gone. Xiaoxue snorted and turned to walk to the police station. But after a few steps, she turned back. No, I finally found the meal ticket. How can it be gone so easily? Yang Ming touched his chin. Am I really just a meal ticket? I really don't understand what Xiaoxue is thinking. Yang Ming wasn't wrong. Brother Ma really didn't. Call the police. On the 30th floor of a luxury building in the southern part of Songjiang City, a slightly fat middle-aged man was sitting in the boss chair and flirting with a sexy female secretary. There was a knock on the door. The middle-aged man put down the female secretary in his arms and then motioned for her to open the door. He picked up a document on the table and looked at it. President Wei. The person who came in was the general manager's assistant, Zhou Xiaoming. Seeing that it was Zhou Xiaoming, the female secretary closed the door and sat back in the arms of the middle-aged man called President Wei. President Wei's name was Wei Dikang. He was the chairman and general manager of Dikang Real Estate Development Company, Limited. He was also a well-known figure in Songjiang's real estate industry. After many years of development, Dikang Real Estate had become the industry leader second only to Xinheng Real Estate. This time, with the development of the land in Shanty Town, Wei Dikang immediately felt that his opportunity had come. The high-end residential area in the development zone next to Shanty Town was developed by Xinheng Real Estate. It had now become a landmark building in Songjiang's wealthy district. Now, Shanty Town and the development zone were only a few hundred meters apart. He believed that as long as he operated it properly, he could make a second development zone. Therefore, Wei Dikang particularly valued this opportunity. If the development was really successful, then the strength of his company would make a qualitative leap, and he would have the capital to compete with Xinheng Real Estate. Otherwise, in the past few years, he had been suppressed by Xinheng Real Estate, which made Wei Dikang very uncomfortable. What's the matter? Wei Dikang raised his head and looked at his confidant, Zhou Xiaoming. President Wei, something happened to Madman Ma. Zhou Xiaoming said with a dignified expression. Madman Ma? What happened? When Wei Dikang heard that it was about Madman Ma, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. What could happen to Madman Ma? At most, he would beat up a person, so he asked, who did he beat up this time? President Wei, he didn't beat up others, but others beat him up. He was splashed with oil. His face is now burned, and he is lying in the First People's Hospital. Zhou Xiaoming said. What? Wei Dikang frowned and scolded in his heart. This Madman Ma would cause trouble for me at this juncture. I haven't figured out the demolition yet, and he was beaten up. However, after all, Wei Dikeng had been in the top position for a long time. He had the necessary shrewdness. What exactly happened? This is the case. Madman Ma took his people to Shanty Town to register the demolition. Zhou Xiaoming repeated the incident to Wei Dikeng. Mother ****. Wei Dikeng couldn't help it anymore. He scolded fiercely. Is his brain flooded with water? Why did he provoke those diners? He deserved to be beaten up. It would be better if he was beaten to death. Wei Dikeng was so angry. This guy, if he really fought with the residents of the demolition, it would be excusable, but why did you fight with a diner at a roadside stall? What does it have to do with you? President Wei, what should we do now? Madman Ma's underlings are thinking about revenge. You see, Zhou Xiaoming said to Wei Dikeng. Let them take revenge, but don't make things big. Don't call the police, or else it will be troublesome if the news spreads. Wei Dikeng said, those reporters can also say that we were beaten up because of violent demolition. It will be troublesome if it attracts attention. Yes, I got it. Zhou Xiaoming nodded. I will inform Madman Ma and tell them to be low-key if they want to do it. If anything happens, don't involve the company. That's what I mean. Wei Dikeng said, this Madman Ma is really worrisome. Let's do this. Xiaoming, you will be in charge of the demolition company from today. Let Madman Ma recuperate. Okay, President Wei. Zhou Xiaoming was delighted. Demolition was a lucrative job. Madman Ma was originally Wei Dikeng's driver, and he was also one of Wei Dikeng's closer people. When Wei Dikeng asked Madman Ma to be in charge of the demolition, Zhou Xiaoming was still a little uncomfortable. Now, this lucrative job finally fell on his head. In the ward of the city's first people's hospital, Madman Ma's face was covered with gauze. Fortunately, the oil was not very hot, or he would probably be dead now. He already knew what President Wei meant. The power of the demolition company had fallen on Zhou Xiaoming. Madman Ma was unwilling, but there was no other way. He hated Yang Ming in his heart. He couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Not only did Yang Ming disfigure him, but he also cut off his source of income. Brother Ma, this matter must not be forgotten. When we find that guy, let's kill him. Madman Ma's underlings said fiercely. They all followed Madman Ma for a living. Cutting off Madman Ma's source of income was equivalent to cutting off their source of income. Madman Ma also thought so in his heart, but now that he was like this, even if he wanted to retaliate, it would not be done in a short time. His face was covered with gauze, and it was difficult to talk. He couldn't even discuss something. Yang Ming sent the car back to Mingyang Heavy Industry and came to his uncle's office. He was about to tell him the good news, but he didn't expect his uncle to stand up first and say with a smile, Big Ming, you are still capable. I really can't imagine how you got the people from Sankuan Machinery. And? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Uncle, how did you know? I haven't told you yet, right? Haha, today's newspaper has been published. Sankuan Machinery announced bankruptcy yesterday afternoon. Yang Dashan laughed heartily. Big Ming, how did you do it? It's nothing, just to scare them. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say too much. Don't tell my dad about this. I don't want him to worry. Don't worry. I will keep it a secret for you. Yang Dashan was in a very good mood now. He didn't expect that the psychological problem that had troubled him for so long was so easily solved by Yang Ming. After leaving Mingyang Heavy Industry, Yang Ming called Bao Sanli and planned to ask about the relocation of Shanty Town. Brother Yang, what happened at the night dance bar last night? Was it you who did it? Bao Sanli picked up the phone and asked mysteriously. It was me. Yang Ming wouldn't deny it. He had already instructed Bao Sanli to find a way to get the property rights of the night dance bar. Brother Yang, I'm convinced. You are really amazing. You are actually so popular in the government. There was news this morning that the night dance bar was closed down by the police. Bao Sanli said admiringly. That wasn't me. Yesterday, I went to the night dance bar with Xianxia. Yang Ming explained. Understood. Bao Sanli laughed a few times. Brother Yang, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? What's the matter? And, I want to ask you something. Do you know which real estate company developed the land in Shanty Town? Asked Yang Ming. Shanty Town. It seems to be Dekang Real Estate. At that time I was very optimistic about the land, but after all, real estate is not our current main business, so I didn't fight for it. Bao Sanli said, what's wrong, Brother Yang? Is there a problem? Have you heard of a guy surnamed Ma in their company? Yang Ming read the name of Dekang Real Estate and remembered it in his heart. Ma? Brother Yang, are you talking about the idiot madman Ma? He is the driver of Dekang Real Estate's CEO, Wei Dekang. He used to be in the underworld, and now he has a few henchmen under him. Bao Sanli thought about it and said, this guy always wants to get close to us, but I don't care about him. Okay, I got it. It is probably him. Yang Ming said, help me check the information of Dekang Real Estate. Okay, no problem. Brother Yang, you don't want to make a move on Dekang Real Estate, right? Bao Sanli thought. Every time Brother Yang asked him to investigate someone, that person would not have a good ending. This time was probably no exception. Don't make wild guesses. Yang Ming taught Bao Sanli a lesson. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if this guy went out and talked nonsense. Yang Ming wasn't sure if he wanted to do Dekang Real Estate, but he also wanted to do real estate. If he could step on the shoulders of Dekang Real Estate, it would not be a bad thing. Of course, this depended on the attitude of Dekang Real Estate. If they were stubborn and offended Lin Jiyun's family in the demolition work, then they shouldn't blame Yang Ming for being impolite. Yes, Brother Yang. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Bao Sanli was shocked. Recently, Yang Ming spoke to him more kindly. He was rarely so serious. The relationship between Bao Sanli and Yang Ming had also become harmonious. However, Yang Ming's words reminded Bao Sanli that Yang Ming was still his boss. You don't have to be too nervous. I don't mean to blame you. I just want to remind you. When Yang Ming saw Bao Sanli like this, he quickly comforted him. Right, how is the car? I have already talked to the 4S store in Automobile City. As long as there is a car, it is ours. Bao Sanli still had this ability. Who would want to offend a person like Bao Sanli? What's more, it wasn't that Bao Sanli didn't want to pay for the car. It wasn't difficult for the 4S store owner to help him negotiate with the manufacturer to get the car as soon as possible. Only a fool wouldn't do such a favor. Okay, then I will leave it to you. Yang Ming hung up the phone and drove the BMW X5 that he had just replaced to his home. Finally, there was a day of free time. Yang Ming decided to go home to take a shower first, and then he would meet with Chen Mingyan. After all, after he returned to Songjiang, he had seen Lin Jiyun, but he hadn't seen Chen Mingyan yet. If he let this little girl hold on to these little things, then it would be enough for him to suffer. Mingyan, I am back in Songjiang. Will I find you later? On the way home, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan. Ah? Yang Ming. My junior high school classmate is at my house. I thought you couldn't come back today. You promised my classmate to attend the junior high school reunion. When Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming's voice, she immediately said apologetically. Class reunion? Yang Ming smiled and said, then let's forget about it today. You have fun. I will call you when you get home. And, okay, I have nothing to do tomorrow. Let's go out together. Chen Mingyan said. Okay, when you come back in the evening, let's discuss it again. Yang Ming wouldn't interfere with Chen Mingyan's private life. Who didn't have junior high school classmates? He had just participated in the junior high school reunion a while ago. Mingyan, who is it? Is it brother-in-law? Come on, give me the phone. I will talk to him. On the other side of the phone, there was a girl's voice. Aya, Lu Ting, don't make trouble. Chen Mingyan blushed and said to her junior high school best friend, then she said to Yang Ming, I'm sorry. My junior high school best friend, Lu Ting, is like this. It doesn't matter. You guys have fun. Yang Ming certainly wouldn't care about this and said with a smile. Mingyan, There must be a lot of people who bring their other halves to the class reunion. You should ask your husband to come too. It will be fun to play together. My partner will go with us. Lu Ting smiled and grabbed the phone in Chen Mingyan's hand. Hey, handsome brother-in-law, I'm Mingyan's third sister. Come and play together. Yang Ming listened to Lu Ting's words. He was a little dumbfounded. Lu Ting, thank you for your invitation. I won't go. You guys go and play. Have fun. Why? You don't give me face? When we were in junior high school, I had the best relationship with Mingyan among the four sisters. You ask your Mingyan. When she had her period for the first time in the physical education class, I gave her the sanitary pad. Otherwise, she would be embarrassed. I helped your Mingyan so much. You still don't give me face? Isn't this too unkind? Lu Ting screamed into the phone. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Isn't this Lu Ting too fierce? How can she say this kind of thing? Chen Mingyan listened to Lu Ting's words. Her face suddenly turned red like a big fireball. She stared at Lu Ting. Lu Ting, why do you say everything? I'm talking to your husband, not to others. Lu Ting said disapprovingly, this isn't a shameful thing. Who doesn't have their first period? Yang Ming, a super thick-skinned guy, couldn't help but feel a little ashamed at this moment. This Lu Ting is really a character. I can't help but admire her. Yang Ming held the phone awkwardly. He didn't know whether to hang up or continue to listen. He was really in a dilemma. How about it, handsome brother-in-law? Just tell me if you want to give me face or not. Based on my relationship with your Mingyan, I will ask you a question. Are you coming or not? Lu Ting asked. Yang Ming regretted it in his heart. If he knew this, he wouldn't have made this call. He could have used his X-ray vision to see the situation on Chen Mingyan's side. First. Now he was in a dilemma. He was being questioned there, and he didn't know how to answer. Just as Yang Ming hesitated, the voice on the phone changed to Chen Mingyan's voice. Yang Ming, my third sister is so straightforward. Don't mind it. Why don't you come too? That's fine. I will go to your house in a while. I will go home to take a shower and change my clothes. Since Chen Mingyan spoke, Yang Ming naturally agreed. That's good. Don't worry. The class reunion will start at noon. Chen Mingyan said. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ting laughed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. Brother-in-law is a henpecked husband. That one sentence of yours is more effective than 10 of mine. It's not like that. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Mingyan's face was red, but she was still very sweet in her heart. Which girl didn't want others to envy her boyfriend who was nice to her and listened to her words? Hee, in a while, I want to see what kind of man can get the campus belle of our school. Lu Ting laughed. Chen Mingyan was very helpless, but Lu Ting was such a character. She had long been used to it. Right, today is the class reunion. Is big sister going too? Chen Mingyan hesitated and finally asked. Her? Don't mention her in front of me. Lu Ting's face sank, and her face immediately showed an angry expression. It has been so long. Second sister has already said to forget about it. Third sister, why are you still so upset? Chen Mingyan sighed and said. No one does things like her. Lu Ting said, who knows if she will go or not. I haven't contacted her for several years. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Seeing that Lu Ting was still upset about her big sister's matter, she no longer said anything. When Chen Mingyan was in junior high school, she, Lu Ting, and the other two girls had the best relationship. They were like sisters. Therefore, the four people according to age were the eldest sister, Ho Qianqian, the second sister, Zhang Jiayu, the third sister, Lu Ting, and the little sister, Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan belonged to the type that matured late. At first, she didn't understand why her big sister and second sister would have a conflict, so that they couldn't stand each other in the end. After entering high school, she gradually understood that it was because of a man. Her big sister stole her second sister's boyfriend, so the two of them had such deep hatred. However, even if she understood it before, Chen Mingyan still didn't understand. Did two good sisters become like this because of an outsider? When she was with Yang Ming and experienced Lan Ling's incident, she understood that love could make people so crazy. After entering high school, she lost contact with her big sister, Ho Xianxia. Her second sister also became depressed because of the incident. Although she told Chen Mingyan and Lu Ting that she had forgiven her big sister, Ho Xianxia, in her heart, she finally chose to escape and went to study abroad. She hadn't seen her for many years. Right, Lu Ting, I was disturbed by the phone call. You haven't told me yet. When did you have a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Chen Mingyan changed the topic. You dead girl, you still have the face to ask me? Lu Ting said very fiercely, when did you have a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Why should I tell you? Chen Mingyan was speechless by Lu Ting. She was indeed embarrassed to tell Lu Ting that she had a boyfriend. Although the two often talked on the phone, they mostly talked about each other's recent situation. It didn't involve feelings. I didn't tell you because I thought that among the sisters, you developed the latest, so you should be the last to mature. How could I expect you to have a boyfriend in your first year of college? Maybe you were together when you were in high school? Lu Ting stared at Chen Mingyan's face and said jokingly. Chen Mingyan was suddenly blushed by Lu Ting's words. She thought of the time in the movie theater in high school when she helped Yang Ming. The two of them could be considered to be together. Therefore, Lu Ting was right. Chen Mingyan was not a person who was good at lying. At this moment, she was embarrassed. Why? Did I really get it right? Lu Ting saw Chen Mingyan's appearance and was suddenly stunned. It was originally a joke, but she didn't expect Chen Mingyan's shy expression to betray her. No. We only confirmed our relationship after we went to college. Chen Mingyan found an excuse for her puppy love. That is to say, it was very ambiguous before? Lu Ting laughed. No, our relationship is very pure. Chen Mingyan was embarrassed. What ambiguity? We just have a good relationship. It's very pure and ambiguous. I understand. Lu Ting still couldn't help but laugh. It's very pure and ambiguous. So what? Chen Mingyan was anxious by Lu Ting's words. She simply didn't care. So what if I fell in love early? So what? Lu Ting widened her eyes. I didn't say anything. Okay, third sister, you tricked me. When Chen Mingyan saw Lu Ting's expression, she knew that she was tricked. She was so angry that she wanted to hit Lu Ting. Alright, stop messing around. Seeing that Chen Mingyan was anxious, Lu Ting hurriedly comforted her with a smile. Third sister is just joking with you. When third sister's boyfriend comes, I will introduce him to you. Okay, then I want to see if he is worthy of third sister. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. My boyfriend is just an ordinary person. He's not very handsome. But then again, your third sister isn't very beautiful either. As long as you treat me well, that's enough. I don't have any other requests. Lu Ting smiled and said, as for me, I have to carefully examine your boyfriend in a while. I want to see what's so good about him that he can pursue our little princess. Mingyan, I have to say this. If he is too ordinary, don't blame third sister for not giving him a good face. He is very outstanding. He is my university classmate. Chen Mingyan naturally felt that Yang Ming was the best. However, she couldn't tell Lu Ting that Yang Ming had become particularly outstanding recently, right? She couldn't tell her that Yang Ming was a fighting king before. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's useless for you to say it yourself. Third sister will show you later. If he is too weak, then don't blame third sister for not speaking nicely. Lu Ting's character was very straightforward. Yang Ming didn't want to participate in Chen Mingyan's junior high school reunion. When the two of them were together, it was better to leave some free space for each other. However, since Chen Mingyan asked him to go, and her good friend was also there, if he didn't go, then Chen Mingyan would lose face. Yang Ming first drove back to take a shower. This time, the security guard recognized Yang Ming and also recognized Yang Ming's car. The license plate number was also conspicuous. Song B88B88, which looked like 6/8 from a distance. Yang Ming didn't have this license plate before he went to Macau. Bao Sanli only hung it after he returned to Songjiang. At the beginning, this car had always been a temporary license plate. Now, the deadline for the new car was almost up. Bao Sanli spent some money and bought such a license plate at the auction for Yang Ming to hang. Yang Ming felt that this license plate was a bit flamboyant, but he also knew that Bao Sanli had good intentions. He originally wanted to flatter him, so Yang Ming didn't say anything. Since it was hung, then let it be hung. When there was a chance to change a car in the future, this car would be given to Mingyang Heavy Industry. It would be driven in the company to pick up important guests back and forth. A badass license plate could also show the strength of the company. He went home and took a shower. When he was putting on his clothes, Yang Ming hesitated. Since he was attending Chen Mingyan's class reunion, he couldn't dress too casually. However, he couldn't dress too formally either. After all, this was an informal friendship gathering, not a company banquet. Therefore, in the end, Yang Ming decided to wear a very casual sports jacket to make himself look more like a lively college student. If he wore a suit or something like that on this occasion, it was very likely that people would think that he was acting cool. After taking a shower, Yang Ming went downstairs refreshingly and drove in the direction of Chen Mingyan's home. However, halfway through the drive, he felt that Chen Mingyan's good friend was also there. He should be gentler and let Chen Mingyan earn enough face. Generally, girls were more concerned about face. No matter what he did behind the scenes, he had to be gentle and considerate in front of others. Yang Ming was still very clear about this. Otherwise, if he really made little Princess Chen unhappy, he wouldn't be able to get into her bed in the future. Therefore, when Yang Ming passed by the flower shop, he stopped the car at the door of the flower shop. This flower shop was the one where Yang Ming ordered flowers for Xianxia last time. When Yang Ming entered, the service lady recognized Yang Ming. "Sir, you are here again." Yang Ming nodded. He thought that this service lady's memory was quite good. She could even remember this. "Sir, are you here to buy flowers this time or to renew the flower delivery service?" The service lady saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, so she asked. In fact, Yang Ming was looking at the roses on the flower rack at the moment. He was thinking about how many flowers he should buy for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't buy flowers much, so he wasn't very clear about the meaning of the number of flowers. Buying flowers, roses. "If I want to give it to my girlfriend, how many flowers are suitable?" asked Yang Ming. "This is generally 11 or 99 flowers. It is more popular." The service lady explained with a smile. "What do 11 and 99 flowers mean?" asked Yang Ming. 11 flowers represent the most love. I only care about you, and 99 flowers represent the wish for our love to last forever. The service lady explained. I only care about you. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Even if I say so, Chen Mingyan can't believe it. Isn't that pure nonsense? Not only will it not have the effect of pleasing her, but she might even be angry with me. As for the explanation of 99 flowers, it is not bad. Lasting forever. Isn't this what Yang Ming wants? So Yang Ming said, then 99 flowers. Wrap it for me. Okay, sir, no problem. Please wait a moment. After the service lady finished, she was busy wrapping the roses for Yang Ming. She did the same thing every day, so the service lady skillfully wrapped the roses and handed it to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming went to pay, he thought about it and said, continue the flower delivery service I ordered last time. Pay the money together. Okay. The service lady nodded and said, right, the flower delivery service ordered by the gentleman who was with you last time is about to expire. Can you help us inform him? Oh. Yang Ming remembered that Li Yishuan also sent flowers to Wang Xiaoyan. He hesitated. Since the two people knew each other, he should pay the money together. So, he said, how much is it? I will pay together. Okay, sir. Let me calculate. The service lady said, right, the content of the card is almost used up. You see. Oh, there is no need for a card. Just send the flowers directly. Yang Ming felt that with his current relationship with Sun Jia, there was no need to write a card. After paying the money, Yang Ming held the 99 roses and rushed to Chen Mingyan's home. When he passed by the car wash, Yang Ming felt that the car was a bit dirty, so he washed it again. On the way, he received a call from Chen Mingyan. "Yang Ming, are you coming?" "I am already on the way." "What's wrong? Are you in a hurry?" Yang Ming should have arrived at Chen Mingyan's home by now, but he went to the flower shop and washed the car, so he was delayed for some time. "That's not it. It's just that third sister's boyfriend is already downstairs. Third sister and I are going downstairs. We will wait for you in the community downstairs," Chen Mingyan explained. "Okay, I will be there soon. Just wait for me." As Yang Ming said, he sped up the car a little, but it couldn't be much faster in the city. Lu Ting received a call from her boyfriend, Lu Baoqiang. Lu Baoqiang said that he had arrived downstairs in Chen Mingyan's community. Lu Ting didn't want to ask Lu Baoqiang to come upstairs. She was a girl, so it definitely didn't matter if she was in Chen Mingyan's home, but it was a bit inappropriate for Lu Baoqiang, a man, to go to Chen Mingyan's home. So after Lu Baoqiang called, Lu Ting and Chen Mingyan went downstairs together. Lu Baoqiang, as Lu Ting said, looked very ordinary. His face was full of acne, and his round face was very kind. Seeing Lu Ting and Chen Mingyan coming here, he got out of the car and quickly greeted them. "Ting Ting. Xiao Chang, this is my good sister, Chen Mingyan, when I was in junior high school. I told you before. You have also seen her photo at my home. How is it? Is she beautiful?" Lu Ting introduced Chen Mingyan to Lu Baoqiang. "Hello." Lu Baoqiang shyly reached out his hand, but he suddenly remembered that it was not very polite to shake the hand of a strange girl, so he took back his hand and said awkwardly, "I am Ting Ting's boyfriend, driver, and bodyguard. My name is Lu Baoqiang. You can call me Xiao Chang." Chen Mingyan saw Lu Baoqiang's appearance, and she couldn't help but laugh. This person is really funny. He is also humorous. Driver and bodyguard. Hee, it seems that third sister's boyfriend is really good. It seems that he is controlled by Lu Ting. It was just that this nickname sounded a bit like cockroach. Chen Mingyan unconsciously associated it with a type of insect, an insect with a strong vitality. "Xiao Chang, let me tell you. My relationship with Mingyan is top-notch. If she is not satisfied with you, we will break up immediately." Lu Ting threatened Lu Baoqiang. "Ah?" Lu Baoqiang was stunned, then he looked at Chen Mingyan pitifully. The relationship between him and Lu Ting was still very deep. He was afraid that Lu Ting would dump him. In school, there were many boys who pursued Lu Ting. Lu Ting was also considered a beauty in the department. Of course, it depended on who she was compared to. There was naturally a gap between her and Chen Mingyan, but in the university where Lu Baoqiang studied, it was not an exaggeration to say that Lu Ting was the department flower. Moreover, recently, there were two young masters who pursued Lu Ting. Their conditions were much better than Lu Baoqiang's. Lu Baoqiang was afraid that Lu Ting couldn't resist the temptation of sugar-coated bullets and broke up with him. "I think brother-in-law is very good. Third sister, you will have a good life in the future." When Chen Mingyan saw Lu Baoqiang's begging look, she felt a little funny and a little unbearable. She didn't want to embarrass him anymore, so she said a few good words to make Lu Baoqiang very happy. "Humph, since Mingyan said that you are good, then I will observe you for a while. When I will promote you will depend on my mood." Lu Ting glanced at Lu Baoqiang and said. Lu Baoqiang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Mingyan gratefully. It was reasonable to say that Lu Baoqiang's family was also good. His father was a middle-level leader in a company, and his mother opened a hot pot restaurant. The conditions in his family were very good. He also had a Santana 2000, and he was also a figure who was more popular in school with gold diggers. However, among the people who pursued Lu Ting, there were two who were better than him. Their families were richer than him, and the cars they drove were BMW 3 Series and Honda Accord. However, perhaps because he was more honest and didn't have the habits of those young masters, Lu Ting chose him. Therefore, Lu Baoqiang was still very fortunate. "It's cold outside. Do you want to wait in the car for a while?" Lu Baoqiang also knew that Lu Ting and Chen Mingyan were waiting for the arrival of Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. However, it was winter now. After standing for a while, her hands and feet would be cold. Lu Baoqiang was afraid that Lu Ting would catch a cold. All right. Lu Ting nodded and pulled Chen Mengyan to sit in the back seat of Lu Baoqiang's car. In the car, Lu Baoqiang turned on the air conditioner. Then, he took a bouquet of roses from the front passenger seat and handed it to Lu Ting. Ting Ting, this is for you. Although Lu Ting said something about the probation period, her heart basically recognized Lu Baoqiang as a person. Otherwise, if she didn't like him, how could she still be with him for so long? At this time, Lu Baoqiang gave her flowers in front of Chen Mengyan. Lu Ting was very happy. She took the roses and put them on her lap. She said, "What a waste of money. If I really follow you for a lifetime, my family property will be squandered by you." When Lu Ting said that she wanted to spend a lifetime with him, Lu Baoqiang immediately grinned happily. "Third sister, how much is a bouquet of flowers? How can it be possible to squander the family property? The brother-in-law is romantic, but you are not satisfied." Chen Mengyan said with a smile, but she was a little envious in her heart. "I don't know what will happen when Yang Ming comes later." There was no doubt that Yang Ming was a very strong male chauvinist. Otherwise, she wouldn't be willing to compromise and share her lover with other girls. Yang Ming bought flowers. For me, but it was only occasionally. Girls liked romance. Although they knew that flowers were useless, they were very happy to hold them in their arms. Didn't Lu Ting think so in her heart? She just didn't want to make Lu Baoqiang proud. Right, Meng Yan, does your boyfriend also have a car? Lu Ting didn't mean to show off that her Lu Baoqiang had a car, but it was out of consideration for Chen Mengyan's happiness. Although looking for a boyfriend wasn't looking for money, at least she had to consider the overall index. If he was too poor, even if there was love, she wouldn't be too happy. This was the woman's creed that Lu Ting had always believed in. However, fortunately, she found a man with a relatively high overall index like Lu Baoqiang. Not only did he not have the playboy habits of those rich children, but he was also very good to her. Yes. Chen Mengyan nodded, but she didn't know why Lu Ting asked this. What's wrong? Nothing. I just think that Meng Yan, you should find a boyfriend with a relatively high overall index. At least, it should be higher than mine. Otherwise, I feel sorry for you. Lu Ting said. Chen Mengyan smiled. Third sister, how can I be as good as you say? You make it seem like I'm so unattainable. That's true. Our little princess was a heartthrob in the past. Lu Ting said in high spirits. Did you forget that Li Yixuan and Hong Kai from our class were both your pursuers back then? Chen Mengyan's face suddenly blushed. Third sister, don't talk nonsense. How can I not remember? As they were talking, Yang Ming's car drove into Chen Mengyan's home community. It passed by Lu Baoqiang's Santana and stopped by the flower bed not far in front. I'm fainting. Meng Yan, there is such a bad *SS person in your community? Isn't this license plate too ruthless? Lu Ting accidentally saw the license plate of the BMW X5 in front and couldn't help but sigh. Chen Mengyan was stunned. She just saw the BMW X5 pass by and subconsciously thought that it was Yang Ming's car. But when she heard Lu Ting mention the license plate, she paid attention to it, but she wasn't sure. Yang Ming's car had a temporary license plate. There was no sign. But it didn't take long for Chen Mengyan's phone to ring. Looking at the caller ID, it was Yang Ming. Yang Ming? Where are you? Chen Mengyan picked up the phone and asked. I'm downstairs at your house. I don't see you. Yang Ming couldn't use his special ability for everything. That would create dependence. Is the BMW downstairs yours? Chen Mengyan asked with some doubts. It's mine. Are you there? Replied Yang Ming. We are in the car behind you. Chen Mengyan sweated a bit. She didn't expect the bad *SS person in Lu Ting's mouth to be Yang Ming. She was a little annoyed. Why didn't he tell me that the car had a license plate? When Lu Ting asked me, I didn't speak. Would she think that I was deliberately acting like a big shot? After Chen Mengyan hung up the phone, she saw Yang Ming holding a bouquet of roses as he got out of the BMW in front and walked towards her. Seeing the flowers in Yang Ming's hand, Chen Mingyan's heart was suddenly happy. The unhappiness that she originally planned to scold Yang Ming disappeared. However, after opening the car door, Chen Mingyan still frowned and asked, "When did you hang this license plate on your car? Then why are you showing it off?" Yang Ming was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Did he want to show it off? But Bao Sanli had already hung the license plate. He couldn't take it off, right? Didn't I go out a few days ago? The car was with a friend. He had bad luck and dropped the license plate for me. Yang Ming pretended to be pitiful in front of Chen Mingyan, so Bao Sanli became the scapegoat. Chen Mingyan was stunned, and then she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This license plate probably took a lot of effort. You don't have to say that about your friend. Lu Ting originally knew that Chen Mingyan was not a person who liked to show off, so when Chen Mingyan didn't say anything after seeing the cow license plate, she didn't think that Chen Mingyan was deliberately acting like a big shot or anything. Now that she saw Chen Mingyan scolding Yang Ming because of this license plate, and Yang Ming's innocent look with flowers, it was very funny. However, Lu Ting was a little curious. What is the identity of Chen Mingyan's boyfriend? He drives a BMW 5 Series off-road. His friend helped him with a very bad license plate, but he still said that he had bad luck. From this point, it could be seen that Chen Mingyan's boyfriend was not very interested in this license plate, and he didn't think there was anything good about this license plate. In other words, he basically didn't need this kind of license plate to prove his identity. However, Chen Mingyan was actually angry because of this. Lu Ting shook her head. A few days ago, the person who was pursuing her had just bought a BMW 3. In order to choose a good brand, he had spent a lot of effort. In the end, he finally chose a brand with 3 digits, which was a tractor. He was so awesome all day. Mingyan, you don't have to scold him. Look at the handsome brother-in-law. He wanted to give you the flowers happily, but he was embarrassed by you. Lu Ting's first impression of Yang Ming was also very good. She felt that this person's family background was definitely better than Lu Baoqiang's, but he wasn't the kind of playboy. Chen Mingyan also felt that she didn't seem to give Yang Ming face, so she smiled and grabbed the roses from Yang Ming's hand. She smiled sweetly. Next time, you have to tell me everything. I thought this kind of small matter wasn't necessary. Yang Ming said with grievance. No matter if it's a big or small matter, it can't be. Otherwise, you know. Chen Mingyan wanted to say, can your women enter the door without my approval? However, this matter couldn't be said in front of Lu Ting. Okay, I got it. I will tell you when I go to the toilet in the future. Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. You're not serious. Handsome brother-in-law, can you introduce us? Lu Ting saw that little Princess Chen was so harsh to Yang Ming, and she quickly helped him out. She thought, woman, you just helped Lu Baoqiang. Now it's your turn. Aren't you the same? Yang Ming, Mingyan, and I are high school classmates. Now, we are in the same university. Yang Ming smiled and reached out his hand. Lu Ting, Mingyan's third sister, we have already talked on the phone. Lu Ting shook hands with Yang Ming generously. You're not bad. You didn't disgrace our little Princess Chen. At this time, Lu Baoqiang also got out of the car. The shock that Yang Ming gave him was still relatively big. He was still worried that he would be looked down upon by dealing with this kind of young master. However, when he heard Yang Ming's easygoing words and the way he was scolded by Chen Mingyan, Lu Baoqiang was somewhat amused. It turns out that this buddy is also a henpecked husband. How could he know that Yang Ming was very good to Chen Mingyan, but he wasn't a henpecked husband? Being good to a girl and being henpecked husband were two completely different concepts. This is Lu Baoqiang, my boyfriend. Lu Ting saw Lu Baoqiang get out of the car, so she pointed to Lu Baoqiang and said, Lu Baoqiang, just call me Xiaoqiang. Lu Baoqiang still used the self-introduction method. Xiaoqiang. After Yang Ming heard this fierce name, he was stunned. My name is Yang Ming, but not Xiao Ming. You can call me Xiaoqiang. Huh. It's okay. If you want to laugh, just laugh. My name is indeed the same as the legendary Xiaoqiang. Lu Baoqiang smiled very indifferently. Nice to meet you. Are we going to your class reunion now? Yang Ming didn't know the schedule, so he asked. It's still early. It's only 9 o'clock. The reunion will start in the afternoon. Chen Mingyan looked at the time on the phone and said, why don't we all go to my house and sit for a while? It was fine for Yang Ming to go to Chen Mingyan's house, but Lu Baoqiang was somewhat embarrassed. He and Chen Mingyan just met, and they weren't very familiar with each other, so it was naturally inappropriate to go to her house. Not to mention that Chen Mingyan was a girl, so he couldn't be thick-skinned. Lu Ting naturally knew Lu Baoqiang's thoughts, so she said, Mingyan, you haven't eaten in the morning, right? It just so happens that we haven't eaten yet. The class reunion can only be eaten at 2 o'clock at the earliest. I think we should find a place to eat something. Just in time. Let's go to my family's hot pot restaurant. I'll be the host. Lu Baoqiang had to follow Lu Ting's intention. I'm going to your house. If you don't treat me, should I? Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Lu Baoqiang. Isn't it the same as you being the host if I treat you? Haha. Lu Baoqiang laughed heartily. Alright, then I'll have to trouble your family. Chen Mingyan nodded at Lu Baoqiang. What's there to disturb? I'm the young master, so won't those waiters be obedient? Lu Baoqiang said half-jokingly. Come on, you have the nerve to call yourself the young master? Yang Ming is so ruthless, but he is much more low-key than you. Lu Ting pushed Lu Baoqiang. Chen Mingyan thought to herself, is Yang Ming keeping a low profile? That depends on what the matter is. This guy, when he meets someone he hates, he will beat them up if he doesn't agree with a word. Returning to their own cars, Yang Ming followed behind Lu Baoqiang's Santana. The two cars went out of Chen Mingyan's home together and headed to Lu Baoqiang's family's hot pot restaurant. Yang Ming, I don't like your license plate. If you buy a car for me, don't make such a license plate. It's a bit too flamboyant. Knowing that this license plate wasn't made by Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan wouldn't vent her anger on Yang Ming. It was just that Chen Mingyan really didn't like a flamboyant life. If you don't like it, then I will change this car in a few days. Yang Ming cared about Chen Mingyan's opinion. After all, she was his first real girlfriend. Forget it. What should I do with this car? Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming say that he wanted to change the car. She was very happy that Yang Ming valued her opinion, but he didn't have to change the car because she didn't like it, right? That would be too overbearing. It doesn't matter. Just give this car to my dad's company. It's still more reputable for the company to use this kind of license plate to discuss business. I will buy another one, or I won't buy one. You can drive me in the future, said Yang Ming. That's fine too. Hearing that this car could be used by Yang Ming's father's company, Chen Mingyan was relieved. Right, I checked on the internet. The Audi A5 you mentioned is quite beautiful, but isn't it a bit too expensive? Expensive? Yang Ming was stunned. He thought, I just don't want you to drive a car that is too expensive, so I chose the Audi A5. If I want you to drive an expensive car, then I will buy you a Ferrari or Lamborghini. This car is not very expensive. It is considered cheap in sports cars. Well, you can decide. How could Chen Mingyan not see Yang Ming's expression? When Yang Ming heard that the car was expensive, his stunned expression must be that he felt that the car was cheap enough, but Chen Mingyan didn't want to be so extravagant. Then I will ask my friend to book the car. The problem of the car license plate will wait until the car comes back. What number do you like? You can choose it yourself on the internet. Since Chen Mingyan didn't want a good license plate, then she could just choose a set of numbers she liked on the internet. This was also what Chen Mingyan thought. Now the media was very well informed. Although her car was bought by Yang Ming, it was inevitable that some people with bad intentions would link this to her father. While talking and laughing, Lu Baoqiang led Yang Ming to Baoshan's spicy hot pot on Xianxia Road in the southern part of the city. The scale of Lu Baoqiang's hot pot restaurant wasn't small. It had 2 floors, and it could be seen that there were so many cars parked outside. This business was really popular, and it was a profitable industry. However, a bullock cart like Yang Ming's was not very common here. Of course, the significance of the bullock cart didn't only refer to the model, but also the license plate on the car. The security guards here knew Lu Baoqiang's Santana. This was the young master's car. Naturally, when it was driven into the parking lot, the security guards smiled and helped to park it. As for Yang Ming's car, the security guards in charge were even more enthusiastic. However, when Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan got off the car and walked into the hot pot restaurant with Lu Baoqiang and the others, the security guards were stunned. Who are the friends that the young master brought today? Why are they so bad? *SS. Most of the temporary license plate number on the BMW was remembered by some people in Songjiang. They knew that it was Bao Sanli's license plate, but not many people knew about this new license plate. It was just that the number was bad *SS, so people subconsciously thought that the owner of the car was not ordinary. Yang Ming, Mingyan, come here and treat it like your own home. Lu Ting walked in front and said, isn't that right, Xiaochang? That's right, that's right. Lu Baoqiang nodded quickly. Let's go. Let's go to the private room upstairs. After that, Lu Baoqiang waved his hand and found the hotel lobby manager. Young Master Lu, you are here. The lobby manager naturally knew Lu Baoqiang, the young master of the general manager, and said politely. Sister Wang, help us find a quiet private room. Lu Baoqiang didn't have any arrogance. The lobby manager was older, so he called her Sister Wang affectionately. He wasn't like some second-generation masters who ordered the workers in the family business. Young Master Lu, it's almost time for dinner. The private rooms have been booked. Sister Wang said with some difficulty. It's all booked. Lu Baoqiang was stunned and suddenly didn't know what to do. If he and Lu Ting came alone, it didn't matter. They could just sit in the hall and eat. But today, he came with new friends. If they sat in the hall, would Lu Ting feel embarrassed? Lu Baoqiang couldn't make up his mind, so he turned his head and looked at Lu Ting. He wanted her to make an idea. Lu Ting wasn't a person who cared about face, but when she went to the hotel of her boyfriend's family, there wasn't even a private room. She really couldn't accept it. So Lu Ting hesitated and asked, are there no guests who don't come after booking? Not yet. Sister Wang shook her head and suddenly said, right, there is a big private room upstairs. The people who booked it said that there were only 6 people, but there is an empty table next to it. How about I use a screen to separate it, and you can sit next to it? When Lu Baoqiang heard it, he felt that this was the most appropriate way at the moment, so he nodded and said, then let's do that. Sister Wang responded and went upstairs to take care of it. Lu Baoqiang apologized to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, I'm sorry. I didn't think that there wasn't a private room. What's wrong with that? This shows that your family's hot pot is delicious, and the guests are full. Yang Ming smiled and said, if it really doesn't work, it's the same to eat in the hall. When Lu Baoqiang saw that Yang Ming didn't have the temper of a rich person, he couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He said gratefully, another day. I will book a private room in advance, and then I will treat you to a big meal. Today is just to fill your stomach first. I still have to go to the class reunion later. Not long after, Sister Wang took care of it. She led Lu Baoqiang and Yang Ming to the private room upstairs. This was a big private room with 2 tables. At the moment, there was a screen separating the 2 tables from the middle. Yang Ming and the others sat at the table closer to the inside. Since they came to Lu Baoqiang's territory, the right to order was handed over to him. However, he was the young master here. He definitely knew what was delicious here. Lu Baoqiang didn't know everyone's appetite. He tried to pick some popular and more delicious things and ordered a table of them. Zhou Xiaoming had just taken the position of the manager of the demolition company. He was very refreshed in his heart. This was a place with a lot of benefits. It was really worth celebrating. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoming took a few of his confidants today and came to Baoshan Spicy Hot Pot on Xinhe Road in the Nanqing district. The spicy hot pot here was very special. Zhou Xiaoming and Wei Dikang had come here once before. They felt that it was good. Today, they invited a few confidants here. Previously, they made a phone call to book a private room. They said that there was no small private room, only a big private room, but the minimum cost was 500 yuan. However, Zhou Xiaoming didn't care and booked it directly. Where there were people, there was competition. This was not wrong at all. Zhou Xiaoming and Madman Ma were 2 of Wei Dikang's confidants. One of them was a scholar, and the other was a martial artist. Wei Dikang trusted them. However, the personal relationship between the two people was not very good. In fact, the current business world was similar to the ancient officialdom. For example, the emperor had two favored ministers, but these two favored ministers could not stand on the same front, and the emperor could not let them stand on the same front. Wei Dikang was the same. He did not allow Zhou Xiaoming and Madman Ma to be too close. Both of them were people he trusted. In the company, they could be said to be under one person and above hundreds of people. If these two people conspired to do something that harmed the company's interests, then Wei Dikang couldn't prevent it. Therefore, the only way was to divide the relationship between these two people and make them look like they were in harmony. Therefore, Wei Dikang often delegated one of the two people to do some profitable work. As a result, there was competition between the two people. This time, Wei Dikang felt that it was enough for a rough person like Madman Ma to do the demolition of Shandy Town, and it could also serve as a deterrent to those nail-biters in the demolition. However, he did not expect that such a simple thing was screwed up by him before the demolition began. The most annoying thing was that you had a conflict with the nail-biters and were beaten up, but you had nothing to do with the irrelevant people who were eating breakfast with you. What are you doing if you don't have nothing to do? Wei Dikang was very angry. This Madman Ma actually did not have a brain. This time, he had to send Zhou Xiaoming to clean up the mess. Zhou Xiaoming proudly drove the modern van that was temporarily allocated to him for demolition. He took two of his men and the mistresses of the three people and rushed to the Baoshan Spicy Hot Pot restaurant. Brother Zhou, congratulations. You got the financial power of the demolition. Xing Luzi, one of Zhou Xiaoming's men, smiled and congratulated. So, it is estimated that you can get at least 80 to 100,000 yuan, right? 80 to 100,000 yuan? Zhou Xiaoming smiled proudly. That is too little. This time, we can get at least 3 to 500,000 yuan. For those demolition households, we just need to give some to each of them. The rest of the money is ours. You two will get at least 50,000 yuan this time. D***MN, Brother Zhou. So many. It's so cool. Xing Luzi rubbed his lover's butt and said excitedly. Brother Zhou, why don't we just not give them the money? What can they do to us? Whoever is not convinced can be beaten up. Zhou Xiaoming's other underling, Niao Xiaobo, said. Idiot. You think too simply. Zhou Xiaoming glared at him and said, You don't want to give it to me? If you don't give it to them, they'll sue you? Money had to be given. They could give less and pay according to the lowest standard, but they couldn't not give. They were in the right no matter what, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. If you don't pay, wouldn't you be the same as that idiot Madman Ma? That's right. Brother Zhou is so thoughtful, unlike that idiot Madman Ma. Xing Luzi pulled Niao Xiaobo and said quickly. This Niao Xiaobo spoke without thinking. How could he make Brother Zhou unhappy at this time? That's right, that's right. Otherwise, why would he be called Brother Zhou? Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou. Niao Xiaobo hurriedly nodded in agreement. Zhou Xiaoming listened to Niao Xiaobo's flattery and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this guy was quite interesting, and he was a good fighter. The most important thing was that he listened to Zhou Xiaoming. Zhou Xiaoming parked the car in the parking lot of Baoshan Hot Pot, and then entered the hot pot restaurant with his two underlings and three lovers. Hello, welcome. Do the six of you have an appointment? The waiter saw Zhou Xiaoming and his group come in and asked enthusiastically. Room 208, I called before. Zhou Xiaoming said. Okay, sir, please come with me. The waiter nodded and took Zhou Xiaoming and his group upstairs. They came to the large private room upstairs, which was the private room where Yang Ming and others were. Sir, madam, please come in. The waiter opened the door and said to Zhou Xiaoming. Zhou Xiaoming entered the room and saw the screen in the middle at a glance. However, he didn't know that there were people on the other side of the screen, so he asked curiously, What's the matter with the screen in the middle? How much is it blocking the light? Why don't you put it away? The waiter had been instructed by the lobby manager before, so he said, I'm sorry, sir. This is a large private room. It can sit 2 tables of guests. There are other guests over there. What did you say? There are other people in this private room? Zhou Xiaoming was stunned, and then his face sank. What's wrong with your hotel? How can a private room sit 2 tables of guests? Sir, you only have 6 people. You don't need 2 tables. The other guests haven't had a place to eat yet. The waiter explained. Didn't you say that the minimum cost of a large private room is 500? It's not that we can't afford this money. Why? Are you looking down on us? Niao Xiaobo was suddenly unhappy. Of course, we didn't mean that. The waiter saw that these 3 people were very angry and suddenly lowered his head in fear. Hurry up. Call your manager and tell him what this means. Niao Xiaobo said arrogantly. Sir, our manager isn't in the store now. The waiter said in a dilemma. F***CK. Do you believe that I will smash your store? Niao Xiaobo threatened with a glare. What's the matter? Lu Ting also heard the quarrel of the guests who came in later and whispered to Lu Baoqiang. We have encountered a difficult guest. Lu Baoqiang was also a little embarrassed. He thought that when the guests in the original private room came, he should be able to make an exception. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so rude. Why don't we go to the hall downstairs to eat? It doesn't matter. Yang Ming didn't want to put Lu Baoqiang in a difficult position, so he suggested. After all, the door was open to do business. The customer was God. How can that be? Lu Baoqiang's worst-case scenario in his heart was also like this, but he was a little neglectful of Yang Ming. What is there to be embarrassed about? We are all family. Isn't it the same where we eat? Yang Ming said with a smile, Ming Yan, and I don't care. Lu Ting, what about you? Of course, Lu Ting didn't care. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she was grateful in her heart. She nodded and said, since you have said so, what else can I do? So, Lu Baoqiang stood up and wanted to tell the waiter that they would go down to eat, but before he moved, he heard a few words from the other side. Yang Ming's heart suddenly moved, and he quickly stopped Lu Baoqiang. Baoqiang, you wait a minute. On the other side of the screen, Zhou Xiaoming suddenly thought of the conflict between Madman Ma and the people this morning. His heart was immediately startled. His previously complacent state of mind, which had somewhat forgotten himself, suddenly became clear. Madman Ma, didn't he also get into the hospital because of a conflict with an unknown diner? And now? I can't lose the big picture because of a small matter. As Zhou Xiaoming thought of this, he grabbed Niao Xiaobo who wanted to continue to be arrogant. Xiaoniao, don't make trouble. Don't you remember how Madman Ma got into the hospital? Niao Xiaobo was stunned. No matter how stupid he was, he understood Zhou Xiaoming's meaning and quickly closed his mouth. Now is a special time. Don't create new problems. Zhou Xiaoming said to Niao Xiaobo and Jing Luzi, both of you have to remember that this opportunity to demolish Shanty Town is not easy to come by. If Madman Ma didn't get into the hospital, how can we get our turn? It was precisely because of Zhou Xiaoming's words that Yang Ming's idea was brought up. Madman Ma? Shanty Town demolition? Could this guy be the new person appointed by Dekang Real Estate as the person in charge of the demolition after Madman Ma? Yang Ming had a bad impression of this Dekang Real Estate. After listening to Zhou Xiaoming's words, he was even more disgusted. However, at this moment, he didn't want to find trouble with this Zhou Xiaoming, because there was no need for that. However, Yang Ming had the intention to let go of this Zhou Xiaoming, but Zhou Xiaoming didn't want Yang Ming to let him go. Zhou Xiaoming continued to say, Jing Luzi, you go and talk to the guests over there. Let them eat in the hall downstairs. I will treat them. Brother Zhou, are we spending money? What a loss. Jing Luzi muttered with some reluctance. D*MN, you are so distressed for such a small amount of money? When the time comes, we can deduct a little from each of the demolition households. Wouldn't we have everything? Idiot. Zhou Xiaoming scolded. That's true. Jing Luzi nodded quickly. Hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but have a surge of anger in his heart. Yang Ming wasn't a hero, and he couldn't care about all the injustices in the world. However, the demolition households involved the interests of Lin Jiyun's family. Therefore, Yang Ming was particularly concerned about the demolition of Shanty Town. When he heard that Zhou Xiaoming wanted to deduct the interests of the demolition households, he was furious. There was no need to let Lu Baoqiang say anything. Yang Ming already had the intention to teach this Zhou Xiaoming a lesson. Zheng Luzi was instructed by Zhou Xiaoming, so he bypassed the screen and came to Yang Ming's table. He looked at Yang Ming and the others, and then looked at Chen Mingyan and Lu Ting. He was envious. Mother **Ker, why don't I have such a beautiful woman by my side? Once the demolition fee was settled, he would definitely find a better one to dump his mistress. Our boss said that you should go downstairs to eat. Our boss will pay for your meal. Zheng Luzi's words vaguely revealed a tone of superiority. In his opinion, if he didn't want to cause trouble, how could he treat these guys he didn't know to a meal? These two beauties were fine, but what did these two men have to do with them? Why don't you go downstairs to eat, and I will pay for you? Lu Baoqiang already felt that he had lost face. As the young master of the restaurant, he couldn't even treat his friends to a meal. Therefore, at this time, when he heard Zheng Luzi's disdainful tone, he was even angrier. This restaurant was opened by his family. Did he still need others to pay for it? **CK, what's wrong? Are you pretending to be bad *SS with us? Zheng Luzi was used to being a bad *SS. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaoming's instructions, how could he treat people to a meal? But now, after being provoked by Lu Baoqiang, he immediately became a bad *SS. Do you mean that you are very rich? Zheng Luzi glared at him. Zhou Xiaoming frowned. He didn't expect Zheng Luzi to get angry just because of a few words. He was afraid that there would be a conflict, so he quickly walked over. What's going on? Brother Zhou, this kid is being pretentious. He asked us to go down and eat. He said that it's his treat. When Zheng Luzi saw Zhou Xiaoming coming, he didn't dare to be angry anymore. He pointed at Lu Baoqiang and said to Zhou Xiaoming, "Guys, we have important things to talk about here. Please do us a favor. This meal is my treat." Zhou Xiaoming was also afraid of new problems, and they had to study the specific demolition compensation plan in a while. This kind of thing naturally couldn't be heard by outsiders, so he spoke politely. "Let's eat separately. I don't think it will affect you, right?" Yang Ming looked up and glanced at Zhou Xiaoming. "Brother, are you not giving me face when you talk like this?" If it was normal times, how could Zhou Xiaoming speak so humbly? He wouldn't have let Zheng Luzi and Yao Xiaobo fight. "Do you have the face for me to give you?" Yang Ming sneered. After Zhou Xiaoming listened to Yang Ming's words, he was suddenly furious. He glanced at the dishes on Yang Ming's table, and then said disdainfully, "The minimum cost of this private room is 500. Are these things enough for 500? If you don't have money, don't learn to go to a private room. Shameful. You mean, whoever spends more money can eat here?" Yang Ming couldn't find a reason to teach Zhou Xiaoming a lesson, so this guy took the initiative to come to him. "I didn't say it. It's the restaurant's rules." Zhou Xiaoming snorted. He thought, "I am going to become a millionaire soon. You want to compete with me? You can't do it." "Really? Then let's ask for something more. It has to be 500. Yang Ming winked at Lu Baoqiang. "You call the waiter. I want to ask for something more." Lu Baoqiang laughed in his heart. These people are really overconfident. Who is Yang Ming? You want to compete with others? Aren't you looking for death? 500? Zhou Xiaoming rolled his eyes and said, "Now it's not a question of 500. Now we are fighting for this private room." "What's 500? We were already prepared to ask for more than 500. Then what do you want?" Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. "How is it? How about this, the person who wants the most can stay in this private room, and the person who wants the least can leave?" Zhou Xiaoming smiled and said, "But let's make a deal. If you lose, I won't pay for you." "Okay, let's do as you said. Whoever is capable will get the job." Yang Ming nodded and said, "This is very fair. Waiter, come and take our order." Zhou Xiaoming, on the other hand, stood at the side confidently. He thought to himself, "There are 6 of us. You only have 4 people. How can you beat us? Besides, I'm a millionaire. You want to compete with me? All of you look like students. Do you think you can defeat me? At this time, Lu Baoqiang also called the waiter over. The two groups began to order. Give us 2 plates of shrimps. Yang Ming pointed to the 88 plates of shrimps on the menu. We want 3 plates. Zhou Xiaoming glanced at the menu and said casually. 2 more plates of scallops. Yang Ming flipped through the menu and continued. We want 3 plates. Zhou Xiaoming said without hesitation. Yang Ming ordered a few more dishes. Zhou Xiaoming ordered more than him. Yang Ming was amused. Don't you want more than me? That's fine. So he looked up at the waiter and said, give me 4 of the 800 yuan lobsters in your shop. Lobster? The waiter was stunned. The most expensive lobster here is only 158 yuan. How can there be 800 yuan? However, since it was the young master's friend who said it, he wasn't sure. Could it be a new product? Yang Ming kicked Lu Baoqiang under the table. Lu Baoqiang wasn't stupid. He immediately understood, so he asked the waiter, do you have this? Do you? How would the waiter know? When Lu Baoqiang asked this, he also asked subconsciously. Why don't you have this? You can have this. Lu Baoqiang said. Oh, yes. The waiter heard that the young master said that he had it. What else was there? He directly ordered. What lobster? We also want 6. Zhou Xiaoming felt pain in his heart. Why is it so expensive? Is it from Antarctica? However, he couldn't show weakness, so he gritted his teeth and said. As for Lu Baoqiang's you can have it, he didn't take it seriously. He didn't think that Lu Baoqiang was the young master of this hot pot restaurant. He thought that they deliberately learned from the TV show. Right, I heard that the big crabs arrived in Hokkaido this morning. Let's get one for each of us. Yang Ming resisted the urge to laugh and said in all seriousness. Hokkaido big crabs. The waiter repeated but looked at Lu Baoqiang. Lu Baoqiang's reaction was also quick. Is this available? I just saw it when I entered the door. It said that the big crabs in Hokkaido were on sale. 3,800. Oh, that means there are more. So the waiter wrote it down. For big crabs in Hokkaido. What is this? 3,800? Zhou Xiaoming thought, what kind of crab is this? Is it a crab spirit? Why is it so expensive? But when he saw that Yang Ming and the others wanted it, and he had just boasted, it was too shameful to admit defeat at this time, so he said, we want 6. That big crab in Hokkaido. This waiter was not a fool. He also saw the contradiction between Yang Ming and this side. This time, when he saw that Yang Ming and Lu Baoqiang repeatedly asked for some very expensive, high-end products that had never been sold in the store, he suddenly understood. They were deliberately playing with the rich guy in front of him. So he smiled and said, sorry, sir, there are only 4 big crabs left in Hokkaido. Because it is a promotion, the price is cheap, so it is sold out. This gentleman ordered it first, so we can only give the last 4 to them. What is this? How come it is not available? Zhou Xiaoming was annoyed, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. How do you operate your restaurant? Can't you eat crabs when you want to? However, we still have Hawaiian big crabs here, but it is not a promotion, so the price. The waiter changed the topic. Okay, then Hawaiian. How could Zhou Xiaoming care so much at the moment? Naturally, he would not let go of the opportunity to regain his face. Hawaiian big crabs are 7,800. Do you also want 6? The waiter asked with a smile. Originally, when the waiter said that there were no big crabs in Hokkaido, Yang Ming and Lu Baoqiang were still a little puzzled. What happened to this waiter? At this moment, they understood what he meant. They couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. This waiter is good. He has a bright future. 7,008. 100? Zhou Xiaoming felt that his heart was bleeding. What is this? How come it is 7,800? However, he was in a dilemma at the moment. Don't want it? Then, the previous momentum became a joke. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xiaoming said, okay, then 6. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Xiaoming's clothes and knew that he couldn't be too rich, so he had been guessing Zhou Xiaoming's bottom line. Now, these crabs and lobsters added up to a few tens of thousands. It was estimated that it was enough for Zhou Xiaoming to drink a pot of money. Yang Ming just had to know when to stop. Otherwise, it wouldn't be nice to scare Zhou Xiaoming away. So, he pretended to sigh. I have asked for enough. I can't eat more. AI, it seems that we are still a little inferior. Then, this private room can only be given away. Yang Ming pretended to stand up regretfully and pretended to be envious. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoming. Brother, you are rich. I have overestimated myself. Zhou Xiaoming was still distressed about the money he had just spent, but after being fooled by Yang Ming, he immediately felt comfortable. He didn't feel that the money was wronged. It was difficult to buy happiness with money. Anyway, in the demolition project in a few days, I will definitely get a lot of benefits. Zhou Xiaoming thought, this little expense is just a small expense. He looked at Yang Ming and said with some pride, you flatter me. You let me win. Haha. AI, let's go down. Yang Ming pretended to be very unwilling to stand up. He walked to the door of the private room with Lu Baoqiang and the others. However, he turned back halfway and said, right, waiter, if the boss can't eat in a while and wants to return the dishes, you have to call us up. That's right. Zhou Xiaoming was shocked. He was surprised that Yang Ming guessed his thoughts. Indeed, face was face, but it was so much money. How could he not be distressed? Therefore, Zhou Xiaoming thought about whether he should wait for Yang Ming and the others to leave, and then return the crabs or something with the appropriate reason of not being able to eat. However, he was blocked by Yang Ming's words. How is it possible that we can't eat? We don't have enough to eat. Zhou Xiaoming smiled and looked at Yang Ming. Out of the private room, the 4 people went to the stairs. They couldn't help it. They held the handrail of the stairs and laughed. Haha. I can't. Chen Mingyan's tears were about to come out. Yang Ming, why are you so bad? Do you have a grudge with others? Didn't you hear what they said? They want to deduct the money of the relocation households. This kind of rich but heartless person is the one who scammed them. Yang Ming smiled and said to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan also agreed with Yang Ming's statement in her heart. She also heard the previous words. These people were really hateful. They deserved to lose some money. However, Lu Baoqiang, after laughing, said to Yang Ming, after they settle the bill, we will divide the money equally. It's all earned by your restaurant. How can I take it? Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. The first time we cooperated, we had a tacit understanding. Lu Baoqiang really felt at this moment that Yang Ming was really a good person. He didn't have any arrogance. He wasn't like the few in the department who started to squander when their family had a little capital, especially the guy named Wei Jin. His father was in a real estate company, and his family had saved hundreds of millions, so he acted like he was the best in the world. He just bought a BMW 328 a few days ago. He was so bad *SS with a license plate ending with 123. The reason why Lu Baoqiang suddenly thought of Wei Jin was that this guy was one of Lu Ting's pursuers, and he was also Lu Ting's junior high school classmate. Therefore, Lu Baoqiang must follow Lu Ting to attend this junior high school reunion today. Well, I won't be unreasonable. Let's go out and play together some other day. I will treat. Lu Baoqiang also knew that Yang Ming definitely didn't care about this small amount of money, so he said quickly. No problem. You can't reject it when the time comes. Yang Ming smiled. Absolutely not. Lu Baoqiang patted his chest and promised, there is Lu Ting's supervision. Lu Ting was also very happy. She was very happy to see that Chen Mingyan's boyfriend was approachable and quickly established a friendship with Lu Baoqiang. The waiter came out of private room 208 and walked quickly to the stairs. When he saw that no one was following behind him, he ran to Lu Baoqiang and said, Young Master Lu, this lobster and Hawaiian crab. Haha, your performance just now was good. You have potential. Lu Baoqiang said happily, you are very witty. I will ask Sister Wan to train you. Then, you won't be a manager. It is a pity. The waiter was overjoyed. He didn't expect to get young Master Lu's favor after cooperating with young Master Lu to perform a play, so he quickly thanked, "Thank you, young Master Lu. You don't have to thank me. If you weren't that kind of person, I wouldn't have promoted you." Lu Baoqiang waved his hand and smiled. "Then you can tell the kitchen to grab 6 big lobsters from the lobsters that were shipped from Dalian for them. Just the one that is 158 lobsters will do." "Then, the crab is the same? Just pick some big sea crabs for them?" The waiter nodded and asked. "You have a bright future." Lu Baoqiang smiled and said, "Just watch and see." Yang Ming didn't expect Lu Baoqiang to be such a clever person. He was as good as Yang Ming when it came to tricking others. In the blink of an eye, Lu Baoqiang had successfully faked the highest grade lobster and Hawaiian crab. "Brother Zhou, is this AF** king scam? Why is it so expensive?" Zheng Luzi cursed. "Whether it's black or not, we can only accept it. At this time I don't want to cause trouble." Zhou Xiaoming was also very distressed, but what was the use of feeling distressed? That's right. If it were another time I would have already punched him. Comparing money with our brother Zhou, he is simply overestimating himself. Niao Xiaobo also scolded very unhappily. "Both of you, stop it for a moment. This is a hot pot restaurant. Of course, I am very rich. But if you are in heavenly earth, my money is really not enough to do anything." That's right, that's right. But heavenly earth is not for people like us. It is for people like President Wei. Zheng Luzi nodded and said. "You two don't have to be envious. After this demolition, I will take you to have some fun." Zhou Xiaoming said. "Then thank you in advance, brother Zhou." Zheng Luzi and Niao Xiaobo laughed lewdly. As for whether Zhou Xiaobo would pay by card or cash after the meal, it was not a matter of concern to Yang Ming. Dining in the hall downstairs was also very lively and had a different style. As for the lobsters, crabs, scallops and so on, they were all crossed out. The few people had already eaten a lot before. How could they eat more? Besides, they had to go to the class reunion later. It was impossible to fill their stomachs. The 4 people went out of the hot pot restaurant together. They couldn't help but laugh when they thought of what happened just now. However, Lu Baoqiang had tens of thousands of yuan in his account out of thin air, so he was in a good mood. Although the hot pot restaurant made money, it didn't make too much after all. A profit of a few thousand yuan a day was already amazing. As a result, they made a few days' worth of money today. It's still early now. I will treat everyone to something to drink. Lu Baoqiang looked at the time and said. That's fine. Right, where is your class reunion? Yang Ming said in agreement. At the Immortal Resort, quite far from here. Lu Ting said, Meng Yan and I have never been there, but Lu Baoqiang knows the way. Immortal Resort? Yang Ming was stunned. It can't be, right? It's this place again? My junior high school class reunion is in this place. It can't be? The last time our junior high school class reunion was there. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan and said with a wry smile, the environment there is good, but I don't know who chose the place. Who else could it be? Isn't it that way, Jean? Lu Ting said with annoyance. After that, she remembered that Yang Ming definitely didn't know Wei Jin, so she quickly explained, he was the previous suitor of our little princess Chen. Yang Ming was speechless. Why do I feel that my love rivals are everywhere? However, Chen Mingyan's next sentence made Yang Ming relieved. How could that be? Now he is chasing Lu Ting very closely. Chen Mingyan said with a red face. She didn't want Yang Ming to misunderstand anything. Yang Ming nodded, but he didn't think much. He just smiled at Lu Baoqiang. You are under a lot of pressure. It's okay. I'm not afraid. Lu. Baoqiang waved his fist and said seriously. Then why did he choose to go to the Immortal Resort? Isn't there a lot of places to go in the city? Chen Mengyan asked, baffled. The Immortal Resort seems to be opened by his uncle. I'm not too sure. Anyway, it's a relative of his family. Lu Ting explained, in fact, he just wants to show off how powerful his family is in front of his classmates. And? How did he have a relative relationship with the owner of the Immortal Resort? Then this Wei Jin seems to be a relative of Sui Guangqi. He didn't expect that after going around in circles, the people around him had a lot of connections. For the Sui family, Yang Ming didn't have a good impression. However, even if he didn't have a good impression, he didn't have much hatred. He just didn't like that Zhou Ruoguang. Since the Sui family's industry and development direction were not in Songjiang, there was no opportunity to become enemies with Yang Ming. So until now, Yang Ming and them were still at peace. He hoped that this Wei Jin could be more well-behaved. Otherwise, if he provoked him, Yang Ming would not spoil him. Regardless of whether he was from the Sui family or not, wouldn't Zhou Ruoguang still teach him a lesson? Lu Baoqiang invited the 4 people to eat Haagen-Dazs ice cream upstairs in the Xinhing department store. This was a very high-end cold drink, but Yang Ming's interest in these sweets was not very strong, so he didn't taste anything particularly delicious. However, Chen Mengyan and Lu Ting both ate happily. When paying the bill, Yang Ming didn't argue. Lu Baoqiang had already said that he would treat. If he argued again, it would be a bit of looking down on others. After eating the cold drink, the 4 people strolled around the mall for a while before driving to the Immortal Resort in West Star Mountain. At this time, Wei Jin, who was mentioned by Lu Ting and Lu Baoqiang, had already arrived at the Immortal Resort. He was in the lounge, chatting with a tall and thin young man. "I say, cousin, aren't you too miserable? From what you're saying, you didn't even manage to get 2 girls?" Wei Jin lit a cigar and put it in his mouth, which he stole from his father's study. "Don't mention it. Among our relatives, my family is the most miserable. My parents are too cowardly. They don't know how to make a fortune with the family's connections. Unlike my uncle, you actually made such a big name in Songjiang. You're King awesome." Zhou Ruoguang said very unhappily, "Do you have any more cigars? Give me one to try." "Here you go. Don't smoke too much. I only have 2. Wei Jin took out another cigar and threw it to Zhou Ruoguang. He smiled and said, "Me? D***men, you may not believe it. I pursued a junior high school female classmate in university, but I couldn't get her. That girl actually followed a nouveau riche whose family opened a hot pot restaurant. Don't you think it's annoying? No way, right?" Zhou Ruoguang didn't believe it. After taking the cigar, he smelled it with enjoyment. "I heard that this is rubbed out on a woman's thigh. I don't know if it is true or not. Does it have a woman's body fragrance?" "Why not?" Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "The man looks very ordinary. Who knows how the girl fell for him?" "Hee, cousin, I know. Are you going to use this junior high school reunion to do something?" Zhou Ruoguang smiled and asked suddenly. "Haha, I can't hide it from you." Wei Jin smiled obscenely. "I have prepared a good program this time." Humph, Lu Baoqiang, I will make you unable to return." "Lu Baoqiang? Who is that?" Zhou Ruoguang was stunned and asked. "He is that girl's boyfriend, the nouveau riche whose family opened a hot pot restaurant." Wei Jin explained. "Oh? Cousin, do you have any tricks? Tell me quickly. Then, I will apply what I learned." Zhou Ruoguang's heart moved and asked. "Why, cousin? Do you want to deal with someone too?" Wei Jin looked at Zhou Ruoguang and asked. Humph. Zhou Ruoguang was so angry when he thought of Yang Ming's evil smile. "I was harmed by him in the past. If there is a chance, I must take revenge. Didn't you know about the incident in Mount Jing last time? I want revenge." "It's that incident." Wei Jin also remembered. Sui Guangheng seemed to have mentioned that Zhou Ruoguang was bullied before. He also greeted Wei Jin and asked Wei Jin to see if he could avenge Zhou Ruoguang in Songjiang. However, because Wei Jin was busy pursuing Lu Ting, he forgot about it. At this moment, when Zhou Ruoguang reminded him, he remembered it. "Yeah, it's disgusting when I think about it. That Yang Ming, I really want to kill him," Zhou Ruoguang said viciously. At that time in Mount Jing, he was beaten up badly. Although it was not Yang Ming who did it personally, it had an unclear relationship with Yang Ming. Even Sui Guanheng couldn't offend the person who did it, so the beating was in vain. Although Sui Guanhing said afterward that he would help Zhou Ruoguang get revenge, Zhou Ruoguang also knew that the Sui family's power was only in the range of Mount Jing. Even Sui Guangqi couldn't affect Song Jiang. Therefore, if he wanted to get revenge, he could only count on his cousin, Wei Jin, who was very powerful in Songjiang. However, in terms of relationship, naturally, the relationship between Sui Guanhing and Wei Jin was better. Although Zhou Ruoguang was also Wei Jin's cousin, because his family was very ordinary, he always felt that there was some estrangement with Wei Jin. However, Wei Jin was quite good to this cousin, and he didn't put on a biased lens. The most important thing was that this cousin was the same as himself. He belonged to the kind of insidious man who looked talented on the surface, but he always did some immoral things behind his back. Therefore, this plan was to find Zhou Ruoguang and let him cooperate with him to act out a play. Of course, it was aimed at Lu Baoqiang and Lu Ting. According to Wei Jin's investigation, besides holding hands, Lu Baoqiang and Lu Ting kissed at most. They had not developed a further relationship, so this was why Wei Jin was determined to get Lu Ting as soon as possible. Otherwise, after Lu Ting was taken to bed by Lu Baoqiang, Wei Jin wouldn't feel very good when he caught up with Lu Ting. The plan was actually very simple. That was to let Zhou Ruoguang play the role of an ordinary guest in the resort, and then find a lady in the resort who pretended to be Zhou Ruoguang's girlfriend. Then, she would lure Lu Baoqiang into a trap and play a trick with him. Playing a trick in the immortal resort. Hee, it's really creative. Wei Jin thought lasciviously. The reason why he chose the immortal resort was that it was the Sui family's property. Even if he played big, no one would interfere, and the lady would be his own people, so there would be no accidents. Don't worry. Little brother, I will avenge you. If this trick works today, I will help you direct a scene tomorrow. Wei Jinhe smiled and patted Zhou Ruoguang's shoulder. Great. It's settled then. Zhou Ruoguang said excitedly, Wei Jin, hurry up and tell your cousin the specific plan. How do you want me to cooperate? It's like this. Wei Jin told Zhou Ruoguang his plan. Zhou Ruoguang's eyes lit up as he listened. Then, he slapped his thigh and shouted, wonderful. This is 2F** King amazing. This time, that Lu Ting must break up with that brat Lu Baoqiang. Cousin, you have an opportunity. Hee, don't you know who I am? Only I, your little brother, can think of such an awesome move. Wei Jin was a little complacent because of Zhou Ruoguang. He took the tricks he saw in the movie as his own. Okay, then it's getting late. Hurry up and find the lady who is acting with me. Let's rehearse. It won't be good if we are exposed, said Zhou Ruoguang. That's true. I will go and find someone. Wei Jin nodded and turned out of the room. Zhou Ruoguang was furious in his heart. Motherf Yang Ming, I will use this trick to kill you. However, if Yang Ming knew Zhou Ruoguang's thoughts, would he cry or laugh? He would cry because he was so easily fooled. Wang Jitao played the last trick. You still have the nerve to use it? He would laugh because the more it was like this, the less threatening this opponent was. He could simply ignore him. Wei Jin was very familiar with the people at the Immortal Resort. He called his uncle, Sui Yuemin, and told him that he was going to have a class reunion at the resort. He asked him to inform the people below and try to cooperate with him. Sui Yuemin had a good relationship with Wei Jin's father. Moreover, the Immortal Resort was relatively close to Songjiang, so the construction and maintenance of the resort were basically done by Wei Jin's father's company. Sui Yuemin also saved a lot of maintenance costs, so when Wei Jin asked, he naturally agreed. Wei Jin entered the room and found the resort's mother, Sister Gu. Sister Gu knew that this was a relative of the boss's family. The relationship was extraordinary, so she greeted him warmly, isn't this young Master Wei? I haven't come to play for a long time. I miss you so much. Although Sister Gu was a little old, in her 30s, she didn't look old because she took good care of herself. She was very flirtatious, and her kung fu was particularly good. Wei Jin played with her a few times, and it was very refreshing. What's wrong, Sister Gu? You miss me already? Wei Jin chuckled and pinched Sister Gu's buttocks. See if I don't kill you, you little bitch. Sister Gu was in the position of a mother, so she naturally didn't lack money. She played with Wei Jin not only because he was a relative of the boss's family, but also because Wei Jin was young and strong. Although his endurance wasn't good, she couldn't handle it many times. Who is afraid of who? Young Master Wei, why don't you go in and try it now? Sister Gu winked at Wei Jin. Not now. There is still business. Although Wei Jin was tempted by Sister Gu, he still waved his hand and said, wait until tonight. I will play with you to your heart's content. Although he was very happy to play with Sister Gu, physical and mental satisfaction were completely different. Wei Jin felt that pursuing Lu Ting was more important. Say it. What is the business? Sister will help you settle it. Sister Gu rolled her eyes at Wei Jin and smiled charmingly. Find me a more reliable and prettier young lady. She must be beautiful. It won't do if she isn't beautiful. Wei Jin said in a low voice. Looking for a lady? Sister Gu was stunned, and then she was a little unhappy. Why, young Master Wei? You don't like playing with your sister, so you want to change to a new one? Sister Gu, look at what you said. Am I that kind of person? Wei Jin said with a smile, how can those people be as good as Sister Gu? I won't go even if you ask me to. I am looking for someone to act with me. Act? What act? When Sister Gu heard that Wei Jin wasn't looking for a lady to play with, she put away her unhappy look. She wondered and asked, besides doing that, how can a lady act? Yes, it is acting. I found my cousin, Zhou Ruoguang, to act with him. Wei Jin nodded and said, this is the case. Aren't I going to hold a junior high school reunion here today? There is a girl that I have been pursuing recently, but she already has a boyfriend. I want to find a lady and let her play a badger game with my cousin to kill the girl's boyfriend. You can come up with this idea. After Sister Gu heard it, she glanced at Wei Jin and smiled. Okay, this is not easy to do. Just leave it to Sister Gu. However, after you have a little lover, you can't forget your Sister Gu, right? How can that be? To be honest, I like to play with Sister Gu the most. What do those little girls know? Wei Jin smiled obscenely. But sister, you can't be my girlfriend, right? Sister Gu naturally understood that it was absolutely impossible for her to become Wei Jin's girlfriend. Even if Wei Jin agreed, Wei Jin's father would never agree. Wei Jin's father was also a reputable figure in Songjiang. How could his son's girlfriend not be with an innocent family? What am I? I am a withered flower. However, Sister Gu was also satisfied to be Wei Jin's lover. Otherwise, as a woman, even if she was doing well now, without a strong background, once something happened, she would be a victim. So as long as she firmly held on to Wei Jin, this upstart, there would be no problem. You still have a conscience. Sister Gu pointed at Wei Jin's forehead and said, should I find one for you now? Let's find him now. Let him rehearse the lines with my cousin first. Wei Jin nodded. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, Sister Gu, is there anyone sick? Sick people? Sister Gu was stunned and immediately understood Wei Jin's meaning. Young Master Wei, you are really bad. A great man must be ruthless, right? In this way, I want to see how he can pick up girls. Wei Jin smiled insidiously. There is, but this illness is a bit too much. Will something happen? Sister Gu put away her smile and whispered. What illness? Asked Wei Jin. AIDS, said Sister Gu. Hey! Wei Jin was stunned, and then there was a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes. Okay, it will be her. This time, let's see if I don't kill him. But Sister Gu's courage was not as big as Scarf, and she was still a little worried. There are no buts, Sister Gu. What are you afraid of? Is there anything in Songjiang that my dad can't handle? Wei Jin said disdainfully, don't worry. That kid's family is just a nouveau riche. He just opened a small hot pot restaurant. How can he compare with me? Okay, then Sister Gu will be on the same boat with you in the future. You can't abandon Sister Gu. Sister Gu gritted her teeth and agreed, but in exchange, Sister Gu wanted a promise from Wei Jin. Wei Jin naturally knew what Sister Gu meant, so he smiled and said, but Sister Gu, if you follow me, you can't have anything to do with other men. Young Master Wei, do you still not believe me? Since we got together last year, I haven't been with anyone else. Sister Gu said coquettishly. Hee, I believe you. Of course, I believe you. Wei Jin pinched Sister Gu's face and said, okay, go and find the person. My cousin is still waiting to rehearse the lines with her. That's fine. Young Master Wei, you wait for me in the room for a while. I will go and find the person for you. After Sister Gu got the answer she wanted, she happily went to do it. Wei Jin nodded and went into Sister Gu's room to wait. As soon as he entered the room, Wei Jin was stunned at first, and then he began to spy on the items in the room with interest. The simple hangers in the room were full of Sister Gu's underwear. All of them were super sexy. Wei Jin suddenly felt a little restless. Wei Jin pretended to be a decent person at school. In fact, he was the same as Zhou Ruoguang. He was a very lascivious person. Now that he saw the underwear in front of him, he couldn't help but walk over and put his face close to it. He wanted to smell if there was still Sister Gu's scent on it. As he was smelling, the door was pushed open, and Sister Gu walked in with a young lady. Although Zhou Ruoguang heard the sound of the door opening, he jumped back a few steps and turned himself into a normal person, but he was still a step too late. Sister Gu, who was walking in front, saw it, but Sister Gu didn't expose it. She was secretly happy. The more young Master Wei was infatuated with her, the easier her future path would be. With the support of young Master Wei, it wouldn't be difficult to open her own place in Songjiang in the future. However, the young lady behind her naturally couldn't see it. Sister Gu wouldn't let her see anything. Even if Wei Jin didn't react quickly, Sister Gu would give him time to react. Young Master Wei, I found the person for you. What do you think? Sister Gu looked at Wei Jin with a smile and asked. Wei Jin calmed down his lascivious thoughts and tried to make himself normal. He raised his head and glanced at the young lady that Sister Gu found. She was very attractive. If he didn't know that this woman was sick before, even Wei Jin would be tempted. But since he already knew the situation of this woman, Wei Jin naturally had no interest at all. He didn't dare to have any interest. Who would joke about their own life? Wei Jin nodded, indicating that he was satisfied. Then he opened his handbag and took out 5 stacks of 100 yuan bills that had been prepared. He threw them on the coffee table next to him and said, this is 50,000 yuan. I want you to do something. Is there a problem? If you agree, I will tell you the details. If you don't agree, you can go now. Agree. Of course, I agree. When the young lady saw the banknotes on the coffee table, her eyes immediately lit up. She was already sick, and she could not receive guests to earn money. She also had to spend money to treat the illness. This 50,000 yuan was undoubtedly a timely help. How could she not accept it? Therefore, he agreed without even thinking about it. Well, since you agree, then I will say it. Wei Jin nodded and said, what's your name? Young Master Wei, my name is Xiaoyan, the young lady said. I'm asking you what your full name is. I didn't ask for your nickname. Wei Jin said with a frown. Young Master Wei, our names are confidential, this. Xiaoyan said awkwardly. F***CK. Wei Jin waved his hand. King asked you to cooperate with the act. You have to have a name, right? Otherwise, what should I call you? Oh, then my name is Zhao Xiaoyan. Xiao. Yan said quickly. Then Zhao Xiaoyan. Wei Jin wanted to continue, but he saw Sister Gu's hollowed-out underwear from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, the fire of desire in his heart burned again. Looking at Sister Gu wearing a cotton qipao, he couldn't control himself, so he waved to Zhao Xiaoyan and said, so, you go to room 318. My cousin is there. Let him tell you the detailed plan. You just have to fully cooperate with him. I still have something else to do. You go first. Okay. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't care. Getting the money was the most important thing. She nodded, pointed to the banknotes on the coffee table and asked, the money on this table, I will give you 20,000 yuan first. After the matter is done, I will give you 30,000 yuan. Wei Jin waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, young Master Wei. Zhao Xian took 2 stacks of banknotes in her hand and happily went out to find Zhou Ruoguang. 20,000 yuan was already a lot. Even if the matter was done wrong in the end, wouldn't there be an income of 20,000 yuan? So, how could Zhao Xian not be happy? Elder sister Gu was a little puzzled. Why did Wei Jin drive Zhao Xian out halfway? Just as she was about to ask, Wei Jin hugged her in his arms. Sister Gu said, "Young Master Wei, you." "No, I can't help it." "You little slut, you actually hung these underwear in the room." Wei Jin began to take off his clothes without any explanation. Young Master Wei was interested in her. How could Sister Gu not cooperate? Wasn't this what she was looking forward to? She gasped and began to tease Wei Jin skillfully. After a while, obscene sounds came from the room. After Zhao Xian put away the 20,000 yuan, she hurried to the door of room 318 mentioned by Wei Jin. She knocked on the door and heard a male voice inside ask, "Who is it?" "Come in." Zhao Xian pushed open the door of the room and walked in. After seeing Zhou Ruoguang, she said softly, "Hello, sir. I was called by young Master Wei to cooperate with you." "Oh? Where is my cousin?" Zhou Ruoguang was playing on the computer when he heard a very pleasant voice, which made his heart itch. When he looked up, he was even more stunned. "Oh my god, why is this chick so beautiful?" Li Yundong thought. Young Master Wei said that he had other things to do, so he asked me to come over by myself. He said that I should listen to you. Zhao Xian said happily. Nonsense, the man in front of her was one of her employers. She just got 20,000 yuan. How could she not be happy? Listen to me? Zhou Ruoguang's heart suddenly swayed. He didn't care about the gobang that was playing with others in front of him. His lustful eyes couldn't leave Zhao Xian's body. The player on the other side of the computer was about to win, but Zhou Ruoguang stopped. He was so angry that he began to curse, "Hurry up, are you dead? Motherf asterisk cur, you are stalling for time after losing, right?" Zhao Xian was immersed in the joy of 20,000 yuan. She didn't notice Zhou Ruoguang's expression. She nodded and said, "Yes, young Master Wei said that I should cooperate with you." When Zhou Ruoguang heard Zhao Xian's words, he couldn't help it. He and Wei Jin were the same kind of people. They were all lascivious in their bones. They pretended to be serious on the surface, but in fact, they were very flirtatious in their hearts. Wei Jin was better. He often had a place to solve his physiological needs, but Zhou Ruoguang was different. He usually stayed in school. At most, he would go to the bathroom after watching a small movie. He hadn't had any serious experience with a woman yet. When he was suddenly provoked by Zhao Xian, he couldn't control himself. "Your task is to act as my girlfriend." Zhou Ruoguang thought, "Anyway, the other party is a lady. It shouldn't matter if I do it," so he said very lasciviously, "In order not to be exposed during the performance, let's get familiar with each other first." "How do we get familiar with each other?" Zhao Xian asked quickly. She really wanted to get the remaining 30,000 yuan, so she was very concerned about what Zhou Ruoguang said. "That's it." Zhou Ruoguang couldn't wait to pounce on Zhao Xian. He pressed her down on the sofa and kissed her. Zhao Xian was stunned. "What is this? Did young Master Wei not tell his cousin that I am sick? Or is the person young Master Wei wants to harm his cousin?" Zhao Xian hesitated. The words she wanted to ask were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't ask because her entire mouth had been blocked by Zhou Ruoguang. Zhao Xian was shocked and suspicious. She didn't know what to do. However, at the last moment, Zhao Xian still refused desperately, "Sir, you." Zhou Ruoguang thought that Zhao Xian was unwilling, so he was a little annoyed. "What the F asterisk CK is wrong with you? Didn't my cousin ask you to cooperate with me? You have to do what I ask you to do. You took the money and didn't do anything? In a while, you will still be F asterisk ked by others." "No." Zhao Xian was shocked when she saw Zhou Ruoguang was angry. She hurriedly explained, I. What you?" Zhou Ruoguang glared and said anxiously, "If you don't want to, I will ask my cousin to change you." Don't. Zhao Xian was immediately scared when she heard the change. She didn't dare to go against Zhou Ruoguang's wishes, but she still reminded him, then let's take some safety measures, don't be so direct. Take my ass. Zhou Ruoguang was now like an arrow on the bow. He didn't listen to Zhao Xiaoyan's words at all. He leaned over and said, after you are done, you can take the medicine yourself. Zhao Xiaoyan saw that things had become an established fact, so she had no choice but to cooperate with Zhou Ruoguang. As for Zhou Ruoguang, seeing that Zhao Xiaoyan was so cooperative, he was even more refreshed. It didn't take long for him to *CK her twice, thrice. However, Zhou Ruoguang looked at the time. It had been more than an hour. If his cousin came back, it wouldn't look good. At least, he would lose some face, so he quickly told Zhao Xiaoyan to put on her clothes, and he hurriedly put on his clothes. Don't tell my cousin about what happened just now. Otherwise, I have the ability to make you not get a penny. Afterward, Zhou Ruoguang threatened fiercely. After all, this Zhao Xiaoyan was found to cooperate with him. He had *ket her first. Although it was nothing to let Wei Jin know, it wasn't very good, so Zhou Ruoguang reminded Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan was afraid that Wei Jin would know about her *king with Zhou Ruoguang. Now that Zhou Ruoguang said so, how could she refuse? Anyway, she would take the money and run away. Even if Wei Jin knew about it afterward, it had nothing to do with her. Zhou Ruoguang waited for Zhao Xiaoyan to go to the bathroom to dress up, then he sat on the sofa like a normal person. Brother Zhou, now we. Zhao Xiaoyan already knew Zhou Ruoguang's name. She just wanted to get the remaining 30,000 yuan. She didn't care if Zhou Ruoguang was infected by her. She sat next to Zhou Ruoguang and said softly. Now let's talk about business. Seeing that Wei Jin hadn't come back yet, Zhou Ruoguang breathed a sigh of relief. If Wei Jin saw him and Zhao Xiaoyan having sex in the room, it wouldn't look good. Now, everything was ready. He threatened Zhao Xiaoyan. Even if Wei Jin came in, he wouldn't find anything. How would he know that his good cousin, Wei Jin, had just done the same thing as him? Zhou Ruoguang stood up and opened the door that had just been locked. Then, he sat at the computer desk far away from Zhao Xiaoyan and said, this is the case. My cousin fell in love with a girl, but this girl has another boyfriend. So, the two of us cooperated to play a badger game. Do you know what a badger game is? Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. Of course, she knew about the badger game. This kind of scam was always shown on TV. And, since you know, then I won't say more. Zhou Ruoguang nodded. You are going to seduce the girl's boyfriend and then get him to bed. After that, I will catch the adulterers and make things big. Of course, it is to let the girl see it. Then, your mission will be complete. Just take the money you deserve and leave. It's that simple? Zhao Xiaoyan was delighted. It seemed that this task was quite easy. It's that simple. How about it? This time, you didn't feel that you lost anything because of me, right? Zhou Ruoguang smiled. Besides, didn't you feel good just now? That's true. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. She thought, it's cool, but the price you paid is too heavy. So, you should keep this matter to yourself. Don't mention it to my cousin. Otherwise, it won't end well. Zhou Ruoguang was afraid that Zhao Xiaoyan would spill the beans, so he reminded her again. Don't worry, brother Zhou. I won't say it. Zhao Xiaoyan thought, I won't say it even if you ask me. Do you think I'm stupid? If I say it, it will definitely not end well for me. Well, in that case, I'm relieved. Zhou Ruoguang nodded and said, let's finalize the details. Wei Jin got up from Sister Gu and looked at the time. It was almost time for the class reunion. Wei Jin put on his clothes, patted Sister Gu's back, and said, I will come to you at night. Yes, I'll be waiting for you. Sister Gu said lazily as she lay on the bed. Wei Jinin went to Sister Gu's room and went to room 318 where Zhou Ruoguang was. He happened to see Zhou Ruoguang and Zhao Xiaoyan discussing the details, so he said happily, both of you have worked hard. Don't worry, after the matter is done, I won't mistreat anyone. Hey! Zhou Ruoguang said indifferently, we're family. Why are you saying that? Don't worry, cousin, I promise you'll be satisfied. Well, that's fine. Before the acting, I'll call and inform you. Now you should rest first and restore your energy so that you can act for me. Wei Jin nodded, then stood up and said, then I'll go first. My classmates will be here soon. I won't accompany you, cousin. Okay, you can rest assured. Keep in touch by phone. Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed. He could take advantage of this gap in a while and do a few more things with Zhao Xiaoyan. Today's class reunion was organized by Wei Jin and Hong Kai, who had a good relationship with him in junior high school. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the Immortal Resort's lobby, Wei Jin received a call from Hong Kai. Hey, buddy, where are you? Wei Jin arranged his big event and was in a good mood. He felt energetic when he spoke. I'm here. Immortal Resort? Where are you? Asked Hong Kai. I'm in the main hall of the resort reception. You'll see me when you come in, said Wei Jin. Okay, wait for me to park the car first. Hong Kai finished and hung up the phone. It didn't take long for a tall man with a buzz cut to push the door into the reception of the Immortal Resort. Hong Kai, here. Wei Jin saw Hong Kai at a glance and waved to him. Hey, I say, buddy, I haven't seen you for a few days. How did you lose weight again? Hong Kai also saw Wei Jin and walked quickly to him. The relationship between the two was good, so Hong Kai joked directly. Don't mention it. D*MN, I didn't even get a girl. I'm depressed. How can I not lose weight? Wei Jin said with a bitter face. He and Hong Kai had been friends for many years, so he didn't hide it. Is it Lu Ting? Hong Kai and Lu Ting were junior high school classmates, so they naturally knew each other. Who else could it be? Wei Jin shrugged, leaned back, and leaned on the sofa. I don't understand. What am I missing? Why is it so hard to chase a girl? Don't talk about you. Am I not the same? In the past, I chased Chen Mingyan, but I didn't get her. Now, I still can't forget her. Hong Kai sighed regretfully. I say, Hong Kai? Are you kidding me? After so many years, you still haven't forgotten your first love? After listening to Hong Kai's words, Wei Jin laughed. What are you laughing at? It seems like you didn't chase Chen Mingyan. Hong Kai said disdainfully. Me? I did chase her, but I was wise. I changed my target and chased Lu Ting instead. Wei Jin shook his head and said, Chen Mingyan, that chick, is stubborn. She simply doesn't have any thoughts of dating others. Besides, you know what her father does. I'm afraid that if I continue to harass her, she will directly treat me as a rogue and arrest me. You are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. What is there to be afraid of? Li Yixuan and I chased her for 3 years, but nothing happened. Hong Kai said proudly. Yeah, you chased her for 3 years, but you didn't get her. Wei Jin snorted and made fun of him. Okay, it's the pot calling the kettle black. You changed your target, but it doesn't seem to be any better. Didn't Lu Ting fall into the arms of others? Hong Kai hugged Wei Jin's shoulder and laughed. You see, buddy. At the latest tomorrow, Lu Ting will have to break up with the kid. Wei Jin said proudly. What do you mean? Hong Kai was stunned and asked in confusion. I tell you, I have already set a trap for the kid. He will be finished tonight. Wei Jin whispered, I set a trap for him. Trap? Hong Kai rolled his eyes after listening. No way, you also. Learn to play dirty? Humph, a great man is ruthless. Wei Jin sneered. You have to fight for your own happiness. This is really a wise saying. But, what if Lu Ting forgives the kid? You also know that women in love are very stupid. Hong Kai asked with some worry. Hee, I have my own plan. Wei Jin smiled mysteriously. D*MN, if you have something to say it quickly. I can cooperate with you at that time. Hong Kai said with some dissatisfaction, you are still being mysterious with your brother. What's wrong with keeping people in suspense? Don't be angry. Then I will tell you. Wei Jin whispered in Hong Kai's ear, the woman I found is sick. What disease? Asked Hong Kai. AIDS. Wei Jin said with a smile. D*MN. No way, right? You are so ruthless? Hong Kai was surprised. I didn't see it. Wei Jin, you have improved now. This brother is really happy for you. That's right. Wei Jin nodded and said, it turns out that I was too nice, so I let Lu Ting be snatched away by that kid. Otherwise, I would have forced myself on her and settled the matter. Lu Ting's family is not like Chen Mingyan's family. There is no background, so it is easy to settle. Besides, I am not playing with her, but I really want to get along with her. Your trick is good. Hong Kai thought so and praised, now, whether Lu Ting Yuan forgives that brat or not, you're already sure to win. If Lu Ting doesn't forgive the kid, then forget it. If she forgives him, you can reveal that the girl is an AIDS patient. Let's see if Lu Ting still dares to be with the kid. Hong Kai knows me well. Wei Jin nodded and said. The two people laughed at the same time. Right, today is the class reunion. Is Chen Mingyan coming? After the two laughed, Hong Kai suddenly thought of something and asked in a low voice. Chen Mingyan? I really didn't pay attention to it. I say, buddy, are you serious? You really can't forget her? Wei Jin didn't believe it. How many years has it been? Why is this kid so infatuated? Aren't you the same for Lu Ting? Hong Kai asked. I'm different. Lu Ting and I are now college classmates. How many years have you not seen Chen Mingyan? Wei Jin said in disbelief. Hey, you don't know how beautiful Chen Mingyan is now. She is even more beautiful than before. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is the city flower, said Hong Kai. How do you know? Have you seen her later? Asked Wei Jin. I haven't seen her in person, but I have seen her photo. Don't we have a QQ group in our class? I found Chen Mingyan's QQ number in it and secretly entered her space. Then, I saw her photo. Hong Kai whispered. D*MN, you are really boring, but I remember that her space has a password. Wei Jin blurted out. D*MN. You said that I am boring. How do you know that her space has a password? Hong Kai said sarcastically. I went in to see if there was any news of Lu Ting in her space. Wei Jin explained with a red face, I found that there was a password. Then, can't you just enter Lu Ting's space directly? Hong Kai didn't believe it. I wanted to go in, but Lu Ting's space had a password. I thought of going to Chen Mingyan's space to see if I could find any clues. Wei Jin didn't lie. He really wanted to enter Lu Ting's space. Heh, buddy, you don't understand this, right? Hong Kai smiled mysteriously and said to Wei Jin, let me tell you a good software called QQ Space Album Viewer. If you use this software, you don't need the space password. You can directly enter the space's album to view it. D*MN? No way, there is such a bad *SS software? Wei Jin was suddenly interested after listening. Then he said with a smirk, I have an opponent in school. He sent the photos of him and his girlfriend into the space, but he set a password so others can't see it. If I use this software to get their photos, hee. Your situation doesn't seem to work. This software can only be used for the space password, but it can't be used for the album password. Hong Kai shook his head and said. If that's the case, I was F*King excited for nothing. I was still thinking about using this to mess with the opponent. Wei Jin said disappointedly, however, I will use this to look at Lu Ting's album when I go back. Okay, wait for me to upload it to you from QQ, Hong Kai promised. You brat, this gathering isn't for Chen Mingyan, right? Asked Wei Jin. Almost. Otherwise, who the F*CK is so free to come and see you do something like this? It's better for me to sleep at home, said Hong Kai. I don't know what the kid, Li Yixuan, is going to do. You were at odds with him in the past. Wei Jin suddenly thought of Hong Kai's love rival. D*MN, that guy always suppressed me with the power of his family. Now I'm not afraid of him. Hong Kai said with some emotion and resentment. You know that his family hasn't developed in the past few years? Wei Jin was still a little afraid of Li Yixuan. That guy's elder brother seemed to be in the underworld. Although his father was not what he used to be, Wei Jin was not willing to provoke people who were related to the underworld. This kind of person was the most taboo for businessmen. Although Wei Jin's father was in real estate and often didn't play by the rules, it was also a small matter. Compared with the real people, it was far worse. Hong Kai listened to Wei Jin's words and somewhat disagreed. Are you, kid, scared by him in the past? What the *CK can he do? His family is from Donghai. He can't do it in Songjiang. I just feel that it's better to stay away from those kinds of people. They're not on the same side as us. Wei Jinsong was a little afraid of Li Yixuan. Back then, because he tried to please Chen Mingyan, he was surrounded by Li Yixuan and a group of gangsters. He was scared, and then he shifted his target to Lu Ting. However, Hong Kai's family also had some power. His father was the big boss of the Eastern Goods Yard. He also had some workers under him, and they belonged to the underworld. Therefore, Li Yixuan couldn't gain any advantage when he fought with Hong Kai. In recent years, Hong Kai's family had become bigger and bigger. It seemed that they had monopolized the wholesale market of Songjiang Harbor, so Hong Kai was arrogant. What's there to be afraid of? Hong Kai curled his lips, and said, if he continues to pretend to be an egg in front of me this time, see if I don't deal with him. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1:00 in the afternoon. His junior high school classmates had arrived at the Immortal Resort. Wei Jin put away his previous lecherous look and restored his gentlemanly appearance. In the past, Wei Jin was the class monitor in the class. Now, he was also a member of the student union in the university. It was just that he was very good at disguising in front of people, pretending to be a good student. People who were not familiar with him rarely knew how dirty his heart was. In this regard, he was very similar to Zhou Ruoguang. Zhou Ruoguang was also a student union cadre in the university. He usually pretended to be a decent person, but at this moment, he was having sex with Zhao Xiaoyan in the room. Originally, there was still a chance of HIV transmission. Once and a half, there was still a chance of not being infected. Although the chance was very small, there was still that possibility. But for Zhou Ruoguang's current situation, he was probably infected with HIV. Zhao Xiaoyan originally had a perfunctory attitude with Zhou Ruoguang, but since she was infected, Zhao Xiaoyan had not done it for a long time. She was very refreshed by Zhou Ruoguang's continuous sex, so she simply went all out. The two spent the whole afternoon on the sofa. Although Hong Kai was also very lecherous, he was also a class cadre in junior high school. Although he was not a class cadre, he was still a sports committee member, and he could enter the class committee. When the two saw that their classmates were coming one after another, their faces immediately put on a sunny smile. They organized the students to start to register and collect activity funds of 50 yuan per person. Although Wei Jin was rich, he was not willing to spend this kind of meaningless money. Anyway, it was a class reunion, so everyone should share it equally. 50 yuan was not a big sum of money for current students. Of course, many people came with their boyfriends and girlfriends, so they just had to pay double the money. The more Wei Jin did not want to see someone, the more he met that person. Li Yixuan swaggered in, and the smile on Wei Jin's face suddenly froze. The incident in the past could be said to be a shame for Wei Jin, but at that time, Wei Jin's father was just a contractor at a small construction site. Compared with Li Yixuan's brother who opened a bathing center, he was far worse. But now it was different. Thinking that his father was also a powerful figure, Wei Jin's heart felt a little more comfortable. Isn't this Li Yixuan? Why, did you come alone? You didn't bring your girlfriend? I haven't gotten a girlfriend yet. Li Yixuan was like this. He said bluntly. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. Hong Kai began to ponder in his heart. Is this guy still pursuing Chen Mingyan? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but probe, who is it? Even young Master Li can't handle it? Is it more difficult to handle than Chen Mingyan? Li Yixuan listened to Hong Kai's words and couldn't help but look at him with a deep meaning. He said, even if I said it, you wouldn't know. Hong Kai didn't have the intention to know who Li Yixuan was pursuing now. As long as it wasn't Chen Mingyan, then everything was fine. So, he smiled and said, it seems that young Master Li has changed his target. Then I am relieved. Are you still pursuing Chen Mingyan? Li Yixuan had some doubts before. Now, after listening to Hong Kai's words, he was more certain. Yeah, but I haven't caught up with her yet. Hong Kai was not afraid to admit it. Young Master Li, in fact, the contradiction between us is nothing more than Chen Mingyan. Now that you don't like her, then we can be good friends. Is that so? Li Yixuan asked. Although Li Yixuan also had some social experience, he was essentially different from Wei Jin and Hong Kai. Li Yixuan was a forthright person. He didn't like to play any tricks. He was daring. But Wei Jin and Hong Kai were different. Both of them were bad people. Li Yixuan was not willing to be with people like them. Moreover, Li Yixuan had already met Chen Mingyan's boyfriend before. The two of them had a good chat. Li Yixuan naturally wouldn't stand on the side of Wei Jin and Hong Kai. However, Hong Kai, I guess you will be disappointed this time. Chen Mingyan already has a boyfriend. Already? Hong Kai listened to Li Yixuan's words and suddenly frowned. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Chen Mingyan at this class reunion, but he didn't expect someone to beat him to it. Li Yixuan looked at Hong Kai's stunned look and found it funny. He couldn't help but want to say a few sarcastic words, but when he looked up, he saw an acquaintance. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan. Li Yixuan waved his hand in the direction of the door and shouted. For Yang Ming to teach him how to pick up girls, Li Yixuan was still very grateful, so when he saw Yang Ming, he immediately greeted him in a friendly manner. Li Yixuan. You are here, too. Yang Ming smiled and nodded to him. He took Chen Mingyan's hand and walked over. Behind Yang Ming were Lu Ting and Lu Baoqiang. The two also walked over with Yang Ming. Hong Kai and Wei Jin's faces suddenly sank. The girls they liked were already taken. No matter who it was, their faces wouldn't look good. Lu Ting, you are here. Wei Jin thought of his plan, and his heart was refreshed. He pretended to be very friendly and greeted, Lu Baoqiang, you are here too. Lu Baoqiang was a little puzzled. Wei Jin had never given him a good face in school. What was going on today? He still has a smile on his face? However, as the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Since Wei Jin greeted him with a smile, Lu Baoqiang couldn't say anything more, so he nodded in a friendly manner and said, yes, I came with Ting Ting. Have fun. Wei Jin nodded and still had a smile on his face. Even Lu Ting thought, did this guy change his personality? How did he become so kind? She paid the fee with Lu Baoqiang and stood aside. Today, Wei Jin acted as if he didn't see her. He didn't greet her as he did in the past, which made Lu Ting feel strange. When Hong Kai saw Chen Mingyan, he greeted her. Mingyan, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are more beautiful. Thank you. Chen Mingyan replied faintly. Now, she only had Yang Ming in her heart. She couldn't remember what Hong Kai looked like in the past. At this moment, she just nodded to Hong Kai out of the interest of being a classmate. Who is this? Hong Kai pretended to just notice Yang Ming. He turned his head and looked at Yang Ming like a master. Then, he said, I am Mingyan's boyfriend in junior high school. In fact, Hong Kai had been observing Yang Ming for a long time. Looking at Yang Ming's tall appearance, he had some hostility. However, Hong Kai didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes. He was now the young master of Dongfeng Freight Yard's boss Hong. He had never been afraid of anyone. Therefore, Hong Kai directly gave Yang Ming a show of strength. He wanted to see the depth of this kid. Hong Kai wasn't afraid of Yang Ming, but he was very afraid that Chen Mingyan would be unhappy. So when he said this, he had been paying attention to Chen Mingyan's expression. Unfortunately, Chen Mingyan's expression didn't change at all. It seemed that she didn't care at all. In fact, Chen Mingyan felt that it didn't matter. She knew that Yang Ming would definitely believe her. He was Yang Ming's first man. Moreover, the two of them had gone through many ups and downs since high school. Yang Ming couldn't doubt himself just because of a sentence from this guy in front of him. Therefore, Chen Mingyan felt that there was no need to explain to Yang Ming. He couldn't believe Hong Kai's words. Really? There was a strange smile on Yang Ming's face, but he said indifferently, are you resting today? Resting? Hong Kai was suddenly stunned. Listening to Yang Ming's question, he was somewhat inexplicable. Yes, we are resting. However, Hong Kai thought that Yang Ming was talking about the school holidays. Oh, the current mental hospitals are so humane. They even allow the patients to go out and participate in parties. Yang Ming nodded and said, or, are you recovering from your illness? But I don't think so. Who are you saying is mentally ill? Hong Kai finally understood that Yang Ming was scolding him for running out of the mental hospital. I didn't say that you are mentally ill. Yang Ming shook his head sympathetically. You just have serious delusions, but this is also a kind of mental illness. But the general mental patients won't admit that they have a mental illness. Hong Kai was so angry that his face was livid. He wanted to test Yang Ming, but he didn't expect to be ridiculed as mentally ill. Hong Kai couldn't help but be furious. But there was no other way. He really wasn't Chen Mingyan's boyfriend in junior high school. There was nothing wrong with people saying that he was delusional. Hee, Hong Kai likes to joke. Don't mind him. Wei Jin smiled and helped him out. This brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Jin, the former class monitor. Hello, Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Wei Jin nodded. He had heard from Lu Baoqiang and Lu Ting that this guy wasn't a good person, so he didn't show much enthusiasm. Hong Kai, why aren't you apologizing to Ming Yan? You brat, you just shoot your mouth off and talk nonsense. Wei Jin gave Hong Kai a look and said. Chen Ming Yan. It's just a joke. It's nothing. No one believed it anyway. Chen Ming Yan said indifferently. She had never had a good impression of Hong Kai. When he was in junior high, other than writing love letters to her, all he did was fawn on her. Chen Mingyan was annoyed to the extreme. Hong Kai laughed twice. It seemed that he lost the first battle. He was unconvinced and thought about how to get back his face. As the organizer, Wei Jin still had many classmates to face, so he quickly put Lu Ting and the others aside and began to register busily. However, many junior high school classmates were no longer in Songjiang. There were only a dozen people here, but because many people came with couples, it didn't seem to be less. At 2:00, Wei Jin waited for another 10 minutes and then said, it's almost time. Those who should come should be here. Let's go eat first, and then the program is up to you. Here, you can swim, bowling, sing karaoke, fitness, disco bar, and game hall. I will give everyone a pass here later. After that, Wei Jin found the lobby manager of the Immortal Resort and told her, in a while, if my classmates come, you lead them directly to the second floor of the restaurant. Okay, don't worry, young Master Wei. The lobby manager naturally knew Wei Jin's identity and promised quickly. Wei Jin nodded and called out to everyone, come with me. Chen Mingyan looked in the direction of the lobby door again and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Big sister and second sister, none of them came. They were probably afraid of being embarrassed when they saw each other. Lu Ting saw Chen Mingyan's thoughts, so she whispered, Mingyan, forget it. If they don't come, then don't come. Chen Mingyan nodded and walked in the direction of the restaurant with the crowd. Yang Ming had been here once before, so he was very familiar with the situation here. Although the people around him were different, it made Yang Ming feel like he was doing it all over again. At the table, these people were saying the same words and making the same flattering faces, trying to curry favor with Wei Jin and Hong Kai. Old class monitor, when we were in school, everyone regarded you as the backbone. At that time, you took care of your brothers. A bespectacled boy with small eyes stood up, raised his glass, and boasted shamelessly. Hee, that's right. The old class monitor will not forget everyone. Wei Jin was very comfortable with this flattery. He raised his glass and said proudly. This guy originally competed with Wei Jin for the class monitor. After losing the competition, he didn't talk to Wei Jin for 3 years. Li Yixuan, who was sitting next to Yang Ming, explained to Yang Ming disdainfully. What? Pfft. Yang Ming couldn't hold it in and spat out the drink that he had just drunk. Fortunately, Yang Ming reacted quickly. When he turned around, he spat out the drink on the ground. This guy probably wants to enter Wei Jin's real estate company after graduation. He is trying to get close. Li Yixuan saw through the intention of the glasses man at a glance. Of course, the glasses man was only one of them. There were more flattering and more obvious ones. There was even a girl who pretended to be drunk in front of her boyfriend. She rubbed her chest on Wei Jin's body and kept flirting. Old class monitor, do you remember me? When we were in physical education class, you peeked at me changing clothes. The boyfriend was also a softie. Not only was he not angry, but he also looked at all of this with a smile. He was probably ready to sacrifice his girlfriend in exchange for employment after graduation. How could Wei Jin have the mood to mess with a female classmate now? His mind was on how to deal with Lu Baoqiang in a while, so he pushed the girl away perfunctorily, but he promised, okay, based on our old relationship, just call me directly in the future if there is anything. Old class monitor, you are so nice. The girl's hand inadvertently put on Wei Jin's crotch and pinched it intentionally or unintentionally. Wei Jin thought, you little slut, if I didn't have something to do, I would have already ked you. Lu Baoqiang, let me toast you. Wei Jin suddenly stood up and said to Lu Baoqiang, buddy, if I did anything wrong in the past, please forgive me. Lu Baoqiang was stunned. He thought, how did Wei Jin change his character? It turned out that every time this kid saw me, he was either indifferent or dismissive. Why did he take the initiative to compensate me today? Why? You don't want to give your brother face? Wei Jin saw Lu Baoqiang stunned, so he pretended to be displeased. In fact, Lu Baoqiang didn't want to be an enemy of Wei Jin, but there was no way. Who asked him to be interested in his girlfriend? But at this moment, if he could talk to Wei Jin, it would not be a bad thing. So, thinking of this, Lu Baoqiang stood up and picked up the drink in his hand. He drove here, so he didn't drink. He had been drinking drinks. Drinks are not good. Change it to wine. Wei Jin saw that Lu Baoqiang was holding a drink in his hand, so he waved and said, waiter, bring the wine. The waiter had already been instructed by Wei Jin. He took a bottle of white wine and came over. He first poured a glass for Wei Jin, and then poured another for Lu Baoqiang. White wine. I drove here. I can't drink. Lu Baoqiang said with some hesitation. You have to drink even if you can't. It's not like there is no place to stay here. Anyway, it's a pass. The accommodation doesn't cost anything. You can go back tomorrow. Wei Jin waved his hand and said. Then changed to beer. I really can't drink white wine. Lu Baoqiang hesitated. If he drank this jar of white wine, he would be drunk immediately. A deep relationship is a bottomless pit. Wei Jin said, after you drink this glass of wine, we are brothers. Of course, Wei Jin didn't say the implied meaning. After we become brothers, we can't covet our brother's wife. When Lu Baoqiang heard Wei Jin say this, he hesitated and said, okay. Then come on. Waiter, fill my brother's glass. Wei Jin gave the waiter a look and said. The waiter naturally understood. He came over with the wine bottle and poured a full glass of white wine for Lu Baoqiang. Of course, this wine bottle was no longer the wine bottle that was poured for Wei Jin. Wei Jin had expected that Lu Baoqiang would hesitate for a long time before pouring the wine. The waiter took this opportunity to replace the wine bottle. In the wine bottle that was poured for Lu Baoqiang, it had already been replaced with a high concentration of ergot. Of course, Wei Jin was not as bold as Wang Jitao to mix drugs into the wine. He was also afraid that if Lu Baoqiang was serious about it afterward, he would be exposed after going through the judicial process. Therefore, he tightly tampered with the wine. But even so, Wei Jin felt that it was enough because he believed that after Lu Baoqiang was drunk, a woman would take the initiative to come to him. It was impossible for him to sit still. After all, Lu Baoqiang was a young man full of vigor, and he was still a virgin. How could he hold it? Come, cheers. Wei Jin thought that the plan was about to succeed, and he couldn't help but show a smug expression. Okay, cheers. Lu Baoqiang gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to drink this glass of wine. However, he was instantly overwhelmed by the spiciness of the wine. Lu Baoqiang was surprised. My alcohol tolerance is not bad. Why am I a little confused after drinking a glass of wine? Lu Baoqiang's family ran a restaurant. He had heard about it since he was a child. He was also a wine jug. He could drink liquor with half a bottle, so he had doubts. Lu Ting originally wanted to dissuade Lu Baoqiang, but she was afraid that Lu Baoqiang would feel embarrassed. After all, Wei Jin was inviting the wine. If she didn't accept it, it seemed that she was afraid of him. Moreover, if it was as Wei Jin said, after drinking this wine, the two of them became brothers, then Wei Jin couldn't harass her in the future. Cool. Wei Jin looked at Lu Baoqiang and smiled. Well, from today on, we are brothers. Lu Baoqiang nodded. He didn't feel anything about being brothers with Wei Jin. If this guy didn't harass Lu Ting in the future, it would be true. With the power of Wei Jin's family, Lu Baoqiang didn't think that he could have a deep relationship with him. After all, the gap was too big. Of course, Yang Ming was an exception. It could be seen that Yang Ming was much richer than Wei Jin, but he was much more low-key than Wei Jin. The atmosphere at the table was still lively, but Lu Baoqiang was getting more and more confused. In the end, he couldn't hold it anymore and leaned on the table. Yang Ming didn't know what Wei Jin's purpose was, but he didn't care much about Wei Jin's purpose. After all, Lu Ting and Lu Baoqiang were just acquaintances with him. When he drank with Wei Jin, Yang Ming had no qualification to stop it. From the beginning, Yang Ming maintained a cold attitude toward this drinking game. Although Hong Kai was also like Wei Jin, perfunctory with everyone, his eyes were glancing at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan from time to time. Chen Mingyan didn't notice him at all, but Yang Ming could always meet Hong Kai's gaze every time. This made Hong Kai very uncomfortable. He had a feeling of being played in the palm of someone's hand. Hong Kai secretly hated Yang Ming after he scolded him as a psychopath. He was waiting for an opportunity to teach this kid a lesson. It was just that there was no opportunity at the table now. He planned to wait until after the meal and find another opportunity. Xiaochang, what's wrong with you? Lu Ting saw Lu Baoqiang leaning on the table and asked quickly. I'm fine. Although Lu Baoqiang was very drunk, he still hadn't fallen asleep. This wine is a little strong. I'm a little confused now. Do you want to take a break? Lu Ting asked worriedly. No need, I'll just lie there for a while, Lu Baoqiang said. Brother Baoqiang, what happened to you? When Wei Jin saw Lu Baoqiang lying down, he was overjoyed, but on the surface, he pretended to be very concerned and asked. Lu Baoqiang drank too much. I want to take him to rest first. Lu Ting raised her head and said to Wei Jin. She was a little dissatisfied in her heart. This guy made Lu Baoqiang drunk with a cup, but she was fine. Wasn't this making people look down on her, Lu Baoqiang? It's all my fault. Wei Jin suddenly showed a regretful expression. I must have drunk too much. It's right to take a break first, waiter. What's the matter? Young Master Wei. The waiter ran over and asked. My classmate is drunk. Take him to a room to rest and get some hangover medicine. Wei Jin told the waiter. Wei Jin was afraid that Lu Ting would follow, so he quickly found a waiter to take over. Xiaochang, do you want me to accompany you? Lu Ting was a little worried about Lu Baoqiang's current state. It's okay, Ting Ting. It's your class reunion. You can't walk properly at the beginning. I'll go down and rest for a while and come back. Lu Baoqiang also felt that he must have drunk too much. Otherwise, a glass of white wine shouldn't be a problem for him. That's fine, you be careful. Lu Ting listened to Lu Baoqiang's words, nodded, sat back in her seat and said. With the help of the waiter, Lu Baoqiang walked out of the restaurant and walked upstairs to the guest room. Yang Ming looked at Wei Jin and looked at Lu Baoqiang's figure. Suddenly, a familiar scene suddenly surged into his heart. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Yang Ming thought of the scene when Wang Jitao invited him to drink in Heavenly Earth. Didn't Wang Jitao also express goodwill to me first? It's almost the same as the conversation between Wei Jin and Lu Baoqiang today. Could it be? Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly moved in his heart. Could this Wei Jin also be plotting to harm Lu Baoqiang? Although Yang Ming and Lu Baoqiang just met, and the friendship between the two was not deep, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Lu Ting was not ordinary. Moreover, through today's contact, Yang Ming's impression of Lu Baoqiang was still good, so Yang Ming paid attention to the waiter and Lu Baoqiang's situation. Yang Ming locked Lu Baoqiang and the waiter with his special ability quietly. Yang Ming still had a cold expression on his side. After Lu Baoqiang left, Wei Jin put his hand into his pocket and pressed the send button of the mobile phone. Over there, Zhou Ruoguang's phone suddenly rang. This was a secret signal that the two had agreed on before. Zhou Ruoguang was crawling on Zhao Xiaoyan's body. When the phone rang, he was shocked. I almost became Brother Wei. However, after seeing the number of the call, Zhou Ruoguang did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. It was a call from his cousin, Wei Jin. Zhou Ruoguang looked at the seductive body under his body. He was somewhat unwilling. Soon, he would not be able to go up. But so what if he was unwilling? The most important thing was to cooperate with his cousin. Zhou Ruoguang quickly finished the battle, and then let Zhao Xiaoyan quickly take a shower and perform the mission. Wei Jin put his hand into his pocket and pressed the send button. This action naturally did not escape Yang Ming's eyes, so Yang Ming was more and more sure that this Wei Jin had some conspiracy. The waiter helped Lu Baoqiang into a guest room, put him on the bed, and then left the room. He stood at the door and waited for Zhao Xiaoyan to come over. Not long after, he saw Zhao Xiaoyan coming over. The waiter swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't know that Zhao Xiaoyan was sick, but he knew that this was the woman that young Master Wei found to do business. He couldn't provoke her, so he smiled and said, "The person is inside. I will leave the rest to you." Okay. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled sweetly, and her heart began to beat wildly. As long as I finish today's matter, I can get 50,000 yuan. Zhao Xiaoyan did not knock on the door, but directly opened the door with the key and flashed into the room. Sure enough. After Yang Ming saw Zhao Xiaoyan enter Lu Baoqiang's room, he suddenly realized. However, he was slightly disappointed. Couldn't these young masters change to some other creative tricks? Why do they play this every time? Yang Ming naturally didn't know that Zhao Xiaoyan was sick, so when he saw this scene, he was not in a hurry to stop it. In his opinion, there was no harm to Lu Baoqiang at present. Even if Lu Baoqiang was lustful and had XX with the woman in front of him, he would not lose anything. As for how his relationship with Lu Ting would be after XX, that would be his problem. You want to be lustful, but you don't pay the price. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Yang Ming saw at a glance that Lu Baoqiang was just drunk, but his mind was still very sober. Wang Jitao was different from Lu Baoqiang's. Wang Jitao mixed a drug into Lu Baoqiang's wine, but Wei Jin didn't give Lu Baoqiang any drug. Therefore, if Lu Baoqiang really had something with the woman, he could only blame himself for not having enough willpower. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. After Zhao Xiaoyan entered the room, she quickly took off her clothes, and then climbed to Lu Baoqiang's side naked. With her previous professional quality, Zhao Xiaoyan knew how to tease a man's desire. Zhao Xiaoyan began to untie Lu Baoqiang's pants dishonestly, then she put her hand in and began to tease Lu Baoqiang. Lu Baoqiang was in a daze. He felt that someone was lying beside him, but he didn't care. However, when someone went to untie his pants, Lu Baoqiang was immediately shocked. He quickly opened his eyes and saw a woman with a perfect figure and a beautiful face lying naked beside him. Her eyes were as charming as water, causing Lu Baoqiang's heart to immediately become restless and his blood vessels to spurt out. "You, who are you?" Lu Baoqiang resisted the pleasure of being teased by Zhao Xiaoyan and asked in surprise. "The high-end rooms of the resort have free services." Zhao Xiaoyan said according to what Zhou Ruoguang had taught her before. The reason why it was free was that Lu Baoqiang was afraid of spending money. Most people's hearts were free. It would be a waste not to take it. Therefore, Wei Jin felt that it was easier for Lu Baoqiang to accept it for free. I don't need it." Lu Baoqiang was shocked. Although the desire in his heart was strong, he resisted and refused. He thought in his heart that if Lu Ting found out, it would be F***ked. "Come on." Zhao Xiaoyan's seductive red lips kissed Lu Baoqiang. Lu Baoqiang turned his head to avoid Zhao Xiaoyan and gasped for breath. Zhao Xiaoyan chuckled. "Don't be shy. It's okay. It's safe here. The door is locked." As Zhao Xiaoyan said this, she increased the teasing strength of her hands. Lu Baoqiang was not a gentleman. He had asked Lu Ting to do this before, but Lu Ting had been guarding the last line of defense and refused to let him succeed. Therefore, Lu Baoqiang was really moved at this moment. However, being moved was just being moved. Lu Baoqiang was still relatively sober now. He knew that once something happened between him and this woman, then Lu Ting would definitely break up with him after she knew about it. Thinking of this, Lu Baoqiang quickly pushed Zhao Xiaoyan away and ran in the direction of the bathroom. When he entered the bathroom, he didn't care about Zhao Xiaoyan's shouting behind him and directly locked the door from the inside. Then he turned on the cold water of the shower and began to flush along his head. Yang Ming looked at Lu Baoqiang's actions and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Lu Baoqiang is still quite interesting. However, Yang Ming also felt lucky for him. This Wei Jin's courage is still not big enough. If he were like Wang Jitao and directly used the drug, then Lu Baoqiang would be doomed. Wei Jin thought of what was going to happen over there, and he was suddenly in high spirits. He drank happily. He took on the job problems of many of his classmates after graduation. Everyone, have fun and eat happily. Wei Jin raised his glass and said loudly. He was excited, so his mood was also excited. Happy, happy. Many idiots who wanted to ask Wei Jin for help also raised their glasses at the same time and flattered him. Lower your voice. What are you shouting for? At a table not far away, a macho man was also toasting. He was interrupted by the sound of happy, happy. He was unhappy and scolded them. Although the resort was opened by Wei Jin's uncle, it was impossible to stop business because Wei Jin wanted to have a class reunion, so there were still many other guests in the restaurant. Just now, because Wei Jin's voice was too loud, the people over there were a little unhappy. Wei Jin frowned and felt a little embarrassed. But when he looked up, he found that the people at the table were all big and round. There was also a long scar on his face, which was very scary. At first glance, he was not a person to be trifled with. Wei Jin was afraid that he couldn't afford to offend them, so he had to endure it. Who knew if the other party was a member of the underworld? Hong Kai had been enduring in his seat for a long time. Just now, when Yang Ming called him a psychopath, he was brooding. He always wanted to find an opportunity to show his strength to Yang Ming, but he never had a chance. Just now, when he saw Wei Jin toasting Lu Baoqiang, Hong Kai suddenly had an inspiration. It just so happened that Wei Jin was scolded again, and the atmosphere at the table suddenly became cold, so Hong Kai took the opportunity to stand up and came to Chen Mengyan and Yang Ming with a glass of wine. He said, Mengyan, long time no see. Old classmate, let me toast you. Chen Mengyan didn't expect Hong Kai to take the initiative to toast, but the other party had already come over with a glass of wine, and it was also an old classmate relationship. Chen Mengyan couldn't refuse, but she still said, I don't drink. Then we'll use a beverage to replace wine. It's the same. That's the main point. It doesn't matter if we drink or not. Hong Kai said seriously. Okay then. Chen Mengyan picked up the Huiyuan juice in front of her, stood up, and gently clinked her glass with Hong Kai. Hong Kai finished the drink in one gulp, while Chen Mengyan only took a small sip. Her lips touched the drink in the cup, and then she took it away. It was just a perfunctory reply. Chen Mengyan didn't even have the mood to drink with him. Of course, all of this was seen by Hong Kai, but Hong Kai didn't care much. When he pursued Chen Mengyan in junior high school, he was often ignored. He was used to it. After Hong Kai finished this glass of wine, he didn't leave immediately. This guy poured himself another glass of wine, and then he raised his glass again. Buddy, we wouldn't have known each other if we didn't fight. I was wrong before. The joke was too big. Let me give you a toast. How smart was Yang Ming? He was no longer the Amon of the past. His ability to observe people's expressions had now reached the extreme. Although Hong Kai's expression at the moment seemed to be sincere, in the eyes of Yang Ming, it was extremely lame. Yang Ming smiled and picked up the wine glass in front of him. Well, no discord, no concord. The two people's wine glasses gently touched, and then they took back their glasses. Yang Ming put the wine glass at the corner of his mouth, and an accident happened. Hong Kai seemed to lose his balance. His body leaned forward abruptly, and the wine glass in his hand was also thrown toward Yang Ming. The glass of wine was about to be poured on Yang Ming's face. But what kind of person was Yang Ming? How agile was he? Moreover, Yang Ming had long noticed that this guy's mind was not pure. He didn't sincerely come to toast, so he had always been on guard against him. At this moment, when he saw Hong Kai pouring wine on him, Yang Ming's body suddenly moved to the right, and Hong Kai's wine glass was empty. Because the accident happened too fast, the people present except for Yang Ming didn't react until Yang Ming dodged. They all exclaimed. Hong Kai was a little puzzled. How did this guy dodge? I calculated it so accurately. There shouldn't be any accident, but Yang Ming dodged it. Just as he was depressed, he suddenly heard a curse, "Little bastard, f*ck your mother. You dare to pour wine on my head?" When this curse sounded, people noticed that Hong Kai's glass of wine didn't spill on Yang Ming, but it completely poured on the back of the head of a guest at the table behind Yang Ming. It was dripping down into the collar. That person was the scarred face that Wei Jin was afraid of just now. Hong Kai was stunned. Before he could react, he was hit in the face by a big fist. He saw stars and watched a meteor shower for free. The scarred-faced macho man was still angry. When he saw that there was an open bottle of Huiyuan juice in Yang Ming's hand, he grabbed it and poured it down Hong Kai's head. He scolded as he poured, "Little bastard, you don't want to live anymore, right? You dare to pour wine on me. See if I don't kill you today." When the bottle of juice was completely poured, the scarred-faced macho man threw the empty juice bottle aside. He grabbed Hong Kai's hair with one hand and slapped Hong Kai's face with the other hand. Hong Kai's face was bruised and swollen, but the scarred face refused to give up. Wei Jin couldn't take it anymore. If this continues, won't Hong Kai be beaten to the hospital by him? So he hurriedly ran over, but he didn't dare to provoke these people. He had to say good words, "Big brother, my brother didn't mean it. Mother ****. I was sitting so far away, and he could pour it on me. You say he didn't mean it?" Although the scarred face was tall and strong, his IQ wasn't low. He glared and pointed at Wei Jin. "Do you want to protect him?" Wei Jin was scared. He didn't dare to look up and look at the scarred face. "Big brother, I didn't lie to you. Just now, in fact, my brother wanted to pour wine on him, but this guy dodged aside. As a result, the wine poured on your head. In fact, it's not my brother's fault. It's all this kid's fault," Wei Jin said as he pointed at Yang Ming. Since Hong Kai was beaten because of Yang Ming, he certainly wouldn't let go of this good opportunity to frame Yang Ming. "Oh?" The scarred-faced macho man turned his face and looked at Yang Ming. He said with a fake smile, "So, you are also responsible?" Yang Ming didn't even look at the macho man. He didn't even turn his head. He still sat there leisurely. "Mother ****, I am talking to you." When the scarred face saw that Yang Ming didn't care about him, he felt that he had lost face. He was so angry that he reached out to grab Yang Ming's collar. When the scarred face's hand was about to touch Yang Ming's collar, he suddenly stopped. He was caught by something. The scarred face raised his head in surprise, but he was shocked to find that his hand was caught by the young man in front of him. The scarred face felt that he had lost face. He used all his strength to grab Yang Ming, but he found that his wrist seemed to be nailed. He couldn't move at all. Yang Ming looked at the scarred face coldly and said indifferently, "Look for the person who poured it on you." There was a trace of surprise in the scarred face's eyes, but it was more of a shock. The young man in front of him only used his left hand to clamp down on his right hand. How much strength did this require? The scarred face, who had been in society for a long time, suddenly understood that he met a ruthless person today. "I am afraid that my strength is nothing in the eyes of this young man." After hesitating, the scarred face suddenly squeezed out an awkward smile and said, That is. Since Yang Ming asked him to look for the person who poured it on him, it showed that he beat up Hong Kai. Yang Ming wouldn't care. He couldn't afford to offend Yang Ming, but couldn't he afford to offend Hong Kai? At first glance, he was a coward. Thinking of this, the scarred face pulled back his hand, and Yang Ming didn't make it difficult for him. He let go of his hand. Seeing that there was a red mark like an iron hoop on his wrist, the scarred face was shocked. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively. The person in front of him was definitely tough. He turned his head and looked at Hong Kai with a grin. The scarred face was ready to vent all his resentment on this kid. Big brother, I just drank too much wine. I was dizzy and unsteady, so I accidentally spilled the wine. When Hong Kai saw that the scarred face was going to beat him again, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly told the excuse that he was going to say to Yang Ming. Motherf asterisk cur, it would be strange if I believe you. The scarred face swung his arms and began to beat Hong Kai with both hands. Although Hong Kai's family was very bad *SS and was close to the underworld, this immortal resort was in the suburbs of Songjiang. It was thousands of miles away from his family's goods yard. At this time, even if he wanted to find someone, he couldn't put out a nearby fire. Wei Jin really couldn't watch it anymore. He had to call his uncle, Sui Yuemin, and tell him what happened here. Sui Yuemin was playing mahjong with several vice presidents in the office, but Wei Jin had something to do, so he couldn't ignore it. He still had to rely on Wei Jin's father to make some extra money. Therefore, after hanging up the phone, Sui Yuemin rushed to the restaurant with the security guard. However, it was still a step too late. Hong Kai had already been beaten into a bloody gourd by the scarred face. Who is so bold to cause trouble in the immortal resort? Sui Yuemin asked loudly with a gloomy face. However, after he finished speaking, Sui Yuemin saw the troublemaker. He didn't know the scarred face who was causing trouble, but Sui Yuemin knew the person sitting at the head of the table with the scarred face. Sui Yuemin's face suddenly changed. He thought, Wei Jin, your friend is in trouble this time. Uncle, it's this guy. Seeing Sui Yuemin coming over with a group of thugs, Wei Jin's back stiffened. He pointed at the scarred face and said arrogantly. I say, Sui Yuemin, are these kids your relatives? A middle-aged man at the table with the scarred face spoke, but his tone was already a little unhappy. Who is a kid? Wei Jin didn't see the situation clearly. When he heard the middle-aged man calling him a kid, he immediately became unhappy. Wei Jin. Sui Yuemin was shocked. He quickly ran over and pulled Wei Jin. Why aren't you apologizing to Brother Long? Brother Long? Wei Jin was stunned. But when he saw the look on his uncle's face, he immediately understood. His uncle couldn't afford to provoke this group of people in front of him. Thinking of this, he immediately closed his mouth and didn't dare to say anything more. Forget it, Ah Zhong, come back. The middle-aged man waved his hand at the scarred face, and then said to Sui Yuemin, since they are your relatives, then forget it. I don't want to argue with a kid. Only then did the scarred face let go of Hong Kai. At this time, the middle-aged man also stood up. Seeing the middle-aged man stand up, the people at the table also stood up. Brother Long, you are. Sui Yuemin hurriedly and carefully smiled. I'm full. Why? Is there a problem? The middle-aged man called Brother Long said faintly. No problem, no problem. Then, Brother Long, please. Sui Yuemin said quickly. When Brother Long passed by Yang Ming's table, his eyes stopped on Yang Ming. Brother Long saw the short exchange of fire between Yang Ming and the scarred face. He was very curious about how Yang Ming could subdue the scarred face in one move. Kid, you are not simple, huh? Brother Long stared at Yang Ming for a long time, but found that Yang Ming was not afraid of his gaze. He still did what he was supposed to do. Brother Long suddenly felt embarrassed, so he said with a sarcastic tone. Whether I am simple or not is not up to you. Yang Ming glanced at Brother Long and said plainly without a trace of emotion on his face. Brother Long's face changed slightly. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak in front of him like this. What is your name? Actually, it doesn't matter if I don't answer your question. Yang Ming said indifferently, my name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming. Yang Ming? A look of surprise suddenly flashed on Brother Long. Brother Long's face flashed on his face. You. Donghai's Sun family? Although Brother Long's family, Yang Ming's family's family name, Sun's family's family. The reason why Yang Ming admitted it so quickly was because Chen Mingyan was by his side. If this guy said something like he was the son-in-law of the Sun family, then it would be a little bad. Another reason was that when Brother Long mentioned the Sun family, his expression was full of respect. There was no dissatisfaction, so Yang Ming concluded that the person in front of him must be someone who was close to the Sun family, so he nodded and admitted it. It really is you. Brother Long suddenly laughed and changed his expression. He patted Yang Ming's shoulder in a friendly manner. You are really a young hero. Good, good, good. Brother Long said good 3 times, which made Yang Ming a little inexplicable. What is good? You are? My surname is Tian, and my name is Long. My kid is in the same school as you, right? Brother Long smiled and introduced himself. Tian Donghua? Yang Ming was suddenly stunned and asked. He, yes, you are really that Yang Ming. Tian Long nodded and said. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Really? This guy is actually Tian Donghua's father? Then, am I not a junior? Regardless of the master-servant relationship between the Sun family and the Tian family, if it was only from Tian Donghua's side, the person in front of him was his own elder. Yang Ming didn't dare to be pretentious anymore. He stood up and greeted respectfully, Uncle Tian. Tian Long smiled, but he suddenly remembered Hong Kai, who was beaten by Scarface until his face was full of blood. He suddenly felt apologetic. Since you called me Uncle Tian, then Uncle Tian can only apologize to you. Uncle Tian didn't know your classmate. Yang Ming looked at Hong Kai on the ground and said, What? I don't know him. I just wanted to beat him up together. Pooh. Lu Ting was taking a sip of her drink. When Yang Ming said this, she was suddenly amused. She spat out all the drink on Wei Jin's face. Wei Jin saw that it was Lu Ting who spat it. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still endured it. This was the woman he liked. Wei Jin naturally couldn't do anything to her. However, when Wei Jin listened to Yang Ming's words, his face was very gloomy. He didn't expect that the person whom his uncle couldn't afford to offend was actually talking and laughing with Yang Ming. Although he was very upset, he couldn't vent it. Fortunately, when he thought that Lu Baoqiang would be caught in bed in a while, and Lu Ting would be in his arms, Wei Jin's heart felt more comfortable. Tian Long nodded and smiled as he left the restaurant with his people. Hong Kai was supported by the security guard next to Sui Yuemin to apply medicine. After experiencing the scene just now, everyone had no interest in continuing to eat. Moreover, Wei Jin felt that Lu Baoqiang's side should be almost done, so he secretly called Zhou Ruoguang and asked him to catch the adulterers. On this side, Wei Jin said to everyone, Next, I will take everyone to the entertainment hall upstairs. Although the previous incident made Wei Jin lose some face, it also made these students look at Chen Mingyan's boyfriend in a new light. However, after all, they were not familiar with Yang Ming, and they also asked Wei Jin to help arrange work, so they enthusiastically agreed with Wei Jin. They stood up together and left the restaurant under Wei Jin's lead. Of course, Wei Jin would not lead these people directly to the entertainment room upstairs. Instead, he first took these people to the guest room where Lu Baoqiang was. Wei Jin, I won't go. Help me ask where Lu Baoqiang's room is. I will accompany him. Lu Ting thought that Lu Baoqiang was still drunk, so she had no interest in playing. Wei Jin was worried about what reason to use to explain to everyone when they arrived at the guest room. Lu Ting took the initiative to come to him, so he was overjoyed. He said without changing his expression, Then let's go. We can pass by the guest room in a while. We can see Lu Baoqiang together to see if he is sober. If he is sober, let's go play together. Lu Ting didn't know why Wei Jin suddenly changed his attitude, but now he showed that he was thinking for her, so Lu Ting could only nod gratefully. After Zhou Ruoguang received Wei Jin's call signal, he took the universal room card prepared in advance and came near the guest room. He waited for the moment when Wei Jin came over, so he could rush into the room and play the scene of catching adulterers. When Zhou Ruoguang thought of the charming Zhao Xiaoyan being screwed by Lu Baoqiang, his heart was very uncomfortable. Although she was just a lady, she was Zhou Ruoguang's first woman. He was still a little jealous in his heart. As Zhou Ruoguang was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a burst of footsteps. He looked up and saw Wei Jin coming over with a group of people. Zhou Ruoguang was shocked. I was distracted just now, and I almost messed up the big thing. Zhou Ruoguang took a breath and quickly adjusted his state. Then he shouted, Mother of asterisk cur. You adulterers, see if I don't kill you. After that, Zhou Ruoguang picked up the universal room card and quickly opened the door of the room in front of him. He rushed in and scolded, "Mother fasters cur, see if I don't kill you." Wei Jin saw that Zhou Ruoguang was already waiting there, and he immediately calmed down. He quickly walked forward with everyone. When he heard Zhou Ruoguang shout, he was even happier. My cousin really has a talent for acting. The acting is also realistic. But then, Wei Jin was anxious. When he saw Zhou Ruoguang use the universal room card to open the door, he wanted to shout, "Brother, you opened the wrong door." However, he couldn't shout. If he shouted, wouldn't everything be exposed? So, he could only watch Zhou Ruoguang enter the wrong door, but there was nothing he could do. Wei Jin was anxious. He thought, can't you see clearly before you enter? What the mother fasters cur is doing? It was not easy to plan a good plan, but you ruined it just like that. When Zhou Ruoguang saw Wei Jin coming over, he was anxious, so he forgot to look at the room number. When he shouted and rushed into the room, he was stunned. Except for a few fierce-looking men in the room, there was no sign of Xiaoxian at all. He also didn't see the guy named Lu Baoqiang. No, this is not right. Zhou Ruoguang looked at the people in the room dumbfoundedly. Who the **ck are you? What are you doing in here? A man with a scar face leaned toward Zhou Ruoguang. Who did you say you want to kill? I may have entered the wrong room. Zhou Ruoguang was scared and quickly explained. **ck off. Scarface saw that it was a guy who entered the wrong room, so he raised his foot and kicked Zhou Ruoguang out of the room. Wei Jin was worried about what to do next. Then, he heard a scream. With this scream, Zhou Ruoguang also flew out of the room like a human cannonball and slammed heavily into the wall. Then, the door of the room closed with a bang. Because the door of Scarface's room was not locked before, he didn't care about the universal room card in Zhou Ruoguang's hand. He thought that Zhou Ruoguang directly pushed the door open. However, this time, Scarface locked the door, fearing that some idiot would break in later. Zhou Ruoguang was confused by the fall, but fortunately, he was only kicked. Although his whole body was uncomfortable, he could at least stand up. Zhou Ruoguang looked at the room number in front of him in a daze. Sure enough, he found that there was a wrong room. The real room he was entering was the one next to it. Ahem. Wei Jin coughed twice when he saw Zhou Ruoguang in a daze. He thought to himself, you better hurry up. If you're any later, you'll be exposed. Zhou Ruoguang suddenly woke up and stood up while enduring the pain in his body. He looked at the room number next to him. This time, after carefully confirming it, he shouted again, After that, he opened the door of the room with the room card and rushed in. Then he continued to shout, you adulterers are really having an affair here. Let me catch you. Yang Ming watched Zhou Ruoguang's performance and almost died of laughter. Entered the wrong room? How could he make such a mistake? This Wei Jin is really something. He actually found Zhou Ruoguang, this fool, to cooperate with him in acting. Of course, other than Yang Ming who knew what was going on, the others didn't know. They all looked at Zhou Ruoguang in surprise, not knowing what he was doing. Lu Ting. That was Lu Baoqiang's room. What was that man doing? How did he go in? Wei Jin pretended to be surprised and pointed at the door opened by Zhou Ruoguang. What? Is it Lu Baoqiang's room? Lu Ting was also stunned after hearing this. Then she said anxiously, then let's go in and take a look. I think so too. Wei Jin nodded and rushed into the room with Lu Ting. What's wrong with them? Chen Mengyan also seemed to have noticed that something was off. Among these students, only Chen Mengyan was genuinely concerned about Lu Ting and Lu Baoqiang, so she saw something wrong. Why does the man who rushed in just now look familiar? But the others were basically Wei Jin's henchmen. At this moment, they were just watching the fun, so they didn't think that Zhou Ruoguang's appearance was a conspiracy. Familiar? Of course you are familiar with him. Yang Ming laughed and said, because of him, you even had a big fight with me. Ah. Chen Mengyan was stunned and suddenly remembered who the person who just went in was. It's Zhou Ruoguang. Yes, it's him. Yang Ming nodded. This guy is Wei Jin's relative. Do you think of anything now? After hearing Yang Ming's words, Chen Mengyan also faintly noticed something, but she didn't think as much as Yang Ming. She was only suspicious, but she wasn't sure. The two of them followed the crowd into the room, only to see Zhou Ruoguang standing in the middle of the room in a daze, looking left and right. He was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat, while Zhao Xiaoyan was sitting on the bed with a helpless expression. What's going on? Where's that guy? Where is the adulterer? Although he didn't see Lu Baoqiang, he still had to act. Zhou Ruoguang pointed at Zhao Xiaoyan and shouted. Sorry, I couldn't complete the mission. Zhao Xiaoyan was also very helpless, but there was no way. She had to confess. The man was teased by me a few times, but he was like a rabbit. He ran directly to the bathroom and locked the door. I can't get the rest of the money. I'm leaving. Zhao Xiaoyan had already put on her clothes at this time. She directly lifted her butt and walked out of the room. This? Zhou Ruoguang didn't expect Zhao Xiaoyan's mission to fail. He was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoyan not only did not complete the mission, but also spoke of his own conspiracy on the spot, Wei Jin suddenly became angry. Damn, what did you say? What are you talking about? What money? Are you stupid? Admit it. You are Lu Baoqiang's lover. Sorry, young Master Wei. I don't want the rest of the money. Zhao Xiaoyan was very neat and walked out of the room. Wei Jin was so angry that he trembled. He didn't expect that his plan, which he had planned for a long time, would fail like this. At this time, even if Lu Ting didn't know anything before, she understood it at this moment. This Wei Jin spent money to find a woman to frame Lu Baoqiang, but Lu Baoqiang was determined. He was not tempted and hid in the bathroom. Lu Ting was so angry that she slapped Wei Jin and scolded, Wei Jin, you are despicable. Wei Jin was already full of anger. At this moment, he was hit by Lu Ting, and he was even angrier. Anyway, there was no hope to pursue Lu Ting, so he simply shed all pretense of cordiality. Wei Jin's face condensed, and his eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. He waved his arm to hit Lu Ting, but before he could hit, Wei Jin's whole body was hugged from behind, and he couldn't move. Yang Ming had been paying attention to Wei Jin's movements. When he saw that Wei Jin was about to make a move on Lu Ting, he was ready to stop him, but he unexpectedly saw a figure. Yang Ming was happy. It seemed that he didn't need to make a move. He saw Lu Baoqiang hugging Wei Jin from behind with a wet body. He looked like he was going to risk his life. His eyes were blood red, and he shouted with a hoarse voice, Wei Jin, King framed me. Seeing that Lu Baoqiang was crazy, Wei Jin calmed down and showed a despicable face. I framed you. What's wrong? I am testing you for Lu Ting. What can you do to me? Lu Baoqiang was also angry just now. When he heard the truth in the bathroom, he was furious. He thought that if I didn't have good concentration, I would have fallen into Wei Jin's trap. So, he rushed out in anger and hugged Wei Jin desperately. However, when he heard Wei Jin's words, what can you do to me? Lu Baoqiang also calmed down. Yeah, what can I do to Wei Jin? In terms of family background, I am not as good as Wei Jin. It can be said that if I impulsively did something to Wei Jin today, then what awaits me is not going to jail, but Wei Jin's crazy revenge on my restaurant. Lu Baoqiang wasn't stupid. With Wei Jin's family's social relationship, he couldn't do anything if he wanted to find some gangsters to cause trouble in his hot pot restaurant. Thinking of this, Lu Baoqiang let go of Wei Jin's hands dispiritedly. Lu Ting seemed to see Lu Baoqiang's dilemma. She smiled understandingly and said, let's go. Let's go too. It's not interesting to be with this kind of idiot. Yang Ming pulled Chen Mengyan and scolded Wei Jin mercilessly. For Yang Ming, Wei Jin was still a little afraid. Before Brother Long and Yang Ming talked and laughed, Wei Jin understood that Yang Ming's identity was definitely not simple. If his uncle couldn't provoke someone, he might not be able to provoke him. Therefore, if Yang Ming wanted to leave, he didn't dare to stop him. There was no need to make enemies with this kind of person. But if Lu Baoqiang and Lu Ting wanted to leave, it wouldn't be so easy. You want to leave after slapping me? It's not that easy, right? Wei Jin said with a sneer. Yang Ming glanced at Wei Jing coldly. No one can make my friend stay in front of me. Let's go. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he pulled Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan pulled Lu Ting and walked to the door of the room together. Yang Ming. Who are you? I gave you face, but you don't want it. Since you want to stand up, then fine. Then don't leave today. Let's talk about this together. Wei Jing didn't want to provoke Yang Ming because there was no big contradiction between the two people. There was no need to make enemies. But now it was different. Now that Yang Ming wanted to stand up for Lu Baoqiang and Lu Ting, then Wei Jing had to target Yang Ming. In fact, in Wei Jin's heart, he was really not afraid of Yang Ming. After all, his family was also ranked high in Songjiang. Are you sure that you want to keep me? Yang Ming turned his head, and his face was full of sunshine. Your actions today may bring a disaster to your family. Ha 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 ha. Wei Jin listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly laughed arrogantly. After laughing, he said disdainfully, Are you bragging? Yang Ming disdained to argue with him and didn't leave. He stood there and wanted to see what tricks Wei Jin was going to play. Because Zhou Ruoguang didn't succeed in his act, and his whole body was in pain, he sat on the bed dejectedly and didn't care how Wei Jin dealt with the mess. However, since the relationship with Zhao Xiaoyan was in a deadlock, he couldn't have sex with Zhao Xiaoyan anymore. He was a little disappointed. Just as he was secretly regretting, he suddenly heard a familiar name, Yang Ming. Zhou Ruoguang suddenly became spirited. He looked up and took a closer look. D***MN, isn't this Yang Ming? If it isn't him, who is it? I was worried that there was no chance to take revenge, and this guy delivered himself to me. Zhou Ruoguang was suddenly delighted. He didn't care about the pain in his body. He stood up and pointed to Yang Ming. Cousin, it's him. It's this guy. Yang Ming. It's him in Mount Jing. Originally, Wei Jin was still thinking about whether it was worth provoking Yang Ming. After hearing Zhou Ruoguang's words, he immediately understood. The person who had a feud with Zhou Ruoguang was this person named Yang Ming. That's great. Wei Jin didn't have to hesitate at all. Since I have already confronted Yang Ming, and this guy is still my cousin's enemy, and I promised my cousin that I will help him get back at him. If I don't do him a favor now, when will I do it? Thinking of this, Wei Jin no longer hesitated. He took out the phone and was ready to call someone. Since his uncle didn't want to cause trouble, then he wouldn't use his people. Wouldn't the people he brought be fine? It was just borrowing the site of his immortal resort to fight. His uncle couldn't say anything. When Wei Jin was about to call someone, Zhou Ruoguang's eyes stayed on Chen Mingyan. He frowned and looked at Yang Ming carefully. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoguang slapped his thigh and shouted, I remember. Ha 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 ha, Yang Ming, you little gigolo are two-timing. Aren't you Zhao Ying's boyfriend? Why are you with Chen Mingyan? When Chen Mingyan first entered the school, Zhou Ruoguang pursued her. However, before he could succeed in his pursuit, he was discovered by Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. The boyfriend found a punk in the underworld to teach him a lesson. Zhou Ruoguang still remembered it clearly. However, at that time, he was so focused on coveting Chen Mingyan's beauty that he didn't pay attention to Yang Ming's appearance. Even if he paid attention at the time, he would forget about it afterward. After all, he only met him once. But at this moment, when he saw Chen Mingyan again, Zhou Ruoguang suddenly remembered that Yang Ming was the boyfriend who appeared by Chen Mingyan's side at that time. No wonder when I was in Mount Jing, I felt that Yang Ming was a bit familiar. I seemed to have seen him somewhere. I didn't expect it to be like this. After this discovery, Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed. He found out that Yang Ming was two-timing. How could he not take the opportunity to expose it? Although he couldn't beat Yang Ming, and he had no chance to win the love of Zhao Ying or Chen Mingyan, if he didn't have it, no one else could have it. He wanted to take this opportunity to make Yang Ming lose everything. Yang Ming's face changed slightly. He looked at Zhou Ruoguang coldly. Originally, he wasn't going to find trouble with this guy today, but he didn't expect this guy to be restless and start to look for a beating. Chen Mingyan. You still don't know, right? After Zhou Ruoguang said that sentence, he continued to announce loudly, "Your boyfriend is a playboy. He has a woman outside named Xiaoying. You will know when you investigate it. You are deceived by him." Ha 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 ha. Chen Mingyan knew about Zhao Ying's matter. Yang Ming pretended to be Zhao Ying's boyfriend with Chen Mingyan's acquiescence. However, at this moment, with Zhou Ruoguang's revelation, Chen Mingyan couldn't not be suspicious at all. It wasn't that she didn't believe Yang Ming, but Yang Ming was really like what Zhou Ruoguang said. He was a playboy. She wasn't enough. There was Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling. Now, there was Su Ya too. However, she was suspicious. In contrast, she would rather believe Yang Ming than Zhou Ruoguang. Last time, she had wronged Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. This time, Chen Mingyan would not be so reckless. However, Zhou Ruoguang kept talking like this. It was really annoying, so Chen Mingyan glanced at him and said naturally, "Oh, I know about that matter." What? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned. He didn't move like a sculpture for a long time. He was really dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to see a good show of Yang Ming's harem being set on fire. It was best to make him lose everything. There would be no woman. It would be best if they all ran away. However, Chen Mingyan actually told him that she knew about it. Of course, Chen Mingyan said so, but she didn't want to be like before. She was very immature and didn't know what was right and wrong. She still planned to ask Yang Ming later. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's words, he was also stunned. It seemed that this little girl had really changed. She no longer didn't give him face and didn't mess around like before. He was secretly happy. Zhou Ruoguang, you underestimated Chen Mingyan's IQ too much. After Wang Jitao's lesson, if my little Yonian can still believe a big idiot like you, then there's really a ghost. However, although Zhou Ruoguang was shocked, he didn't seem to believe it. He stared at Chen Mingyan. You really know? Yang Ming had tolerated this idiot for a long time. If it wasn't for Chen Mingyan not believing him at all, Yang Ming would have slapped him. But now, this guy was still chattering. Yang Ming immediately became impatient. He raised his foot and kicked Zhou Ruoguang, causing him to fall to the ground and unable to get up. Although Zhou Ruoguang was tall, he was actually a softie. However, being a softie was a softie. He was a softie when there was no one around, but when there was someone, he was arrogant. Cousin, he hit me. You saw it all. Zhou Ruoguang pointed at Yang Ming and shouted. He definitely didn't dare to deal with Yang Ming himself, but he could ask Wei Jin to find someone to deal with him. Wei Jin's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He didn't intend to touch Yang Ming, but now, Yang Ming not only stood up for Lu Baoqiang and Lu Ting, but also hit his cousin. Wei Jin wouldn't let Yang Ming go. Although Yang Ming was invincible in Songjiang, he didn't know how many people Wei Jin would call just now. If he used the human wave tactic, he wasn't afraid, but Chen Mingyan, Lu Baoqiang, and Lu Ting would suffer. Yang Ming wanted to ensure the safety of Chen Mingyan, so he secretly sent a text message to Bao Sanli when Wei Jin called. Yang Ming's mobile phone was in his pocket. He didn't need to take it out at all. He could use his X-ray vision to operate the mobile phone. So as long as Yang Ming put his hand into his pocket, he could complete the operation. Yang Ming wasn't willing to play anything risky. In his opinion, Chen Mingyan's safety was more important than anything else. It wasn't difficult for Yang Ming to challenge a group of people, but it wasn't a simple matter to challenge a group of people and protect the safety of the people around him. Never mind Yang Ming, even if Fang Tian was here personally, it would be difficult to take care of them. Now it was a matter of whose people arrived first. However, Yang Ming wasn't worried about Bao Sanli's efficiency. This guy was impatient, not to mention that it was Yang Ming's matter. He would definitely respond immediately. Yang Ming, you don't have to be proud. When my people arrive, it will be too late for you to cry. Wei Jin probably saw that Yang Ming's skill wasn't simple. He didn't want to fight head-on with Yang Ming. Everything would have to wait for his people to come first. Yang Ming listened to Wei Jin's words and immediately laughed loudly as if he had heard a very funny joke. What are you laughing at? You will be finished in a while. Wei Jin was a little inexplicable by Yang Ming. I said, Are you stupid? Yang Ming said after laughing, wait for your people to come. Alright, I'll give you a good beating before your men arrive. You, don't mess around, or you will die miserably in a while. Wei Jin was a little scared suddenly, and his voice trembled a little. He regretted a little. He regretted that he shouldn't have provoked Yang Ming with words before his people arrived. Hey! Yang Ming grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. If I don't mess around now, are you going to let me go later? Yang Ming's words were so ironic that Wei Jin lowered his head at once. Yes, even if Yang Ming didn't mess around, would I let him go? Obviously, it was impossible. Yang Ming saw that Wei Jin didn't speak and sneered, so, do you think who is more stupid? I want to see how I will die miserably in a while. Wei Jin's face changed. He saw the power of Yang Ming's kick carefully. Zhou Ruoguang was so big, but he was kicked 4 or 5 meters away by Yang Ming. If he was parried, the result could be imagined. You what? Yang Ming glared. I'll wait for you to find a crowd to beat me in a while. I might as well beat you up first. The reason why Yang Ming wanted to solve Wei Jin first was that he was afraid that Wei Jin would take advantage of the chaos to play tricks on Chen Mingyan or Lu Ting. Therefore, what Yang Ming wanted to do now was to nip the enemy's possible actions in the bud. Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Wei Jin's hair directly in his horrified eyes. Then, he slammed Wei Jin's head against the door panel of the room. With a loud bang, Wei Jin's entire face was covered with blood. It was impossible to tell whether it was from his nose or his forehead. Wei Jin screamed, covered his head, and began to roll on the ground. It was estimated that he couldn't avoid a slight concussion. Yang Ming was merciful. Otherwise, if he used his full strength, this guy would be in a vegetative state even if he didn't die. It was even possible that his skull would burst on the spot. When Zhou Ruoguang saw that Yang Ming was so fierce, he was so scared that he shrunk to the corner of the wall. His crotch was also wet. Apparently, he had lost control of his bladder. Lu Baoqiang looked at Yang Ming in amazement. He didn't expect young Master Yang to be so violent. With a few wrong words, he beat Wei Jin's head until it bled. Wei Jin was rolling on the ground, and he kept wailing. Don't shout. Yang Ming kicked Wei Jin fiercely. Sure enough, Wei Jin no longer wailed, but he fainted directly. Let's go. Yang Ming glanced disdainfully at Zhou Ruoguang, who was full of fear, and then spoke to Chen Mingyan and Lu Baoqiang. Lu Baoqiang also reacted at this time. Yeah, the other party has called for people. If we don't go now, when will we? He quickly took Lu Ting's hand and followed Yang Ming out of the room. Although Zhou Ruoguang was unwilling, he didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. He was afraid that Yang Ming would turn around and hit him again, turning him into Wei Jin. Previously, Wei Jin closed the door of the room. The students outside didn't know what happened inside. At this moment, when Yang Ming opened the door, they all looked inside. They were shocked when they saw Wei Jin lying motionless on the ground. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. However, when they saw Yang Ming coming out with a murderous look, these people were not fools. Although they were all in the group of pleasing Wei Jin, no one would force themselves to stand up for Wei Jin at this time. Nonsense, Wei Jin had fallen. They didn't want to be the second. Who would be stupid at this time? Therefore, they all kept silent and let Yang Ming and the others go to the distance. However, as soon as the 4 people walked to the door of the resort, they saw a group of people with unknown long objects wrapped in cloth in their hands. They rushed over here murderously. Lu Baoqiang was immediately shocked. Not good. The people that Wei Jin found are here. As soon as Lu Baoqiang finished speaking, he heard a macho man waving the long object in his hand and shouting, I didn't expect Brother Bai to come back. After Bao Sanli received Yang Ming's text message, he immediately mobilized his manpower. The boss's safety was threatened. How could Bao Sanli not be anxious? However, Yang Ming's text message specifically instructed him not to go. After all, Bao Sanli was now the boss of the security company. He was also a well-known figure in society. It was better to be less involved in this kind of fighting and killing. However, even if he didn't participate, he still had to do his job well. Bao Sanli immediately found a few of his capable men and asked who was the best person to do this. After that, Bao Sanli was reminded by his men. There was a person named Zhang Penbai who came out of the Immortal Resort. At that time, he was kicked out by the boss of the Immortal Resort because of his incompetence. He joined the Mingyang Security Company in a depressed situation. Now, he was doing well. He was the number one person who could take on the role of the leader. It was best to let him go. Zhang Penbai was familiar with the terrain of the area, and he had a personal grudge with the Immortal Resort. So, thinking of this, Bao Sanli immediately called Zhang Penbai. After Zhang Penbai received Bao Sanli's order, he immediately gathered his men and rushed to the Immortal Resort. The better you mixed in the company, the higher your status, and the more you knew. When Zhang Penbai learned that Bao Sanli was in awe of Yang Ming, he secretly felt lucky. He had provoked Yang Ming and lived until now. Therefore, after Zhang Penbai learned that Yang Ming needed help this time, he immediately rushed to the Immortal Resort with a team of management personnel. The license plate of the car had already been replaced with the fake license plate used for work, so they ran the lights all the way and actually arrived a little earlier than Wei Jin's people. Yang Ming was stunned at first when he saw this group of people. He didn't expect Wei Jin's people to come so quickly. However, when he saw the leader, he was relieved. After hearing Zhang Penbai's words, he felt a little funny. Why does it sound like the words of the big traitor Hu Hansan? Don't worry. It's not Wei Jin's people. Yang Ming patted Lu Baoqiang's shoulder and smiled. That is. After hearing that it was not Wei Jin's people, Lu Baoqiang was relieved, but he had some doubts. How did Yang Ming know? Moreover, such a large group of murderous men always made people involuntarily feel a little scared. Hee, it's a group of Liangshan heroes. After knowing that Wei Jin's people want to deal with us, they rushed over to help. Yang Ming laughed. A hero of Liangshan? Lu Baoqiang felt a little incredulous. Could it be the underworld? Did you find these people? After a while, Lu Baoqiang finally reacted. These people seemed to be called by Yang Ming. Of course, Yang Ming would not admit that he was related to the underworld in front of Chen Mingyan, let alone tell them that these people in front of them were from the underworld. After listening to Lu Baoqiang's words, Yang Ming smiled and said, Of course not. These are the bodyguards I hired from the security company. The employer is in danger. Of course, they will rush over. Yang Ming's words turned the underworld identity of Zhang Penbai and the others into a righteous man who protected the safety of the employer. Lu Baoqiang naturally would not doubt anything, especially after guessing that Yang Ming's family should be very rich. He felt that it was natural. It seemed to be a matter of course for rich people to hire bodyguards. Chen Mingyan really wanted to ask where Yang Ming found these people who didn't look like good people, but after hearing Yang Ming's explanation, she was relieved. The appearance of the bodyguards was naturally fierce. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the effect of deterring others. As they were talking, Zhang Penbai also saw Yang Ming. He ran to the front of Yang Ming in a few steps. Brother Yang. I'm not late, right? No, Wei Jin's people haven't come yet. You guys wait for them here. We will go first. Stop them for me. Yang Ming certainly couldn't say beat them to death in front of Chen Mingyan, but he winked at Zhang Penbai. He believed that Zhang Penbai could understand what he meant. Don't worry, brother Yang. Leave it to me. How could Zhang Penbai not understand Yang Ming's meaning? He said tacitly. This hard-won second promotion made Zhang Penbai learn to observe people's body language. Then we will go first. Yang Ming nodded and took Chen Mingyan to the car without any explanation. Yang Ming was also afraid that Wei Jin's people would come too quickly and let Chen Mingyan see the bloody scene. Lu Baoqiang didn't want to stay for too long. After all, if Yang Ming's bodyguards couldn't stop Wei Jin's people, it would be terrible. Lu Baoqiang knew the details of Wei Jin. His father was the boss of a real estate company. He had a group of underworld henchmen who were tyrannical and particularly fierce in fighting. Zhou Xiaoming received a call from Wei Jin, asking him to bring people to the Immortal Resort as soon as possible to help him deal with a few guys. Originally, it was reasonable to say that Zhou Xiaoming shouldn't act rashly at this time, but the call was from Wei Jin, the only son of President Wei, so Zhou Xiaoming couldn't ignore it. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoming was also a person who liked to curry favor. He knew that Wei Dikang was particularly fond of his son, so as long as he made Wei Jin happy, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting Wei Dikang's favor in the future. Then, he could take a step forward. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoming didn't have time to think about it. He rushed to the immortal resort with Xingluzi, Niao Xiaobo, and a group of men. Zhou Xiaoming was angry at the hot pot restaurant before. He spent tens of thousands of yuan for no reason. He was distressed. This was also the reason why he agreed to Wei Jin without hesitation. Based on his understanding of Wei Jin, young Master Wei was never stingy with the people who worked for him, so he could get at least a few thousand yuan on this trip. Although it couldn't be said to be a lot, it could at least make up for some of his losses. Zhou Xiaoming drove his Hyundai commercial vehicle in the lead, followed by a Golden Dragon bus. The bus was filled with the workers of the demolition company, and all of them were good at bullying the people. However, Zhou Xiaoming didn't have the ability of Zhang Penbai. He didn't dare to change the license plate of the car. He could only follow the traffic rules step by step, so he arrived more than 10 minutes later than Zhang Penbai and the others. At this time, Yang Ming and the others had already gone down the mountain road of West Star Mountain. Zhang Penbai saw a Hyundai van driving slowly with a Golden Dragon bus, and he guessed that this might be the person that Wei Jin found. Therefore, Zhang Penbai waved his hand and directly approached the Hyundai van. Zhou Xiaoming got out of the car. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw a group of people coming to this side. He was shocked and didn't know who these people were. Are you found by that Wei Jin? Zhang Penbai looked at Zhou Xiaoming and asked. Who are you? Zhou Xiaoming didn't dare to answer Zhang Penbai's words directly, but asked instead. Zhang Penbai saw Zhou Xiaoming's hesitation and didn't doubt it. He waved his hand and said to the brothers, "It's him. Beat him up." What about the bus behind? Zhang Penbai had brought too many people. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the people in the front had already surrounded Zhou Xiaoming and started to beat him up. The brothers behind who couldn't squeeze in and show their skills set their eyes on the Golden Dragon bus behind them. Beat him up too. Zhang Penbai nodded and said. As a result, a large group of people were pulled down one by one before the people on the Golden Dragon bus realized what was going on. They were beaten up until they didn't even recognize themselves. This group of people would only bully the kind demolition households and ordinary people. When they encountered people like Zhang Penbai, they were simply a group of good-for-nothings. They were beaten until they screamed, and they had no power to fight back. Zhang Penbai's group of people were good at fighting, and after the systematic training of the security company, they had speed and order. After one group of people finished fighting, another group of people went up and continued to fight. After a round of rotation, the people on the ground were already more out of breath than in. Of course, Zhang Penbai wouldn't beat people to death. At most, he would beat them half to death. However, if this group of people wanted to get better, it would be difficult. They wouldn't be able to stand up without a year and a half. Especially Zhou Xiaoming, his limbs were all broken. He was even worse than Madman Ma. Xingluzi and Niao Xiaobo, who came with him, were not much better. One of them had all his ribs broken, and the other had half of his scalp pulled off by someone. Zhang Penbai had always adhered to the company's concept of quick and decisive. In less than 10 minutes, he finished the battle. Then, he left the half-dead guys on the ground and drove away. Shortly after Yang Ming left, those classmates who had a good relationship with Wei Jin quickly found a waiter. When the waiter saw that young Master Wei was beaten, he quickly called Sui Yuemin. When Sui Yuemin heard that Wei Jin was beaten, he was immediately shocked. He rushed over with his people and saw Wei Jin lying in a pool of blood. He was shocked. Who did it? Where is he? It's that Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. Everyone said at once. Yang Ming? Sui Yuemin was stunned, and then he remembered that Yang Ming was the person who even Brother Long gave face to at the dinner table just now. He was a little dumbfounded suddenly. Sui Yuemin knew clearly what kind of person Tian Long was and how powerful he was. Not to mention himself, even his younger brother, Sui Yuejin, might not be able to provoke the Sui family in Mount Jing. Thinking of this, Sui Yuemin's tone was not as tough as before. He just asked, "Where is he?" He has already left. Zhou Ruoguang saw Sui Wenmin coming, and got up from the ground with difficulty. He said, but cousin has already found someone. Maybe he can stop them at the door. Find someone? Sui Wenmin was stunned, and then he thought, this is bad. I don't know what the relationship between Tianlong and Yang Ming is. Sui Wenmin knows what Tianlong does. If you find someone, no matter how powerful that person is, can he be Tianlong's opponent? However, although Sui Wenmin was shocked, he also knew that he couldn't control this matter. In the Sui family, he was the person with the lowest status. Besides, strictly speaking, Wei Jin didn't belong to the Sui family. The Wei family's power in Songjiang was already very strong. For the time being, let's not think about whether Yang Ming and Wei Jin's people were facing each other. The matter at hand had to be dealt with first. Sui Wenmin quickly summoned the waiter to help Wei Jin and Zhou Ruoguang up. They went to another room to rest. Then, he said to Wei Jin's classmates, I'm sorry, everyone. No one wanted such a thing to happen. However, Wei Jin is already injured, so the class reunion can't continue. In a while, I will arrange dinner and entertainment for everyone. Those who are willing to spend the night here will also provide accommodation. Those who don't want to, we can send a car to send you back to the city. Because these people were Wei Jin's classmates, Sui Wenmin also had to deal with it properly. Otherwise, Wei Jin would definitely blame his uncle for embarrassing him when he woke up. Therefore, these things still had to be done properly. Although everyone felt that it would not be fun to play again since Wei Jin was not there, they had already paid 50 yuan before. Moreover, the arrangement here was good, so they all nodded and agreed. Wei Jin's concussion was mild. After Sui Wenmin found a few Chinese medicine practitioners, he woke up. Zhou Ruoguang's bruises were also treated with medicine. After all this was done, the Chinese medicine practitioners went out. Only Wei Jin and Zhou Ruoguang were left in the room. Mother ****. Wei Jin endured the pain in his head and scolded, I'm so angry. I don't know if Zhou Xiaoming and the others intercepted Yang Ming. If they did, I will beat them to death. Yeah, that guy is really annoying. Zhou Ruoguang agreed. He and Yang Ming had a grudge. He would be happy to beat Yang Ming to death. Today's plan was so good. I thought I could get the beauty tomorrow, but I didn't expect it to go wrong. Wei Jin was angry when he thought about it. Actually, Zhao Xiaoyan is to blame for this. It's fine that she failed the mission. She shouldn't have said it in front of so many people. Although Zhou Ruoguang was infatuated with the feeling of ecstasy with Zhao Xiaoyan, the things that Zhao Xiaoyan did were not very good. Even Zhou Ruoguang felt that it was a bit too much. Fuck her mother. Wei Jin said fiercely, that bitch actually tricked me. You took my money and didn't do anything. If she wasn't sick, I would have ****ed her to death today to vent the hatred in my heart. Illness? What illness? Zhou Ruoguang listened to Wei Jin's words and couldn't help but be stunned. AIDS. Wei Jin sighed and said, I wanted to let her pass the disease to Lu Baoqiang. In this way, Lu Ting can't be with him no matter what. I didn't expect. The plan can't keep up with the changes. WH, what? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned. His face instantly turned pale. AIDS? Why didn't you mention this in your plan? Yeah, AIDS. What's wrong? Wei Jin glanced at Zhou Ruoguang with some confusion. He thought that Zhou Ruoguang was afraid that after using AIDS to harm people, he would be implicated if people knew about it. So, he said, this is what I thought of at the last minute, but it's nothing. The plan didn't succeed. It's useless to say this. Is it? Zhou Ruoguang was so scared that his voice trembled a little. What, Zhao Xiaoyan has AIDS? Why didn't you tell me before? I have done XX with her more than 10 times. I must have been infected. A wave of hatred suddenly surged into Zhou Ruoguang's heart. He put all the blame on Wei Jin and that mama sang called Sister Gu. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Wei Jin saw that Zhou Ruoguang's mood seemed to be a little abnormal, so he asked curiously. No, nothing. Zhou Ruoguang shook his head. He didn't dare to say that he was afraid that he had AIDS, but the hatred in his heart was even stronger. If it wasn't for Wei Jin inviting him to perform that badger game, if it wasn't for Sister Gu finding such a sick lady, if it wasn't for Wei Jin not telling him in advance, then all of this wouldn't have happened. At this moment, Zhou Ruoguang's mind was blank. He even had the urge to kill Wei Jin, but he also knew that it was impossible. But he wanted revenge. He must take revenge. He was unwilling. He was only 20 years old, and he was already infected with a terminal illness. His beautiful life was all gone. What was he going to do in the future? Not to mention the pain caused by the disease, even the high treatment fee was not something he could afford. Cousin, I will go out for a while. Zhou Ruoguang didn't want to stay in this room. He was afraid that he would be impulsive and kill Wei Jin. Although Zhou Ruoguang wanted to do so, he didn't dare. He was afraid that he couldn't kill Wei Jin, and he would go to prison. Moreover, the woman named Sister Gu didn't get the punishment she deserved. Zhou Ruoguang wanted to be alone. He had to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. He could kill Wei Jin and Sister Gu at the same time. It was best not to expose his identity. What are you going out for? You are also injured. It is good to rest here, Wei Jin said with concern. However, his concern all became hypocrisy in Zhou Ruoguang's eyes, which made Zhou Ruoguang feel disgusted. Just as he was about to speak, the door of the room was pushed open from the outside. Sister Gu walked in quickly. When she saw Wei Jin with a face full of injuries, she was immediately scared to cry. Young Master Wei, what happened to you? I heard that you were injured. I was scared to death. It's okay. It's okay. Sister Gu, don't worry. The person who hit me, I will make him pay back 10 times or 100 times. As Wei Jin said this, he reached out and held Sister Gu in his arms. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's okay. I was so worried. Sister Gu fell into Wei Jin's arms and acted coquettishly. Little baby, am I not fine? It's just a superficial wound. Wei Jin was touched by Sister Gu, and he immediately became lustful again. He couldn't help but say, come, baby, come to bed. Young Master Wei, your injury. Sister Gu was shocked. How can you still do that at this time? I don't have to move. You can just be on top. Wei Jin's face flashed a lecherous smile. But Sister Gu glanced at Zhou Ruoguang, who was sitting there. Wei Jin immediately understood Sister Gu's meaning, and then said to Zhou Ruoguang, cousin, didn't you say that you want to go out? When are you going? Oh, I will go now. Zhou Ruoguang hated this adulterous couple, but he also knew that he couldn't do anything now, so his expression on the surface was very normal. He stood up and walked to the door. Just as he walked halfway, an evil thought suddenly entered Zhou Ruoguang's mind. Zhou Ruoguang's face immediately showed a sinister smile. He opened the door and strode out. However, Zhou Ruoguang did not go far, but stood not far from the door of the room. Listening to the sound of yi-ya-ya coming from the room, Zhou Ruoguang felt that his desire began to boil again. But, it doesn't matter. It will be solved in a while. 10 minutes later, the sound in the room stopped. Zhou Ruoguang cursed secretly. So damn fast. She is even faster than me. She is really a fast shooter. After a while, he saw Sister Gu walk out of the room. She was tidying up her clothes as she walked. Suddenly, she found Zhou Ruoguang standing at the door, and her face suddenly turned red. Even if she was a veteran, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Why are you standing at the door? Sister Gu glanced at Zhou Ruoguang and asked strangely. This is the case. Sister Gu, I am looking for you for something. Zhou Ruoguang put away his lecherous expression and said to Sister Gu seriously. Looking for me? What can you do for me? Sister Gu was somewhat inexplicable. It's about Wei Jin. Ai. Speaking of this, Zhou Ruoguang sighed deliberately. When he saw that Sister Gu was so concerned about Wei Jin, he knew that this woman cared about Wei Jin very much, so he deliberately tantalized her. Sure enough, when she heard that it was about Wei Jin, and Zhou Ruoguang's tone, Sister Gu immediately became anxious. What happened to young Master Wei? Let's not talk at the door. There are many people here. Let's find a place where there is no one. Zhou Ruoguang pretended to be afraid that Wei Jin would hear and whispered. Okay, you come with me. Sister Gu didn't think that Zhou Ruoguang wanted to harm her, so she nodded and agreed to Zhou Ruoguang's request without any precaution. Sister Gu took Zhou Ruoguang to her own room, then poured a cup of tea for Zhou Ruoguang. She sat down and asked anxiously, Young Master Zhou, what happened? What happened to young Master Wei? Ai. Zhou Ruoguang sighed. Young Master Wei offended someone this time. Offended someone? Who did he offend? Sister Gu was stunned. Of course, she saw that Wei Jin was beaten because he offended someone, so she asked anxiously. The person he offended is. Speaking of this, Zhou Ruoguang suddenly stood up, walked to Sister Gu's side, and put his mouth close to Sister Gu's ear. Sister Gu thought that it was some big shot. Zhou Ruoguang didn't dare to speak so loudly, and she didn't put up any defenses. She listened carefully to what Zhou Ruoguang wanted to say. The person he offended is me. Zhou Ruoguang suddenly sneered, then hugged Sister Gu and threw her on the bed. You, what are you doing? Sister Gu was shocked and exclaimed. Sister Gu was shocked. She didn't expect Zhou Ruoguang to push her to the bed. She was horrified. She didn't know what Zhou Ruoguang wanted to do. Sister Gu looked up in a panic and met Zhou Ruoguang's evil gaze. She suddenly exclaimed, Young Master Zhou, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Zhou Ruoguang smiled and pressed Sister Gu on the bed. I want to f***ck. After Sister Gu heard Zhou Ruoguang's words, she was immediately shocked. Young Master Zhou, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm kidding? Zhou Ruoguang sneered and began to tear Sister Gu's clothes. Even if Zhou Ruoguang was a coward, he was still a man after all. He was much stronger than Sister Gu. How could Sister Gu be his opponent? After struggling a few times, she couldn't break free, so she exclaimed, Help! Hee, you can shout. The louder you shout, the more excited I am. Zhou Ruoguang said indifferently, You should have stayed in the Immortal Resort for a long time, right? Don't you know that the door of this room is very soundproof? Even if there is a party inside, the outside can't hear it. This was what Zhao Xiaoyan told him when Zhou Ruoguang and Zhao Xiaoyan had sex before. Zhao Xiaoyan's voice was very loud, and it almost broke through the sky. Although Zhou Ruoguang also felt very refreshed, he was afraid that Wei Jin would hear it when he walked to the door, so he reminded Zhao Xiaoyan. So, Zhao Xiaoyan told Zhou Ruoguang about the room structure of the Immortal Resort. Zhou Ruoguang didn't expect that this knowledge would come in handy so quickly. After listening to Zhou Ruoguang's words, Sister Gu stopped shouting. After being reminded, she immediately understood that it was useless to shout now. It was simply useless. Moreover, even if someone heard it, they wouldn't take it seriously. Sister Gu herself was the leader of the ladies. Many of her ladies would also play some role-playing games in order to cater to the needs of customers with various tastes, such as rape, S&M, and so on. It was not uncommon to shout for help. If young Master Wei knows that you did this to me, he will not let you go. Sister Gu was very loyal. After she made up her mind to follow Wei Jin, she didn't let other men touch her body. Really? Zhou Ruoguang smiled disdainfully. Do you dare to tell Wei Jin? Why wouldn't I dare? Sister Gu panicked. Yes, Zhou Ruoguang forced her to do that. Wei Jin would definitely not let him go, but what about herself? Sister Gu knew Wei Jin's character. He was the kind of person who was very chauvinistic. He would not allow anyone to touch the woman who was with him, even if it was an accident. At that time, Wei Jin would probably give him a sum of money and say goodbye to him. Thinking of this, Sister Gu's face immediately turned pale. Humph. If you don't want anything to happen to you, then obediently cooperate with me. If you serve me well, I won't say anything, and you won't say anything either. Let's just pretend this never happened. How could Zhou Ruoguang not understand his cousin's character? It was because he knew Wei Jin's character and Sister Gu's worries that he dared to be so unscrupulous. Because he knew that Sister Gu would not tell about today's matter in the end. It would not be good for her. You are shameless. Sister Gu gave up struggling and said fiercely. Shameless? Why are you pretending with me? Don't tell me that you only have one man, Wei Jin. You were still a virgin before. Zhou Ruoguang snorted. Sister Gu knew that Zhou Ruoguang would not let her go no matter what she said, so she simply did not speak. She closed her mouth and let Zhou Ruoguang do what he wanted. Zhou Ruoguang was not wrong. She was not a virgin anymore. If he did it once, Wei Jin would not be able to see it. It would be over if no one said anything. However, what Sister Gu was most afraid of was that Zhou Ruoguang would endlessly harass her. So, while Zhou Ruoguang was playing with her, Sister Gu couldn't help but ask, just this time? If you make me feel good, naturally, it will be just this time. But if you don't feel good, then I will look for you again until I feel good. To be honest, Zhou Ruoguang could not frequently harass Sister Gu. He wanted to harm Wei Jin invisibly. So, he couldn't expose himself. Sister Gu naturally didn't know that Zhou Ruoguang's ultimate goal was to infect her with AIDS, and then pass it to Wei Jin through her as a medium. She listened to Zhou Ruoguang's words and thought that Zhou Ruoguang saw her and Wei Jin's ambiguous actions in the room just now, so he had an evil thought. Thinking that Zhou Ruoguang was only doing it once, she cooperated. Following Zhou Ruoguang's movements, she began to twist her body and shouted loudly. F***ck. You are really flirtatious. Zhou Ruoguang listened to Sister Gu's coquettish cry and felt Sister Gu's tricks. He thought, this is much better than that chick Xiaoxian. No wonder Wei Jin is so infatuated with her. However, Zhou Ruoguang did not dare to enjoy it too much. After it was over, he hurriedly put on his clothes. He came here to do business. Naturally, he would not miss the big event because of greed for enjoyment. Let's forget about today's matter. Zhou Ruoguang put on his clothes and said to Sister Gu, I definitely won't say it. You can weigh it yourself. After that, Zhou Ruoguang pushed the door and left Sister Gu's room. It had to be said that Zhou Ruoguang still had some tricks up his sleeve. However, it depended on who this trick was used on. If he used it on Yang Ming, he might be beaten to death before it was used. But for Wei Jin, who was a big idiot who was even more stupid than Zhou Ruoguang, it was absolutely effective. Zhou Ruoguang tidied up his clothes and looked around. After making sure that there were no flaws, he returned to Wei Jin's room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Wei Jin with a gloomy face, listening to Sui Yuemin. What's wrong? Uncle, cousin. Zhou Ruoguang pretended to be concerned and asked. The people that Wei Jin found were all beaten up. They are lying at the entrance of the Immortal Resort. They can't even stand up. Sui Yuemin saw Zhou Ruoguang come in and said again, if the resort's patrolling security didn't find out and inform me, I wouldn't know about this. Who did it? That Yang Ming? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned and asked. I don't know yet, but it was definitely not Yang Ming himself who did it. According to a few people who were slightly injured, a group of black-shirt people rushed up and seriously injured them. They didn't say why, and they didn't leave their identities. Sui Yuemin shook his head. But one of them remembered their car number. I have asked my friend to help investigate. How is Zhou Xiaoming? Wei Jin's expression was very bad. It was no wonder. I found more than 20 thugs, but they were beaten up so badly that they couldn't fight back. Who would feel good if they were in his shoes? He is the most seriously injured. I am afraid that even if he recovers, he will have to lie in the hospital for more than half a year. Sui Yuemin naturally knew Zhou Xiaoming. He knew that Zhou Xiaoming was Wei Dikang's confidant. He had also contacted him before. When he rushed over just now, Zhou Xiaoming was already beaten beyond recognition. All his limbs were broken. He didn't know who was so ruthless and merciless. However, this also made Sui Yuemin even more afraid. He saw that Yang Ming and Tian Long knew each other before. Now it seems that this Yang Ming is also an underworld boss, right? Does my dad know about this? Wei Jin sighed. With such a big thing happening, it was impossible to hide it from Wei Dikang. He knows. I have already informed President Wei. He is rushing over here. Sui Yuemin nodded and said. After Wei Dikang received Sui Yuemin's call, it could be said that he was shocked for a long time before he recovered. Zhou Xiaoming was seriously injured? All his limbs were broken? Wei Dikang couldn't accept it all of a sudden. Just this morning, his driver, Madman Ma, was sent to the hospital. In just a short while, his other right-hand man was also sent to the hospital. Wei Dikang was so angry that he was going crazy. You have to look at the owner before you hit the dog. This time, his 2 dogs were crippled. How could he swallow this? Wei Dikang cursed in his heart. At this juncture, this kid, Wei Jin, is still causing trouble for me. However, when he learned that Wei Jin was also beaten up, Wei Dikang was completely angry. He roared loudly on the phone, "Who is it? Who was so daring? Who dares to touch my, Wei Dikang's, son? I don't know. It seems to be the boyfriend of a female classmate in Wei Jin's junior high school." Sui Wemin didn't know much about the conflict between them. Wei Dikang was originally protective of his son. Now, his son and his confidant were beaten up. If he still sat by and didn't do anything, then he wouldn't be able to mingle in Songjiang in the future. Wei Dikang called the company's fleet and asked for a car. He quickly rushed in the direction of West Star Mountain Immortal Resort. On this side, when Wei Dikang received a call from Sui Yuemin, Yang Ming also received a call from Zhang Penbai. "Brother Yang, it's done," said Zhang Penbai. "Is there anything wrong?" Because Chen Mingyan was around, Yang Ming couldn't directly ask if they were dead or not. He could only hint vaguely. Fortunately, Zhang Penbai was not stupid. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he replied, "They are not dead, but the leader probably won't be able to get out of bed for half a year." Very good. I will remember this. Yang Ming finished and hung up the phone. Zhang Penbai, on the other side, was excited. Since Yang Ming said that he would remember this matter, then he would choose an opportunity to promote him in the future. How could Zhang Penbai not be happy? However, at this moment, Yang Ming had already begun to think about Wei Jin's matter. Wei Jin didn't seem to be the kind of person who would endure a loss. What's more, this guy was related to the Sui family. Even Zhou Ruoguang would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, let alone this Wei Jin. Although Yang Ming was not afraid of him, every time someone provoked him, he would only fight back. Wouldn't it seem that he was a little too kind? Mother ***, I didn't bother to care about it, but I was regarded as a coward. This feeling made Yang Ming feel very uncomfortable. In order to get rid of this feeling, Yang Ming decided not to wait for the enemy to come to the door this time. He would first find out the details of this Wei family. Otherwise, when they come to the door, I don't know who they are. Lu Baoqiang, do you know the details of this Wei Jin's family? After returning to the city, the 4 people found a small cafe and sat down to rest. His father seems to be the boss of a real estate company. I can't remember the specific name of the company. Lu Baoqiang said with some embarrassment, "You also know that I don't get along with him. I don't talk to him much." Naturally, I don't know that clearly. That's the case. This was the information that Yang Ming had already gotten, but there were 20 real estate companies in Songjiang. Yang Ming didn't know much about the industry, and it was impossible to think of who was who. Right. I remember that a while ago, Wei Jin bragged to us in school that the shanty town near the development zone was taken over by his father's company and developed into high-end luxury apartments. According to him, he could earn hundreds of millions of yuan at once. Dikang Real Estate? Wei Dikang? Yang Ming listened to Lu Ting's words and couldn't help but blurt it out. It seems to be called Dikang. It should be right. It is Dikang Real Estate. Lu Ting nodded and said. No way, right? Wei Jin is Wei Dikang's son? Yang Ming sneered secretly. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? It just so happened that Yang Ming was still worried that his hatred with Dikang Real Estate wasn't very big, so it wasn't easy to start with him. Now, Wei Jin was injured, and Madman Ma was hospitalized. It would be strange if Wei Dikang would let him go. Of course, Yang Ming still didn't know that Zhou Xiaoming was also in the hospital. If he knew that the guy who acted like a big brother with him at noon was directly sent to the intensive care unit by Zhang Penbai in the afternoon, Yang Ming would probably be very happy. Although Yang Ming walked between black and white, and he often did things without following the routine, he couldn't do everything too far. For example, this time they wanted to seize Wei Dikang's Dikang real estate. In Yang Ming's view, it was easy to kill Wei Dikang directly and then take over his company. With his acupoint sealing technique, forcing Wei Dikang to sign an equity transfer agreement before his death was a piece of cake. However, although this was simple, the consequences were severe. Perhaps there wouldn't be any impact in the short term, but it would be detrimental to their long-term development. If he really got Dikang real estate with such a ruthless method, then the other real estate companies in Songjiang, and even the leading companies in other industries, would be in danger. They would wonder if Ming Yang's next target would be them. Of course, if one of them was alone, it was impossible to be the opponent of Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Hou Zhenhan. But if these companies joined forces, it was a force that couldn't be ignored. The influence of these people in the political and business world could not be underestimated. If it caused a joint backlash, it was not what Yang Ming wanted to see. Therefore, before making a move on Dikang real estate, there must be a reason enough to make a move on it. The previous conflict at the fried cake breakfast stall could only be said to be a prelude. If Yang Ming wanted to vent his anger on Dikang real estate, it would be a bit far-fetched. Yang Ming was waiting for Dikang real estate's attitude toward the relocated households when they demolished Shanty Town. Once something that harmed the interests of Lin Zhiyun's family happened, Yang Ming would be justified to make a move. After all, Lin Zhiyun was Yang Ming's woman, and she was not allowed to be bullied by others. However, it was only the conflict of the demolition fee. At most, Yang Ming could extort a sum of money from Wei Dikang. If he wanted to take over Wei Dikang's company, he wouldn't be so confident. Now, it was good. Yang Ming didn't believe that Wei Dikang would bear this. Well, since you can't bear it, you can retaliate. This was what Yang Ming wanted to see. At that time, when Wei Dikang retaliated, Yang Ming would have enough reason to fight back. In the end, even if Yang Ming annexed Dikang real estate, no one would say anything. At that time, people would only say, "Who asked you to provoke Yang Ming? You deserve it." This was also the effect that Yang Ming wanted. Even if you want to scheme against others, you must do it legitimately. After talking with Lu Ting for a while, it was already late, so the four of them got up and said goodbye. Chen Mingyan sat in Yang Ming's car and asked, "The shanty town that Lu Ting mentioned, isn't it Sister Lin's house? Why is it being demolished?" "Anne, it is going to be demolished." Yang Ming didn't hide it from Chen Mingyan. "When I went to Zhiyun's house yesterday, I heard her parents talk about it, but it is said that the demolition fee is very little. It is very good to get 50,000 yuan for a house." "Ah. Why is it so little?" Chen Mingyan exclaimed after listening, "Isn't there a demolition compensation standard in the city? How can they not implement it according to the above?" "There is a standard." "Yes, and the people did implement it." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "However, there is a minimum and a maximum range. The demolition company gives you compensation according to the minimum standard. You can't do anything about it. Why are these people so bad?" Chen Mingyan was a little indignant after listening. They are already making a lot of money by building luxury apartments. How can they get this small amount of money from these demolition households? Hee, don't you see that it is often reported in the newspaper? The construction fees that the contractors get for building houses are already a lot, but they still have to delay the workers' wages. Yang Ming smiled and said, "These people always think that they have a strong relationship, and no one can control them." Yang Ming had to give Chen Mingyan a heads up in advance. After all, she also knew about this matter. After Wei Dikang fell, he would take over Dikang real estate. Even if Chen Mingyan asked, he would have an excuse. Chen Mingyan frowned. Maybe because of her family, she was the kind of girl with a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped the thief who wanted to steal money on the bus. Therefore, when Yang Ming said these words, Chen Mingyan already hated Wei Dikang. This kind of person is doomed to self-destruction. There will always be a righteous person to punish them. They will not have a good end. After Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words, he really wanted to shout. "Mingyan knows me well. A righteous person. Isn't that referring to me? Hee, this is a good title. Moreover, Chen Mingyan is really powerful. She can now infer that Wei Dikang will not have a good end. You are right. Yang Ming nodded. I have the same idea as you. If one day I have enough ability, I will definitely stand up for the ordinary people like the relocated households and give them justice. After Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words, she first nodded with appreciation, but then she felt that something was wrong. She frowned. Yang Ming, you just said so much to me. Are you going to deal with Wei Dikang? Yang Ming was embarrassed. He thought that Chen Mingyan had been fooled by him. He didn't expect this girl to be so smart. He didn't say much, and she guessed the reason. Cough cough. Mingyan, you have seen it just now. I really offended Wei Jin. Yang Ming coughed twice and said, moreover, if Jian's family is really treated unfairly in the demolition, do you think I can sit back and do nothing? Since I have already confronted them, it is inevitable that there will be a fierce battle. You still want to fight? Chen Mingyan asked with some concern. Yang Ming, I just don't want you to fight anymore. Fighting is not a good thing. Although you were very good at fighting in high school, what if the other party has more people? I am afraid that it will hurt you. Don't worry, Mingyan. Do you think that the revenge of a big company will be as simple as fighting? Yang Ming smiled and explained to Chen Mingyan, at that time, I am afraid that even my father's company will have to confront them, but it is just a battle of life and death in the business world. How can it be solved with a few fights? What Yang Ming wanted to say was to deal with Wei Dikang, I won't fight. I will kill directly. So it is like this. Hee, it seems that I think too simply. Chen Mingyan shook her head embarrassedly. Then I am relieved. If Wei Dikang dares to retaliate against you, you can tell my father to arrest Wei Dikang. If you are embarrassed, I will go and tell him. That is of course. He is my father-in-law. Why should I be embarrassed? Yang Ming said with a thick face, let's go. Let's pay a visit to my father-in-law now. Yang Ming thought, if I find Chen Fei, things will be more troublesome. It is better to kill Wei Dikang without anyone knowing. Of course, I can't kill him directly. I have to pretend that it is an accident. What father-in-law? It sounds so bad. Chen Mingyan blushed and said. What? Father-in-law sounds bad? Then I'll have to ask Uncle Chen in a while. What's so bad about it? Yang Ming pretended that he didn't understand. You are annoying. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was not serious, and her heart was sweet and ashamed. Every time Yang Ming behaved like this, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but think of their high school life. The Yang Ming who always smiled in front of her. Yang Ming laughed. He took Chen Mingyan's hand and put it on his lap. Then he started the car and drove to Chen Mingyan's home community. Mother Chen just called Chen Mingyan. When she learned that she was with Yang Ming, she invited Yang Ming to come to her home for dinner. Yang Ming also hadn't seen Mother Chen and Uncle Chen for a while. Since Chen Fei was discharged from the hospital, he hadn't seen them. Therefore, it was reasonable for Yang Ming to pay a visit. When they were approaching Chen Mingyan's home, Yang Ming stopped the car at the entrance of a cigarette and liquor store on the side of the road. He was going to buy some gifts for Chen Fei. Although the relationship was now very close, the son-in-law always had to do something when he came to visit. Why did you stop? Chen Mingyan was taking a nap with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she felt the car stop. She opened her eyes and asked strangely. I am going to buy some gifts for your dad. Yang Ming pointed to the cigarette and liquor store on the side of the road. You don't have to be so polite. Chen Mingyan rubbed her eyes and stretched lazily. The air conditioner in the car is so warm. I am going to fall asleep. Why not? At least it's a token of appreciation. Yang Ming smiled. Let's go down and have a look. I won't go. I don't understand those cigarettes and liquor. Chen Mingyan shook her head. I will lie in the car for a while. I am a little sleepy. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. I won't put out the fire. I will be back in a while. After Yang Ming finished, he got out of the car and walked to the cigarette and liquor store on the side of the road. Generally, such a cigarette and liquor store was open all night. Most of the people who came here to buy things were to give gifts or visit relatives and friends. Yang Ming entered the cigarette and liquor store. There was a man and a woman buying things inside. The man's back looked familiar, but when he spoke, Yang Ming immediately recognized who he was. "It's my first time going to your house. Shouldn't I buy a little better wine?" said the man. "It doesn't have to be so expensive. My dad isn't picky. Besides, he just said that he wanted to see you. He didn't recognize our relationship." The woman whispered, "Besides, we don't have much money. We have to go to the amusement park tomorrow. Don't spend our New Year's money. You can use your New Year's money to buy wine. Don't touch mine." "Yang Xiaobo!" Yang Ming shouted, but he didn't expect to meet his cousin here. Moreover, listening to the conversation between him and his girlfriend named Xianxia, the relationship between the two people seemed to be very good. They even spent money together. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Kids nowadays are really different from me at that time. I only got together with Chen Mingyan when I was in my 3rd year of high school, but my cousin started to have a girlfriend in his 1st year of high school. Yang Ming didn't think about it at that moment. He had an inexplicable relationship with Suye in junior high school. "Brother." Yang Xiaobo turned his head and suddenly. "I'm the same as you. I'm going to my father-in-law's house to buy some cigarettes and wine." "As to." "Okay. Don't explain." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Since we met, then you don't have to spend money. Keep your money for your date in the park." "Thank you, big brother." Yang Xiaobo was not polite. He had the best relationship with Yang Ming since he was a child, so there was no need to be polite. Moreover, it was a holiday now. He and Xianxia always went out on dates, and they also needed to spend money. Seeing that the two of them had spent most of their New Year's money, if they bought 2 more bottles of wine, there would basically be nothing left. "Xianxia, right?" Yang Ming smiled and nodded to the girl next to Yang Xiaobo. "What kind of wine does your father like to drink? Wine or white wine?" "White wine." Xianxia thought about it and said. She usually didn't pay much attention to this. Based on her memory, there should be no red wine at home. Yang Ming nodded. Generally, people like Xianhua's father's generation were basically used to drinking white wine but not red wine. Red wine had only become popular in China in recent years. It was more popular among some young people in the upper class. "Xianxia, what are the better ones?" Yang Ming turned to the owner of the tobacco and wine shop and asked. "Here, the best Xianxia is 1985. There are 52 degrees and 26 degrees. The boss said. Yang Ming didn't expect to buy Maotai or Xianxia from the early days of the founding of the People's Republic because it was basically impossible. This was just a small cigarette and wine shop on the roadside. "Okay, then give me 4 bottles of 52 degrees. Yang Ming said to the boss, "Pack every 2 bottles together." "Okay." When the boss saw that Yang Ming was so straightforward, he responded with joy and went to work. He quickly packed it and handed it to Yang Ming. "Sir, the total is 12,800. Swipe my card." Yang Ming threw out a bank card and said. For this price, Yang Ming was quite satisfied. This boss still knew how to do business. Although Yang Ming bought 4 bottles of wine very quickly and didn't even ask about the price, the boss's price was fair. There was no suspicion of cheating. In fact, it wasn't that the boss didn't want to make more money. He thought that a rich person like Yang Ming who asked for the best wine would definitely be a person who often bought wine. He must have a general understanding of the price. If the boss sold it too expensive, wouldn't it scare people away? So, he directly quoted a normal price. Yang Xiaobo originally wanted to buy a bottle of wine that cost a few hundred yuan, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to buy him 2 bottles of wine that cost more than 3,000 yuan. "Brother, isn't this too expensive?" Yang Xiaobo glanced at Yang Ming and whispered. "You kid, you're reluctant to spend money to pick up girls. How can this be?" Yang Ming patted the back of Yang Xiaobo's head and smiled. Yang Ming's words made Xianxia and Yang Xiaobo bow their heads in embarrassment. Yang Ming also bought 2 red pandas and 2 zhonghua for Chen Fei. Of course, he didn't buy them for Yang Xiaobo. These 2 bottles of wine were almost enough for him. Yang Ming didn't want him to be too conspicuous. How are you two going? Yang Ming looked at the sky outside. It should be difficult to stop a taxi at this time. If we go forward, there will be the 87 bus station. We will get off at the end. Yang Xiaobo said, Brother, you don't have to worry about us. You should go first. Take the bus? Yang Ming patted his forehead and remembered. When I was in high school, didn't I also take the bus? At that time, I didn't take a taxi. However, now that his life was comfortable, Yang Ming hadn't taken the bus for a long time. Just now, he used his current thoughts to consider Yang Xiaobo and the others. Then let's go together. I will give you a ride. It's cold outside. Yang Ming said. Then, that's fine too. Yang Xiaobo hesitated and nodded. It was really cold outside, and at this time, the bus was full of people. Not to mention seats, there wasn't even a place to stand. Yang Xiaobo was fine with it, but every time he saw Xianxia being squeezed, Yang Xiaobo felt a little distressed. He wasn't as strong as Yang Ming, who was able to squeeze people to the side on the bus. When Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were in the bus, Yang Ming directly squeezed others aside and left a lot of space in front of Chen Mingyan. The four people went out of the cigarette shop together, but Yang Ming was stunned. He saw a guy sneakily pulling the door of his BMW. After Yang Ming went out of the door, the guy had already opened the door and put his hand inside. Yang Ming didn't expect that he had just gone in for a while, and the car hadn't even turned off yet, but he had already attracted a thief. Without saying anything, he ran straight over, grabbed the guy's collar from behind, and lifted him up. He saw that the guy was holding a small bag in his hand. It was Chen Mingyan's handbag. Stealing? Asked Yang Ming coldly. The thief saw that Yang Ming lifted him up with one hand. Obviously, Yang Ming was a ruthless person who he couldn't afford to offend, so he quickly begged for mercy. Hero, let me go. I have. Come on. Yang Ming sneered after listening. Do you want to say that you have an 80-year-old mother, a 4-year-old child, a sick wife, and a father who passed away? Do you want me to pity you? How did you know? The thief was suddenly embarrassed. Leave the thing, and get out of here. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's handbag and threw the thief aside. He fell heavily into the snow by the roadside. Thank you, hero, for sparing my life. Thank you, hero. The thief said as he rolled and crawled away. At this time, the noise outside the car woke up Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan opened her eyes and saw Yang Ming standing outside the car. She was puzzled and asked, Yang Ming, what's wrong? You just fell asleep and attracted a thief. He almost stole your handbag. Yang Ming handed Chen Mingyan's handbag to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was suddenly embarrassed. It's my fault. I didn't lock the door. It's nothing. Just be careful next time. After Yang Ming finished, he pointed to Yang Xiaobo and Xianxia behind him. Mingyan, let me introduce two people to you. They are my brother, Yang Xiaobo, and his girlfriend, Xianxia. I just met them in the tobacco shop. Let's give them a ride first. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded and then waved to Yang Xiaobo and Xianxia in a friendly manner. Hello. This is your sister-in-law. Yang Ming introduced her to Chen Xiaobo. Sister-in-law. Yang Xiaobo quickly greeted respectfully, but Xianhua's voice was very small. She was probably still a little shy. When she called her sister-in-law, it meant that she was also a member of the Yang family. Yang Ming opened the back door for Yang Xiaobo and Xianxia and let them get in the car. Yang Ming returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Not far away, in a dark corner, the thief just took out his phone and dialed a number. Boss, my mission failed. Trash. There was a hoarse male voice on the phone. That Yang Ming came out too fast. I didn't have time to do it. The thief explained. It's your skill that is too slow. I have taught you for so long. The male voice on the phone said, you get back here. I will let your senior do it. Boss, I'm sorry. I failed to live up to your expectations. Said the thief carefully. Forget it. The male voice on the phone said, you have contributed a lot to our organization's achievements today. As long as we succeed, you are also the #1 contributor. In addition, didn't you do a good job in Yunnan? Thank you, boss. After the thief heard this, he said happily, in Yunnan, wasn't it all because of your personal guidance by my side that the mission was successfully completed? Well, you are my apprentice. I am strict with you for your own good. The male voice said, come back. We will talk about it when you come back. Yes, boss. The thief's nervous mood relaxed a lot. It seemed that the boss did not really blame him, which made him very happy. Yang Ming drove quietly. When he passed the corner of a dark alley, he subconsciously stepped on the brakes. He inadvertently turned his face sideways and glanced at the corner of the alley. Then he looked back, looked at the people in the car, stepped on the accelerator again, and the car sped away. Brother, when did you change your car? This car is a BMW, right? The new X5 off-road car released last year? Yang Xiaobo liked cars very much. When he had time, he would go online and look at the car home website. He often bought magazines about cars in school. Well, I just changed. The previous Volkswagen Pentium was a friend's. I can't always drive his car. Yang Ming smiled and said, why, are you interested in cars? Yes. Yang Xiaobo nodded and said, I often buy the car home magazine. At that time, I thought this car was cool enough. I didn't expect that one day I would sit in it. When you graduate from high school, I will give you any car you want. Yang Ming laughed. A car was nothing to Yang Ming. Ah. Really? Yang Xiaobo shouted excitedly after listening to Yang Ming's words. Of course, it's true. Have I ever lied to you? Yang Ming looked at Yang Xiaobo's youthful and lively appearance. He couldn't help but think of himself in high school. Ming Yan, do you think we were like them when we were in high school? Yang Ming was just lamenting, but Chen Mingyan misunderstood. She thought that Yang Ming was talking about the relationship between Yang Xiaobo and Shen Hua, so she blushed and said, when we were in high school, we were just classmates. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment before he said happily, Ming Yan, I'm talking about our looks. I don't mean anything else. Ah. Chen Mingyan blushed and felt a little embarrassed. I didn't mean anything else. Yang Xiaobo and Shen Hua were in the back seat of the car. They felt that their elder brother and sister-in-law were really funny, but they didn't dare to laugh. They could only endure it. It was very uncomfortable. Then how do we go? Yang Ming wasn't very familiar with the Route of 87. He had only taken it a few times when he was in school. He only took it once when he went to the bookstore with Chen Mingyan, so he didn't have much of an impression. Turn right at the intersection in front. Yang Xiaobo looked at the road and said. Oh, you are quite familiar with it. It seems that you have been there a lot. Yang Ming joked. I often send Shenhua home. Yang Xiaobo scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Have you met her parents? Asked Yang Ming. Not yet, today is the first time. Yang Xiaobo whispered. In a while, leave a good impression on Shenhua's parents. Yang Ming reminded him, don't talk nonsense. Don't worry, brother. I have a sense of propriety. Yang Xiaobo said confidently. Yang Ming suddenly felt that he seemed to be a little gossipy. Why do I feel like I'm like an elder who can't stop talking? He shook his head with a bitter smile and drove according to the route indicated by Yang Xiaobo. It's just in front. Yang Xiaobo pointed to a community not far away. Here, are all villas? Yang Ming looked at Shen Hua in the rearview mirror with some surprise. I didn't expect this little girl's family to be quite rich. I don't know what she does for a living. It seems that Yang Xiaobo has a good eye. He got a golden wawa. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to ask Yang Xiaobo what Shen Hua's family did, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. At Yang Xiaobo's age, he wouldn't pay attention to his girlfriend's family background. Just like when Yang Ming was dating Chen Mingyan, it was a long time later that he learned that Uncle Chen was Chen Mingyan's father. Shen Hua's family is also a small villa with a single door. Yang Xiaobo said, every time I send her to a place nearby, I don't dare to go near. Shen Hua's parents sometimes stand in front of the villa and wait for Shen Hua to come home from school. Isn't this finally a positive result? Yang Ming smiled. In accordance with Yang Xiaobo's instructions, Yang Ming parked the car in front of a villa. Brother, it's here. Yang Xiaobo said as he opened the door. Thank you, big brother. You and sister-in-law can go back. Okay, I will watch you go in. I will leave after you go in. Yang Ming nodded and said. After getting off the car, Xianxia rang the doorbell of the villa. It didn't take long for the door of the villa to open. 4 people came out from inside and walked to the door of the courtyard together. Is little Hua back? A middle-aged woman shouted as she walked. Mom, it's me. Xianxia replied. Little Hua, you're back. Xianhua's mother nodded. Is the friend you mentioned also here? He's here. After Xianxia finished speaking, she quickly hinted at Yang Xiaobo. Yang Xiaobo quickly said, Hello, uncle and auntie. The door of the villa's courtyard opened. Xianxia and Yang Xiaobo saw the people in front of them. 2 of them were their parents, but they didn't know the other 2. A middle-aged man stood next to a young man who was about the same age as Xianxia. Little Hua, this is Uncle Lu. Xianhua's father, Xinjigua, introduced him to Xianxia. This is Uncle Lu's son, Lu Cha. He came to our house when he was a child. Xianxia naturally didn't have any impression of him. She looked at Uncle Lu and Lu Cha with some surprise. Out of courtesy, she greeted them. Xinjigua was actually somewhat helpless. Xinjigua was actually opposed to his daughter's puppy love at first, but after half a semester, his daughter's grades didn't deteriorate at all. Instead, they improved a lot. The boy who was with his daughter also had good grades. Xinjigua wasn't an unenlightened person. He also knew that his daughter was more rebellious at this age. If he interfered forcibly, it might cause some trouble, so he simply turned a blind eye to it. However, a few days ago, Xinjigua was troubled. An old friend of mine. Let's call it an old friend. After all, I haven't seen him for many years. This old friend was the man surnamed Lu Chan. In the early days of Xinjigua's entrepreneurship, he was partners with Lu Chan. The relationship between the 2 families was good. Coincidentally, their wives were pregnant and gave birth to a girl and a boy respectively. So, at a celebration banquet, Lu Chan proposed to be in-laws with Xinjigua. Xinjigua thought it was good, so he agreed. A few years later, the 2 went their separate ways. Xinjigua started his own business, and Lu Chan went to be a senior executive for others. The contact between the 2 was less. Later, Xinjigua seized the opportunity and sold a batch of food. He suddenly made a fortune. After that, his business in the grain and oil industry grew bigger and bigger. After a few years, he accumulated 30 to 40 million yuan of property in his hands. Lu Chan, on the other hand, was unlucky because the boss he followed committed a crime. The boss asked him to take the blame and promised him a bright future after he was released from prison. Lu Chan gritted his teeth and went to prison for the boss. Wasn't it just 3 years? He gritted his teeth and came over, but what he didn't expect was that in less than 3 years, the boss committed another crime again and became a cellmate with him directly. And the sentence was longer than his. He was sentenced to 20 years. At this time, Lu Chan was dumbfounded. The boss's company was sealed up. He had nothing when he went out. However, after he was released from prison, Xinjigua took into account the friendship in the past and helped Lu Chan a lot. But the matter of the 2 becoming in-laws was no longer mentioned. Later, Lu Chan found a job in Wang Century's Xiongfeng Group. The boss at the time, Wang Shifan, saw that Lu Chan could endure hardships and be loyal. He had been to prison before and could do some things in the dark, so he kept him. However, he didn't entrust him with any important tasks because it didn't take long for Wang Shifan to go in. Lu Chan felt that his luck was so bad. His career just started, and the boss committed a crime and went to prison. However, unexpectedly, after the restructuring of Wang Century's Xiongfeng Group, Lu Chan was suddenly recognized by the new chairman, Guo Jianchao, and suddenly became popular again. Guo Jianchao was a person who was half black and half white. He just lacked people like Lu Chan who could do things in the dark, so he regarded him as a confidant. This was great. The people that Lu Chan was in contact with were basically the bosses of Songjiang. Their identities couldn't be compared. Originally, Shinjigua was still happy for Lu Chan, but he didn't expect Lu Chan to become more and more arrogant. He looked down on people more and more. Even Shinjigua, who had helped him when he was in trouble, found it very difficult to ask him to do something. However, a few days ago, it was unknown how Lu Chan's son, Lu Cha, heard about the marriage between the two families. He also went to Shenhua's school to see Shenhua's appearance. It wasn't good at first glance. Lu Cha told his father that he wanted to mention this marriage again. When he was in prison for several years, Lu Chan felt that he didn't take good care of his son, so Lu Chan was still very concerned about his son's request. After thinking about it, Shinjigua was doing well in Songjiang. He wouldn't lose face if he married his son, so he called Shinjigua and told him about it. When Shinjigua heard what Lu Chan mentioned, he immediately didn't know what to do. He knew his daughter's character. Never mind that she had a boyfriend now. Even if she didn't, she wouldn't easily be friends with a man she didn't know. Shinjigua waited again and again. Then, he told Lu Chan that Shenhua had a boyfriend, but he didn't expect Lu Chan to say overbearingly, "What's wrong with having a boyfriend? Just break up. You won't disown the marriage we made in the past, right?" In the words, there was a hint of threat. Although Shinjigua was angry, he couldn't provoke Lu Chan now. In desperation, he promised Lu Chan to bring his son, Lu Cha, to meet his daughter, Shenhua. However, Shinjigua also asked his daughter to call her little boyfriend. The purpose was to let Lu Cha give up. "Uncle Shen, this is a little gift from me." Yang Xiaobo didn't know who Lu Chan and Lu Cha were, but he still had to give a gift to Shinjigua. Just come. Why do you still need to buy something?" Shinjigua said this, but he was still very happy. After all, this also reflected Yang Xiaobo's respect for him. Shinjigua just wanted to take the things in Yang Xiaobo's hand, but Lu Cha smiled and blocked in front of Shinjigua. He reached out and grabbed the things in Yang Xiaobo's hand. "Uncle Shen, let me help you." Pa, the 2 bottles of wine fell to the ground and smashed directly. "I haven't held it yet." "Why did you let go?" Lu Cha looked at Yang Xiaobo innocently. You. Yang Xiaobo was about to explode. It was obvious that this guy had a bad hand. He grabbed the wine from me and then deliberately threw it on the ground. He even made sarcastic remarks. "What are you doing? Why did you throw the wine on the ground?" Shenhua also saw it clearly. Lu Cha threw the wine on the ground after he grabbed the wine. It could be said that he did it deliberately. "Nothing," Lu Cha said indifferently. His words were full of banter and ruffian. "Isn't it just 2 bottles of broken wine? How much do you want?" "My dad has a lot in the car. I will bring it to you in a while." Yang Xiaobo was so angry that his face was livid. He clenched his fist tightly and stared at Lu Cha without blinking. "What are you looking at? You don't want to accept it? Can you still beat me?" Lu Cha looked at Yang Xiaobo disdainfully. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Xiaobo punched out and hit Lu Cha's eye socket. He immediately became a national first-class protected animal. Before Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan could leave, they saw the scene in front of them. "Yang Ming, I didn't expect this. Your brother looks so gentle, but why is he like you when it comes to fighting?" Chen Mingyan smiled and glared at Yang Ming. However, Chen Mingyan didn't think that Yang Xiaobo was wrong. In this case, Lu Cha really deserved to be beaten. "I will go down and take a look. You wait for me in the car." Yang Ming was afraid that Yang Xiaobo would suffer, so he instructed Chen Mingyan. "Be careful, don't hurt yourself." Chen Mingyan knew that if she told Yang Ming not to fight now, she would be lying to herself and others. She might as well tell Yang Ming to be careful. *CK your second uncle. "Little bastard, you dare to hit me?" Lu Cha was punched, and he was anxious all of a sudden. He wanted to teach Yang Xiaobo a lesson. Lu Cha wasn't a good person. He belonged to the group of gangsters who fought in the school. Now that Lu Chan was angry, Lu Cha was even more arrogant. Several bosses of Songjiang had eaten with Lu Cha. Who dared to provoke him? Therefore, Lu Cha quickly became a tyrant in the school. For a long time, no one dared to challenge his majesty. Today, he was punched with a black eye. How could he not be mad? Who are you scolding? It was fine if Lu Cha didn't scold. When he scolded, Yang Ming immediately became anxious. He grabbed Lu Cha's hair and gave him a loud slap. There was a good lyric. If you want to hit, hit. You must hit loudly. This guy scolded Yang Xiaobo's second uncle. Isn't Yang Xiaobo's second uncle Yang Ming's father? How could Yang Ming not be angry? A BMW X5 was parked on the side of the road. Previously, Shen Jigua and Lu Chan didn't see Yang Xiaobo and Shen Hua coming down from it, so they didn't care. They thought it was someone else's car. At this time, a tall young man suddenly came down from the car. He slapped Lu Cha as soon as he came up. Lu Cha was stunned directly. He didn't know what the person in front of him was doing. He said subconsciously, I didn't scold you. You scolded him. Yang Ming pointed to Yang Xiaobo and said, he is a member of our Yang family. If you scold his second uncle, you are scolding my father. What? Lu Cha didn't quite understand the relationship that Yang Ming said. He was slapped by Yang Ming again. He was confused and disoriented. You, who are you? Although Lu Chan was arrogant, when he saw Yang Ming driving the BMW X5, he knew that Yang Ming's identity was definitely not simple. So before he wanted to touch Yang Ming, he had to find out his details first. Who are you? My brother is here to see his father-in-law. Who the F***ck are you? Yang Ming glanced at Lu Chan and said disdainfully. Being scolded as a big onion, Lu Chan's heart was very uncomfortable. He held back his anger and said, your brother? I'm afraid you are mistaken. Our family and the Shen family are in-laws. Yang Ming looked at Shen Jigua's helpless expression. He had basically guessed the matter in his heart. This Lu Cha probably took a fancy to Shen Hua, so he asked his father to find Shen Jigua to be in-laws. This Lu Chan was probably someone that Shen Jigua couldn't afford to offend. However, if Shen Jigua couldn't afford to offend, it didn't mean that Yang Ming couldn't afford to offend. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of anyone. No matter how bad *SS you are, if you act like a bad *SS in front of me, I will kill you directly. Take your stupid son and get out of here. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming impatiently let go of Lu Cha and said to Lu Chan didn't know the details of Yang Ming. When he saw that Yang Ming was so arrogant, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, in Songjiang, Lu Chan thought that he was still very powerful. Even if Yang Ming was the young master of a big boss, he could still deal with him. However, with the previous experience of the boss's accident, Lu Chan began to be careful. Lu Chan quietly turned to the side and said to Lu Cha, you go and see what his license plate number is. From the license plate number of a car, you could probably estimate the power of the person in front of you. If it was a small license plate or a military license plate, it was estimated that the person had a strong background in the political world. Lu Chan wouldn't easily provoke such a person. After Lu Cha looked at the license plate number, he came back and whispered to his father, the license plate is Songbi 88888. F***ck, this number, I don't know how he got it. Songbi 88888? Lu Chan was stunned at first. He thought, isn't this license plate hanging on an Audi A8? It seems to be the license plate of the Donghai Sun family's company in Songjiang, but obviously, the model is not right. Is it a fake license plate? Thinking of this, Lu Chan breathed a sigh of relief. People who drove cars with fake license plates were very powerful, but they weren't particularly powerful. Generally, fake license plates couldn't be officially registered, but if one had a background, it wasn't absolutely impossible to get a license plate. However, the strange thing was that the license plate of Songbi 88888, people who knew should know that it belonged to the Donghai Sun family. How could the Sun family's license plate be so easy to use? If you were caught by others, not only would the car be gone, but you might also be gone. So Lu Chan was a bit puzzled. Is it possible that the person in front of me has a relationship with the Sun family? Songbi 88888, this kid just said that his surname is Yang. Wait, that's not right. Lu Chan was shocked. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. A few days ago, he and President Guo participated in a few big shots gathering. At the table, Song Jiang's boss, Bao Sanli, seemed to have mentioned that he got a Song B88888 license plate to hang on his friend's BMW. Guo Jianchao smiled and told Lu Chan that the friend was called Yang Ming. In the future, when he went to earthly paradise, if he was not there, Lu Chan must take care of him. After going back, he even hinted to Lu Chan that although Brother Bao said that Yang Ming was his friend, in fact, Brother Bao was very afraid of Yang Ming. At that time, Lu Chan thought that there was such a powerful character. He was shocked. After listening to Guo Jianchao's words, he quickly remembered it in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly remembered. Did you see it clearly? It is Song B88888, not Song B88888. Lu Chan asked his son. Ah? It is 88B88. I was wondering why the 8 in the middle was a little distorted. I thought it was because of the street light. Lu Cha didn't know the origin of the car, so he wasn't nervous. Instead, Lu Chan almost sat on the ground after listening to his son's words. What is this? Even Bao Sanli is afraid of him, and I still want to provoke him? Isn't that the same as looking for death? My son and someone else's brother snatched a girlfriend. I really don't want to live. You are Mr. Yang Ming? Lu Chan asked tentatively. He hoped that the person in front of him would say no. Do you know me? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know the guy in front of him. Lu Chan didn't expect that his hunch came true. The person in front of me is really Yang Ming. Doesn't that mean that if I make him angry again, then I can't protect myself? Thinking of this, Lu Chan wanted to run away with his son, but this was just a momentary thought, and then it was immediately denied by him. If he left like this, Yang Ming would definitely inquire about his details from Xinjigua. At that time, he could still find out about him. At that time, if he wanted to kill him, it would be just like pinching an ant. So instead of this, it was better to admit his mistake honestly. Maybe he could get Yang Ming's forgiveness, so he said respectfully, Mr. Yang, my name is Lu Chan. I am the Vice President of Heavenly Earth. I am President Guo's assistant. Guo Jianchao? Yang Ming glanced at Lu Chan and asked suspiciously. Yes. Lu Chan nodded quickly. After Yang Ming said Guo Jianchao's name, he was even less suspicious. Mr. Yang, my son didn't know the rules and offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive him. Okay, I got it. You can go. Yang Ming waved his hand. After all, this guy was Guo Jianchao's subordinate. It wasn't good for him to care too much. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Lu Chan was relieved. He looked at his son Lu Cha, who was at a loss, and scolded, Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yang and Mr. Yang's brother? Xinjigua watched Yang Ming's BMW X5 drive away, and the emotions in his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Looking at the shocking license plate of the BMW, he didn't know what kind of feeling he had in his heart. I didn't expect my daughter's boyfriend to have such a family background. Previously, Xinjigua thought that his daughter's boyfriend had a mediocre family background. Although he didn't interfere with his daughter, he was still somewhat unwilling. But now, Lu Chan, who had become insufferably arrogant in his eyes and was very powerful in Songjiang, was fawning in front of his daughter's boyfriend. His son was beaten, but he still had to apologize to him. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming did, his background was definitely not simple. At Yang Xiaobo's age, although he also felt that his elder brother was very powerful, in his eyes, he was still far from understanding the true weight of the incident. It could be said that Lu Chan was already the top figure in Songjiang's society. In front of Yang Ming, he didn't even dare to fart. When Yang Xiaobo and Shen Hua got in the car, they didn't notice Yang Ming's license plate. After Yang Ming drove away, the two people noticed it. Xiaobo, what does your brother do? His license plate number. Shen Hua whispered to Yang Xiaobo. Hee, how was it? Wasn't I very impressive just now? I beat up that Lu Cha until he had a panda eye. Yang Xiaobo was still immersed in the blood boiling from the previous beating. Isn't it because your elder brother came in time? Shen Hua didn't listen to Yang Xiaobo's bragging. Don't be so impulsive in the future. This time, if your elder brother didn't suppress them, I don't know what would have happened. Although the 2 bottles of wine were broken, Xianxia didn't feel distressed at all. He suddenly realized that maybe his opportunity had come. He had been suffering from the fact that his assets had stopped increasing when it reached 40 million. Every year, it was only a slow increase of a few million. Now it seemed that Yang Xiaobo's elder brother was so powerful. If he could help him. Of course, these were all afterthoughts. Xianxia smiled and welcomed Yang Xiaobo into the villa. He believed that after the scene just now, Xianxia would never embarrass Yang Xiaobo. Why did you hit him as soon as you went up? Chen Mingyan was a little critical of Yang Ming's violent behavior. He scolded my father, how can I not hit him? Yang Ming said somewhat angrily. He scolded you? Why would he scold you? Didn't he scold your brother before? Chen Mingyan asked curiously. He insulted my younger brother's second uncle. My younger brother's second uncle is my father. Do you think I shouldn't beat him up? Yang Ming explained. Chen Mingyan was sweating profusely. She thought to herself, this guy is really an undeserved disaster. He inadvertently scolded Yang Ming. It was naturally easy to get to Chen Mingyan's house. Yang Ming had been here many times. He parked the car in the courtyard of the community and went upstairs with Chen Mingyan. The person who opened the door for them was Chen Mingyan's mother. Yang Ming greeted Auntie Chen. Chen Mingyan said, Mom, where is my dad? There are guests at home. Your dad is receiving guests in the study. Mother Chen explained. Ah? There are guests? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Originally, she wanted Yang Ming to come over for a meal, but she didn't expect there to be guests at home. Yang Ming also had the same idea as Chen Mingyan. Since Chen Fei was receiving guests, then he didn't need to stay. He would visit another day when Chen Fei was free. Auntie Chen, since Uncle Chen has guests, then I will go back first. I will visit again another day. Yang Ming said politely. Yang Ming, your Uncle Chen said that he won't let you go. Mother Chen said after listening, you wait. I will call your Uncle Chen for you. Old Chen. Yang Ming is here. After Mother Chen shouted, it didn't take long for the door of the study to open. Chen Fei took the lead and walked out from inside. Behind Chen Fei, there was a young man in his 30s. He looked very gentle and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He gave people the feeling of an intellectual. But after Yang Ming glanced at him, he felt a little uncomfortable. This person seemed to be very shrewd. Yang Ming, you are here. Sit down. You don't have to be so polite in Uncle Chen's house. Chen Fei smiled and greeted Yang Ming. After the young man with gold-rimmed glasses heard the name Yang Ming, his eyes suddenly focused and fixed on Yang Ming. You are Yang Ming? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at the young man with gold-rimmed glasses with some doubts. He didn't know him, but he asked if he was Yang Ming. This was obviously a bit abrupt, but since he was Chen Fei's guest, Yang Ming couldn't be rude. I am Yang Ming. You are? Yang Ming, let me introduce you. This is a friend of mine. Chen Fei just spoke halfway and was interrupted by the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. Old Chen, let me talk to Yang Ming alone. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses made a gesture to Chen Fei and said. Although Chen Fei didn't know why his old friend was looking for Yang Ming, and although he was worried about Yang Ming, out of discipline, Chen Fei couldn't ask. However, even if Chen Fei asked, he probably wouldn't get an answer. Chen Fei was very clear about the identity of this old friend, and the things they were responsible for were generally top secret. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't reveal it to the outside world. Well, Yang Ming, you go to the study with him. Chen Fei hesitated a little and nodded. Although he didn't know why they were looking for Yang Ming, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse for people who were targeted by these people. Moreover, this time, he was the one who asked for their help. He just didn't understand how it involved Yang Ming again. When Yang Ming saw Chen Fei nodding, he followed the gold-rimmed glasses into Chen Fei's study until the door of the study was closed. Dad, what the hell is going on? Why is your friend acting strangely? Why is he looking for Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan asked curiously. Chen Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. There were some things that he couldn't say, even if it was his daughter. It's okay. There are some things that I want to understand from Yang Ming. Let's go and prepare the meal first. Chen Mingyan saw that her father said that it was okay, and she was relieved. She went to the kitchen with her mother to prepare dinner. Yang Ming, male, Han Chinese, born on February 28, 1990. Father, Yang Dehai, mother, Li Xiaoli. He studied in the Songjiang Bus Factory School for elementary school. He studied in the city's Red Flag Middle School for junior high school. He studied in the city's No. 4 high school for senior high school. He is now a freshman computer science student at Songjiang Industry University. He has 3 official girlfriends, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Lan Ling. As soon as he entered the room, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses began to talk about Yang Ming's identity. However, it was nothing before, but when he talked about Yang Ming having 3 girlfriends, Yang Ming's face was a little ugly. Who are you? Did you investigate me? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses smiled slightly. It's not an investigation. These are all public information. I don't need to investigate, but I still know. You are Uncle Chen's friend. I will give you face. Yang Ming's face was extremely ugly. He said coldly, if it were someone else, I would have kicked you out. Young man, don't be so impulsive. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses turned and sat behind the desk in the study, which was the position where Chen Fei usually sat. What is your purpose? Yang Ming frowned. If you want to say something, be straightforward. Don't play riddles with me. How many girlfriends I have is none of your business. I am not married. I am willing to have as many girlfriends as I want. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses shrugged and said, well, don't be agitated. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Bingbao. I am a special investigator of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xia Bingbao? Yang Ming almost burst out laughing when he heard the name. It's fine if it's raining or snowing, but your name is really unflattering. Yang Ming did not have a good impression of the man in front of him, so at the moment, he spoke with sarcasm. What's more, I have never heard of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau that he mentioned. Although Yang Ming didn't care much about officialdom, he still heard about some functional departments. How could there be a Supernatural Investigation Bureau like what Xia Bingbao said? This name doesn't sound very reliable. I don't know if it exists or not. Could this guy be a liar? Xia Shui is my sister, but Xia Yu. I don't have a second sister. Xia Bingbao also knew that the previous words had angered Yang Ming, so at the moment, his tone had eased a lot. He knew that Yang Ming had a good relationship with his sister, Xia Shui, so he didn't hide it from Yang Ming. Xia Shui? Yang Ming was stunned. Are you really called Xia Bingbao? Are you Xia Shui's brother? Yes. Xia Bingbao nodded. Yang Ming, can we talk about business now? Business? What business? Yang Ming didn't know why this guy was looking for him. Even if he was Xia Shui's brother, he shouldn't be looking for him, right? Could it be that he mistakenly thought that there was something between Xia Shui and me, so he pretended to teach me a lesson in advance and even listed my girlfriends one by one? Xia Bingbao naturally didn't know what Yang Ming was thinking at the moment. He came out with 2 missions this time. One was to help the Songjiang police to solve the traffic-haunted case. This was an obvious mission, and he was invited by the Songjiang police. The second mission was a secret mission, which was to contact Yang Ming. This was also the intention of his leader. It could be said that Yang Ming had entered their sights long ago, but there had been no suitable opportunity to contact him. The business is naturally about you. Xia Bingbao smiled, then changed to a very comfortable position and crossed his legs. I have told you my identity. Don't you have anything you want to tell us? About me? Yang Ming was shocked in his heart. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau obviously had nothing to do with him. Yang Ming didn't think that he was involved in any supernatural events. What surprised Yang Ming was the ambiguous relationship between him and Xia Shui. This guy was Xia Shui's elder brother. Would he come to question him? And ask him to take the initiative to explain? However, Yang Ming would never admit that there was an ambiguous relationship between him and Xia Shui, so he pretended to be very inexplicable and asked, Xia. Investigator Xia, I think this is the first time we are meeting, right? I don't think I have anything to say to you. It seems that there is no connection between the two of us at all, right? Hehe, Yang Ming. Xia Bingbao listened to Yang Ming's words and chuckled, let's not beat around the bush. Since I have found you, I naturally have some understanding of you. Well, since you don't want to say it, let's look at something first. After that, Xia Bingbao took out an MP4 player from his pocket, then turned on the power, selected one of the video files, clicked the play button, and put it on the table. From where both of them were, they could see the content on the screen. In the player, Yang Ming's figure appeared. The location was Donghai International Airport. In the video, after Yang Ming passed through the security channel, he stood aside and looked around. After a while, Yang Ming walked quickly to a nearby security staff and said, Hey. I took a fruit knife and you confiscated it. The knife in the bag of the person in front is much longer than mine. Why don't you confiscate his? Then, the security staff asked Yang Ming, how do you know that he has a knife in his bag? Yang Ming said, don't worry about how I know. Why? Are you feeling guilty? Are you in cahoots with him? Are you sure he has a knife in his bag? The security officer asked, you know, lying at the airport may lead to legal consequences. I'm sure. On the screen, Yang Ming nodded with certainty. Then, the security personnel rechecked the luggage of the man in shades that Yang Ming had pointed out. In the end, they found a lead umbrella at the bottom of his travel bag, and inside the umbrella was a knife. Seeing this, Yang Ming's face had obviously become very ugly. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that the thing he did inadvertently at the airport would actually fall into the eyes of someone who was observant. Could it be that his ability had been discovered? Yang Ming's heart suddenly became undulating. This was his biggest secret, but now that it had been discovered, how could he not be shocked? However, the current Yang Ming was no longer the Yang Ming of the past. After becoming an assassin, Yang Ming's psychological quality had improved a lot. He would not show fear after watching a video. Yang Ming secretly thought that he was still too immature before. At that time, he had just obtained his ability, and he was worried that he had no place to use it. As a result, he was caught because of such a trivial matter. Investigator Xia, what do you mean by showing me this video? Yang Ming's face showed a puzzled expression. Isn't this the video of the security check at Donghai International Airport before I went to Yunnan last summer? Why are you showing me this? Yang Ming, in fact, you and I both know it in our hearts. Don't you want to admit something? Xia Bingbao still had that half-smile, which made people feel that he deserved a beating. If he didn't know that this guy was Chen Fei's friend and Xia Shui's elder brother, Yang Ming would have turned around and left even if he didn't beat him up. He wouldn't be here to talk nonsense with him. Things like special abilities could be said to be a very mysterious thing. If you say you have it, then you have it. If you say you don't, then you don't. This autonomy was completely in your own hands. Even if Yang Ming didn't admit it, Xia Bingbao would only doubt it. Yang Ming also understood at this moment why Xia Bingbao came to him. His Supernatural Investigation Bureau might also investigate some things about special abilities. With all due respect, Investigator Xia, I really don't understand what you mean. You showed me a video of me at the airport. What do you want to say? Said Yang Ming faintly. There was no special change in the expression on his face. Xia Bingbao secretly said in his heart that he really underestimated Yang Ming. This person's shrewdness seems to be deeper than mine. He thought that after showing this video, Yang Ming would directly admit it. Now, it seemed that he had to add something. Xia Bingbao turned off the MP4 player on the table, then took out a document from the briefcase he carried and handed it to Yang Ming. I won't read it. You see it yourself. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. It seems that this guy really has a backup plan. But thinking about it, if he really belongs to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, then if he wants to investigate me, he will naturally put in some effort. It is impossible to find me just based on a video. Yang Ming took the document and flipped through it in his hand. This was a case file of the police station. The case involved was the time when he lost the jade in Yunnan. In the back of the document, it was the information when he and Lu Weishan auctioned the jade carving at the Hong Kong auction. It seems that this Xia Bingbao really spent a lot of effort on me. What made Yang Ming even more unnatural was that on the last page of the document, there was actually a record of his entire gambling in the Nanjing casino in Macau a few days ago. With all due respect, Yang Ming, do you think that you can pick out the best jade that others can't even get by just randomly picking a few stones? And it's 2 pieces at a time. What do you think the probability is? Xia Bingbao shrugged and continued, there is also gambling. I personally envy you very much. Don't you think your luck is too good? I still have the whole video of your gambling in the Nanjing casino in Macau. Do you want to watch it again? Oh, I forgot to mention before. You still have a lover named Huang Lele. Enough. Yang Ming threw the document on the table and interrupted Xia Bingbao's words coldly. At this point, in front of so much evidence, Yang Ming couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Really? This evidence is enough. I still have some things that I haven't taken out yet. Xia Bingbao deliberately pretended not to understand Yang Ming's anger. What do you want? Tell me your purpose. Since the other party had already grasped some of his own information, Yang Ming didn't want to beat around the bush or deny it because it was useless. It was better to go straight to the topic. Well, before I say my purpose, let me introduce the nature of my work first. Xia Bingbao put away his previous indifferent expression and turned into a serious look. I belong to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This is a very special agency. It is normal that you haven't heard of it because this agency is usually very low-key. The identities of the people who work here are also very special. Even if other bureaus know about this agency, they will cooperate with the confidentiality work. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau, as the name suggests, is responsible for some mysterious, non-scientific, and incredible events that can't be explained by the current scientific level. For example, aliens, UFOs, souls, ghosts, psychic powers, and so on are within the scope of our responsibility. It can be said that our investigation bureau can manage a lot of things, and the authority is very large and very free. Therefore, the personnel of this agency can only join after strict assessment tests. Moreover, I won't hide it from you. We also recruit some capable people in our investigation bureau to deal with some very special things. In fact, you don't have to feel strange. It's not just us. Many other countries have such agencies. For example, the famous movie X-Files. I believe you should have seen it, right? They are an organization similar to us. Yang Ming nodded. When it came to X-Files, he still knew about it. It was a very famous science fiction film. It talked about some supernatural investigations. He originally thought it was just fiction. He didn't expect such a similar agency to exist. However, this time, Xia Bingbao said so much. Could it be that he wants to investigate me? Or is there any other purpose? Well, the nature of my work has been explained to you. I believe you should also understand why I came to you, said Xia Bingbao. Xia Bingbao said, as long as it is related to supernatural things, we will file it and then analyze it carefully. For your situation, we have no other explanation except for supernatural explanations. Yang Ming smiled and did not deny it. He also knew that denial was useless. Let's not talk about other things. Take the recent trip to Macau as an example. In the Nanjing casino, his actions were completely out of common sense. He was simply invincible. Well, you first tell me the purpose of you looking for me, and then I will decide whether I want to cooperate with you. Yang Ming nodded and said to Xia Bingbao. Okay. When Xia Bingbao saw that Yang Ming was willing to cooperate, he was relieved. Before this, Xia Bingbao had also visited some people with unique skills. However, these people were often very arrogant and had very strange personalities. It was difficult to cooperate with them. Basically, Xia Bingbao had to spend a lot of effort to persuade them to open their mouths. Yang Ming was relatively normal, but he was also the weirdest among these people. After all, judging from these videos and information, there must be some special ability in Yang Ming, but it was not obvious. However, there were only a few possibilities. Luck, foresight, and X-ray vision were relatively higher. For a long time, luck had been regarded as an important topic for research in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Zhuge Liang, the wise man, once said, "Man proposes, and God disposes." In other words, even if a person works hard, he may not succeed. The key to success lies in God, which is what we usually call luck. In fact, this was indeed the case. Not everyone who works hard will succeed. The key to success lies in God, which is luck. For a long time, luck had been an illusory thing. Although it felt illusory, one had to admit that some people's luck was indeed very good. For example, some people won't win the lottery for a lifetime, but some people won the lottery once. They continued to buy the lottery and won the second and third time. Excluding the possibility of cheating, it could only be explained by luck because it was no longer in line with probability. Foresight was also a special ability that the Supernatural Investigation Bureau valued. This ability was very mysterious, but it was very practical. Of course, the scope of the ability to foresee was very wide. The most powerful ability was that it could directly and truly predict what would happen in the future, just like in a famous foreign movie, the next moment, foresight. However, the Investigation Bureau had not encountered anyone with this ability so far. However, he had come into contact with a few similar cases. This kind of person couldn't clearly foresee the future, but they had a keen judgment of whether the future would be good or bad. For example, the winning or losing of a bet, the success or failure of a negotiation, and even the good or bad of a thing could be felt in advance. However, what Xiao Bingbao didn't know was that this ability was not Yang Ming's, but Lan Ling's. The remaining one was X-ray vision. This was one of the most incredible and valuable abilities. This ability could not be explained at all, and Xiao Bingbao had not met such a person, but he guessed that such a person should exist. The Investigation Bureau had not come into contact with people with X-ray vision, but they had come into contact with a few similar cases. For example, yin and yang eyes, that was to say, people who could see some ghosts. There were also people with special telescopic vision, who could see things very far away. In addition, there were also people with particularly strong night vision, like owls. However, the latter two were not very useful. Long-distance vision could be replaced by binoculars, and night vision could be replaced by infrared night vision devices. If Yang Ming's ability was the first type, then Xiao Bingbao could only regret because luck was something that could not be seen or touched. Even if he knew that Yang Ming's luck was particularly good, it would not help the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, Xiao Bingbao also felt that this possibility was the smallest. With good luck, at most, the winning rate of gambling would be higher. It was impossible to know what was in other people's travel bags, and it was even more impossible to directly guess the contents of the cards. In comparison, the possibility of the third ability was higher. This made the director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau very excited. If Yang Ming really had the ability to see through things, then if he could join the bureau, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. During the meeting to study how to contact Yang Ming, the bureau received a request from the Songjiang police to help with the investigation. They were investigating the recent continuous traffic haunting cases. In fact, Xiaoxue really couldn't withstand the pressure. Because she and Yang Ming really saw a phenomenon similar to ghost going around the wall last night, Xiaoxue suggested to Chen Fei to ask the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to intervene in the investigation. Because the situation in front of them was no longer what the police could expect and control. Since Xiaoxue's brother worked in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it was naturally more appropriate for Xiaoxue to be in charge of this matter. Sure enough, when Xiao Bingbao heard that his sister almost died in a car accident because of ghost going around the wall, he rushed to Songjiang without saying anything. Xiaoxue's words also strengthened Xiao Bingbao's determination to meet Yang Ming in person. The situation at the time was like this. Xiaoxue told Xiao Bingbao about the recent cases and her personal experience last night. Xiao Bingbao heard Xiaoxue say that the person in the same car was very sure of the road in her memory, so they avoided the accident. At that time, Xiao Bingbao was very puzzled. How can there be such a confident person? But he didn't think much about it. Xiao Bingbao promised Xiaoxue that he would immediately fly to Songjiang to help Xiaoxue deal with these things. However, before ending the call, Xiao Bingbao pretended to ask casually. Little sister, you have a friend named Yang Ming, right? Yes, brother, how did you know? Xiaxue suddenly felt a little guilty. She didn't know why, but when she heard her brother mention Yang Ming's name, Xiaxue couldn't help but be nervous. Xiaxue was very clear about the ability of her brother's department. It could be said that they were much more well-informed than the police. Could it be that her brother suspected her relationship with Yang Ming? Xiaxue was thinking about it when she heard Xia Bingbao say, Yang Ming is not a simple person. We may invite him to join our investigation bureau. Xiaxue herself also belonged to the police department, so Xia Bingbao had nothing to hide from her. Xia Bingbao had already investigated before. The relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaxue was also good. Xiaxue was stunned when she heard it. Him? Join your investigation bureau? Yes, but the specific situation needs to be looked at specifically. Don't tell anyone about this. Xia Bingbao said, right, when you were in contact with Yang Ming, did you find anything special about him? Something special? Xiaxue thought about it. Yang Ming, this person, besides being particularly indecent, doesn't seem to have anything special? However, since her brother asked, Xiaxue knew that it must be important, so she could only answer carefully, Yang Ming's skill seems to be particularly good. Even I am not his opponent. And, yes, the person who drove yesterday that I just told you is him. What? This time, it was Xia Bingbao's turn to be stunned. The person who drove yesterday was Yang Ming? Xia Bingbao recalled what Xiaxue had just said to him. A bold and crazy idea suddenly emerged in Xia Bingbao's mind. Suppose that Yang Ming was not certain that the road was that way because of the impression in his memory, but because he had special abilities. It was about the special abilities of his eyes, so he could see through the ghost going around the wall. Thinking of this, Xia Bingbao became excited. He briefly explained a few words to Xiaxue, telling her not to worry about the traffic haunting case and to wait until he reached Songjiang. After getting this important clue, Xia Bingbao quickly reported it to the bureau chief. The bureau chief also made a prompt decision and ordered Xia Bingbao to immediately go to Songjiang to solve the traffic haunting case. He was also responsible for contacting Yang Ming in private. If Yang Ming really had the ability to see through, then Yang Ming must join the investigation bureau at all costs. In Qin Fei's study, Xia Bingbao took out his ID and placed it in front of Yang Ming. This is my ID. You can check it. I am being honest with you now. I hope you don't hide anything from me. Okay. Yang Ming took Xia Bingbao's ID, but he sneered in his heart. You just want to show me your ID and you are being honest? You want me to not hide anything from you? Do you think I am a 1-year-old child or a fool? Picking up Xia Bingbao's ID, he found that there were 2 books. One of them was from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and the other. Yang Ming asked curiously, are you affiliated with the military? We are, but we are 2 different agencies. There is no direct superior-subordinate relationship. We are directly responsible to the higher-ups. Xia Bingbao explained, it's just that some local agencies don't know the existence of our investigation bureau. In order to facilitate the case, we will come up with another identity. Responsible to the higher-ups? Yang Ming was shocked. It seems that this humble agency that I have never heard of is really powerful. However, it didn't scare Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't believe that Xia Bingbao would do anything to him. If he really wanted to do anything to Yang Ming, with Xia Bingbao's power, he would just arrest Yang Ming directly for interrogation. They wouldn't talk face-to-face peacefully like this. Yang Ming nodded, then returned the ID to Xia Bingbao and said, okay, I have seen it. I believe that your identity is real for the time being. If you have anything to ask, just ask. However, what he didn't expect was that after Xia Bingbao put away the ID, he smiled and said to Yang Ming, this ID is good, right? What do you mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by Xia Bingbao's question. Do you want it? Xia Bingbao continued to ask. Want it? What do you want? You. Give me your ID? Yang Ming frowned. He faintly guessed something in his heart, but his face was still very inexplicable. Why do I want your ID? Yang Ming, I don't believe that you don't understand my words. Xiao Bingbao didn't continue to talk about the topic just now. Instead, he shook his head and said, "If I guessed correctly, you should be a psychic, right?" Psychic? Yang Ming wouldn't reveal the falcon until he saw the hair. Before Xiao Bingbao completely revealed it, he wouldn't say anything. "What do you mean? You said that I am a psychic? Ultraman? Terminator? Doraemon? Xiao Bingbao rolled his eyes. This Yang Ming is really difficult to deal with. I thought that at his age, he would spit out the truth with threats and promises. Yang Ming, I don't want to beat around the bush with you, because it doesn't mean anything. Xiao Bingbao said helplessly, since you don't want to say it, well, then I will say it for you. You see if I am right. Yang Ming nodded slightly and motioned for Xiao Bingbao to continue. If I guessed correctly, you should have the ability to see through things, right? Although Xiao Bingbao was just probing, his tone was very firm. At least, he had to put pressure on Yang Ming's heart. Go on. Yang Ming did not admit or deny, but made a gesture to continue. Yang Ming also knew that if he denied it, then the topic of the two would return to the past. It would enter an endless loop, and it would be useless to keep going in circles. Therefore, Yang Ming gave Xiao Bingbao a chance to finish his words and see what his intentions and attitude were. Yang Ming could make a choice. Well, first of all, that time at Donghai Airport, you could accurately say that there was a knife in a passenger's bag. Just based on this point, you have entered our sight, said Xiao Bingbao. Oh? After Yang Ming listened, he smiled faintly and said, what if I said that I was outside and heard the conversation between the two of them? This situation is also very common. It's not a big deal. Yes. It is indeed not a big deal this time. Xiao Bingbao smiled and continued, so I said that you just entered our sight, and that's it. What made us pay attention to you was your stone gambling situation in Yunnan. However, you were very smart and low-key. You didn't take all the stones with good jade inside. Instead, you took some mixed stones. But even so, don't you think that your good grade rate is too high? Maybe it's my luck, said Yang Ming naturally. Well, consider yourself lucky. Xiao Bingbao did not continue to entangle, but said, so, what did you say about the gambling in Macau? Don't tell me that you are really the god of gamblers. Even if you are the god of gamblers, he is not as good as you. This time, Yang Ming did not refute because that time, he played a little too much and pretended to be big. He thought that he would not be noticed in the casino in Macau, but he did not expect Xiao Bingbao's power to be so great. The most important thing is that Xia Shui is my sister. I know very well what happened between you and her yesterday. Don't think that you can hide it from Xia Shui just by saying that you know the way. You can hide it from me. Xiao Bingbao thought that he had caught Yang Ming's neck. Yang Ming laughed secretly. Yesterday? Yang Ming said non-committally, if you want to ask me where my ability came from, then I'm sorry. You may be disappointed because I don't know myself. Of course, I'm not asking about this. Xiao Bingbao had never thought of asking how Yang Ming's ability came about because many people's special abilities were innate. Some of them were obtained after inexplicable opportunities. These were not things that could be imitated deliberately. So, even if he knew, it was useless. Xiao Bingbao's past experience told him that even if a person obtained a special ability through an accident, and then found another person to do the same thing, there would be no special ability appearing again. In fact, you should be able to feel that I have no malice toward you. Otherwise, I can't sit down so calmly and talk to you. Xiao Bingbao continued, we just think that you have such an ability. It is a waste not to join our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. After Yang Ming listened to his words, he couldn't help but smile. Are you the one wasting it, or am I the one wasting it? Xiao Bingbao laughed twice. Of course, you can refuse. Can I really refuse? Yang Ming naturally didn't believe Xiao Bingbao's words. I'm afraid that if I refuse, someone will monitor me 24 hours a day, right? Yang Ming had seen the movie Next. The protagonist was monitored 24 hours a day, which caused a lot of trouble in his daily life. It's not monitoring, it's protection. Xiao Bingbao corrected him seriously. Isn't that the same? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He had calculated everything, but Yang Ming did not expect that there was such an institution. Now, he was afraid that he had to agree to Xiao Bingbao's request. The nature is different, but the reality is similar. Xiao Bingbao nodded. But I am still a student. I have to go to school. I have my own ideals and career. I don't want to be an investigator. Yang Ming shrugged and said. I didn't say that you can't go to school. It is everyone's right to go to university. How can we deprive it? Xiao Bingbao smiled. Moreover, we are not a feudal dictatorship. We won't let you give up your ideals. Then you guys. This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be surprised. Since Xiao Bingbao said so, why did he look for me? In fact, our unit is different from what you think. You don't need to go to work every day after you join us. Xiao Bingbao explained, do you think there will be any mysterious events or major events every day? Of course not. Wouldn't it become a science fiction world? Sometimes, we don't even have anything to do for a year. Moreover, after joining the Bureau of Investigation, your identity is different from ours. We belong to the Bureau of Investigation's resident investigators, and you are a special investigator of the Bureau of Investigation. The so-called special investigators are people like you, who have special abilities in certain aspects. Several experts in the Shaolin Temple are also our special investigators. In other words, we will only find you when we need you. At other times, you can do what you want to do. No one will bother you. If that's the case, that sounds good. Yang Ming nodded. If that's the case, then it's fine to join. Seeing that Yang Ming's tone had loosened, Xiao Bingbao quickly continued to tempt him. Moreover, you are doing business. It is inevitable that you will offend some villains. With our identity, you can save a lot of trouble. Of course, if you work for us and use our identity to do some of your own things, we will not interfere. Yang Ming listened to Xiao Bingbao's words and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. With my current identity, who dares to offend me? If someone offends me, even if I don't have the identity that Xiao Bingbao mentioned, that person will die miserably. This was not very attractive to Yang Ming. There is a question. Is there a salary? Although Yang Ming was rich and not short of money, he wouldn't do things for free. Of course, there is. Xiao Bingbao listened to Yang Ming's words and knew that Yang Ming had agreed. He quickly said, but the salary of special investigators is not much. It is only 2,000 yuan a month. Because you also know that special investigators are very capable. They don't rely on this salary to live. They have other income outside. Oh, it's fine as long as there is a salary. I just don't want to work for free. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Now, you tell me. If I join, under what circumstances do you need me to work for? Work for free? Xiao Bingbao sweated. How many people want to join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau but can't? In fact, there are not many places that need your help. Your ability is very special, and we will not use it often. We will only look for you in particularly important or urgent events and situations. Xiao Bingbao said, the police system can solve other small matters. I am here this time to assist the Songjiang police in investigating the haunted traffic incident. Xiao Bingbao knew that Yang Ming was also one of the people who had personally experienced the haunted case, so he didn't hide it. What's more, Yang Ming was about to join their investigation bureau, so there was no need to hide anything. In other words, you will not look for me more than 3 times a year, right? Yang Ming said very slyly. This? Xiao Bingbao was stunned. He thought, this Yang Ming is really a little fox. However, I have already said it in advance. If I go back on my words, Yang Ming will probably go back on his words. So, he said, this is hard to say, but it will definitely not be more than 5 times. Okay, I agree. Yang Ming was quite satisfied with this result. Since you have agreed, then let me see your ability. Xiao Bingbao said with a smile. Sorry, I don't know how to show it to you. Yang Ming shrugged and said, however, Uncle Chen has already prepared the meal. Let's go eat first. We can talk about other things after the meal. As soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, Chen Mingyan's voice came from outside the study. Yang Ming, the meal is ready. Chen Mingyan didn't know the identity of Xiao Bingbao. She didn't know why Xia Bingbao was looking for Yang Ming, so when the meal was ready, she naturally called Yang Ming. However, Chen Fei knew the identity of Xia Bingbao. He knew that Xia Bingbao was looking for Yang Ming for something very important. When he saw Chen Mengyan calling Yang Ming, he quickly pulled his daughter aside and said, "Mengyan, don't shout. Yang Ming and the others have business. Let's wait for them for a while." When Yang Ming said the previous words, Xia Bingbao was a little unhappy. He thought, "What's wrong with you showing off your ability?" However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, he knew that he was fooled by this kid. Yang Ming must have seen that the meal was ready outside the door. Chen Mengyan came to call him, so he said that. Xia Bingbao nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at Yang Ming and didn't say anything. "Well, you go and eat first." "I won't eat. I have other important things to do. I will report today's matter to my superiors. In addition, I will sign a confidentiality agreement with you and set up a file for you." Confidentiality agreement? Yang Ming frowned, raised his head, and glanced at Xia Bingbao. He said faintly, "I think you have made a mistake, right?" Xia Bingbao was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming, puzzled. "Made a mistake? What do you mean?" "People who work in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau have to sign this confidentiality agreement." Yang Ming looked at Xia Bingbao and shook his head. "First, I only agreed to accept your employment as a special investigator. Our relationship is a cooperative relationship. To be exact, you are asking me to do something, not me asking you to do something for me. I won't sign any agreement with you, but I won't be so bored to say these things casually. Do you think I will let others know that I have special abilities? Second, I am used to being casual. As for setting up a file, you can set up a temporary one, but don't treat me as your subordinate or anything, because I have the right to refuse the task you arrange for me." After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xia Bingbao suddenly smiled bitterly. He thought that Yang Ming was quite easy to deal with, but he didn't expect him to be a difficult character. However, Yang Ming's requests were not impossible to fulfill because many special investigators in the Investigation Bureau had different identities. Many of their requests were similar to Yang Ming's or even more excessive. However, due to the special nature of the Investigation Bureau's work, they were able to fulfill the requests of these people. Yang Ming's request was not impossible. What's more, some special investigators were not in the country all year round. They even settled in the primeval forest to explore or search for treasures in the sea. When they were needed, they couldn't even find them. For these people, the Investigation Bureau reluctantly accepted them. Who let them have the ability? These people were more proud. It was not easy to help you a few times when you needed them. You couldn't ask for too much, right? Okay, then I will do it. Xia Bingbao promised. Yang Ming nodded. This was the effect he wanted. When dealing with such an organization, one couldn't get too close, but they couldn't be too disrespectful either. Since they found him and knew his secret, if he did not cooperate, there would be trouble in the future. However, being too cooperative was not what Yang Ming wanted. After all, Yang Ming had his own way of life. Moreover, if he joined their organization, he would have to take into account his identity. He could no longer do whatever he wanted like before. Therefore, Yang Ming considered that cooperation was possible, but there was no subordinate relationship with superiors and subordinates. If you ask me for help, I will help you if I can. After all, Yang Ming is a very patriotic person. Turning around and walking to the door, Xia Bingbao depressingly mouthed "little fox" behind Yang Ming, but he didn't dare to make a sound for Yang Ming to hear. "Old fox." Yang Ming scolded without looking back, then pushed the door and walked out. Xia Bingbao stood in the room in amazement. He didn't expect that Yang Ming could see what he was saying with his back facing him. Could it be, his X-ray vision is 360-degree? Thinking of this, Xia Bingbao was even more excited. It was normal for such a talent to have some requirements. It would be abnormal if he didn't have any requirements. Yang Ming did this to increase his own chips. After all, Yang Ming's attitude was very strong, but he also wanted to let Xia Bingbao know that although he was strong, it was because he had the ability. Xia Bingbao did not stay at Chen Fei's house to eat, but after a few words with Chen Fei, he left the Chen family's house. Yang Ming's matter was highly confidential. Even Chen Fei would not tell him. However, on Xia Shui's side, Xia Bingbao did not avoid it. Xia Shui had a deep understanding of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Originally, after Xia Shui graduated, her father, who was Xia Shui and Xia Bingbao's grandfather, wanted her to join the Investigation Bureau. However, Xia Shui was not interested in a department like the Investigation Bureau that might not have a case in a year, so she volunteered to go to the police station to be a police officer. Xia Bingbao's father wanted Xia Shui to take over his job and work in the company, but Xia Shui still did not agree. This made the two people in the family angry. Xia Bingbao also had a headache about this, but he had no way to deal with this willful sister. However, Xia Shui was promoted to the deputy captain of the criminal police brigade in less than a year. This was also related to the power behind the Xia family. Yang Ming, what did little Xia say to you? After Xia Bingbao left, Chen Fei asked Yang Ming with a smile. It's nothing. Yesterday, Xia Shui and I seem to have encountered the legendary ghost wall. He asked in detail what happened. Yang Ming naturally would not tell the real purpose of Xia Bingbao looking for him, so he casually lied. Chen Fei also knew what happened yesterday, so he did not doubt it. He nodded and changed the topic. Yang Ming, you haven't come to Uncle Chen's house for a long time, right? Yeah, I went out a few days ago. I didn't know that Uncle Chen was discharged from the hospital. Otherwise, I would have picked you up. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, Uncle Chen, is your leg okay? I still need to rest for a while, but I can still walk with crutches. Chen Fei smiled and said, this injury is nothing. Right, Uncle Chen, I have a friend who is a Chinese medicine practitioner. He is very knowledgeable about injuries and fractures. He gave me a prescription that is beneficial for fractures. I will write it down for you in a while. Take it for a month, and you can basically recover. Yang Ming was naturally talking about Feng Tian's unique prescription, but Yang Ming couldn't say it clearly. He could only fabricate an imaginary person. Oh? Is it true? Is there such a magical thing? Chen Fei was a little surprised. The doctor in the hospital said that it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. It's true. My friend is very powerful. It is said that his ancestor was an imperial doctor. Yang Ming nodded and continued to fabricate. After Zhang Ben was injured last time, Yang Ming specifically paid attention to the prescription in this area. When Yang Ming found the prescription from the information Feng Tian gave him, Zhang Ben was almost recovered. However, Yang Ming remembered the content of the prescription. Old Chen, what Yang Ming said should be true. Mother Chen said, our country's Chinese medicine is extensive and profound. Some people say that Chinese medicine is not as good as Western medicine. In fact, they haven't met a really powerful Chinese medicine practitioner. In addition, there are many scammers who open clinics under the name of Chinese medicine. It unknowingly misleads people. Our unit's little Lu's father had cerebral hemorrhage sequelae and became hemiplegic. There was no way in the Western hospital. However, in her hometown, she found an old Chinese medicine practitioner. After half a year of acupuncture, she returned to normal. Now, she is no different from a normal person. Because she had personally experienced such things, Mother Chen was still very confident in Chinese medicine. Then, let's try it. Chen Fei was also a little moved. Anyway, he heard that Chinese medicine wouldn't die from drinking. After Yang Ming wrote the prescription, he would go to the pharmacy and ask. As long as the mixture didn't produce a lethal poison, Chen Fei planned to test it. Okay, then wait for a while. I will write down the prescription for you. Yang Ming nodded and said. After the meal, Yang Ming was called into the study by Chen Fei alone. This made Yang Ming feel a little guilty. He didn't know if Chen Fei wanted to continue to ask about what Xia Bingbao said to him. Uncle Chen, you are looking for me. Yang Ming was still very respectful to Chen Fei, an elder. And, Yang Ming, you write down the prescription first. Then, I have something to tell you. Chen Fei didn't sit in the boss chair behind the desk, but he sat in a wheelchair. Yang Ming didn't know what Chen Fei was going to say. He was a little nervous, but he still wrote down the prescription he knew. Then, he handed it to Chen Fei and said, "Uncle Chen, I have written down the prescription and the decoction method clearly. Just take it according to the above." Chen Fei took the prescription and looked at it. Then, he put it in his pocket. He looked up and said to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, have you and Meng Yan already?" Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect Chen Fei to look for him to talk about this. Although Chen Fei didn't say it clearly, Yang Ming wasn't stupid. Chen Fei must be referring to the fact that he and Chen Mengyan had already had a relationship. Come to think of it, Chen Fei's vision was very sharp. It was basically impossible to hide this matter from him. However, what was done was done. Yang Ming didn't want to hide it. He nodded awkwardly. When Chen Fei saw that Yang Ming admitted it, he couldn't help but sigh. "Didn't I tell you before? You are still too young. It's best not to indulge in the matters between men and women too early. Uncle Chen, you also know, sometimes, this kind of thing is involuntary." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Meng Yan and I are actually a matter of course. If we blindly restrain ourselves, I think both of us won't feel good." Chen Fei listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but find it funny. However, it was indeed the truth of what Yang Ming said, so he nodded and said, "I don't want to blame you, but everything has to be controlled. Don't do it too often. Moreover, you must take good safety measures. I don't need to say more about this, right?" Yang Ming nodded, indicating that he heard it. "Well, then I won't talk about this." Chen Fei patted Yang Ming's shoulder. "You are already so old. Just be careful." Yang Ming also smiled and expressed his understanding. Yes, Chen Fei was Chen Mingyan's father. It was normal to care about his daughter. If he didn't care, it would be abnormal. What happened? Why can't you even get a corpse? Elder Yu's gloomy and hoarse voice came from the phone, making Chen Afu shudder. The police have been very strict recently. I can't act. Chen Afu said with a sad face. Now he could receive a call from Elder Yu almost every day. Every time the ringtone of a mobile phone sounded, Chen Afu would be shocked. However, he still couldn't not answer it. Chen Afu was very clear about Elder Yu's ability. If he refused to answer his call, Chen Afu couldn't imagine what terrible consequences it would bring. I will give you one more day. This is the last deadline. Elder Yu said coldly, if you can't get a corpse, you will use your own body as a sacrifice to my sinister voodoo. It was no wonder that Elder Yu was anxious. Now was the critical moment for the success or failure of sinister voodoo. If the dead bodies here couldn't be supplied, then the previous effort was likely to be wasted. Okay. I got it. Chen Afu hung up the phone weakly and squatted by the bed, gasping for breath. Chen Afu couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that he was going to collapse. Indeed, he had just learned the ecstasy technique that Elder Yu taught him. It was really refreshing for a long time. What a sense of accomplishment it was to scare people to death. But now, the police were looking for him all over the city. Chen Afu committing a crime at this time was undoubtedly tantamount to suicide. Chen Afu didn't want to do such a stupid thing. But even if he didn't want to, could Chen Afu refuse? Obviously, it was impossible. Chen Afu had no way. He could only plan in his heart, the things that Chen Fei and Yang Ming explained were actually dispensable. Even Chen Fei himself felt that it was a little superfluous. However, as a father, even if some words were superfluous, he had to say it. Only then would he be happy. Out of the study with Chen Fei, Chen Mengyan and Mother Chen were watching TV on the sofa. Chen Mengyan was nestled in her mother's arms. When she saw Yang Ming come out, she suddenly got up embarrassedly and blushed. Yang Ming, come and sit. Mother Chen greeted Yang Ming with a smile and pointed at the seat beside Chen Mengyan. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to sit down, the phone in his pocket rang. Yang Ming took out his phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello. Is this Mr. Yang? A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. I am, and you are. Yang Ming found the voice familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. My surname is Li. I'm Miss Zhou Jieji's caretaker. The person on the other side quickly introduced himself. There was some nervousness and excitement in his voice. "Hello, Auntie Lee, what's the matter?" Yang Ming asked quickly. "It's like this. Miss Zhou, she..." As Auntie Lee spoke up to this point, perhaps because she was too agitated, she finished her sentence in one breath and ended up stuttering for a moment. "What happened to Jejia?" Yang Ming's heart tightened and he was a little anxious. "Miss Zhou." Miss Zhou woke up. After Auntie Lee finished speaking, she breathed a sigh of relief. "What? Jejia woke up?" Yang Ming exclaimed, "You wait. I'm coming over now." Chen Mengyan also heard Yang Ming's phone call. Yang Ming hung up the phone and asked in a hurry, "Yang Ming, did Zhou Jejia wake up?" N. Yang Ming nodded and said to Chen Mengyan, "I'm going to the hospital now. Do you want to go with me?" "Of course, I'm going." Chen Mengyan had a good impression of Zhou Jejia. At this time, when she heard the news that she woke up, she was very happy. As for whether there would be one more person to compete with her for Yang Ming after Zhou Jejia woke up, she hadn't thought about this yet. Chen Fei also knew about Zhou Jejia's matter. He also understood that Zhou Jejia's injury and solving Wang Shifan's smuggling case were inseparable, so he said, "Yang Ming, if she wakes up, thank her on behalf of Uncle Chen. My legs are inconvenient, so I won't be going." Yang Ming nodded and put on his clothes. He quickly went downstairs with Chen Mengyan and rushed to the hospital. "Drive slowly. I don't want you to be hospitalized when Zhou Jejia just woke up." Chen Mengyan saw that Yang Ming's car was driving very fast, so she reminded him. "Hee, don't worry." Yang Ming said so, but the speed of the car didn't slow down at all. However, Yang Ming had special abilities. He could directly observe whether there was a car in the distance, so he didn't have to worry about an emergency situation where he couldn't brake because the speed was too fast. There were fewer cars at night. Soon, they arrived at the Songjiang First People's Hospital. Yang Ming parked the car downstairs in the inpatient department where Zhou Jejia was. He quickly went upstairs with Chen Mengyan. When they came to Zhou Jejia's ward, they wanted to push the door and enter, but they were stopped by the nurse standing by the side. "Sir, please don't go in." "What's wrong?" Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. "The patient inside is my friend. Now the doctor is examining the patient. Please wait for a while." The nurse explained, because the patient just woke up, the doctor wants to conduct a comprehensive examination on her. As the nurse was talking, the doctor's voice came from the ward. "Little Wang, you can let them in now." After listening to the doctor's words, the nurse said, "You can go in, but don't make a lot of noise. The patient just woke up. Her mood may still be unstable." "Okay, don't worry." Yang Ming nodded and entered the ward with Chen Mengyan. Auntie Li was standing by, anxiously watching Zhou Jejia's bed surrounded by doctors who were doing a physical examination for her. When she saw Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan, she quickly said, "Mr. Yang, Miss Chen, you are here." "Auntie Li, how is Zhou Jejia?" Yang Ming asked quickly. "The doctor is doing a physical examination for Miss Zhou." "I haven't had time to ask yet," said Auntie Li. Yang Ming nodded and stood silently with Chen Mengyan. They looked at Zhou Jejia, who had sat up on the bed not far away and was half leaning on the quilt. Zhou Jejia's face was still very pale, but there was some spirit in her pair of big eyes, but more confusion. "Next, I want to ask you some questions. Is there any problem?" The doctor took the medical record book and sat opposite Zhou Jejia. He asked patiently. "Okay." Zhou Jejia nodded. She didn't see Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan. She was blocked by several doctors inside and outside. "What is your name?" asked the doctor. "Zhou Jejia," said Zhou Jejia. "How old are you?" The doctor nodded and continued to ask. It seemed that the patient's brain tissue was not damaged. In the past, the doctor had seen many cases of patients with head injuries. After waking up, they obviously couldn't remember anything. 18 years old, said Zhou Jejia. "And?" The doctor was stunned and looked at the case in his hand. It was clearly written as 19 years old. How did it become 18 years old here? Is this girl pretending to be young? But it can't be. 19 years old is a good age. Is there a need to pretend to be young? So he continued to ask, which year were you born? 1990. Zhou Jiejie was very puzzled. What's wrong? No, nothing. The doctor's brow wrinkled more and more. What year is this year? 1988. Zhou Jiejie was very puzzled. Why did the doctor ask some strange questions? The doctor took a deep breath, but he had encountered this situation before, so he could still keep calm. What grade are you in this year? Grade 12, said Zhou Jiejie. The doctor shook his head slightly and continued, well, I will ask you the last question. How did you get admitted to the hospital? Hospital? Zhou Jiejie listened to the doctor's question and suddenly froze. Then she frowned. After a long time, she said, I don't know, maybe it was a cold? The doctor smiled bitterly, but he had a general understanding of Zhou Jiejie's situation. He stood up and walked outside. When he saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, he said, Are you the patient's family members and friends? Yang Ming nodded quickly. Although he also wanted to see Zhou Jiejie now, after hearing Zhou Jiejie's strange answer, he began to worry. Come out with me. I have something to tell you. After the doctor finished, he walked to the door of the ward. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan followed the doctor out of the ward. Auntie Li also followed out, and then the door of the ward was gently closed. Who? In the room, Zhou Jiejie took a long breath and closed her eyes quietly. The doctor's question was really tricky. I almost couldn't cope with it. Out of the ward, the doctor took Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan to the doctor's room. He walked in and gestured to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan to sit on the sofa first. Doctor, Zhou Jiejie, she. Yang Ming sat down according to the doctor's instructions, but he couldn't wait to ask. The doctor waved his hand and motioned to Yang Ming not to be impatient. Then he opened Zhou Jiejie's case and said to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, after the patient woke up, whether it was the heart rate or the EEG, all indicators were normal. She has met the standards of a healthy person. She can be discharged, but... Speaking of this, the doctor paused. This made Yang Ming very anxious. Yang Ming hated this kind of person who deliberately talked nonsense, but now, after all, he was asking for help, so he couldn't get angry. He had to say, Is there any problem? There is a problem. The doctor took a sip of water and continued, according to my observation, the patient may have amnesia. Amnesia? Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming exclaimed at the same time. Of course, this amnesia is different from the kind of amnesia you think. The doctor waved his hand and explained, the patient doesn't forget everything now, but she only forgets a small part. Forgets a small part? Yang Ming frowned. I can't even forget a small part of it. Who wants to have a blank part in my memory? Yes, in medicine, it is called partial amnesia. It is a relatively rare type of amnesia. The doctor said, that is to say, the patient may forget the things in a certain period of time. But this is nothing. In the current situation, the patient's memory knowledge has stopped at a year ago. This memory does not have much impact on the patient's life. In fact, you don't have to be too anxious. The patient can wake up, it is already a blessing in the misfortune. Moreover, as far as I know, in many similar cases, if the patient has partial amnesia, then the memory will return to the childhood of 4 or 5 years old or 7 or 8 years old. As a result, it will have a great impact on the normal life of the patient. But the situation of Zhou Jiejie is slightly better. She is now in college, and her memory is still in the 3rd year of high school. Even if she goes to college, there will not be much of a problem. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan listened to the doctor's words and nodded. Indeed, if it was really like what the doctor said, then it was really a blessing in the misfortune. What is the reason for this? Yang Ming asked, is there a possibility of recovery? As for the reasons, there are many. Partial amnesia often forgets some more important things. The doctor explained, the patient was injured by a gunshot. According to my guess, this is probably a very thrilling experience, so the patient may subconsciously choose to forget in the depths of her mind. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded. The doctor's explanation was very reasonable. In fact, it was indeed like this. Which girl would be calm after experiencing such a terrible experience? In fact, sometimes choosing to forget is not a bad thing. Of course, if you want to recover your memory, it is not completely impossible. The doctor continued, you can try to tell her what happened in the past year. Maybe it will wake her up. But I don't think it's necessary to do that if there's nothing particularly important. I understand. Thank you, doctor. Yang Ming thanked him. It's nothing. The patient can be discharged now. You should go through the discharge procedures as soon as possible, the doctor said. Yang Ming nodded and walked out of the doctor's room with Chen Mingyan. He pushed the door open and saw Zhou Jiejie sitting quietly on the bed, looking out of the window in a daze. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou Jiejie turned around and looked at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. She was a little strange and surprised. You are. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment before he realized that Zhou Jiejie had amnesia. It was normal that she didn't recognize him and Chen Mingyan. Zhou Jiejie hadn't gone to college yet a year ago. Jiejie, we are. Yang Ming's words were interrupted before he finished. Zhou Jiejie's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise. She said excitedly, Yang Ming? You are Yang Ming. Why are you here? Ugh. Yang Ming had never encountered such a scene. Obviously, Zhou Jiejie recognized him, but how should I explain it? Yang Ming, I haven't seen you for a long time. Zhou Jiejie was still very happy and excited. How did you know that I was hospitalized? Jiejie, you really don't remember anything? Yang Ming asked with a bitter smile. Zhou Jiejie was somewhat inexplicable. She blinked her big watery eyes and replied blankly, what don't I remember? What happened? Jiejie, don't you remember? How did you get injured? How did you enter the hospital? And what you said to me before you got injured? Yang Ming hoped that Zhou Jiejie could remember something at once, but the result made him very disappointed. Zhou Jiejie still didn't know what to do. Injured? Am I injured? How did I get injured? Jiejie, in fact, this year is 2009, not 2008. You entered the hospital because of your injury, but after you woke up, your memory stopped at a year ago. The doctor said that you have localized amnesia. Yang Ming explained in one breath. Localized amnesia? Me? Zhou Jiejie pointed at herself and was shocked. She said, Yang Ming, is what you said true? Yang Ming nodded and sighed. Jiejie, you are not a high school student now, but a college student. We are all computer science students at Songjiang Industry University. We are classmates again. We are classmates again? Zhou Jiejie was a little curious and a little excited. However, after the excitement, it turned into a deep worry. Yang Ming, is what you said true? Are we college classmates? Do I have amnesia now? Yang Ming didn't know how to explain it, but when he looked up, he found that there was today's newspaper on the table in the ward. It was probably bought by Auntie Li, so Yang Ming took the newspaper and put it in front of Zhou Jiejie. Jiejie, look at the date on the newspaper. It is now February 2009. Zhou Jiejie picked up the newspaper and looked at it. She put it down and bit her lower lip. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing Zhou Jiejie's appearance, Chen Mingyan was also a little worried, so she persuaded, Jiejie, it is actually nothing. Isn't it just amnesia? It is not a big deal. Yang Ming and I will always be with you. Thank you. Zhou Jiejie smiled slightly after listening, but she asked with some embarrassment, you are? Chen Mingyan was stunned and remembered that she forgot to introduce herself. Zhou Jiejie could recognize Yang Ming because the two were junior high school classmates. It was not surprising. But I only met Zhou Jiejie after I went to college. No wonder Zhou Jiejie had no impression of me. How should I tell Zhou Jiejie? Chen Mingyan hesitated and gently sat next to Zhou Jiejie. She grabbed Chen Mingyan's small hand and pulled it into her own hand. She wanted to say something, but Yang Ming was next to her. Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed, so she glared at Yang Ming. You go out first. Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by Chen Mingyan. Isn't it just a self-introduction? Why do you have to carry me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned and left the ward and closed the door for Chen Mingyan. It would be a lie to say that Yang Ming was not curious. Anyway, one of the women in the room was already his woman, and the other one would be one sooner or later. So Yang Ming simply did not care much. He directly observed the situation in the ward with his special ability. Zhou Jieji was also somewhat inexplicable by Chen Mingyan. She looked at Chen Mingyan in amazement. Why did you drive Yang Ming out? There are some words that I don't want to say in front of him, so I let him go out. Chen Mingyan smiled. Ah. Zhou Jieji said after listening, you must be Yang Ming's girlfriend. When she saw Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming together and ordering him around, Zhou Jieji had this guess. Chen Mingyan said with a red face, Jieji, my name is Chen Mingyan. I am Yang Ming's girlfriend. Oh. Zhou Jieji nodded, and a look of disappointment flashed across her face. However, Chen Mingyan was looking at Zhou Jieji at the moment. How could she not notice her expression? Chen Mingyan naturally knew Zhou Jieji's feelings for Yang Ming. When she saw her expression at the moment, she couldn't help but find it funny. Most probably, this little girl is jealous of me, right? Hee, I haven't finished yet. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, I am Yang Ming's girlfriend, and you are also Yang Ming's girlfriend. Ah. Zhou Jieji was shocked and almost jumped up. Me? Me too? Zhou Jieji was really a little surprised. She didn't expect Chen Mingyan to say this to her. Yeah, why? Don't you remember? Chen Mingyan suddenly whispered with a smile, you don't want to admit it because you have amnesia, right? I know that Yang Ming still has your diary. Mine? Diary. Zhou Jieji's face suddenly turned red. Originally, Zhou Jieji had been lying in the hospital for a while. She didn't see the sun, so her skin was whiter. When she was shy, the reaction on her face was obvious. The redness reached her neck. He, how did he have my diary? Zhou Jieji suddenly became stuttering. She couldn't even speak properly. Then I don't know. Maybe you gave it to him? Chen Mingyan smiled. Really? Zhou Jieji shook her head inexplicably. You just said that I am also Yang Ming's boyfriend? You too? Yeah, aren't you a little surprised? Chen Mingyan was very sympathetic to Zhou Jieji's experience. She used her own life to protect her lover. How much courage did this take? Just this point alone made Chen Mingyan extremely impressed. Moreover, Chen Mingyan had made up her mind before. She planned to accept Zhou Jieji from the bottom of her heart. When she woke up, she would tell her. However, what she didn't expect was that the situation had changed now. It was beyond Chen Mingyan's expectation. Since Zhou Jieji had forgotten the events of this year, that meant that she didn't recognize her at all. Chen Mingyan was a little anxious. What if Zhou Jieji bypassed her and went to pursue Yang Ming? Therefore, Chen Mingyan thought of this and couldn't wait to drive Yang Ming out. Then, she established an established fact for Zhou Jieji here. That was, now both of them were Yang Ming's girlfriends. It was like this in the past, and it would be like this in the future. The reason why Chen Mingyan chose to finalize the matter in a hurry at this time was actually because of her selfishness. Undoubtedly, Zhou Jieji's love for Yang Ming was unquestionable. Compared to her own love for him, it was no less than hers. Chen Mingyan was very sure about this. Otherwise, who would ignore the danger of her life to block a shot for someone else? Even if Zhou Jieji had amnesia now, her love for Yang Ming would not change. She had heard Yang Ming vaguely mention the contents of Zhou Jieji's diary. From this point, it could be seen that Zhou Jieji had a deep love for Yang Ming since junior high school. Therefore, the time went back 1 year. This didn't have a big impact on the overall situation. Chen Mingyan didn't believe that Zhou Jieji would lose her love for Yang Ming because of partial amnesia. In fact, when Zhou Jieji saw Yang Ming, her joyful eyes couldn't be hidden from Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan knew Yang Ming's character very well. He was soft-hearted and not loyal. It was fine if he was soft-hearted, but he wasn't loyal. Chen Mingyan was particularly distressed, but there was no other way. Many things were due to a strange combination of circumstances. There was her own responsibility, and Yang Ming's responsibility. Chen Mingyan didn't want to blame anyone now, and she didn't want to pursue anyone's responsibility, but one thing was certain. That was, Zhou Jieji had done so much for Yang Ming. Yang Ming would never ignore Zhou Jieji. Whether it was touching or love, Yang Ming would accept this poor girl. Even Chen Mingyan herself felt heartache for Zhou Jieji, let alone Yang Ming. Since it had been expected, then Chen Mingyan couldn't do nothing. She already had the idea of accepting Zhou Jieji after she woke up, but now things had changed. What if Zhou Jieji didn't remember that she, Chen Mingyan, was Yang Ming's real girlfriend, and came to compete with her? This wasn't what Chen Mingyan wanted to see. An unknown Lan Ling had already made Chen Mingyan mentally and physically exhausted. There was also Suya, whose attitude wasn't very obvious. The only one who stood on the same front with her was Lin Jiyun. If Chen Mingyan wanted to gain an absolute status in the family, then she had to try to unite with those who could unite with her. Even if she couldn't unite, she wouldn't do bad things to herself. It was no wonder that Chen Mingyan would have such thoughts. After all, since ancient times, palace fights were the most dangerous and the most energy-consuming. Chen Mingyan didn't want to waste her youth on this. Therefore, instead of becoming a potential enemy with Zhou Jieji, it was better to show goodwill in advance. Anyway, she had lost her memory now. She could do whatever she wanted. Even if one day she remembered what happened in the past year, she wouldn't blame Chen Mingyan. She would only think that Chen Mingyan was thinking for her. Therefore, Chen Mingyan had the previous bold move. Zhou Jieji's eyes were wide open. She looked at Chen Mingyan without blinking. She seemed to still doubt what Chen Mingyan said. After a while, she said, "You mean, I am already Yang Ming's girlfriend?" Chen Mingyan smiled and nodded. "Yeah, but you don't have to worry too much. You and Yang Ming haven't been together for a long time. You don't have to worry about missing any beautiful moments. There will be opportunities in the future." "I see." Zhou Jieji nodded as if she understood. She said to Chen Mingyan, "Thank you." "Thank me? Thank me for what?" Chen Mingyan was stunned. "Of course, thank you. Thank you for telling me this." Zhou Jieji's face was red. She said half-jokingly, "If it were someone else, they might want to kick me out after I lost my memory." "How could it be?" Chen Mingyan smiled faintly. "Even if I think so, Yang Ming won't agree. He is most annoyed by his family members playing tricks on each other." Of course, Yang Ming was annoyed by the infighting in the harem, but Chen Mingyan said so. Wasn't it to give Zhou Jieji a precaution in advance? If Zhou Jieji really didn't follow the rules, Chen Mingyan would be very difficult to deal with. There would be trouble at that time. Zhou Jieji pursed her lips and smiled, but she didn't continue this topic. "Then, how did I get hospitalized?" When Zhou Jieji asked, Chen Mingyan hesitated. She blocked a shot for Yang Ming. What kind of credit was this? Chen Mingyan didn't understand Zhou Jieji's thoughts very well now, but after thinking about it, there was really no need to hide this from Zhou Jieji, so she said, "At that time, Yang Ming was in danger. You blocked a shot for him." "Ah!" Zhou Jieji exclaimed, "Blocked a shot?" "Yes, then you were hospitalized until now." "This happened before the new year," Chen Mingyan said. "It turns out that so many things happened." Zhou Jieji said with some emotion, "Mingyan. I will call you Sister Mingyan." Zhou Jieji's call of Sister Mingyan made Chen Mingyan's heart feel a lot more comfortable, and she didn't have a lot of concerns just now. Fortunately, she finally succeeded in uniting a sister. Subconsciously, Chen Mingyan always regarded Lan Ling as her competitor and enemy, which made Chen Mingyan somewhat worried. Suya's attitude wasn't very clear. Although the relationship between the two people was good on the surface, Chen Mingyan couldn't guarantee what Suya thought in her heart. Indeed, now she was a big star. She didn't have much time to accompany Yang Ming, so there was no need to compete with her. But what about the future? Suya would eventually fade out of the entertainment circle, right? At that time, if Suya really issued a signal to provoke and compete for favor, then it would be too late for Chen Mingyan to cry. "Well, I seem to be older than you normally." Chen Mingyan didn't want Zhou Jieji to feel that she was at a disadvantage, so she smiled and nodded. Zhou Jieji also nodded and continued, "Sister Mingyan, I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. I still feel like I'm in a dream. You should also know that I used to like Yang Ming, but because of some misunderstandings, but I didn't expect that when I woke up, I had actually become Yang Ming's girlfriend. Now that I think about it, it's really amazing. Am I dreaming? Looking at Zhou Jiejia's innocent and lovely appearance, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but find it funny. Another infatuated girl. However, am I not the same? How can I laugh? Our identities are the same. Isn't laughing at you equivalent to the pot calling the kettle black? Chen Mingyan shook her head and said, Yang Ming has forgiven you. I think Suya will also forgive you. Suya? After Zhou Jiejie heard the name, she was obviously stunned. You also know Suya? This was obviously what Zhou Jiejie didn't expect. Hehe, not only do I know her, but she is also. Chen Mingyan said until here. She paused and smiled. I heard from Yang Ming that she also came to see you. She probably forgave you a long time ago, right? Ah. Zhou Jiejie felt that her brain seemed to be short-circuited. It wasn't working well. How did so many things happen? Suya is already back? She has also become Yang Ming's girlfriend? Zhou Jiejie felt that it was a bit messy. Suya also came to see me? She also forgave me? Wait. Zhou Jiejie suddenly remembered that when she was in a coma, she seemed to have a dream. She really dreamed that someone came to see her. That person seemed to be Suya, but she couldn't see her, but it was probably her voice. At that time, Suya had indeed forgiven her. Zhou Jiejie thought that it was her hallucination. Could it be that such a thing really happened? Sister Mengyan, is what you said true? When Zhou Jiejie heard that Suya had forgiven her, she was very excited. It was as if a big stone had been removed, and she suddenly felt relaxed all over. Of course, it's true. Why would I lie to you? Chen Mingyan smiled and said, you actually don't have to think about anything. Take care of yourself. There are still some days before school starts. This time is enough for you to adapt. Okay. Zhou Jiejie nodded. Then, does my mother know my situation? Your mother knows that you were injured and hospitalized, but you just woke up, so she probably doesn't know yet. Chen Mingyan said, I will ask Yang Ming to contact your mother in a while. Oh, then can I be discharged from the hospital? Zhou Jiejie nodded slightly and asked. Yeah, Yang Ming may have gone to do the discharge procedures for you. We can go home in a while. Chen Mingyan said. We? Go home? Zhou Jiejie looked at Chen Mingyan in amazement. She was a little overwhelmed. How can there be a home? And it's us? Yeah, it's our home with Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. Although Chen Mingyan had some petty thoughts and jealousy, her weakness was her kindness. When she saw Zhou Jiejie was so infatuated that she was willing to give up her life for Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan completely accepted this girl. Now, Zhou Jiejie had amnesia. Chen Mingyan had some sympathy. After all, these were the consequences of Yang Ming. So from just now, Chen Mingyan worked hard to turn herself into the image of a kind sister. If Chen Mingyan said that she was also Yang Ming's girlfriend, Zhou Jiejie could still accept it. After all, Yang Ming also promised her at that time. However, when it came to home, Zhou Jiejie was really unbelievable. A home of 3 people? What the hell is this? Could it be that I really have amnesia? What important things have I forgotten? But, it seems that there is nothing. Zhou Jiejie's brows were twisted together. She tried to recall the previous things, but she found that there was no memory of 3 people living together. Did I cross over? Or did the people around me cross over? Zhou Jiejie was really a little confused. In fact, many readers had probably guessed that our computer genius hacker and the 6th beauty protagonist, Zhou Jiejie, actually did not have amnesia. When Zhou Jiejie woke up, she remembered everything that happened before, including the moment of life and death and Yang Ming's promise to her. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejie's heart was full of sweetness. The long-awaited love had finally descended upon him. It is said that one who survives a great disaster is blessed. It seems that this is true. However, in addition to the excitement, other worries followed one after another. Zhou Jiejie was the same as other girls. She was the kind of girl who liked to let her imagination run wild. The more she thought about it, the more she liked to complicate things, and the more she liked to be overcautious. Before this, Zhou Jieji considered Yang Ming's attitude. After calming down, she thought of Chen Mingyan. Even if Yang Ming gave her a promise, what if Chen Mingyan did not agree? Thinking of this, Zhou Jieji's good mood suddenly fell into an ice cellar. Yes, this was a very critical problem. Although Zhou Jieji was not willing to think about it, she had to think about it. The relationship between Zhou Jieji and Chen Mingyan was not very good. She also heard a little about Chen Mingyan's character. So she was very afraid. She was afraid that when she saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan in a while, Chen Mingyan would directly reject Yang Ming's previous promise. After all, Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's first girlfriend. What was she? Although she took a bullet for Yang Ming, it was not necessary to use feelings to repay, right? Therefore, Zhou Jieji was very afraid. She was afraid that her illusion would be broken. She was afraid that Chen Mingyan would heartlessly reject her. Instead of facing the endless embarrassment, it was better to simply pretend that she didn't know anything. If Yang Ming really accepted her from the heart, it didn't matter whether she remembered the previous promise. Although Zhou Jieji liked Yang Ming very much, she didn't want the kind of love that repaid kindness. Therefore, Zhou Jieji made a bold decision to pretend to have amnesia. In the past, he had seen in a TV series called Founding Era that there was a type of amnesia called partial amnesia. It meant that one would forget everything that had happened in a certain period of time, but they would still be able to remember other things in the past. Zhou Jieji felt that this kind of amnesia was the most suitable for her. So, after making a decision, she began to change her memory back to a year ago and answered a few questions from the doctor very cooperatively. Anyway, the human brain was the most complicated. Zhou Jieji didn't believe that anyone could check whether a person had amnesia or not. There were two benefits to doing this. First, he could test what kind of attitude Yang Ming had towards him. Would he take advantage of the situation and not mention the original promise? Again because of his amnesia? The other was to see Chen Mingyan's attitude. If Chen Mingyan's attitude was firm, then Zhou Jieji could only make other plans. However, it was much better than being directly rejected. At least there was room to maneuver. It could be said that this plan was relatively perfect, and Zhou Jieji's disguise was relatively good. It didn't make anyone suspicious, and there were no flaws. But, what happened later seemed to be completely beyond Zhou Jieji's imagination. I am already Yang Ming's girlfriend? And I am living in a house with Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming. What is going on? Who can tell me? Could it be that I have encountered an unprecedented time travel? The people around me have all traveled, and only I haven't traveled? Although this idea sounded a bit crazy, there was no other reason to explain the current situation. Oh, yes, there is another possibility. That is, I really lost my memory and forgot something. She had forgotten about her relationship with Yang Ming and her cohabitation. But, is this possible? Looking at the date of today's newspaper, it was only about a month since I was injured. According to the doctor, I was lying in the hospital for a month. How could I have the chance to do other things? Zhou Jieji was going crazy, but she couldn't show it. However, she couldn't help but be curious. She whispered, "Sister Chen Mingyan, where is our home?" "It is near our school, Huashang district." "You will know later," Chen Mingyan said mysteriously. Because of the villa in the Huashang district, there was a room that was specially arranged by Yang Ming to be the same as Zhou Jieji's own room in Donghai. He originally wanted to create a good environment for her to recuperate, but now it seemed that it was no longer needed. However, it could give Zhou Jieji a surprise. Chen Mingyan didn't think that Zhou Jieji's amnesia was fake, and her worry was real. She wanted Zhou Jieji to be in a good mood and recover as soon as possible, so she fabricated a lie of established facts, but she didn't expect Zhou Jieji to suffer because of this. Yang Ming looked at the situation in the ward. He was a little dumbfounded, but he was more gratified. Chen Mingyan had really grown up. She was no longer as capricious as before. Shaking his head, Yang Ming turned and went downstairs to handle the discharge procedures for Zhou Jieji. Zhou Jieji's medical expenses had cost more than 100,000 yuan from before to now, but this money was nothing in Yang Ming's eyes. He swiped the card and took the receipt. He was ready to leave the hospital. After doing all this, Yang Ming hesitated and called Zhou Jiejia's mother. "Auntie Hua, I am Yang Ming." The relationship between Yang Ming and Mother Zhou wasn't very good. The two had a lot of unpleasantness before, but after Zhou Jiejie was injured, the relationship between the two eased a lot. Especially after the sudden collapse of the Wang family, Mother Zhou began to feel a little fortunate that she didn't insist on marrying into the Wang family. Otherwise, wouldn't her daughter's happiness be over? Now, all the original Wang's enterprises were planned under Mingyang Entertainment, and Mingyang Entertainment and Mingyang Heavy Industry had more or less some connections. The current helmsman of Mingyang Heavy Industry was Yang Ming's father, Yang Dehai. This made Mother Zhou surprised and somewhat gratified. After all, Mother Zhou also wanted Zhou Jiejie to find a boyfriend with a family background. Now Yang Ming just happened to meet this condition. The cooperation project between Mother Zhou's enterprise and the original Wang's group was also taken over by Yang Ming. Mother Zhou couldn't be as cold to Yang Ming as before. "Yang Ming, what's wrong? Why are you calling Auntie so late?" Mother Zhou's tone was very polite. "Auntie Hua, Jiejie woke up," Yang Ming said. "Ah. What? Jiejie woke up?" After Mother Zhou heard it, she suddenly exclaimed, "Really? Where is Jiejie? I want to talk to her." "Jiejie is in the ward upstairs. I am now going through the discharge procedures for her. I will ask her to call you in a while," Yang Ming said. Okay. Mother Zhou said quickly, "Then I will wait for the call." Back in the ward upstairs, Chen Mengyan and Zhou Jiejie had already finished talking. The two were sitting together intimately and chatting about their daily lives. Whether it was real intimacy or fake intimacy, Yang Ming's heart was still very comfortable when he saw it. Originally, when Zhou Jiejie woke up, Yang Ming was happy and worried about Chen Mengyan's attitude, but he didn't expect that Chen Mengyan had already settled everything before him. Although he and Zhou Jiejie didn't really spend much time together, and most of his understanding of Zhou Jiejie came from her diary, Yang Ming had fallen in love with this somewhat stubborn and even somewhat unhesitant little girl. Perhaps Chen Mengyan was right. Feelings could be cultivated slowly. Since he and Zhou Jiejie had been together for a long time, the relationship between the two people would naturally be harmonious. After knocking on the door, Yang Ming also put away his special ability. Chen Mengyan's voice came from inside, "Please come in." Yang Ming pushed the door in and saw that Chen Mengyan was still sitting by Zhou Jiejie's bed, so he asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing," Chen Mengyan said and winked at Yang Ming, indicating that he shouldn't talk too much. With what he had seen and heard before, how could Yang Ming not understand Chen Mengyan's meaning? She must be afraid that he would say something wrong. "Mr. Yang, Miss Zhou has already woken up. You see, Auntie Li's duty was to take care of Zhou Jiejie, but now that Zhou Jiejie had woken up, there was no need for her to stay. Auntie Li, you have worked hard during this time. I will pay you the salary later." Yang Ming nodded and thanked her. "We agreed on 2,000 yuan a month, but you did a good job. I will give you 3,000 yuan. No need. Auntie Li was a little happy, but she refused. Auntie Li still understood the principle of not receiving a reward without any effort. She didn't want to take the money for nothing. "It's okay. It's settled then." As Yang Ming said this, he took out his wallet, counted out 3,000 yuan, and handed it to Auntie Li. As for why Yang Ming only gave 1,000 yuan more, it was also after careful consideration. Yang Ming was rich, but he couldn't disturb the normal market price because of money. The price of hospital care was 2,000 yuan. Auntie Li did a better job, so he just gave 1,000 yuan more. If he gave too much, not only would Auntie Li not dare to take it, but it would also seem that he wasn't rewarding her but helping her. "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Auntie Li saw that Yang Ming insisted, so she accepted the money and thanked him. "I am going to pack my things." "Why are you packing your things? You have to go with us in a while." Yang Ming glanced at Auntie Li and smiled. It seemed that Auntie Li misunderstood that her work was done and she had to leave. "Ah? Isn't Miss Zhou already awake?" Auntie Li asked, baffled. "This is the case. We are all students. We don't have much time to do housework. I want to continue to invite Auntie Li to our house. The monthly salary is still 2,000 yuan. If you do well, there is an additional bonus of 1,000 yuan. Yang Ming explained. After all, Jie just woke up. Her body is still very weak. She needs someone to take care of her. Ah. Auntie Li was flattered. After all, it was not easy to find a stable job in today's society. Looking at Yang Ming's intention, he wanted to hire her for a long time. That's great. I will help you pack up your things. Auntie Li nodded. Yang Ming nodded and let Auntie Li do her work. How do you feel? Yang Ming smiled and walked over to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was a little embarrassed. After all, she became Yang Ming's girlfriend in a daze. Even she didn't understand how it happened. She nodded slightly and said, "Very good. The discharge procedures have been completed. Let's go back." After all, it's not as convenient as home in the hospital, said Yang Ming. Zhou Jie still nodded. Her face was slightly red, and she let Yang Ming arrange it. Chen Mengyan, you help Jie put on her clothes. Yang Ming glanced at the hospital gown on Zhou Jie and said. No need. I can do it myself. Zhou Jie shook her head and was a little embarrassed. Although I just woke up and am still a little dizzy, these things are not a problem. Come on. I will help you. Chen Mengyan began to help Zhou Jie without any explanation. Hey. Jie, where is your coat? Zhou Jie wore a warm woolen coat inside, but she only wore a layer of hospital gown on the outside. She could just put on her clothes and leave after taking it off. However, Chen Mengyan looked around for a long time and didn't find Zhou Jie's coat. Ah, Miss Chen, Miss Zhou doesn't have a coat. Auntie Li quickly came over and said, Miss Zhou's original coat was stained with blood. It was thrown away, and she didn't buy it later. I will buy 2 clothes. Yang Ming looked at his watch. Although it was quite late, there should still be stores open. Okay, then we will wait for you in the hospital. Chen Mengyan responded, I will accompany Jie here. Right, Jie, your mother asked you to call her. Yang Ming remembered Mother Zhou's instruction just now. Ah. Zhou Jie was shocked. She remembered that after she woke up, she hadn't contacted her mother yet. Just now, she was confused by Chen Mengyan. She couldn't tell who transmigrated, so she forgot about this matter. Now, after listening to Yang Ming, she remembered to inform her mother. Okay, I will call you in a while. When Zhou Jie saw Yang Ming, she was still very embarrassed. It couldn't be helped. Chen Mengyan said that she was living with Yang Ming. When it came to cohabitation before marriage, Zhou Jie didn't have any conflict. However, Zhou Jie didn't understand when she became so bold. She lived with Chen Mengyan and Yang Ming. Moreover, Chen Mengyan actually agreed to let her live with them? This was a bit incredible. Therefore, Zhou Jie was still very firm at this moment. Did she transmigrate, or did she really lose her memory? After Yang Ming finished speaking, he left the ward and drove in the direction of the commercial area. Xinheng department store should not be closed yet. Sure enough, when he came to Xinheng department store, it was still brightly lit, and people were coming and going. Yang Ming parked the car in the underground parking lot of Xinheng department store and then quickly went upstairs. Yang Ming didn't come to the mall. Zhou Jie and Chen Mengyan were still waiting for him in the hospital. He went directly to the women's clothing store upstairs. He simply found a store and walked in. Anyway, it was to be worn temporarily. Yang Ming didn't need to pick too carefully. It was fine as long as it looked passable. The most important thing was to keep warm. Yang Ming was mainly looking for down jackets, so when he entered the door, he walked over to the down jackets. Hey! Seeing a figure in front of him, Yang Ming was obviously stunned. Did I meet an acquaintance? At this time, Wang Xiaoyan also noticed that someone was looking at her. She looked up and saw Yang Ming. However, when she saw that it was Yang Ming, her face suddenly became gloomy. After returning from Macau, Wang Xiaoyan found that a lot of roses were piled at the door of her house. Because it was winter, the roses were frozen into ice roses, but they didn't wither. they were still beautiful. The roses were beautiful, but Wang Xiaoyan wasn't in the mood to appreciate them at all. She didn't even have to think about it. It must be that guy, Yang Ming, who sent it. Wang Xiaoyan was so angry. She really didn't understand what was wrong with this guy, Yang Ming. He sent me flowers all day long. He is really a playboy. So at this moment, when she accidentally saw Yang Ming in the store, she naturally wouldn't give him a good face. Miss Wang, what a coincidence. After Yang Ming said this, he realized that this was Song Jiang, and he had restored his original appearance. Wang Xiaoyan wouldn't recognize him at all. When Wang Xiaoyan heard Yang Ming call her Miss Wang, she was a little annoyed. She thought that Yang Ming was deliberately exaggerating. She said coldly, I don't think it is a coincidence at all. Why does Yang Ming feel that this chick's attitude towards me is a bit wrong? Isn't it because I disturbed her rest when I was renovating the house? Is it necessary to be like this? It seems that I owe her 10 billion. I have already apologized for the renovation last time. We will be neighbors in the future. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Yang Ming's words were considered to be pleasant. After knowing the identity of Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming subconsciously wanted to get close to her. After all, it was related to the Black Widow assassin group. If Yang Ming wanted to figure out the truth, he had to start with Wang Xiaoyan. Neighbor? I hope that you will move away tomorrow and don't bother me again. Wang Xiaoyan glared at Yang Ming and said angrily. Wang Xiaoyan heard him talk about the renovation again, but he didn't mention anything about sending her flowers. She felt that Yang Ming was unreliable. I really feel sorry for Zhaoying. How did she like such a guy? Hypocrite, shameless. If it weren't because Wang Xiaoyan was afraid of exposing her identity, and she was afraid that Zhaoying would be sad, Wang Xiaoyan would have already dealt with Yang Ming. However, if she knew that Yang Ming was the Lu Lei she met in Macau, then it was not certain who would deal with who at that time. I say, you can't be so stingy, right? Yang Ming was a little helpless. It was said that women were narrow-minded, and this Wang Xiaoyan was a typical example of narrow-mindedness. Stingy? Humph, Wang Xiaoyan snorted. What have you done? Don't you know it yourself? What have I done? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How about this? I will pay for the clothes you bought today as an apology. Do I need you to buy them for me? You should go. I don't want to see you. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Wang Xiaoyan frowned. What's the matter with Yang Ming? He wants to please me and buy clothes for me, but he still has to find an excuse. I have never seen someone as shameless as him. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan's voice was obviously louder. Originally, Wang Xiaoyan's mood had recovered a lot in the past 2 days. She swept away the unhappiness in Macau. Today, she came out to shop and wanted to relax, but she didn't expect to meet this guy, Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan's voice suddenly attracted a lot of attention. The customers who were shopping for clothes in the store looked over, which made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. It seemed that he bullied Wang Xiaoyan. At this time, the security guard of the store also noticed the situation here and came over. Miss, what's the matter? Do you need help? When the security guard saw Wang Xiaoyan's angry look, he thought that she was harassed or something. Wang Xiaoyan was just about to speak, but she heard Yang Ming say, It's nothing. I quarreled with my girlfriend. She wanted to buy clothes, but I didn't want to buy, so she was angry. Hey! Wang Xiaoyan's eyes widened. She stared at Yang Ming fiercely with a murderous look. Isn't this guy too shameless? Who is his girlfriend? And, what does he mean? What does he mean by getting angry because I want to buy clothes, but I don't buy it for you? Am I that kind of person? It seems like I'm that kind of unreasonable woman. Oh. The security guard nodded with an understanding look, then turned and walked away. Wang Xiaoyan was so angry. When Yang Ming was in Macau, he was already familiar with pretending to be a couple with Wang Xiaoyan, so at this moment, he didn't even hesitate and said those words. Wang Xiaoyan's lungs were about to explode, but thinking that this was a public place, she had to endure it. She thought about how to teach Yang Ming a lesson. This guy is really outrageous. Wang Xiaoyan thought, if I don't scare Yang Ming this time, I will have trouble in the future. Yang Ming didn't care. He took a pink down jacket from the shelf. It seemed that Zhou Jiejie should be able to wear it. Then he looked at the clothes in Wang Xiaoyan's hands and smiled. Let's go. Let's pay the bill. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at the down jacket in Yang Ming's hands and said with some displeasure, "What clothes are you holding? I don't want it." It was no wonder that Wang Xiaoyan would think so. Yang Ming came to the mall alone, and there were no other women around him. So when Yang Ming, a man, was holding women's clothing at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan subconsciously thought that Yang Ming wanted to give it to her. "Who wants to give it to you?" Yang Ming was stunned, then he smiled and said, "I want to buy it for someone else." Ah. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly blushed. She scolded Yang Ming in her heart. "Kid, you're good. You're really good. Just you wait. Women are sometimes so strange. It's not right to buy things for them, but it's also not right to not buy them." Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan's angry look and said helplessly, "How about I buy the same thing for you?" "Buy your head," Wang Xiaoyan said with hatred. Yang Ming shook his head. "Buy my head? Sorry. This is really not for sale." He put the selected down jacket on the cashier and pointed to the clothes in Wang Xiaoyan's hands and said to the cashier, "How much is the total? Who wants you to pay the bill?" Wang Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Apparently, she didn't appreciate it at all. However, the cashier lady thought that the young couple was at odds, so she didn't care. She listed the price and said, "Sir, the total is 3,648 yuan. Swipe the card." Yang Ming handed over the prepared bank card, and the cashier lady quickly took it. Wang Xiaoyan, who was about to take out the money, was very angry. Besides, even if she paid the bill, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how much she should pay because there was still a piece of Yang Ming's clothes inside. The cashier lady quickly swiped the card, then handed the bill to Yang Ming to sign. After that, she handed them a few paper bags and asked them to pack the clothes. "Let's go." Yang Ming gave the big paper bag to Wang Xiaoyan. He used a small one and put the down jacket he bought for Zhou Jiejie in it. Wang Xiaoyan didn't speak. She took the paper bag and put her clothes in it. Originally, Wang Xiaoyan didn't want this dress, but because the clothes were chosen by herself, and there was only one piece left, it was her favorite style. If she didn't want it today, it would probably be bought by others tomorrow. Therefore, although Wang Xiaoyan was angry, she couldn't help it. She was going to find Yang Ming after going out. Outside the store, Wang Xiaoyan scolded Yang Ming coldly, "You wait." "What's the matter?" Yang Ming was stunned. He stopped and turned around. "Yang Ming, can we talk about it in a while?" Wang Xiaoyan glared at Yang Ming. "Talk? Okay." Yang Ming also wanted to talk to Wang Xiaoyan. He was worried that there was no entry point, so he nodded happily. The two left Xinheng department store and came to the parking lot. Yang Ming said, "Let's talk in my car. It's cold outside." Wang Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, lead the way." Although she didn't want to go, she thought that Yang Ming couldn't do anything to her. If he dared to do anything to her, Wang Xiaoyan decided to directly kill Yang Ming or give him an unforgettable lesson. Wang Xiaoyan was still very confident in her skills. Yang Ming nodded and opened the lock of the BMW with the remote control. He opened the passenger door and let Wang Xiaoyan get in first. After Wang Xiaoyan got in the car, Yang Ming closed the door and got into the driver's seat. "What do you want to talk about?" Yang Ming smiled and turned on the heater in the car. "Yang Ming, what are you going to do?" Wang Xiaoyan said coldly, "Don't you think you are a bit too shameless?" "Shameless? How am I shameless?" Yang Ming didn't feel that he had anything to do with being shameless. Wasn't it just that he disturbed her rest during the renovation? "I have already apologized. What else does she want? Why is this girl so narrow-minded?" "You." Wang Xiaoyan saw that Yang Ming didn't admit it. She was a little angry. "You know what you have done." "I said, didn't I just disturb your rest during the renovation? Do you have to be like this?" Yang Ming was also a little annoyed. He couldn't just grab a little pigtail and not let it go, right? Listening to Yang Ming talk about the renovation again, Wang Xiaoyan was even angrier. If he obediently admitted his mistake, she would have let it go. But now, Wang Xiaoyan was about to explode. She couldn't care less. She said angrily, "Okay, Yang Ming. Don't you want to get me? Then I'll give you a legitimate chance." Get you? Yang Ming was stunned. However, Yang Ming's stunned expression was regarded by Wang Xiaoyan as a pervert. She was even more disgusted. Let's have a competition. If you can beat me, then I, Wang Xiaoyan, will promise to be your girlfriend. Even a lover is fine. Hey. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan blankly. He didn't know what she was talking about. Humph, don't be complacent. If you can't beat me, then you will be in trouble. When Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's blank look, she thought that he was too happy. She said coldly, "If you lose, you will move out of the house next to me and never appear in front of me again." Complacent? Am I complacent? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and touched his chin. What is this? You want to be my girlfriend, but I don't want to. Although you seem to have a hot temper and a good figure, I already have a lot of wives. I don't need you. However, Yang Ming now wanted to establish a friendship with Wang Xiaoyan as soon as possible, whether it was using the face of illusion or the current appearance. Because only by using two different identities, Wang Xiaoyan would not be on guard. When she talked to the two separately, she might reveal a flaw. What if I don't compete? Asked Yang Ming. Don't compete? If you don't compete, even if you lose, you have to move out. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming contemptuously. You are a big man. Why are you so timid? I am timid? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When you were about to be killed in Macau, who saved you? Now you are so arrogant. You really don't feel pain when you talk. Moreover, Yang Ming had never seen such an overbearing chick. You have to move out even if you don't compete? Isn't this too much? Do you think I am a soft persimmon that you can pinch whenever you want? Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little annoyed. Then let's compete. What do you want to compete? Do you dare to compete in fighting? Wang Xiaoyan saw that Yang Ming agreed, and there was a smile on her mouth. Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Ming thought, fighting? I am the ancestor of fighting. Do you think you are very powerful? However, Wang Xiaoyan didn't think so. Although she also admitted that Yang Ming had some strength, it was just a small fight between punks. It couldn't be done in the Grand Hall. Wang Xiaoyan believed that as long as she used her killer moves, wouldn't Yang Ming be ravaged? Okay, then it's a deal. You can't go back on your word. Wang Xiaoyan was afraid that Yang Ming would go back on his word, so she said quickly. It's a deal. Whoever goes back on his word is a bastard. Yang Ming said, you just wash up and wait for me in bed. To be honest, Yang Ming was also a little annoyed with Wang Xiaoyan. Isn't it just a renovation that disturbed your rest? It's just a small matter, and you still don't want to let it go. You still want to duel with me? Well, I will satisfy you. Humph, do you think that you are a small assassin and you have a chance to win? You also gave a very tempting condition. Then, you are digging a hole and waiting for yourself to jump into it. Listening to the obscenities in Yang Ming's mouth, Wang Xiaoyan was very upset, but since there was already a way to solve Yang Ming, then Wang Xiaoyan would temporarily endure. Okay, when is it? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. You say it. Yang Ming didn't care. Ladies first. Then, in a while. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to end it quickly. She didn't want to wait for a moment. In a while? I'm afraid it won't work. Yang Ming shook his head. Why? Are you scared? Do you still need to prepare? Wang Xiaoyan ridiculed. That's not it. A friend of mine is discharged from the hospital today. I just came to buy a coat for her. I will send her home later. Yang Ming said. That's fine. I will wait for you. When will it end? Wang Xiaoyan wanted to solve it as soon as possible so that Yang Ming wouldn't regret it in the future. Even if you want to be my lover, you don't have to be so anxious, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. When did I want to be your lover? Wang Xiaoyan was finally anxious. Don't think too much. I just want to teach you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Then I can't be anxious. If I am anxious, am I a fool? Why would I send you to teach me a lesson? Yang Ming said with a smile, after I go home, I will take a shower and sleep. Then, I will eat something delicious. Yang Ming, you and I are irreconcilable. Wang Xiaoyan snorted and got out of the car. Then, she left a sentence, at 2 o'clock in the morning, I will wait for you. If you don't come, I will tear down your house. D*MN, more overbearing than me? This chick has the potential to be in the underworld. She is so ruthless. She is a talent. Hey! Wait. Yang Ming suddenly remembered. This chick only said 2 o'clock in the morning. She didn't say the location. Where was he supposed to find her now? What else? Wang Xiaoyan turned back. She was afraid that Yang Ming would regret it. You haven't said the location. Where can I find you? Asked Yang Ming. I am at home. You can come to my house to find me. Wang Xiaoyan said after listening. Seeing that Yang Ming wasn't going to regret it, she was secretly relieved. Oh, at your house. Although I am a very serious person and don't like to do something ambiguous in a girl's house, since you sincerely invite me, then I will reluctantly do it. Yang Ming said with a smile. Shameless. Wang Xiaoyan scolded. She turned and walked away quickly. Her footsteps were amazingly fast. After a while, she disappeared. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan's back and scolded. This woman, how can I be shameless? It's really inexplicable. Yang Ming started the car and rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, it didn't take long. An hour to go back and forth was relatively fast. Entering the ward, Auntie Li had already tidied up. At the moment, she was sitting on the sofa to rest. Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jiejie were sitting side by side on the bed talking about something. Looking at the situation, it should be Chen Mingyan talking about something to Zhou Jiejie. Perhaps it was some people and things in the university, and reminded Zhou Jiejie of some habits and precautions after becoming a university student. Zhou Jiejie was listening carefully. Chen Mingyan was also talking seriously. The two people were like a teacher and a student. It was very quiet. Mingyan, Jiejie, I bought the clothes. Yang Ming entered the ward and put the bag in his hand aside. I bought it. Chen Mingyan stood up and took the paper bag in Yang Ming's hand. I was afraid that the mall would be closed at this time. I was about to call you and tell you to go to my house to get a piece of clothing. Hee, at this time, there are a lot of people in the mall. Yang Ming smiled and said, I don't know much about girls' clothes, so I just bought one. If it doesn't look good, don't dislike it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look good. Anyway, you just have to wear it for one night. Chen Mingyan said as she took out the down jacket from the bag. Zhou Jiejie was full of joy and expectation. How could she dislike it? This was the first piece of clothing that Yang Ming bought for her. Regardless of whether it looked good or not, Zhou Jiejie was very happy. This represented a kind intention and a commemoration. Not bad. Chen Mingyan unfolded the down jacket that Yang Ming bought and smiled. Jiejie, what do you think? I think it looks good too. Zhou Jiejie thought about it and said, I just lack a winter down jacket. I don't have to buy it anymore. In fact, with Zhou Jiejie's family's economic conditions, how could she not have clothes to wear? She was afraid that her wardrobe had piled up like a mountain. However, Zhou Jiejie wanted to find an excuse for wearing this jacket that Yang Ming gave her often in the future. Zhou Jiejie put on the jacket, and it really fit her. Chen Mingyan made fun of it. Yang Ming, it seems that you know Jiejie's figure very well. Hee, it's the same for you. Yang Ming firmly implemented the spirit of equality. How could Chen Mingyan not know? She glared at Yang Ming and ignored him. She took Zhou Jiejie's hand and walked out of the ward. Zhou Jiejie had only been lying in the hospital bed for more than a month. Her limbs were not affected, so she walked normally. It was just because she hadn't eaten for many days. With the support of glucose and nutrient solution, she felt that her body was a little light. In fact, when Zhou Jiejie came here to be hospitalized, she didn't bring anything with her. Only some bedding, towels, and so on were added later. Auntie Li could pack them in a small bag. Yang Ming wanted to help Auntie Li carry it, but Auntie Li refused. Such a light bag, why would I need your help, Mr. Yang? Yang Ming no longer insisted. Doing these chores was within the scope of Auntie Li's work. If he didn't let her do it, she would think that he was dissatisfied with her work. Zhou Jiejie had always felt that she was in a very dreamy time and space. How did she have a home? Had he become a member of a three-person team? Although she also understood that the probability of transmigration was almost non-existent, this was the reality. When Yang Ming drove the car to a relatively unfamiliar neighborhood near the school, Zhou Jiejie was even more surprised. I've never been here before. Where was this place? Yang Ming parked the car in front of a villa and said, "Get off, we're home." Home? Zhou Jiejie looked at the unfamiliar villa in front of her in surprise. She had never been here before. Zhou Jiejie shook her head in surprise. Here? Yeah, it's here. Chen Mingyan pushed the door open and then jumped out of the car first. She took Zhou Jiejie's hand and pulled her down. Let's go in first. Oh, okay. Zhou Jiejie was pulled by Chen Mingyan and entered the villa in a daze. Chen Mingyan also had the key here, so when Yang Ming stopped the car, she pulled Zhou Jiejie into the villa first. Zhou Jiejie looked at the gorgeous villa in front of her with some disbelief. She couldn't remember that she, Yang Ming, and Chen Mingyan lived in this villa. Let's go. Let's go to your room first. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jiejie's surprised and inexplicable look, and she found it funny. It was no wonder. Who would suddenly wake up, forget the events of this year, and be told by others that she already had a boyfriend and a home? Anyone would be surprised and inexplicable. Zhou Jiejie nodded, and her heart was very strange. There is my own room here. It seems that I must have lived here before, but I really don't remember. Such an important memory. The moment when Yang Ming accepted me. My first night. The warm time together. Why can't I remember it at all? D***MN, such a precious memory. Why can't I have any impression of it? It was no wonder that Zhou Jiejie would think of the first night. The three of them lived together. If nothing happened between Yang Ming and me, it should be impossible, right? When Chen Mingyan pushed open the door of a bedroom on the second floor, Zhou Jiejie was completely dumbfounded. The furnishings in this room were exactly the same as in my original room. There was no difference. It seemed that this was really my room without a doubt. Zhou Jiejie sighed. Did I transmigrate? Probably. Only this could explain the magical phenomenon in front of me. However, transmigration is transmigration. Although I don't remember those precious events, isn't the result what I have been looking forward to? If I really return to the original world, then I probably don't know what would be the situation with Yang Ming now. Now that I have become Yang Ming's girlfriend, it couldn't be better. It saved a lot of trouble. Sister Mingyan. You also know that I don't remember what happened before. Zhou Jiejie said with some emotion, now, I don't know how to face Yang Ming. Hee, so that's the case. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If you can't adapt for a while, it's okay. Anyway, you will naturally adapt after getting along for a while. Chen Mingyan also understood Zhou Jiejie's current mood. She suddenly became Yang Ming's girlfriend. Most likely, she was not mentally prepared. Yang Ming parked the car and then entered the villa with Auntie Li. Then, he gave a side room downstairs to Auntie Li as her resting room. Auntie Li was very happy about this. If she could find a stable job with a good income, it would be great. Right, Zhou Jiejie didn't eat. Auntie Li, look in the kitchen later. There should be something like instant noodles. Help to make a packet for Zhou Jiejie. Yang Ming told Auntie Li, instant noodles are not nutritious. Let me see if there is anything else in the kitchen. I will make some, said Auntie Li. Oh? Yang Ming was stunned and then said happily, Auntie Li, you can cook? Hee, why can't I? Auntie Li smiled and said, Mr. Yang, you hired me to be a nanny. If I can't cook, then I can't take this job. That's great. Yang Ming said, we will have good food in the future. I'm afraid that it won't be good. It won't be to Mr. Yang's taste. Auntie Li said quickly. Auntie Li, you can call me Yang Ming or Xiao Yang. Don't call me Mr. Yang. It sounds weird. Yang Ming said. How can that be? Auntie Li was obviously not used to it. In her opinion, she should be respectful to the employer. It's just a name. It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled and said, if you call me like this, I won't be used to it. Well, then I will call you Yang Ming. Auntie Li agreed. Right. There are eggs in the kitchen refrigerator. I don't know what else. You can see it yourself. It was bought by Chen Mingyan a few days ago. She didn't have time to cook it. I don't know if it is spoiled or not. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will go and see it myself. Auntie Li nodded and walked to the kitchen. Yang Ming went upstairs and walked to Zhou Jiejia's room. Now, Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jiejia should be inside. Yang Ming knocked on the door, but it was Chen Mingyan who opened the door. When she saw Yang Ming, she whispered, Yang Ming, you come with me first. I have something to tell you. Yang Ming nodded and let Chen Mingyan in. A flash. Chen Mingyan closed the door, and then they walked to the end of the corridor. Yang Ming, I'm sorry. Chen Mingyan said apologetically. Sorry? What's wrong? Yang Ming asked, puzzled. Before, in the hospital, I told Zhou Jiejia that she is already your girlfriend, and she usually lives with us. Chen Mingyan whispered, she lost her memory. I don't think she will have any doubts. Moreover, her feelings for you are real. I don't think this can be considered as lying to her. In fact, Yang Ming had already seen what Chen Mingyan said when he was in the hospital. But at this moment, when he heard Chen Mingyan's words, he still pretended to be very surprised. Mingyan, it's not good to do this. Yang Ming said in his heart, little sweetheart, you are doing too well. You are becoming more and more like a wife. You deserve to be praised. Keep up the good work. I also know that it's not good, but after all, you gave her a promise before, and she also likes you. I'm afraid that if she loses her memory, she will. Chen Mingyan didn't continue. After all, the words that followed were just her own guesses, and it was a little petty. Will she compete with you? How could Yang Ming not understand Chen Mingyan's thoughts? So he asked with a smile. When Yang Ming saw through her thoughts, Chen Mingyan suddenly blushed, but there was nothing to deny, so she said, yes, so what? Hee, it doesn't matter. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's hand and held it in his hand. You are also thinking for me. How can I blame you? It's good that you don't blame me. After Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, Jiejia may still be a little uncomfortable. She doesn't know how to face you, so tonight, you don't have to stay here. I will accompany her and talk. Yang Ming nodded. That's fine. Then, you can accompany her. Yang Ming still had something to do tonight, but he had some regrets in his heart. He wanted to be intimate with Chen Mingyan again, but now it seemed impossible. Auntie Li's craftsmanship was really good. Although the ingredients in the kitchen were very limited, a bowl of steaming Yangchen noodles was served. It made Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, the two people who had eaten dinner, salivate. Zhou Jiejia was really hungry. She took the noodles. Although she maintained the image of a lady eating, in the blink of an eye, the bowl of noodles was devoured by her. It's really delicious. Zhou Jiejia was not stingy with her praise. I remember that when I was a child, I learned a text called A Bowl of Yangchen Noodles. However, there are very few authentic Yangchen noodles in the north. However, now that I have eaten it, it should be the taste that I imagined. It's good that you like it. I will make it in the future. Auntie Li heard Zhou Jiejia's praise and was obviously very happy. My hometown is in Shanghai, so the Yangchen noodles are also authentic, but there are really few authentic noodles in the north. Auntie Li, it seems that the salary I give you is really a waste of talent. Even if you open a noodle restaurant, you can earn more than 2,000 yuan a month. Yang Ming said. I can't do it. I don't know how to manage things. If I open a noodle restaurant, I will lose everything. Auntie Li waved her hand and said quickly, I think it's already very good now. After Zhou Jiejia finished eating the noodles, Auntie Li went to wash the dishes. Yang Ming looked at the time. Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jiejie should also rest, so he said, then, Mingyan, you stay here to take care of Jiejie. Uncle Chen. I have already called Dad. He knows that I won't go back. Chen Mingyan said. That's fine. Then I will go first. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he deliberately waved to Zhou Jiejie. Jiejie, I am leaving. Have a good rest. Zhou Jiejie's face was red. She lowered her head, but she still said in a mosquito-like voice, be careful on the road. Yang Ming nodded. He also wanted to give Zhou Jiejie some time to adapt. Otherwise, no one would be able to adapt without more than a year of memory. Now, it was a good idea to let Chen Mingyan accompany Zhou Jiejie to chat. Yang Ming went out of the villa and walked to Wang Xiaoyan's house. In Wang Xiaoyan's villa, the lights were already on. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan had returned. Yang's mother. Of course. Yang's mother's mother. Yang. Is mother's. Li is. Was. Is. Of Yang. Yang. L it. A it. It. Yang Ming moved his body. Then, he grabbed the edge of the fence. With a push, he jumped over the fence. As for the door lock of the villa inside, it was a piece of cake for Yang Ming. He directly opened it with the lily key and then swaggered in. Since Wang Xiaoyan, this chick, didn't come out to welcome him, Yang Ming simply acted as a half-host. Where is she? Yang Ming looked at the empty living room and looked for Wang Xiaoyan. However, he didn't see Wang Xiaoyan. Is she really not at home? So, Yang Ming shouted, Wang Xiaoyan? Are you there? But there was no response. Yang Ming had no choice but to use his special ability to scan the house back and forth. Not on the first floor. Second floor? D***MN, it can't be. This chick, Wang Xiaoyan, is actually taking a bath? White skin, small breasts, and a small butterfly tattoo on her butt. Yang Ming felt a surge of blood when he saw it. He had some unnatural physiological reactions. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. When I first saw Wang Xiaoyan at Zhao Ying's house, I didn't have such a strong reaction like now. It seems that the voodoo of Lan Ling is really harmful. It subtly turned me into a big pervert. However, this is also a reason for Yang Ming to be lustful. You can't blame me for seeing you taking a bath. Who asked you to let me come to you? You asked me to come, but I didn't wait there. Why did you take a bath? Wang Xiaoyan was applying foam to her body. Suddenly, she felt a chill. The assassin's sensitivity made her frown, but she didn't feel anything wrong. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and continued to apply foam to her body. Yang Ming glanced at it, then glanced again, and glanced again. After a few glances, he retracted his gaze. Wang Xiaoyan's identity made Yang Ming more and more curious. At first, he thought that she was just a delinquent girl in the underworld, but now it seemed that Wang Xiaoyan wasn't as simple as a delinquent girl. And the little butterfly tattoo on her butt, could it be the code of some organization? Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt that it was very possible. His previous conjecture about Wang Xiaoyan was thrown aside. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan was quite perfect. Except for her short height, small chest, and small butt, there was nothing wrong with her. However, she was still considered exquisite. Yang Ming was afraid that he couldn't stand it if he continued to look, so after withdrawing his gaze, he tried not to think about it. But as he thought about it, he circled back to Wang Xiaoyan's figure. Yang Ming shook his head and sat in the living room on the second floor, waiting for Wang Xiaoyan to take a bath. The sofa in the living room was facing the bathroom door, so as long as Wang Xiaoyan came out, Yang Ming could see her. I love to take a bath, the turtle falls, be careful of fleas, a lot of bubbles, the submarine is praying. Wash up and down. Rub it left and right. Yang Ming didn't sit for long before he heard the sound of humming in the bathroom. It was actually a children's song, bath song sung by Fan Xiaoxian. Yang Ming was speechless after hearing it. This is Wang Xiaoyan singing? That unreasonable chick? As he was thinking, the bathroom door was pushed open. Wang Xiaoyan walked out naked with a towel in her hand. She continued to sing while wiping her hair. I wash up and down. Rub it left and right. My bathtub is good to sit in. Hey. Yang Ming's eyes widened. Could it be that I encountered the legendary picture of a beauty coming out of the bath? Yang Ming rubbed his eyes. That's right. I didn't use my special ability. How did I see the naked Wang Xiaoyan? It can't be, she's really naked. Wang Xiaoyan was the kind of girl who didn't care about trifles. Otherwise, in Zhao Ying's house, she wouldn't have been seen by Yang Ming repeatedly. Generally, Wang Xiaoyan didn't bring a nightgown or a change of clothes when she went to take a bath. She would go back to the bedroom to change after coming out of the bathroom. Anyway, there was only one person in the house, so there was no need to be too careful. Wang Xiaoyan took a bath as usual. She walked out of the bathroom while wiping her hair and walked in the direction of the bedroom. However, after taking 2 steps, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because, on the sofa in the square hall, there seemed to be one more person. Wang Xiaoyan abruptly looked towards the sofa and immediately screamed, "Ah!" Then, she subconsciously covered her private parts with her hands. How did you come in?" Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed. I pressed the doorbell for a long time, but no one opened the door for me, so I climbed in through the window. Yang Ming didn't want to tell Wang Xiaoyan about the lily key. Wang Xiaoyan was completely going crazy. What the hell is this Yang Ming doing? He came in silently, and I ended up in front of him. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that she wasn't wearing clothes after the shock. Wang Xiaoyan was so scared that she quickly returned to the bathroom and closed the door with a ping sound. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders and thought, you can't blame me for this. You were the one who ran around the house naked. I just accidentally saw something that I shouldn't have seen. Wang Xiaoyan simply had the heart to kill Yang Ming. This guy actually saw me naked. Wang Xiaoyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to dig out Yang Ming's eyeballs and step on them like bubbles. After locking the bathroom door, Wang Xiaoyan patted her chest and thought about how to deal with Yang Ming in a while. There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you walked in. Am I, Wang Xiaoyan, so easy to bully? Originally, I just planned to teach you a lesson, but now, my body was seen by this pervert. How could Wang Xiaoyan easily let Yang Ming go? Wang Xiaoyan was really angry this time. After a while, Wang Xiaoyan's mood calmed down, but she also secretly made up her mind. If there was a chance in a while, she would kill Yang Ming. At the very least, she would make him a eunuch. Otherwise, it was really difficult to resolve the hatred in her heart. However, immediately, Wang Xiaoyan found a very important problem. In the bathroom, there were no clothes that she could change into. Her clothes were in the bedroom. And if Yang Ming didn't leave outside, she couldn't go back to the bedroom. Yang Ming, you go downstairs first. I want to go back to the bedroom to change my clothes. Wang Xiaoyan tried to make her voice sound calm. She couldn't let Yang Ming notice her murderous intent, even if she hated Yang Ming to the extreme at this moment. Oh, okay. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to take advantage of people's difficulties. The incident just now was purely an accident. Yang Ming didn't expect it to be like this. So after agreeing readily, he went downstairs. Wang Xiaoyan listened to the footsteps outside go away. She waited for a long time until there was no sound. Then, she quietly opened the bathroom door a gap, and then looked outside. Sure enough, Yang Ming's figure was no longer in the hall. Wang Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. She opened the bathroom door and quickly rushed to her bedroom. Her speed was extremely fast. After entering the bedroom, she quickly locked the bedroom door from the inside. Wang Xiaoyan patted her chest and began to put on her clothes. Tonight, she would let the pervert downstairs pay the price. She would let him know what the consequences of being a playboy are. Wang Xiaoyan thought resentfully. Yang Ming sat on the sofa downstairs, turned on the TV, and watched the news as if it was his own home. In the local TV station, it was all news related to the haunted case, but in order not to cause panic among the public, the report was very general. It just reminded the public to pay attention to safety when driving at night. Yang Ming changed a few channels, but there was no good program, so just as he was about to turn off the TV, he heard the sound of stairs coming downstairs, accompanied by Wang Xiaoyan's delicate voice. Yang Ming, isn't your face a bit too big? Do you think this is your own home? Seeing Yang Ming leaning on the sofa and watching TV like a master, Wang Xiaoyan was depressed again. Yang Ming awkwardly turned off the TV and said, "Am I not bored waiting for you? Just watch TV for a while." Just watch? This is my home. Do you know that? In other people's home, are you so casual? Wang Xiaoyan went downstairs and stared at Yang Ming. Hey, after tonight, it is not certain whose home this is. Yang Ming was a little upset by Wang Xiaoyan, so he replied to her. What do you mean? Sure enough, Wang Xiaoyan's eyebrows raised after listening. Nothing. If you lose, don't you want to be my mistress? Isn't your home my home? Yang Ming smiled cheekily. Let's talk about it when you win. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't refute. She had to say, but if you lose, don't forget what you said. You have to move out tonight. Well, I will fulfill your wish. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Your conditions are fair, but you know, I have always been a male chauvinist. Why are you telling me this? Wang Xiaoyan apparently misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. I have already said that if you win, I am willing to be your mistress, no matter what your character is. No. Yang Ming said the word no 3 times, shook his head and said to Wang Xiaoyan, you got it wrong. It's not that you don't like me, but I don't like you. What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyan frowned, shook her wet hair, and asked with a stare. The meaning is very simple. I don't like second-hand goods. If you are the original, then I will play with you once. If not, I am sorry, your conditions are not attractive at all. Yang Ming's attention and said faintly. To Yang. At first, she didn't understand Yang Ming's meaning. What original? But after thinking about it, she understood that Yang Ming was referring to whether she was a virgin or not. I refuse to answer. Wang Xiaoyan said angrily. Well, since it is like this, I am leaving. I don't need to play with you. Yang Ming said and was about to stand up. Wang Xiaoyan was immediately anxious. She made Yang Ming agree to compete with her. She had just thought of a way to fix Yang Ming. How could she let him go so easily? Don't go. Wang Xiaoyan said anxiously. Why don't I go? Seeing you like this, you are definitely not the original. It is meaningless for me to stay here. Yang Ming stood up and walked to the door. Come back. Wang Xiaoyan shouted angrily, I am still not good enough? Yeah, of course, you can. Yang Ming held back his laughter and turned around. He showed a look of disbelief. Am I right? I have to check. What if I am fooled? Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words. Her lungs were about to explode. F***ck off. If I say I am, then I am. If you want to check, wait until you win. Well, then I will believe you this time. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. When is the competition? Where? Let's go to the suburbs, a more spacious place. Wang Xiaoyan thought and said, let's go now. Go to the suburbs? Well, it is suitable for outdoor sex. I like it. Yang Ming nodded and agreed. Wang Xiaoyan showed her teeth and rolled her eyes at Yang Ming disdainfully. She thought, you are dreaming. When the time comes, you will know how powerful I am. Yang Ming didn't care. In his eyes, Wang Xiaoyan had become a little lamb for him to slaughter. Compete with the big bad wolf? Isn't this purely looking for food? If I don't eat you today, I am not the big bad wolf. You won't catch a cold like this, right? Yang Ming pointed at Wang Xiaoyan's hair that wasn't dry yet. Don't find an excuse to say that you caught a cold and didn't perform well when you lose. Humph. I never find an excuse. I am afraid that you will find an excuse when you lose. Wang Xiaoyan listened and snorted. Why would I find an excuse? If I lose, I will just move. What's the big deal? I won't be XX. Yang Ming smiled. As long as you don't regret it. Wang Xiaoyan sneered in her heart. Just move? When the time comes, it will be good if I don't break your legs during the competition. Yang Ming didn't say anything. Since Wang Xiaoyan wanted to compete, then let's compete. Who is afraid of who? Out of Wang Xiaoyan's villa, the two got in the car together. Wang Xiaoyan sat in the front passenger seat again. This time, she didn't argue. The suburbs were so far away. It was obviously not realistic to walk there. Let's go. After Wang Xiaoyan closed the door, she said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and started the car. Which suburb are we going to? You better decide first. Otherwise, if I just go there casually and you say that the location is wrong, I won't be able to take it if I don't perform well. Am I such a person? Wang Xiaoyan felt that Yang Ming was really satirizing her credibility and character. Wang Xiaoyan, will do what I say. I hope that some people are the same. Then let's go to West Star Mountain. There are fewer people. Yang Ming said, at this time, no one should pass by. After Wang Xiaoyan listened, she nodded. Yang Ming was right. No one should pass by West Star Mountain at this time. If we go there, we won't be disturbed. Let's go there. As long as you don't run away, it will be fine. Me? Run away? What a joke. Yang Ming laughed twice and sped up the car. Whether it's a joke or not, we will know when we get there. Wang Xiaoyan didn't show weakness. She was afraid that Yang Ming would regret, so she kept using words to stimulate Yang Ming. How could Yang Ming not understand Wang Xiaoyan's purpose? However, he wasn't angry. He joked with her, and it was less lonely on the road. I say, Wang Xiaoyan, we are going to be married soon. We should get to know each other, right? Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he began to talk to Wang Xiaoyan. What little Yan Yan? Disgusting. Wang Xiaoyan's face was red. She was so old, but no boy had called her that. She was angry, but there was a strange feeling in her heart. Disgusting? How come? Do you think your name is disgusting? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and said, the name is given by the parents. You have no right to choose. F***ck off. Wang Xiaoyan was very angry. She said that Yang Ming called her little Yan Yan disgusting, not that her name was disgusting. However, she couldn't explain it. She knew that Yang Ming was talking nonsense with her, but Wang Xiaoyan couldn't do anything about it. Let's talk. We are still far from West Star Mountain. We have to drive for at least half an hour. Yang Ming continued. What do you want to say? Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to talk to Yang Ming, but she was afraid that if she annoyed him, he would refuse to compete. She had no choice but to say it perfunctorily. Why haven't I seen your parents? Do you live in Songjiang by yourself? Yang Ming was very curious about Wang Xiaoyan's life, so he asked tentatively. Yang Ming's very common words caused Wang Xiaoyan to sigh. After a while, Wang Xiaoyan said, I don't have a mother. My mother left me when I was very young. Originally, Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to say these words to Yang Ming, but she didn't want to make fun of her mother, so she told the truth. When she said this, she was a little sad. I'm sorry. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan's face didn't seem to be lying, Yang Ming was stunned and quickly apologized. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to have such a pitiful heart. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and her face returned to normal. What about your father? Yang Ming knew that Wang Xiaoyan's heart was now very fragile, and it was the easiest to test her secret. My father? When Wang Xiaoyan said this, there was a trace of sadness on her face. She shook her head with a bitter smile. I don't want to talk about him. Thinking that she might become a victim of her family's interests, how could Wang Xiaoyan be happy? Marrying a person she didn't know, this made Wang Xiaoyan feel very unacceptable. Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and smiled bitterly. Wang Xiaoyan didn't say anything. There was no useful information. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's expression, it was obvious that she didn't want to talk too much about her family. Yang Ming couldn't help it. He had to change the topic. Right, what are you doing in Songjiang? Are you also going to school? I'm going to school. Wang Xiaoyan said perfunctorily. What school? Yang Ming continued to ask. He thought, is it to hide your identity? Songjiang Industry University, the same as you. Wang Xiaoyan replied. Then why haven't I seen you before? Yang Ming was a little curious. It turned out that Wang Xiaoyan was actually his classmate. It's not the same campus. Wang Xiaoyan said indifferently. Oh, so that's the case. Songjiang Industry University had several campuses. Yang Ming also knew that. However, Li Yixuan seemed to have said before that Wang Xiaoyan was a student of Songjiang Industry University. It was just that Yang Ming didn't pay attention to Wang Xiaoyan at that time, so he didn't remember this. Didn't you do this research before you pursued me? Wang Xiaoyan obviously didn't believe that Yang Ming didn't know anything about her. She ridiculed him with some disdain. She thought that Yang Ming was just trying to find a topic. End of chapter 946. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.